Chapter 481 Enemy Lineup. The trunk of the World Tree is as thick as a city wall. Chi Kong and Teresa looked very small standing on the lake under the tree. Teresa stood still, folded her wings, and saluted the World Tree solemnly. Then she looked up at the tree and said in admiration, "Although the new World Tree is not as big as the one that stood here before, it still shocked me deeply. Letting the war affect and destroy the World Tree is the biggest mistake we have ever made. Fortunately, you have brought it back to life." Chi Kong said, "Therefore, we should protect it well and prevent disasters from happening again. There is something I want to tell you." A large group of fallen angels appeared in the west. They seemed to be heading for the World Tree. Fallen angels are an unhealed scar of Sky City. During the ancient war, this group of angels fell into hell and raised their swords against their former companions. Therefore, angels hate fallen angels more than they hate demons. Once they find the whereabouts of fallen angels, they will hunt them down endlessly. It was just that after the ancient war, the fallen angels knew that they did not have the power to fight Sky City alone. So they hid in the depths of hell. They have not revealed any whereabouts for thousands of years. This time, Chi Kong said that fallen angels appeared. Teresa immediately put the purpose of coming to Chi Kong behind her. She asked, "Are you sure it is a fallen angel? Not something else?" Chi Kong replied, "The World Tree sensed it." This group of fallen angels briefly visited the ancestral grassland without any disguise. But they were taken away by Victor, the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, and they should be going to see the disaster. Teresa asked, "I have heard a little about the Abyss Temple. What is the disaster?" So Chi Kong told Teresa the cause of the disaster. "This is all the legacy of the World Tree being destroyed by you. Thousands of years have made the disaster become a mysterious energy that cannot be eliminated unless the World Tree is destroyed." Teresa was very surprised to hear that the disaster was such a powerful existence. "You mean that the disaster, the Abyss Temple, and the fallen angels may jointly attack the World Tree? The probability is very high. There is no other target in the West that requires the three parties to unite. I have sent people to investigate them. The Moonlight Court will mobilize the army to deal with the invasion that may come at any time, whether it is to protect the World Tree or to eliminate the fallen angels. The angels have the responsibility to assist the Moonlight Court to block the invasion." Teresa spread her angel wings and said to Chi Kong, "I will go to see Archangel Gold now. The Moonlight Court Sanctuary will fully assist Her Majesty the Queen in protecting the World Tree." Chi Kong also spread her light wings. "I also want to see the Shining Gold people. They also have the obligation to protect the World Tree." Teresa and Chi Kong flew away from Moon Lake in different directions. Harmutha Basin. After a long journey, Luke, Fast Legs, and Nightingale finally arrived at Sun City. When all the nobles in the Western Territory lived a life of austerity, Earl Ord of Sun City became an outlier. Instead of decreasing his assets, they experienced a surge. He was able to do so well because he turned against them immediately on the night of the assassination and sold out all the nobles in the Western Territory and the Abyss Temple. Luke also fulfilled his promise to Earl Ord, spent a huge amount of money to build a large number of factories in Sun City, and also designated it as the future trade distribution center of the Western Territory. Earl Ord has a good relationship with the barbarians, and now with the help of the City of Raging Tides, he is really sitting on a golden mountain. The Sun City Railway Station is under construction, and part of the track has begun to be laid. One section will connect to the Crescent Oasis, and the other section will connect to the Moonlight Royal Court. The track extends to the distant Hope in the Desert. Luke, who pretended to be a merchant, paid the city tax and entered the Sun City. The city was more prosperous than the last time. At the same time, there were obviously many more troops under Earl Ord. Most of these private soldiers were barbarians. Earl Ord did not trust humans as always, especially after he sold out the Western Territory nobles. After entering the city, Fast Legs said to Luke, Earl Ord was completely isolated by the Western Territory nobles, so he expanded the army to protect him and his territory. He also allowed the Imperial Secret Service to set up a branch here. And I heard that the Public Security Bureau will also be open soon. Earl Ord can still be trusted. Does your lord need to see him? Luke, riding a camel, looked at the scenery on the street and replied, Not for the time being. I don't want too many people to know my whereabouts. Go to see Maeve Simon first, and then go to Slave Corner to find the Jackal Howl. He has more channels than you, and may have more traces of those guys with black wings. Yes, sir. Fast Legs led the way in front, and Nightingale retreated back. During the journey, She learned the purpose of this trip and the existence of disaster through the chat between Luke and Fast Legs. She couldn't help but ask Luke out of curiosity, "My lord, as far as I know, the Moonlight Court has a powerful Moonlight Knights, and can also recruit soldiers from the entire Western barbarians. If Ximia wants to attack the World Tree, he must have a stronger army. And if there is such an army, so many people eating will not be discovered." Luke replied, "Ximia is a mysterious energy, perhaps mixed with other powers. In addition to bewitching people, it is also good at summoning powerful monsters with its own energy. Victor, the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, is a very powerful mystic and can use the energy of the Abyss. If the two of them meet, they can definitely form an army of summoned monsters. This one-time summoned monster army does not need supplies. Just release them when the time comes and let them attack the Moonlight King's court. We need to find out where this monster army is hiding and how big it is." When Nightingale heard about such an army, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. This seems to be the legendary Sea of Dead Souls, where endless dead souls form a tide that advances forward, killing and using corpses to replenish their own losses. Luke smiled and said, "The Sea of Dead Souls does not exist. Summoning the dead souls is not a simple spell. The largest number of dead souls recorded is about 1,000 dead souls being summoned in a short period of time, and then quickly destroyed. Facing modern armies, low-intelligence undead have no chance to fight back. So there are fewer and fewer undead incidents. In fact, necromancers prefer to create high-level undead, which are intelligent and powerful, and much more useful than low-intelligence undead. The monsters summoned by the disaster are indeed very similar to low-level undead, not afraid of death, and only attack. If the Northern Army is in the Moonlight Court, I don't need to worry too much. However, the Moonlight Knights and Barbarians are far behind the regular army in terms of weapons and equipment, as well as combat literacy, and are far from meeting the standards of modern armies." Nightingale blurted out, "His Highness Alex's Western Army is in the Crescent Oasis. You can mobilize the Western Army to protect the Moonlight Court." Luke looked at Nightingale, who thought she had misunderstood him, and said, "I didn't mean anything else. I just thought it was the right thing to do." Luke looked back at the road ahead. "I didn't mean anything else. I just thought you didn't understand military matters. The railway hadn't been built, and it was difficult for the heavy equipment of the Western Legion to be transported to the First People's grassland. If the Imperial Army could easily enter the Western Territory, the Western Territory nobles would have been content long ago." "Ah, so that's how it is." Nightingale was ashamed of her ignorance. As they talked, the three-person team passed through the streets and alleys, and finally the camel caravan was welcomed into a courtyard. The camels and pack animals were taken away and taken care of by special people, and the fast-legged arranged for people to stand guard outside, and then took Luke and Nightingale into a tunnel, in a basement surrounded by torches. Luke met the leader of the demon hunting group, Masman. At this time, Masman was with several core members of the demon hunting group around a table, looking at the map on the table. When Luke entered the basement, Masman immediately came up to greet him and said, "I heard from Kwai Tui that the first stop after the Lord took office as the Prime Minister of the Empire was to visit the Western Territory. It seems that something big is going to happen in the Western Territory." "Something big is going to happen." Luke walked to the side of the map and saw that it should be a map of the Western Territory, and then said, "There is news that Ximia has obtained powerful foreign aid, and he will soon launch an attack on the World Tree." Hearing that the World Tree was in danger, Maeve's man's expression immediately became serious. "Sir, this is the fault of the demon hunters. We did not fulfill our duties, and let Ximia become stronger and stronger. Ximia has not become stronger, but there are too many people who want to use the World Tree to cause trouble." Luke did not want to put too much pressure on the demon hunters, so he said easily, "But there are more people who want to protect the World Tree. The demon hunters are not fighting alone. So I came. How much do you know about Ximia and the Han organization?" Luke's words made Maeve's man feel a little relieved. She introduced the situation of Ximia and Han to Luke based on the markings on the map. Disaster itself has no attack power. Its ability is to inspire people's hatred for the World Tree and give this person powerful power. Therefore, the demon hunting group does not have much pressure to deal with disaster. After all, the number of people who believe in the World Tree far exceeds the number of people who hate the World Tree. The demon hunting group can easily obtain intelligence and find out those who are confused by disaster. But when Han joined in, The situation changed. The demon hunting group was established too recently. The internal system was immature, and the members were reckless. As a result, they encountered the experienced Ihan, and lost many people in a short period of time, and their scope of activities was greatly suppressed. Ihan has received secret support from some Western nobles. They will deliberately release false intelligence for us to investigate, and then take the opportunity to set an ambush in the area controlled by the nobles of the Western Territory. Except for the Sun Oasis, other places are very dangerous. Speaking of regrets, Maeve Simon could not help but grit her teeth. Luke said, most nobles in the Western Territory are hostile to the Moonlight Court, so they are more likely to be bewitched by the disaster. I believe that some nobles in the Western Territory have accepted the power of the disaster and become its minions. It seems that the enemy attacking the World Tree needs to include the private soldiers of these nobles in the Western Territory. Fast Legs said in surprise, this is going to fight the entire Western Territory. Yes, the entire Western Territory is going to fight. Luke can only make the worst prediction. He thought for a while and said, we can't fight according to the enemy's rhythm. The demon hunting group immediately went out in full force to investigate all the nobles in the Western Territory to see which nobles led armies that showed signs of preparing for war. Mazeman replied, yes, sir. I will send everyone out immediately. Luke said to Fast Legs again, it seems that I have to meet Earl Erd. You go and make arrangements. And try not to let too many people know that I am in Sun City. Yes, sir. Fast Legs accepted the order and turned to walk out of the basement. Luke turned to Nightingale and said, you accompany me to Slave Corner. Yes, sir. Luke calculated the time again. If the first Apostle Victor came to the Western Territory after leaving the Abyss Temple, then he had been making arrangements in the Western Territory for a long time. The attack on the Moonlight Royal Court could really be launched at any time. Luke, who didn't dare to waste time, assigned everyone and then took Nightingale straight to Slave Corner. Hal the Jackal went from being the chief steward of the Sand Bandits to the chief steward of the Western Territory merchants. The accounts he took out every day were many times more than before, and he made more and more money. So when he heard that Meteorite was coming suddenly, he immediately ran out to greet him. Hal the Jackal greets the Prime Minister. Hal performed a court ceremony to Luke, and then respectfully welcomed him into the main hall. After Luke sat down in the main seat, the Jackal stood below respectfully. Prime Minister, you have come to Slave Corner in such a noble status. Is there anything you need me to do? Seeing that the Jackal screamed so well, Luke didn't waste any words. Someone saw a group of people with black wings in the sky above the Western Desert. Do you have accurate information? The Jackal screamed for a moment, then asked tentatively, Prime Minister, although some people said that they were a group of people with black wings, most witnesses said that they were black swans or black vultures. How can you be sure that they are people with black wings? People with black wings are fallen angels, and no one dares to make such a conclusion easily. Luke said, if I say it is, it is. Don't ask too much. Just answer it. It is really a fallen angel who disappeared for 1,000 years. Seeing that the Prime Minister of Meteorite was so confident, the Jackal knew the seriousness of the problem, and he immediately told the information he knew, reporting to the Prime Minister. Those people with black wings fly very high, and only people with extremely good eyesight can barely see them. At first, these people with black wings hovered in a sand dune area southwest of Armudu for a long time, and later someone saw them flying very slowly towards the direction of the ancestral grassland. And a few days ago, someone saw them in the sky near Sun City. This surprised Luke. These guys came to Sun City? The Jackal screamed in fear and cried, Prime Minister, please tell me, are these people with black wings fallen angels? I can run away as soon as possible. Luke looked at this luxuriously decorated room and said with a smile, Scream. The richer you are, the less courageous you are. The fallen angels appeared near Sun City a few days ago, and they wanted to massacre the city long ago. Besides, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? What other information do you have? Tell me. Chapter 482 Earl Erd's Illness. In the basement of another residential building in Sun City, a secret altar is being set up. The circular altar is surrounded by piles of dried bones of various animals. A gallows is erected at a certain distance, and human bodies are hung on the ropes. These people were drained of blood before death, and after a period of drying in the shade, their skin and flesh wrapped around their skeletons, like ancient corpses that have been there for a long time. There will be a formation on the altar, and more than a dozen abyss mages kneel on it, using alchemical materials to complete the formation. The first apostle Victor took the fallen angel Garland to visit the secret art he had set up. In the depths of the desert, the nobles of the Western Territory, who have surrendered to the disaster, are making an army of sand figurines for him. When the day of the attack comes, this army of sand figurines will be divided into two. One will attack the Moonlight Court, and the other will attack the Sun City where we are. At that time, all the barbarians in the Western Territory will be busy resisting the sand figurines' army's attack on the Moonlight Court, and the Sun City will become an isolated city without any external support. After the sand figurines' army entered the Sun City, they immediately massacred the city, with a large amount of flesh and blood and the mysterious energy generated by negative energy. I can use the power of disaster to summon an Abyss army. At that time, the Sand Figurines army, the Abyss army, the Western Territory Nobles army, and of course the powerful fallen angels. We will launch the strongest attack on the Moonlight Court together. The fallen angel Garland looked at the mystic altar with a look of disdain. Things summoned in bulk are definitely not powerful. As far as I know, the Moonlight Court has the Angels Temple and the World Bank branch of the Shining Gold people. They will not sit idly by and watch the World Tree being attacked. If the Angels and the Shining Gold people join the war, you low-level species will probably die miserably. Victor argued, you can say that the Sand Figurines and the private soldiers of the Western Territory nobles are low-level species. But the Abyss creatures must not be judged as low-level. They are very powerful, and will be the main force to attack the Moonlight Court. They will make the Angels and the Shining Gold people consider their own losses and withdraw from the war. Abyss? Garland did not continue to argue. He turned to ask, you said that you can see Ximia in Sun City, but we have been here for a few days. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Victor replied, Ximia attaches great importance to this attack on the Moonlight King's court. He is trying his best to gather more troops and create powerful warriors. Garland lost his patience. You have completely underestimated the determination of the Angels and the Shining Gold to protect the World Tree. Your army will not cause any harm to the World Tree except for creating meaningless deaths. Only by concentrating all powerful forces and using space magic to locate the attack can the World Tree be destroyed. I think it is meaningless to wait for an inexplicable Ximia. It is simply a waste of time. I want to take the fallen angels away. Fallen angels have their own way of fighting. Seeing the fallen angels leaving, Victor hurriedly stopped them. Each fallen angel is a survivor of the ancient war, and their strength is unquestionable. With the addition of this group of fallen angels, the chances of attacking the Moonlight King's court will be greater. In fact, disaster is now in Sun City. I will arrange for you to meet immediately. Victor told the truth and asked, why do you think we underestimated the determination of the Angels and the Golden People to protect the World Tree? Will Sky City and Golden Valley let a large number of Angels and Golden People die in the war for the World Tree that does not belong to them? When Garland heard that Ximia was in Sun City, he raised his eyebrows and sneered, you are not qualified to know this. And next time, don't make such jokes with fallen angels. You can't bear the wrath of fallen angels. Let's go. It's disgusting here. You don't know what the Abyss is. Victor immediately chased after him. Lord Garland, do you know what the Abyss is? Let's talk about it after seeing Ximia. In the Central Lake Castle of Sun Manor, Earl Ord was lying on the bed receiving treatment from a doctor. The Earl, who was in his prime, was thin, pale, and had sunken eye sockets, looking like he was seriously ill. The doctor opened the Earl's eyelids and carefully examined his mouth. Finally, he took a little blood from the Earl's fingertips and put it into a glass test tube. The Countess, who was waiting on the side, came forward anxiously to ask about the Count's condition. The doctor replied, I'm sorry, ma'am. I have examined the Count many times, but I really can't find the cause of his illness. This time, I took some blood from him and prepared to send it to Raging Wave City, so that the big hospital there can test the blood components. Maybe we can find the cause of his illness. The Countess asked with concern, we have to send it to Raging Wave City. How long will it take to get the blood test results? The doctor thought for a while and replied, it will take at least half a month. Raging Wave City has the most advanced medical system in the world, which is much better than Sun City. Hearing that it would take half a month, the Countess became even more worried. Does it take so long? The master said that he often has hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Is he cursed by some kind of spell? The doctor replied, it is possible that you have been cursed, but I can't see any signs of curse in your body. If you have been cursed or have been spelled, Raging Wave City will detect it from your blood. The Countess said angrily. Raging Wave City. Raging Wave City. You can't cure the disease. And you push it all to Raging Wave City. What's the point of your spending so much money to support you? At this time, Earlhard, who was lying on the bed, said weakly, You don't have to blame the doctors. They have tried their best. If I had known that I would have this disease, I would have promoted the construction of the Western Border Railway earlier. If the train is open, I can go directly to Raging Wave City for treatment. The doctor said, My Lord Earl, you still need to rest more. I will prepare some magic potions, which should help improve your condition. Count Erd nodded. The doctor left. The guard rushed in. My Lord Count, Quaitui said that his master came to Sun City and hopes to meet you as soon as possible. The Countess angrily scolded, What Quaitui? He doesn't even have a formal name. And he is a lowly slave. Can the Lord of Sun Territory meet his master whenever he wants? And can the Lord Count meet outsiders? But Count Erd forced himself to sit up. And he panted and asked, Did Quaitui say when to meet? The guard replied, Quaitui said that his master's time is very tight. Please be ready. Reply to Quaitui and tell him I already know. Letting the guard go out, Count Erd said to the servant, Quick! Change my clothes. The Countess realized that a big shot was coming. So she asked curiously, Who is the master of Quaitui? The Count stood up, swayed, and barely stood firm with the help of the servant. He said with all his strength, Quaitui didn't say the name of that lord. And I can't say it either. In short, it's not someone I can neglect. Even if I die after meeting him, I still want to see him. Luke, who got some information from the slave corner, came to the Sun Manor without stopping. He met Count Erd in a secret room and was shocked by his appearance. Luke helped Earlhard to sit down and asked the speedboat to pour a glass of water. After putting the glass in the Earl's hand, he asked, What disease do you have? Earl? Why are you so thin? Earlhard took a sip of water, took a breath and replied, My private doctor can't tell what disease it is, nor can he find out what spell it is. I am now tortured by all kinds of hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, and my strength is constantly being drained, as if the god of death is standing next to me. Seeing Earlhard like this, Luke didn't know whether he should tell him that there were a large group of fallen angels in Sun City. It would be troublesome if he scared his illness more seriously. And Earlhard's illness at this time was very strange. The crisis lurking in the west made Luke have some conspiracy theories. So he asked Earlhard about his condition in detail. Earlhard's hallucinations and auditory hallucinations appeared about a month ago. I often feel like I'm walking in a very scary forest, and those hideous trees are baring their fangs and claws, as if they want to swallow me up. There are voices saying, Burn the trees, burn the trees. So I kept setting fires, and set the whole forest on fire. There were fires all around me. But this didn't calm me down, but made me more scared. I could only keep setting fires. Earlhard covered his head as he spoke, as if he was in great pain. Luke suddenly grabbed Earlhard's hand, and a magical power was transmitted to him. Earlhard raised his head and showed a strange expression. The strange expression was gone in a flash. And Earlhard asked Luke as if he didn't know, Thank you. I just fell into an illusion again. This is very much like being cursed. But there is no sign of being cursed. Luke already knew what was wrong with Earlhard's body. He said, You are not cursed. You are invaded by a mysterious energy. Earlhard asked in surprise, Do you know what disease I have? It can be determined roughly. Erd turned and asked in surprise, Can it be cured? Luke smiled and said, You are lucky. There are only 2 people in this world who can cure this disease, and one of them is me. Then I am so lucky. Luke called Fast Legs and told him to prepare some mysterious props. Count Erd added, Let my guards help you find them. Yes, sir. Fast Legs took the order and went out. Luke said to Count Erd, I came to the west this time because something big will happen in the west. And I just got some information about Sun City. In view of your physical condition, it means that the other party is very likely to. Luke paused and asked, What I am talking about now is very serious. I don't know if your body can bear it. Count Erd was a smart man. He knew that his illness was caused by someone. So he answered, I have experienced ups and downs. I have escaped from the hands of death countless times. I still have the ability to withstand pressure. Besides, the Prime Minister is here. I think no matter how big the problem is, it will be easily solved by you. Luke smiled. There are fallen angels in your city. Ah! And they are a group of fallen angels. Ah! Although Count Erd had prepared himself mentally, he was still hit hard by the news brought by Luke. Fallen angels are more evil than demons. Demons are gourmets, and will not kill casually. But fallen angels love to kill. Just like good people become more evil when they become evil. There is a group of fallen angels in Sun City now, which means that a massacre may happen at any time. Count Erd had a bad blood flow and almost fainted. And the water in the cup spilled all over him. Fortunately, after knowing that his disease can be cured, he felt much better. He took a few deep breaths and finally persevered. Is it true? I heard that someone saw a person with black wings in the sky above the desert. And I thought they were wrong. After all, the fallen angels have disappeared for 1,000 years. And there are rumors that they are all extinct. Luke cast a spell to blow away the water stains on the Count's clothes. Then he grabbed the kettle from the air and poured water into the cup in the Earl's hand, saying, disappearance does not mean extinction. And the fallen angels are not the whole crisis. Earl Erd's hand trembled. And the water in the cup almost spilled again. A group of fallen angels is not the whole crisis. Will this crisis turn the entire Western Territory upside down? You should have known about the disaster and the demon hunting group from Kwaitoi. Kwaitoi told me a long time ago. And I have always taken good care of the demon hunting group. Luke said, disaster is forming an army and will attack the Moonlight King's court in the near future. The fallen angels will join this attack. And some Western nobles will also participate. The fallen angel came to Sun City. Probably because Ximia was in Sun City. And your condition also confirmed this guess. Count Erd couldn't help but get angry. Prime Minister. You mean? I have a problem with my body. Is it Ximia's fault? Luke nodded. Your body has been invaded by Ximia. And all your hallucinations and auditory hallucinations are the influence of Ximia. It's just that you don't hate the World Tree. And Ximia can't control you. So he can only kill you. But Ximia never takes the initiative to kill people. So it should be Victor, the first apostle of the Abyss Temple, who instigated Ximia to kill you. Now Count Erd's head is a little swollen. Not because of the hallucinations, but because the news he heard is too explosive. Too much information. Why did the Abyss Temple appear? Luke replied, the Abyss Temple is behind the Legacy organization. A common goal brings the Abyss Temple. Disaster. Some Western nobles and fallen angels together. I originally thought they would only attack the Moonlight Court. But now it seems that Sun City is also one of their targets. I infer that you are being refined into a mysterious tool to activate a secret technique somewhere in Sun City. The secret technique of the Abyss Temple made Earl Erd shudder again. I will immediately send people to search the whole city. Even if I have to turn the ground upside down. I will find this secret technique. Luke reminded him, if you search the whole city, you can not only find the secrets of the Abyss Temple, but also the fallen angels. Thinking of the fallen angels, Count Erd couldn't help but be cautious. If the fallen angels are angered, they will really massacre the city. Prime Minister, what should we do? Luke smiled and said, since the secrets of the Abyss Temple need you, if I cure you, won't their secrets be unable to be activated? Chapter 483 Disaster. Yes. Count Erd immediately changed his worry into joy, although I don't know much about the secret arts. I know that the secret arts cannot be activated if the mysterious props that make up the secret arts are incomplete. Victor and the disaster plan were so carefully arranged. But they did not expect that you, the Prime Minister, could cure my illness. Prime Minister, when can the treatment begin? Count Erd wanted Luke to help him remove the spell cast on him right now. Luke said, wait for the quick legs to find all the necessary materials. Some mysterious props need me to make on the spot. It is expected that I should be able to remove the spell for you tomorrow. But if I remove the spell for you, Zany will notice it immediately. Zany, Victor, and the fallen angels are all in Sun City. In order to cast the secret spell, they may use extreme means. Count Erd's heart was lifted up again. And he begged, Master Prime Minister, you must save me. Luke did not answer. Count Erd asked anxiously, what do you need me to do? As long as the Prime Minister needs it. You can take everything here. With Erd's words, Luke smiled and said, I can save you. But you also need to save yourself. You don't need to worry too much about the power of the fallen angels. The angels already know that the fallen angels appeared in the west. As long as this group of fallen angels dare to show up in public, the angels will soon be able to support them. You don't need to worry too much about the monster army summoned by Ximia. The Moonlight Court has entered a wartime state. The barbarian tribes in various parts of the Western Territory will soon receive orders from the Moonlight Queen. They will send warriors to the Moonlight Court to protect the World Tree. You need to deal with the Western Territory nobles who have joined Ximia. Ald heard Luke's request and said in embarrassment, I only have one Sun Oasis. How can I be an enemy of the entire Western Territory noble force? Luke said confidently, the Western Territory nobles who have joined Ximia must be only a small group. If the entire Western Territory nobles were confused by Ximia, they would have launched an attack on the Moonlight Court long ago. I have sent demon hunting groups to investigate the territories of various Western Territory nobles. The war is imminent, and those Western nobles who have joined the Xami are definitely preparing for war. It is clear who is the enemy, and who is the enemy. At that time, I will make it public that I am in Sun City, and as the Prime Minister of the Empire and the Imperial Commissioner for Inspection of the Western Territory, I will order these nobles to disband their territorial troops and come to Sun City immediately to accept my inquiries. Earl understood Luke's plan, and he asked, do you think that these Western nobles know that you are in Sun City and will lead troops to attack my Sun Oasis? Victor knows that I am in Sun Territory, and he will definitely persuade Xami to use this army of Western nobles in Sun Oasis. We will fight a decisive battle with the Western noble army that has joined the Xami in Sun Oasis. The thought of fighting a battle in the Sun Oasis made Earl feel like cutting his flesh. The Sun Oasis he had worked so hard to build might be destroyed in one battle. But if he disagreed, his life could be taken away by the other side at any time. Let's fight. Life is like a gamble. If we lose, the entire Ord family will be buried with the Sun Oasis. If we win, will the Prime Minister still treat me badly? These broken things must be smashed so that we can replace them with new ones. After thinking it through, Earl said proudly, Sun Oasis is willing to fight for the Prime Minister with all its strength. Cough, cough, cough. Earl, who was weak and chi, coughed repeatedly. Luke took out a candy, thought about it, and handed it to the Earl. Eating this candy is good for your body. Count Ord took the candy and ate it. A cool feeling spread from his throat to his whole body, and his body really felt much more relaxed. The Count couldn't help asking, what kind of candy is this? Can you give me some more? A friend gave it to me, but my friend had a small accident, and I don't have much candy left. Luke cherished the remaining candy very much. He refused Count Ord's request and said, let's stop here for today's meeting. You have a good rest. Tomorrow I will arrange a secret technique to treat you. In addition, arrange an identity for me as a manor guard. I need to arrange some small gadgets in your manor to deal with possible invaders. I express my sincere gratitude to you. Count Erd stood up and saluted Luke. I will immediately order the Sun City army to assemble and the entire territory to enter combat status. Luke waved his hand. Count Erd took a deep breath and walked out of the secret room with weak steps. The room returned to silence. Luke sorted out the existing information in his mind. The enemy is much stronger than he expected before coming to the west, but the cards in his hand have not increased much. Opening a battlefield in the Sun Oasis will help relieve the pressure of the Moonlight King's court. Drawing the enemy into the battlefield set up by himself can also disrupt the opponent's arrangement. There is not much he can do now. Whoever starts the war first will gain the first-hand advantage. Fortunately, before coming to the west, I asked MacDonald to disguise himself as me, and I also specifically asked him to stay in Crescent Oasis for a while. For Victor, he still has some time to prepare. I hope he can wait patiently. The next day, Victor brought Garland, who was disguised as an ordinary person, to an ordinary house. There was only an old man living in the house, and his clothes were simple and no different from the lower-class residents of Sun City. The old man was thin and kind, and he stood in the yard with a cane. He raised his head and looked directly at the scorching sun in the sky, with mist lingering in his black pupils. Victor did not introduce himself. Garland walked close to the old man and circled around him. I can hardly feel your presence, but you are standing in front of me. You are Xami, a mysterious energy that appeared due to the revival of the World Tree. Xami did not look at Garland. He continued to stare at the sun and said, I don't even know what I am. I only know my responsibility, to destroy the World Tree, and then I will perish with the World Tree. Garland asked, do you know what the World Tree means to this world? What does this have to do with me? Garland smiled at his own question. Yes. This has nothing to do with you. Victor told me that you want to destroy the World Tree. It just so happens that we also want to destroy the world tree. We can cooperate. Although Garland still looks arrogant, his attitude towards Ximia is completely different from his attitude towards Victor. He always keeps a certain distance from Ximia and is ready to stay away at any time. He can feel that Ximia is a very dangerous thing, and he must be vigilant even if he cooperates. Ximia keeps that posture. Cooperation? This is a term Victor taught me. Cooperation is good. My army is becoming stronger and stronger. Soon I will launch an attack on the world tree. You just need to listen to Victor's arrangements. Such contempt. If it was someone else, Garland would have gone up and twisted his head off. But facing Zany, although Garland was angry, he still said in a good tone, a low-level creature is not qualified to command the fallen angels. And we are not cooperating to obey anyone's command. I want to know your specific military strength, and whether you can push the front all the way to the world tree. Zany still said in that unhurried tone, I can't give you an accurate answer. I can accept failure. Once, twice, countless times. It doesn't matter. I just need to succeed once. The fallen angel Garland found that he and Zany simply couldn't communicate. He looked at Victor and asked with his eyes what was going on. Everything was as Victor expected. He smiled and said, Lord Zany thinks differently from us. So I have his help. Lord Zany's only goal is to destroy the world tree. So I will help him achieve this goal. Lord Zany trusts me very much, and I can discuss cooperation with you on his behalf. Garland looked at Victor and asked Zany with reluctance. What are you looking at? Zany said. The moon is brighter than the previous nights. And now even the sun is so bright. Garland looked at the sun, and the dazzling sunlight made his pupils shrink into a dot. During the month, he was lost in the desert. He was used to the hot and scorching sun here, and did not find any changes from the sun today. Disaster is a difficult thing to communicate. But no matter what, cooperation to destroy the world tree needs to continue. When Garland was about to say something else, Disaster suddenly turned around and said to Victor, the mysterious item you entrusted me to refine was interrupted. Victor asked puzzledly, what does interrupt mean? Interruption is interruption. Someone broke the spell I cast on that person. You need to find another way. Victor immediately thought of Count Erd. He is the only mysterious item entrusted to Disaster. One of the purposes is to prove whether the power of Disaster is related to the Abyss. If there is a connection, then the mysterious item he refined can be used in the secret altar he set up. Now the spell that Zany cast on Count Erd was actually removed. This not only affects Zany's further judgment, but also directly affects the continuation of the large-scale summoning secret technique. How did Count Erd do it? But no matter how he cracked the spell, the manufacture of the mysterious prop must be restored as soon as possible. Victor said to Zany, the latest information is that the new Prime Minister of the Empire, Meteor, has arrived in Crescent City. He will stay in Crescent Oasis for a while before entering the West. We still have time to remedy the situation and complete the secret technique here before the war begins. Can Lord Garland capture Count Erd and let Lord Zany directly refine him into a mysterious prop? Zany asked Victor, why have you mentioned the meteorite many times during this period? And when my army was not ready, you asked to launch an attack on the world tree in advance before the meteorite arrived? Victor felt discouraged when talking about the meteorite. The meteorite is a very troublesome person. He caused great losses to the Abyss Temple, and several Abyss Apostles died directly or indirectly because of him. He can always do incredible things and complete a comeback in adversity. Please believe me. We must not wait for the meteorite to enter the Western Territory. Otherwise, there will be consequences that we can't imagine. Zany looked at Victor for a while, and then said, since I chose to let you command this war, I will not interfere with your decision-making. Since you want the secret technique to continue, then let this fallen angel capture Count Erd. The fallen angel Garland said unruly, whoever you tell me to capture, I will capture? Do you really regard the fallen angels as your subordinates? Victor explained, this is how Lord Zany speaks. Since Count Erd has lifted Lord Zany's spell, it means that there are powerful people around him. Time does not allow us to allocate manpower to capture Count Erd. But the secret technique needs to continue. So can we ask the fallen angels to help? After all, we are all here to destroy the world tree. The fallen angel Garland suddenly felt that Victor was not so disgusting. Since you asked the fallen angels for help, I promise to help you catch that person. At night, I will go to the Sun Manor in person, and you just need to prepare the secret technique. After saying that, Garland turned and left. Ximia looked up at the sun again, muttering, The fire, the smoke and dust covered the starry sky. Victor, who was standing aside, analyzed the meaning of Xaymia's words. And after he couldn't figure it out, he asked, "Lord Xaymia, are you reminding me? You are playing a game that you are not qualified to participate in." Victor immediately said, "Since I have joined the game, it means that I am qualified. Maybe my experience of 100 years is just for this gamble. I want to be a god. And you are the door to the path to God." Xaymia shook his head helplessly. "The path to God is here. I can only wish you good luck. Let's fight this war first. I can lose countless times, but you can only lose once." After saying this, Xaymia burned in the sun and soon burned into a piece of charred charcoal. Victor was extremely excited. There was no need to confirm those speculations. Xaymia personally admitted that it was the divine authority, although it is still unknown how to obtain divine power. This war may be an opportunity. It can even be boldly speculated that Xaymia has hinted at the way to enter the path to God. Win this war and destroy the world tree. I only have one chance. And only one chance. In the empty courtyard of the residential area, Victor tried his best to calm his excited heart. He considered all his arrangements and analyzed his chances of winning. Wait a little longer. Meteorite is still in the Crescent Oasis, where someone is watching. I want to increase my strength as much as possible before Meteorite officially enters the West. Make more sand figurines, arrange bigger secrets, and gather more Western noble troops. When the general attack is launched, do not give Meteorite any time to operate, and let the army attacking the Moonlight King's court rush into the ancestral grassland like a tide. There is no supply. No need for supply. All the troops have only one direction. World Tree. Burn it! Destroy it. Chapter 484. Tell you to be a man. The temperature dropped sharply in the desert at night, and the crescent moon rose in the clear night sky, and the stars were shining. Most of the residents of Sun City, which did not have a rich nightlife, had gone to bed. Only the Sun Manor had installed a new generator, and some long burning lights made the entire manor shrouded in dim light. Count Urd was attacked by magic, and Sun City had entered a wartime state under the order of the Count. The patrol army was increased in the city, and many sentries were arranged in the manor, and all magic detection and magic traps were activated. On the tower of the Central Lake Castle, the magicians worked together to raise a magic eye, which shot out fan-shaped light tracks, scanning the airspace above the manor in circles. The heavy crossbow machine was hidden in the woods surrounding the central lake, and the crossbow spear was on standby. A complex magic array was engraved on the spear head. As long as the array was activated, the enchantment inside the crossbow spear could be activated instantly. The Earl took his family to hide in an unknown bunker. For safety, he took out the family assets he had accumulated over the years. Whether he would be turned into a mysterious tool and crushed to ashes, or follow the Prime Minister to rise to prominence, it depends on whether he can survive this disaster. It was late at night. The fallen angel Garland hovered silently in the sky. Countless battles and ancient wars allowed him to easily stay on the edge of all detection methods of the Sun Manor and calmly observe the layout of the entire manor, thinking about how to sneak in quietly, find Earl Urd, and bring him out. If the artifact was still there, he would not bother to think about facing a human-armed manor, and would just violently crush it. But the artifact had been lost for 1,000 years, and his strength had declined too much. It was not shameful to be careful. The important thing was that he did not want to make things too big. Fighting with angels too early would not be conducive to subsequent actions. Therefore, Garland did not ask other fallen angels to assist. He felt that he could handle it. After a period of observation, he found out the magic layouts in the Sun Manor one by one. As for the sentinels and patrols, in his eyes, it was the same whether they were there or not. The invasion begins. The fallen angel Garland spread his wings and glided down along the airflow. His flying skills are extremely superb. Not only does he not cause any wind noise, but he can also stick to the edge of the magic detection beam and pass through the gap exquisitely. The whole landing process can be called art. The magical loss only reduced the upper limit of his strength, but his skills are still at the peak. Garland flew to the shore of the central lake of the manor. At the moment when the magic eye was about to see him, he suddenly fell into the woods by the lake. Then he took out a handheld harp and plucked the strings with his fingers. A faint melody rippled in the air and spread around. All the manor guards who heard the piano fell to the ground. When Garland landed, there was no one awake nearby. He came to the edge of the central lake and hid in the shade of the trees to observe the castle in the lake. The magic traps inside were more dense, and it was necessary to cast spells outside to make some of the magic traps ineffective. As long as you can enter the castle silently, you can capture people to ask about the location of Count Herd. It doesn't matter even if you kill everyone inside. Garland showed an evil smile on his face. Hey, what are you doing here? Just as Garland was about to cast a spell to destroy the magic traps in the castle, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. The hairs on Garland's wings stood up in shock. He turned around instantly, and saw a man in the uniform of a Sun Manor guard standing next to a crossbow machine not far from him. The guard was wearing a leather armor with iron plates, a turban, and his face was covered by a sandproof scarf. How could a very ordinary low-level creature resist the mental attack from the piano music? Garland didn't think too much about why there was a fish that slipped through the net. He moved sideways and disappeared in the shadows, and then appeared behind the guard. The tip of the black flame sword in his hand stabbed forward, trying to pierce the guard's waist. But the guard turned around just in time to avoid the sneak attack. And suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand, and the spear shaft chopped down diagonally towards Garland's neck. Garland flapped his black wings and moved backward to dodge the swift attack. You lifted the spell in Ord, didn't you? Tell me your name. You deserve to be remembered by me. Garland didn't believe that a soldier had such strong strength. Not only could he dodge his sneak attack, but also counterattack at will. Taotai. Luke reported Taofia's name, and then said with a smile, I didn't expect that Garland, the fallen angel who was famous in ancient wars, would come to Sun Manor in this way. Is the record of you in the legend wrong? Or have you become timid after hiding for thousands of years? Faced with ridicule, Garland's eyes were cold and sharp, containing a strong murderous intent. Since you know my name, you should know what you are facing. Human. I will kill you and imprison your soul in the black prison forever. Luke danced a gun dance with one hand and continued to provoke. Of course I know what I am facing. The Archangel Garland of Sky City was once a musician. The songs he composed were sung by people of all races in the world, and were a beacon for many people in adversity. Now Garland is a fallen angel. He once killed 2 archangels with his own hands, and killed countless angels. But you don't know what you are facing. Fire came out of Luke's right hand, swirling up along the handle of the gun, and a dragon head spark burst out at the tip of the gun. Garland had long noticed the spear in Luke's hand, a spear made of dragon material, which was one of the reasons why he did not attack immediately. The man in front of him was very strong and strange, and the other party expected him to come, and he wondered if there were any traps around that had not been discovered. Garland used the unique communication method between fallen angels to send a signal to the hidden fallen angels. If necessary, they don't mind slaughtering the city here now. They just don't want to provoke angels now. But it doesn't mean they are afraid of angels. It's no big deal to fight the angels when they come. After the signal was transmitted, Garland smiled and said, there were many strong people who were as confident as you to face me, but they were all killed by me without exception. Today is a good day for killing, and the city will be filled with blood. At this time, a large group of fallen angels appeared in the sky, and they showed their figures in the air unscrupulously. The appearance of the fallen angels alarmed the guards in the manor, and the high-power searchlights shone into the sky, illuminating the fallen angels and their black wings more clearly. Fallen angels. The whole manor was in chaos instantly. But Garland didn't laugh for too long. A dragon roar that pierced the sky exploded in the higher airspace. Then a dragon roar fell from the sky, and then a large group of dragons appeared in the moonlight. The dragons circled above the fallen angels, and the roars were louder and louder. Circles of magic circles emerged around the dragons, covering all the fallen angels within the range of magic coverage and attack. Golden Dragon King Tyron. Garland looked up and saw the golden dragon in front of the dragon group. He said to Luke with a very ferocious face, did you attract these dragons? You want to provoke a war between Dragon Kingdom and Hell. Luke smiled and said, you can't represent Hell, and Golden Dragon King Tyron can't represent Dragon Kingdom. We have obtained the permission of the Moonlight Queen and are heading to the Moonlight Royal Court to execute the compensation for the destruction of the previous generation of the World Tree. The fallen angels came to the western border of the Golden Shield Empire. Is it also for that matter? That matter? Garland knew that the matter was the secret of the World Tree and the artifact. He was very confused about Luke's identity. How could the dragon tell you that matter? Luke said, you answer my question first. No. You answer my question first. What is your relationship with the dragon? Luke shook his head, Fallen angels are even more unreasonable than demons. I asked it first. I think we should abide by the rules we both agree on. Strength determines the right to speak. I'll beat you and see if you can still show an expression that makes me hate you. Single challenge. Galland is not afraid of a human whose strength is unknown. Okay. Let's follow the rules we both agree on. Let your fallen angels behave themselves. After all, Dragon Country and Hell were allies thousands of years ago. No problem. Fallen angels have our own business in the West. We don't want to provoke the dragons. Garland notified the fallen angels to stand by. Luke cast the secret spell that had been set up. Secret word, dueling field. The surrounding trees retreated rapidly, and the blue floor tiles surged up from the ground, and then laid out the dual field layer by layer, and then piled up a circle of high walls. The sky was clear, and there were no fallen angels or dragons. Luke and Garland were locked in the secret spell. Garland no longer suppressed his power. He chanted the ancient angel language mixed with the ancient demon language, and the surging black flames burst out from his whole body. The black flames like a solid entity formed a flying hem behind him, and the black wings were also full of jumping black flames. Garland's eyes turned all black, and the corners of his eyes were covered with black flame lines. "You will pay for your offense to me," Luke said. "Don't worry. You can transform. And I can too." As he spoke, a dragon roared from the sky. A fireball fell from the moon. The fireball contained a dragon, and the dragon's might pressed down like a mountain. Before Garland could see the dragon in the fireball had already hit Luke. The flames splashed. Then the splashing flames quickly gathered again. In the middle of the burning flames, Luke was already wearing a set of dragon armor. The large red dragon scales were inlaid with golden edges, and the dragon helmet revealed the right eye, which was the vertical pupil of the dragon, with dragon armor on his body and dragon spear in his hand. The dragon's might was like a rainbow. Tao Tai has been with Qigong for so long, and has become more capable. Luke secretly praised Tao Tai, causing the dragon armor to burst into flames. Garland felt that there was a giant dragon in front of him, and it was an ancient giant dragon. He asked, "What are you?" Luke said, "You talk too much nonsense. I told you to fight first." 5 magic circles appeared around Luke, and then pillars of magic poured towards Garland. At the same time, a pair of dragon wings spread out from behind Luke's dragon armor, pushing him like a mud truck to rush towards Garland. Facing a human with a pure ancient giant dragon, the fallen angel Garland no longer looked down on him. His black flame hem made him look like he had several pairs of wings. In the burning black flame, his figure was more unpredictable than a ghost. The dragon spear collided with the black flame sword, and magic hit him head-on. The black flame formed a shield to resist magic. Garland wanted to control the rhythm of the battle with his superb combat skills, but he still underestimated his opponent. In terms of strength, Garland is very strong. A little higher than the first holy book Teresa, and lower than the sword of Othe, Ulysses. Garland was once the archangel of the Sky City, but that was his artistic achievement. After the entire angel race turned to combat because of the ancient war, Garland's strength was not as good as his successor Ulysses. If Qigong was here, it would not be too difficult for her to defeat Garland. For Luke, who had just touched 6 stars, it would be almost impossible to defeat Garland under normal circumstances. However, Luke came here with a cheat. Not only did he have a Tao Tai that could be armored, but this place was also covered by the World Tree and under the starry sky. Not to mention that it was Garland, the second in command of the fallen angels, who came here. Even if the leader of the fallen angels came in person, or the Sword of Oath dared to fight alone, Luke would still teach them how to be human. The fallen angel Garland wanted to use his energy reserves to suppress this human who somehow obtained the power of the dragon, but found that the other party had a stronger energy level than himself. Under the overwhelming energy, his energy reserves could not even make a big wave. Garland wanted to use his rich experience and fighting skills to turn the situation around, but he soon found that in the face of such an energy gap, fancy techniques were actually useless. The opponent hit him, just like a strong young man hitting an old boxer. I punched the opponent a few times, but the opponent didn't feel any pain due to his high defense and high physique. The opponent punched me, and I really saw stars. Moreover, Luke didn't just rely on brute force. He was abused countless times by Qigong's more erratic body movements, so he was still very experienced in dealing with mobile opponents like Garland. Relying on the strong physical strength and the defense of the dragon armor. He launched an oppressive attack, while the dense magic assisted and limited the opponent's space. Especially the ancestral fear of insufficient firepower made Luke very handy in playing magic coverage. Now there is no need to consider the consumption of magic power, and he has mastered the use of firepower to clean the ground. Fire and thunder are released layer by layer, not to hurt Garland, but to force you to consume magic power for defense. This kind of fighting style without martial ethics soon made Garland overwhelmed. After the end of the ancient war, he really had not encountered such an attack. Now there is not much power of artifacts to borrow, and it would be humiliating to continue fighting. Stop! 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 Stop fighting! I give up! The magic stopped suddenly, and Garland stood in the aftermath of thunder, with smoke all over his body, and the feathers on his wings stood up in a mess. Chapter 485, Tao Tai King. Luke was a little surprised that Garland gave up so quickly. Although he had the advantage, this guy was far from being defeated. Luke even knew that he had several tricks that he had not yet released. Luke did not relax his guard because of Garland's embarrassed appearance. He surrounded him with 5 magic circles, and the dragon armor was still ignited as it prepared for a wave of energy explosion. Luke said, "Garland, giving up like this is not in line with your strength." Garland shook his wings and observed the person in front of him. He wanted to pretend to be defeated and attack his opponent when he was relaxed, but he found that the opponent was very vigilant and did not give him any chance. "You are awesome. It's not a life and death fight, and there's no need to continue a meaningless fight." Garland applauded Luke. "I thought dragons only knew how to sleep, but I didn't expect that those were just illusions. They actually used these 1,000 years to create your secret weapon. You inherited all the advantages of dragons: strong physique and powerful spellcasting ability. In this era when the artifact is lost, you are simply an invincible existence." Luke knew that Garland had misunderstood, but since it was a misunderstanding, he said, "Since the times have changed, the dragons must naturally change with the times. Otherwise they will be eliminated by the times. You admit defeat. Shouldn't you answer my question?" "Of course. I am very trustworthy to my allies." Seeing that the other party was still on guard, Garland dispersed the black flames around him, put away his black wings, and then said, "We are here to destroy the world tree." Luke also took off his dragon armor piece by piece and restored his outfit for meeting Garland. But he still wore a sand scarf to prevent the other party from remembering his appearance. "You want to destroy the world tree? But our agreement with the Moonlight Queen includes the responsibility of protecting the world tree." Garland felt that the dragons were objects that could be won over. He said to Luke, "Angels and the Shining Gold have already taken the lead in the Moonlight King's court, but Hell has not yet had a countermeasure to deal with the revival of the world tree. The funny thing is that the Shadow Clan even organized an assassination against the Moonlight Queen, but it ended in failure. If the dragon goes to the Moonlight King's court at this time, it will definitely be obstructed by the angels and the Shining Gold people. After all, thousands of years ago, the Dragon Kingdom and them were mortal enemies. Now no one knows how the world tree is promoted to a divine weapon, and the first to arrive may not necessarily be the first to get it." Garland persuaded, "That's only a 1/3 chance. Even less than 1/3 for the dragon." Luke nodded. "What you said seems to make sense." Seeing that the other party was persuaded by him, Garland continued, "The dragon should know that the angel is no longer the angel of the past, and the Shining Gold people are still the Shining Gold people of the past. The loss of the artifact has made them lose their ambition to destroy us. But once they get the artifact, or even the only artifact, what will happen to the dragons?" Luke replied, "What you said is indeed worrying. Is the solution of the fallen angels to destroy the world tree?" Garland said sincerely, "The root cause of the world's turmoil is the revival of the world tree, which makes the 5 ancient civilizations want to snatch the only thing that can become a divine artifact. If we work together to destroy the world tree, the factors that affect the balance of the 5 ancient civilizations will be gone, and there will be no disputes. The dragons can sleep in their dragon nests with peace of mind." Luke got to the point. "It's not easy to destroy the world tree. The angels and the golden ones have signed an agreement to protect the world tree, and they will do their best for the artifact." Garland smiled and said, "Destroying the world tree is not as complicated as you think. Compared to the previous world tree, the new world tree is just a seedling. As long as we work together to lead the battlefield to the world tree, we can destroy the world tree in the war like 1,000 years ago. And it's not just the dragons and fallen angels who are attacking the world tree. We also have a powerful foreign aid. Luke asked, besides you. There are others who want to destroy the world tree. Garland smiled proudly and said, do you know what the disaster is? Luke replied, I don't know. This is the first time I heard this name. I just learned what Zymia is not long ago. Garland told Luke what he knew about Zymia. And finally said, I met Zymia today. He is very strong. Stronger than you. There is a man named Victor who is building an army for him. There are sand figurines summoned by Zymia. Private soldiers of Western nobles. And Garland remembered the purpose of his visit to the Sun Manor. And he said, Victor is going to cast a secret spell in this city to summon creatures from the abyss. The owner of this city, Earl Erd, is an important mysterious prop. But you destroyed the production process of the mysterious props. Can you explain it? Luke immediately made up a reason. When I was still an ordinary person, Earl Erd once helped me. This time, I and the Golden Dragon King Tyron led the dragon group to the Moonlight King's court, and passed by the Sun City to see Earl Erd. Then I found that Earl Erd was under the spell. So I lifted the spell for him and waited here for the person who cast the spell on him to be caught. But I didn't expect to wait for so many fallen angels. Garland didn't consider the truth of this reason. He only believed that the interests of the dragons were consistent with those of the fallen angels. In terms of cooperation level, the dragons are far higher than the human they don't like. It seems that you must protect Erd. A human? Luke wanted to stop the secret technique from being activated in Sun City, and answered firmly, yes. I will not allow anyone to harm Earl Erd. Who else except Erd? Luke replied, before I decide to join forces with the fallen angels to destroy the world tree. You better not cause a big disturbance in Sun City. Garland felt that he had dealt with the dragons. And he said to Luke, I understand. I will tell Victor what you mean. I believe he will definitely understand that a group of dragons is more powerful than his so-called Abyss army. Especially when there is an alien like you in the group of dragons. By the way, your name is Tao Tai? Tao Tai. With an unexpected reward, Luke waved his hand to release the secret technique. And the brick wall shrank and disappeared layer by layer. And the forest returned. In the night sky, the fallen angels and dragons were in two airspaces. One team was circling slowly clockwise, and the other team was circling counterclockwise. Gallant contacted the fallen angels, and the fallen angels quickly disappeared in the air. The dragon climbed to a higher altitude and disappeared in a short time. Gallant said to Luke, I will arrange for you to meet with Victor. Although this person makes me feel disgusted, he still has some brains. I believe that after you know his plan, you will agree to jointly attack the Moonlight King's court. Sure. It's a good thing to meet Victor and listen to his plan, so that we can respond calmly. I will let Count Erd block the news of the fallen angels appearing in Sun City as much as possible. You don't want the angels to know that you are near them too early. That's it. I heard that the abbot of the Moonlight King's temple is Archangel Gold. This time, I will kill this golden man's lackey with my own hands. After saying that, Garland turned and disappeared in the shade of the trees. Sun Manor returned to silence, and everyone was frightened by what they had just seen and dared not speak. In the bunker of the central lake, Count Erd, who was under heavy protection, was nervous and restless, and his weak body couldn't help but tremble all the time. Someone came to report that a large group of fallen angels suddenly appeared above the manor. Then someone else came to report that a large group of dragons suddenly appeared above the manor. The roar of the dragons almost broke Earl Erd's nerves. He didn't know who he was against. Did he need to send out a large group of fallen angels and dragons to attack his small manor? And the Prime Minister of Meteorite was still outside. Just as Earl Erd was supporting his body and preparing to write his last words, Luke suddenly appeared in the bunker where he was hiding. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Seeing Meteorite, Earl Erd felt that he was redeemed again. He asked, what's the situation outside now? I heard that many fallen angels and even dragons have come. Luke found a chair and sat down. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. After quenching his thirst, he said, now you are safe. But you still have to be careful. Although the fallen angel promised me that he would not cause you any more trouble, the fallen angel cannot be completely trusted. Ald sat on the chair next to Luke and asked with concern, Dragon. What did the dragon say? Luke looked at Count Erd and said with a smile, the dragon is on our side. Ah! Count Erd opened his mouth wide and was stunned. What's so surprising? If it weren't for the dragon on our side, do you think the fallen angel would let you go easily? That's the truth. But Aren't dragons and fallen angels allies? That was 1,000 years ago. The current situation is more complicated than 1,000 years ago. Allies and enemies can change at any time. Luke reminded Earl Ord, during the negotiations with the fallen angels. They invited me to attack the Moonlight Court together. I will be mixed in their team as a Tautai. You must keep a secret for me. Earl Ord didn't expect that the Prime Minister of Meteorite not only drove away the fallen angels, but also infiltrated the enemy. The Prime Minister's ability is indeed well-deserved. I know the importance of the matter. I have sent all my family members away. I will always stay in Sun City and cooperate with your strategy for the Western Territory. Luke stood up and said, Nothing big will happen tonight. Your body needs more rest. Go to bed early. Yes, Prime Minister. In another part of the city, in a dark room, the anxious Victor finally waited for the fallen angel Garland to return. What happened? I seem to hear the roar of a dragon. A group of dragons are coming. Victor asked in surprise. Why do dragons appear here? Garland smiled and said, Fallen angels can appear here. Why can't dragons come? Victor knew that he was being played by the fallen angels. And he said seriously, Lord Garland, you should know our common goal. Now suddenly a group of dragons come to the west. This is a major variable. I must know their purpose in order to make countermeasures. Garland continued to tease Victor. The purpose of the dragons coming to the west is of course the same as that of the angels and the Shining Gold people. They promise to compensate for the losses caused by the burning of the previous generation of the World Tree. And they are preparing to enter the Moonlight King's court to build a dragon's nest. Victor did not expect that the opponent suddenly added a heavyweight foreign aid at this time. Angels, Shining Gold people, dragons. How should his military strength and combat plans be distributed? At this time, he remembered what he was waiting for. Why didn't I see Erd? Could it be that the dragons saved Erd? Were you also blocked by the dragons? Although this was true, Garland did not intend to admit it. Erd was indeed protected by the dragons for some reasons. The real reason why I gave up on capturing Erd is that the dragons are our potential allies. Victor had a glimmer of understanding. You mean? The dragons are willing to help us destroy the World Tree? Of course. But you just said that they are going to build a dragon nest in the Moonlight King's court. Garland did not intend to give Victor a detailed explanation. And the artifact was not something he should know. You don't need to know the specific reason. The dragons can protect the World Tree or destroy it. It is more beneficial for them to destroy the World Tree now. Tautai, who came with a group of dragons, was still a little hesitant. As long as you make him feel that we have a high probability of destroying the World Tree, the dragons will definitely be on our side. Although Victor didn't know why Garland was sure that the dragons would stand on his side. He could only think that it was because they were allies in the ancient war, and now have common strategic interests. Now that the enemy dragons have become theirs, the battle to attack the Moonlight King's court is even more certain to win. I can meet with Lord Tautai at any time. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Lord Garland, Victor said excitedly, it must be done as soon as possible. The noise we made today is really too big. The news you made in Sun City will attract angels, and will also be sent to the Meteorite and Crescent Oasis. We don't have much time. Garland was also very optimistic about the outcome of this war. I will arrange for Tautai to come and meet you as soon as possible. But I want to remind you that Tautai is not a pure dragon. Victor asked, then what is he? Garland recalled the feeling that Tautai gave him. He should be a special weapon cultivated by the dragon, giving an ancient dragon core in a person's body. I remind you that Tautai is very strong. Very strong. And I don't have a high chance of winning against him. There is also another ancient giant dragon in this group of dragons. The Golden Dragon King Tyran is equal to me. Such a group of dragons is also very luxurious in the ancient war period. There are also fallen angels led by me, and angels led by Archangel Gold. You should feel honored to be able to participate in this war. Hearing the strength of this group of dragons, Victor became even more excited. I will definitely convince the Tautai King to bring his group of dragons to join us. Chapter 486 We are going to fight. The next day, the fallen angel Garland took Luke to find Victor. The former first apostle of the Abyss Temple is now a little down and out, with only a few Abyss mages following him. King Tautai, I am honored to meet you. Victor saluted Luke respectfully. Luke first looked at the underground secret room. The wall was a little damp, and had obvious magical reinforcements, which should have been built not long ago. There were not many furnishings in the secret room. There was a table in the middle, and a map with lines on it was spread on the table. You should feel honored. An Abyss Apostle expelled from the Abyss Temple was not qualified to see me. Luke spoke in an arrogant tone, which was in line with the character settings of the 5 ancient civilizations. Luke was wearing the service of the Western deserters today, with a dragon-shaped mask on his face, and his dragon power was overflowing without any concealment. Victor was already somewhat accustomed to the contempt of these self-proclaimed advanced civilizations. Anyway, as long as he obtained the divine power, he would return the humiliation he suffered now double in the future. Victor said to Luke, "Today, I am representing the disaster and talking to you, the Taotai King, about cooperation in destroying the World Tree." Luke did not respond to Victor's proposal for cooperation, but said to the person behind him, "Garland, can you please not stand behind me? You have been in hell for too long, and have picked up many bad habits of the devil. Although the fallen angel is fallen, he is still an angel. If you are not convinced by your defeat yesterday, you can challenge me again openly." Garland laughed and came to Luke's side from behind him. "I'm sorry. I'm just very curious about you, and want to know how the dragons created you. This is a secret of the Dragon Kingdom. Are you a dragon? Or a human? In the eyes of ordinary people, I am a human. In your eyes, I am a dragon. In the eyes of dragons, I am Taotai." Garland asked again, "Isn't Taotai your name?" "Yes. Taotai is my name. It is also the name of my new race. As long as you don't expose the bragging, you can brag as much as you want." Luke's serious nonsense really scared Garland. He had seen the strength of Taotai, and he was no match for it. He thought there was only one such powerful creature, but he didn't expect that Taotai was actually a new species created by the dragon. In the past 1,000 years, the dragon seemed lazy, and didn't even choose a new king, but they actually did such a big thing in secret. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom needs to be reevaluated. When Garland was about to test the number of Taotai, Victor interrupted their conversation. "Lord Garland, can you and King Taotai discuss this topic after the cooperation negotiation is over?" Luke said, "Yes. I came here to discuss cooperation this time. If you want to know more about Taotai, Garland, I sincerely invite you to visit Dragon Country." Garland had no choice but to say, "Okay. We'll talk about it when we have time." Finally getting back to the point, Victor said to Luke again, "I heard from Lord Garland that you, King Taotai, are somewhat interested in our plan to destroy the World Tree." Luke casually glanced at the map on the table, which marked the attack plan on the First People's Grassland and the Moonlight King's court. During the ancient war, the World Tree was affected by the war and burned, which was a mistake recognized by the 5 ancient civilizations. Now the Moonlight Queen is asking for compensation from the 5 civilizations on behalf of the new World Tree. Sky City and Golden Valley have responded, although the response from Dragon Country is a little late. We also want to express our reflection on the mistakes we have made. This time, I led the dragon group with the Golden Dragon King Tyron to the Moonlight King court to discuss the details of the specific compensation. Destroying the World Tree was not in our plan, but if it can be destroyed, it can save a lot of trouble in the future. Luke learned from Garland that Victor did not know about the World Tree and the artifact, so he did not reveal too much information. And Victor could guess that the angels, the Shining Gold people, and the dragons were all gathering around the World Tree. Definitely not just for the so-called compensation. There is a secret that the 5 ancient civilizations tacitly protect. The main reason why the fallen angels want to destroy the World Tree is also the secret. Victor really wants to know what this secret is, but he also knows that the 5 ancient civilizations will not tell him. Anyway, I have my own secrets that they don't know. No matter what the secret is, everyone needs to destroy the World Tree. Therefore, Victor did not delve into the reason. The most important thing is to reach a cooperation as soon as possible. King Taotai, Zami, and the current World Tree are both derived from the previous World Tree. In the western territory covered by the previous World Tree, Zami is like a god. Now a group of Western Territory nobles have joined Zami's command. They are making sand figurines somewhere in the desert. When the order to attack is issued, Zami can instantly give power to millions of sand figurines. Some of these sand figurines will attack the ancestral grassland, forming the first wave of offensive. The other half of the sand figurines will rush to the Sun Oasis. Victor pointed on the map and explained his military strength and attack plan to Luke. After the end, he concluded, "Our attack is pure destruction. As long as we can attack the World Tree, we can make the World Tree annihilate in this war. The reason why the disaster invited the fallen angels to join is to let them deal with their archenemy. The angels, Now with the addition of the dragon, the Shining Gold people can't play their role. The army of sand figurines, the army of abyssal creatures, and the army of the nobles of the Western Territory formed the second wave of attack, which was enough to defeat the army hastily formed by the ancestors of the grassland. Victor's story was so moving that it seemed as if he was already standing on the ruins of the World Tree. After listening, Luke asked Garland, "Do the fallen angels think this plan is feasible?" Garland spread his hands and said, "We came to the western border of the Golden Shield Empire, originally intending to directly attack the World Tree and destroy it in the battle. Now with the army of disaster, the fallen angels can suffer less losses. If the dragons also join in, things will be even simpler." Luke turned to Victor and said, "I have no objection to your attack plan. The more summons and low-level creatures die, the less our losses will be. But I have a request. Do not harm Count Erd." Victor already knew from Garland that the reason Count Erd was protected by the dragon was that Tautai received help from Erd when he was still a human. But Earl Erd is the Lord of the Sun Oasis. The mysterious props he made can maximize the number of abyss creatures summoned. The abyss energy should not be taken in too much. "Why?" Victor asked. Garland said to Luke, "It will affect the balance of power in the world." Victor asked again, "You all into the abyss?" Luke mocked Victor, "You don't think you are the first to discover the abyss? Can you tell me more about the abyss?" "No," Luke and Garland said in unison. After Luke and Garland looked at each other, they said to Victor, "Don't let the topic deviate. I only protect Earl Erd, and I owe him this." "Okay, I'll change the plan." Victor said helplessly, "I will replan the summoning of the abyss creatures and use this as an alternative plan. If our military strength is indeed insufficient, we can summon them appropriately." "Okay." After cutting off a main force of the disaster army, Luke said with satisfaction. Victor asked for confirmation, "King Tautai, have you decided to join us?" "Join. Since we are sure to destroy the World Tree, let's solve the problem once and for all." Victor said happily, "Great. Last night, I designated a battle plan for the dragons. The dragons continued to go to the Moonlight Court to discuss compensation with Chi Kong. You can agree to any conditions she puts forward, as long as the dragons are stationed as close to the World Tree as possible. When I lead the disaster army to launch a full-scale attack on the Moonlight Court, the power of the Moonlight Court will be completely tied up on the battlefield. At that time, Lord Garland will lead the fallen angels to find an opportunity to raid the World Tree, and the angels and the Shining Gold will definitely meet and stop them. If the dragons mix in and raid the angels and the Shining Gold, they will definitely be caught off guard." Garland nodded aside, thinking that this plan was great. Luke also thought that this move was indeed vicious, and it was simply a sure kill. It seems that the World Tree is really going to be extinct in our hands. Luke, Garland, and Victor all laughed together. In the next few days, Victor readjusted the battle plan. The abyss creatures were used as backup, and the second wave of attack was composed of sand figurines and the Western Territory Noble Army. Then after the first wave of sand figurines' tentative attack, it was decided to directly attack the ancestral grassland or attack Sun City to replenish a batch of abyss creatures. Chi Kong arranged his own defense plan in the Moonlight King's court according to Victor's attack plan, facing the first wave of attacks by the sand figurines. The army of the Moonlight King's court chose to fight and retreat, pretending to be unable to stop it, tricked Victor into choosing to attack at one stroke and launch the second wave of attack into the direction of the ancestral grassland. At this time, Luke issued the Imperial Prime Minister's order in Sun City, forcing Victor to divide his troops to fight back against the Sun Oasis. After dealing with the fallen angels, Victor will be trapped. The two sides of this upcoming war each mobilize their troops according to their own battle plans. The dragons flew to the Moonlight Royal Court under the leadership of the Golden Dragon King Tyran. Garland and his fallen angels stayed in their residence all day, not going out or causing trouble, preparing to fight the first battle between fallen angels and angels after 1,000 years in the best condition. The Moonlight Royal Court. Angels and Shining Gold people all received the war notice personally conveyed by the Moonlight Queen. Protecting the World Tree is not only their duty, but also closely related to their interests. Outside the Moon Crater, the Moonlight Knights gather. Every day, a large number of barbarian warriors who receive the Queen's call for conscription gather from all directions. And the ancient tree people scattered throughout the grasslands of the ancestors also pull out their roots and walk step by step towards the Moonlight Royal Court. The warriors under the Moonlight Queen, learning the fierce war songs, uniformly wrap red scarves around their necks to distinguish between enemies and friends. They also wrap red scarves around the branches of the tree people and ancient tree people. From the sky, the outer layer of the world tree is like a circle of red ribbons. At night, the barbarians sing the ballads passed down by their ancestors. Thousands of years ago, their ancestors were powerless to stop the world tree from being destroyed by war. Thousands of years later, they will use their lives and swords to defend the world tree under the leadership of the Moonlight Queen, and wash away the humiliation of the past 1,000 years. Countless bonfires are burning, and the light emitted by the leaves of the world tree competes with the stars in the night sky. One day after another, Victor learned that the Moonlight Court was preparing for war. This is nothing. It would be abnormal if the Moonlight Court did not notice the signs of a war. But the hasty preparations were too late. And Talthai sent news that the dragons had entered the Moonlight Court and were preparing with the angels and the Shining Gold to deal with the attack of the fallen angels. What worries Victor is that the inspection team of the Imperial Prime Minister Meteorite is still staying in the Crescent Oasis. This is very abnormal. The Imperial spies lurking in Sun City must have sent the news of the fallen angel to Meteorite. And at the same time, the military deployment of some Western nobles has reached the point where it can no longer be concealed. Victor originally thought that Meteorite would respond quickly. And at the very least, the Imperial Western Legion would be put into a state of combat readiness, ready to enter the desert at any time. But the news from Crescent City is, the Imperial Prime Minister Meteorite does nothing every day except accompany the second prince to hunt. What does he want to do? Victor can't figure it out. The pressure for Meteorite made Victor dare not wait any longer. And he found Zany and asked to launch an attack on the Moonlight King's court. One morning, the sun was rising. The cool air from the night had not yet dissipated, and the gravel quickly raised the temperature of the surface under the direct sunlight. The light was refracted and showed a wave-like feeling, as if the whole sand dune was shaking. After shaking, suddenly a large area of sand dunes collapsed downwards, and soon huge caves appeared in the desert. On the cave, quicksand poured into it, and it didn't take too long to fill the cave again. After a while, the quicksand in the cave rolled up, and a human head made of yellow sand emerged from under the quicksand. Then came the body of the sand figurine, and then a warhorse made of yellow sand. The sand figurine warhorse carried the sand figurine knight out of the quicksand, and it didn't stop, and quickly stepped on its 4 hooves and galloped towards the west. At this time, the quicksand was gathering and surging like a boiling pot, and one after another, the sand figurine's cavalry rushed out from under the quicksand. Countless sand figurines' cavalry gathered into a tide of yellow sand, running through one undulating sand dune after another, and rushing towards the world tree, the ancient grassland where the Moonlight King's court was located. At the same time, in the oases scattered throughout the western border, the lords and nobles led their knights out of the castle in gorgeous armor, and then led the gathered territorial army to embark on the journey to attack the Moonlight King's court. In the sky, the fallen angels spread their black wings and soared. They showed their aura without reservation and announced the return of the fallen angels to the world. The drums of war sounded in the Sun City, putting on the armor that he had not worn for a long time. Earlward summoned all his nobles and officers into his castle. We are going to fight. Chapter 487, Divide the Forces. Drums of war were beating. Flags were flying. And the barbarian cavalry lined up at the edge of the ancient grassland, forming a cavalry line that was 1 kilometer long and 10 meters thick. In the sky, the messenger eagles were crying and flying back and forth, conveying the orders of the Moonlight Queen to each cavalry team. The shamans were wearing sacrificial makeup, animal bone and bird feather clothes, and dancing in front of the cavalry team, sprinkling the light of blessing on the warriors. In the distance, the Gobi Desert was full of yellow sand, and a sandstorm was rolling towards this side. In the sand and dust, you can see the running sand figurines' knights. Their number is endless, pressing up like a tide. In comparison, the dam formed by the barbarian cavalry is a little thin. But the barbarian cavalry did not retreat in fear. They accepted the shaman's blessing and the power they gained from their ancestors. The orcs roared loudly. Their voices had magic power, which could give those who heard them infinite fighting spirit. No pain, only unyielding fighting spirit. The wind and sand blew, and the red scarf fluttered. The war was about to begin. The sand terracotta cavalry raised the sky-high dust while galloping. They were like the undead, fearless of life and death. Only the disaster gave them the only will, rushing to the world tree and clearing all obstacles. The yellow sand spread into the grassland, and the sand terracotta war horses moved faster after stepping on the solid land, facing the barbarian army blocking the way ahead. All the sand figurines cavalrymen raised their swords made of gravel together. The army made of sand had no shouts, only the sound of countless horses' hooves galloping like thunder. The barbarian cavalrymen rushed towards the sand figurines cavalrymen, waving a variety of weapons and making harmonious sounds. The war horses first trotted and soon reached the fastest speed. Due to the different speeds of the horses and the lack of training of the barbarian cavalrymen, the originally straight cavalry line became uneven. But the army, which relied entirely on faith, had no soldiers retreating, and they charged at full speed against the enemy of unknown number. At this time, the earth also began to churn, and roots like giant pythons emerged from the ground. The roots rose and fell as the barbarian cavalry charged. When they rushed to the front of the sand cavalry, the roots swept across and instantly turned a group of sand cavalry into sand. The barbarian cavalry then collided with the sand cavalry, pushing the sand and dust into the air. The First World Tree Defense War officially began. In the sky, Victor, who was personally supervising the battle, turned into a crow and hovered over the battlefield. The barbarian cavalry was very brave, and the grassland elves and orcs were the best among them. The sand cavalry was killed in front of them without any ability to fight back, and the heroic warriors could even start the mowing mode. However, there were too many sand terracotta cavalrymen, and their continuous attacks caused the barbarian cavalrymen to suffer casualties. The bodies of the barbarian warriors were buried by the yellow sand scattered by the sand terracotta cavalrymen, and new bodies fell on top. The originally flat grassland turned into a sand dune that continued to rise, and then turned into a wall of gravel. The roots rose and fell in the sand, like sandworms living in the depths of the desert. But such an army was not enough to stop the attack of the sand terracotta cavalrymen, and the barbarian cavalrymen could not bear the casualties, and finally began to retreat. The subsequent sand terracotta cavalrymen crossed the sand wall left over from the war, and continued to charge towards the World Tree. Next, the barbarian cavalry organized several interceptions, but they were all broken through by the sand terracotta cavalrymen with their numbers. Victor supervised the battle throughout. The performance of the barbarian cavalry was the same as he expected, or even worse. They had courage but no decent organization. Rather than calling them an army, it would be more appropriate to say that they were a group of nomads gathered together. Victor had seen what modern armies looked like, let alone the elite northern core of the empire. Even if the barbarian core was transferred, these barbarians would have been defeated long ago. The sand terracotta cavalry advanced vigorously, and their size was shrinking rapidly under the continuous interception of the barbarian army. At this time, the Western Territory Noble Army had already joined with the remaining half of the sand terracotta cavalry. Should they attack Sun City first to replenish a batch of abyssal creatures? Or should they follow the passage made by the first batch of sand terracotta cavalry and attack the Moonlight King's court in one go? Victor did not hesitate too much. If Count Erd cannot be refined into a mysterious item, the secret summoning of abyssal creatures will be greatly reduced, and attacking the Sun City will delay precious war opportunities. Now the dragons and fallen angels have arrived at their respective positions, waiting for the war to spread to the Moonlight Court, and let the elf Qigong put all her military forces on the battlefield. Thinking of the meteorite in the Crescent Oasis, Victor felt that he had no time to waste. So as the commander-in-chief of the Disaster Army, Victor issued an order, and the Sand Terracotta Cavalry and the Western Territory Noble Army formed the second wave of attack groups and rushed to the First People's Grassland. Enter the battlefield as soon as possible. Join the first batch of Sand Terracotta Cavalry survivors, and launch a general attack on the Moonlight Court. In the desert, the Sand Warrior Cavalry and the Western Territory Noble Army moved, heading towards the Moonlight Royal Court. Luke, who had known the location of the Disaster Army for a long time, grasped the movement of this army at the first time. One after another, the carrier eagles flew between the desert and the Sun City, constantly reporting the location of the main force of the Disaster Army to Luke in the Sun City. The main force of the Disaster Army entered the grassland of the ancestors. The vanguard of the Disaster Army attacked the Moonlight Royal Court. This message was delivered, and Luke, who was waiting for the news with Earl Erd, breathed a sigh of relief. So far, the movement of the Disaster Army was all in his own plan, and it was time to close the door and fight the dog. Luke said to Earl Erd, who never left his armor, "It's time for the Sun Oasis to appear." After recuperation, Earl Erd has almost recovered. He stood up, his armor clanging, as ordered. Prime Minister. Luke changed into the clothes of the Prime Minister of the Empire, and appeared in the Sun Manor. Earl Erd summoned his retainers and announced, the Sun Oasis was handed over to the Prime Minister of the Empire, Meteor. And everyone unconditionally accepted the command of the Prime Minister of the Empire. Luke issued a notice for the Prime Minister of the Empire to inspect the Western Territory. In view of the fact that some Western Territory nobles joined the rebellion and seriously violated their oath of loyalty to the Empire. As the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, I am authorized by the Queen Regent of the Empire to deprive all honors of the 17 Western Territory nobles headed by Wordsworth and Cleveland, confiscate their noble titles and territories, and arrest the main personnel. Order the Sun Lord Earl Erd to serve as the temporary governor of the Western Territory to suppress the rebellion and lead troops to suppress the rebellion from now on. Other noble lords must obey Earl Erd's call and not be deceived by the rebels to join the rebellion. After the announcement of the Prime Minister's inspection of the Western Territory, it was immediately signed and printed by the Prime Minister of Meteorite and sent to all noble lords in the Western Territory by Eagle. At this time, the attack on the ancestral grassland had caused an uproar in the Western Territory. Some nobles had already heard the news, so they closed their doors and waited for the development of the incident, while most nobles were at a loss and did not even know who was attacking the ancestral grassland. The announcement issued by the new Prime Minister of the Empire, Meteorite, in Sun City caused a huge earthquake in the Western Territory. The titles and territories of 17 nobles were stripped at once, making all the nobles in the Western Territory feel insecure. And wasn't the Prime Minister of Meteor in Crescent City? How did he suddenly appear in Sun City? Victor, who had joined the main army of disaster, also received the notice issued by Meteor at the first time. And then, he was surrounded by these 17 nobles and subordinates. Victor, how should this be explained? A noble waved the paper in his hand. You said that Meteor was in Crescent City, and our actions would prevent him from reacting. Now he not only reacted, but he is still in Sun City. Another noble said, and we brought most of the territory's military forces for this war. If Earl Erd attacks our territory, the territory will have no power to resist. Victor, we must respond immediately. The sand figurines do not need supplies, but our army does. Once we lose our territory, we will all die in the desert. The news that the meteorite appeared in the Sun City surprised Victor. It seems that the man in the Crescent Oasis was just a substitute, and he had already sneaked into the Western Territory secretly. Victor comforted the nobles. Everyone, we all gathered together at the call of Lord Disaster. You have gained power from Lord Disaster and inherited his will. Destroy the World Tree, and the Western Territory can be restored to its previous appearance. And your territory was left by your ancestors, and has nothing to do with the Empire. Even Emperor Augustine is not qualified to deprive you of your title and property. Don't let Meteor's announcement confuse you. We are all loyal to Lord Zany, and we have devoted all our efforts to create this army of sand figurines for Lord Zany. But if our territory is invaded, what is the point of all we have done? Victor said to the nobles, I understand your feelings, and I have a solution. What solution? Meteor's public appearance in Sun City is beyond our expectations, but he also puts himself in a dead end. Now you immediately take your army back to Sun Oasis and massacre Sun City according to our previous plan. And don't give Meteor a chance to further carry out his conspiracy. The Abyss Mage I left in Sun City will cooperate with you to perform the summoning secrets and help you divide the Sun Oasis. I hope you can kill Meteor, which has a more long-term significance than destroying the World Tree. Victor's response made the nobles smile. Meteor asked Earl Erd to be the temporary governor of the Western Territory to suppress the rebellion, which actually gave these nobles an excuse to divide the Sun Oasis. However, one noble asked, if we leave with the army, can the remaining sand figurines break through the Moonlight Court? Victor smiled and said, we don't need to break through the Moonlight Court. We just need to contain the Moonlight Court's army. Now the first batch of sand figurines cavalry has entered the Moonlight Court, and I will take the remaining sand figurines cavalry to rush there, which is enough to achieve the previous strategic plan. Our allies are responsible for destroying the World Tree. That's a group of fallen angels. And Victor wanted to tell the nobles that the dragons were also on our side, but he knew that such military secrets must be kept from too many people. Soon, the nobles turned around with their armies and rushed towards the Sunlight Oasis. After watching the noble army leave, Victor looked towards the Moonlight Court, and his smile gradually froze. His battle plan had been changed again and again. Without the Abyss creatures, and now without the army of the Western Territory nobles. There were only the Sand Terracotta Cavalry, who had no intelligence and only knew how to rush forward. The vanguard of the Sand Terracotta Cavalry had already attacked the Moonlight Court. Now thinking back on the whole process, was it a little too smooth? Victor didn't know whether the alertness in his heart was the anxiety caused by the imminent success, or whether he was really caught in a conspiracy. Is it that the fallen angels are untrustworthy? Or is it that the dragons are untrustworthy? They are all untrustworthy. And only the common interests are trustworthy. The fallen angels came to destroy the world tree. And the dragons were behind the angels, and the shining gold people in something. So destroying the world tree would be beneficial to them. Is there a problem? Where is the problem? Or maybe this is just his own fantasy. And the sudden appearance of the meteorite in the Sun City has made him more worried and caused him to have a paranoid delusion. Victor couldn't figure it out. But now he has no way out. And it is impossible for this concern to make the plan to destroy the world tree fail. If I retreat now, the fallen angels, dragons, and disasters will not let me go. I can only move forward, no matter what is ahead. It is the result of my choice. Victor, who is alone, has no one to talk to, and no one to give him advice. He can only enlighten himself. He re-inspired his struggle. Anyway, he has nothing to lose. Only by fighting hard can he have a chance to embark on the path of God. Victor turned into a black shadow, and then gathered into a crow and flew into the sky. The grassland below has been covered with yellow sand, and the battlefield has formed spectacular sand fortresses and sand dunes. Without the drag of the Western Territory noble army, the Sand Terracotta Cavalry moved forward faster and rushed towards the Moonlight King's court. Moonlight Royal Court. The fallen angels concealed their auras, flew in the extremely high airspace, and quietly approached the World Tree. Around the World Tree, the Moonlight Royal Court army represented by Red was struggling to fight against the Sand Terracotta Cavalry formed by the Yellow Sand. Moonlight Knights, barbarian warriors, and treemen surrounded the outer circle of Moon Mountain, forming a solid wall. No matter how many waves of Sand Terracotta Cavalry were repeatedly impacted, the wall still stood firm. The Sand Terracotta Cavalry, which originally had no boundaries, experienced continuous consumption, and its thickness was no longer so terrifying. If the fight continued, this group of Sand Terracotta Cavalry would be wiped out sooner or later. The pressure exerted by this group of Sand Terracotta Cavalry on the Moonlight Royal Court was not enough for the Moonlight Queen to put all her troops on the front line. At least there was a complete army on standby on Moon Mountain. Garland saw many ancient tree people on the Moon Mountain. They were extraordinary species that had the strength to fight against the fallen angels. Since there was a giant dragon as an insider, Garland thought that the fallen angels did not need to rush to attack. Wait for the follow-up army of the disaster to arrive and mobilize all the ancient tree people. Attacking at that time can minimize their own losses. Garland took the fallen angels to watch the battle between two low-level creatures on the ground in the air, which was a bit like two ant colonies fighting. Chapter 488 Flower Sea. When Victor led the second wave of Sand Cavalry into the Moonlight Royal Court, the war reached its climax. The Moonlight Royal Court's army was all compressed on the periphery of Moon Mountain, with Sand Cavalry everywhere on the outer layer. The two warring parties fought on a circular battlefield, with corpses and gravel piled up into a circle of sand walls. As the war continued, the sand wall became higher and higher. The Moonlight Royal Court's warriors did not dare to let the Sand Cavalry occupy the top of the sand wall and form a downward momentum. They defended the sand wall regardless of casualties, and rushed up one after another. The tree people inserted their roots into the sand wall, and the branches swayed to release healing magic to heal the soldiers' injuries and restore their physical strength. The World Tree also joined the battle. The entire battlefield was shrouded in the night. Moon rain fell from the sky, making every warrior on the battlefield covered with multiple buff auras. The war went on day after day, and the warriors of the Moonlight King's court did not let the Sand Terracotta Cavalry cross the sand wall. On the other side of the Sun Oasis, the Western Territory Noble Coalition arrived and marched straight into the Sun City. Earlward had already gathered his army in the Sun City, facing the enemy invasion. He did not choose to defend, but led his army out of the city to fight. The two Western Territory noble armies fought fiercely outside the Sun City. At the same time, both sides continuously released hawks. The Western Territory nobles who surrendered to the disaster asked other Western Territory nobles to follow the Western Territory's code of advancing and retreating together. And everyone sent troops to attack the Sun City together, kill the meteorite, and restore the Western Territory to its previous appearance. As the temporary governor of the Western Territory, Earl Ord asked all the Western Territory nobles to guard their territories and not let the rebels take advantage of the chaos. The Prime Minister of Meteorite warns everyone, don't go against the overall situation. The Western Territory cannot be overturned. Whoever dares to help the rebels take risks will bear the consequences. The Western Territory nobles who joined the disaster did not wait for reinforcements, and they could not take advantage of the Sun Territory army on the battlefield. So they placed their hopes on the Abyss Temple. Victor said that as long as there were enough deaths and blood, the Abyss Mage in the Sun City could activate the secret technique to summon the Abyss creatures. Now that the main force of the Sun Territory army is outside the city, and enough people have died, isn't it just right to activate the secret technique and summon the Abyss creatures to cooperate inside and outside, and capture the Sun City in one fell swoop? However, after the information was sent to the Sun City, there was no response from the Abyss Mage. This group of Western nobles suddenly felt abandoned. The war had reached a stalemate, and it was a matter of who would collapse first. Under the World Tree, the Moon Lake, which was originally as calm as a mirror, was violently surging. This was because the World Tree absorbed the lake water and then transformed it into moon rain to sprinkle on the battlefield. The warriors guarding the Moonlight Royal Court could fight continuously, all thanks to the moon rain to replenish their consumption and eliminate fatigue. Around the trunk of the World Tree, the surging lake water formed a circle of arched water rooms. Qigong, the Demon Tyrant, the Dragon Soul Bonnet, and the Troll Laconia stood in the four directions of the water room, which happened to be due east, due north, due west, and due south of the World Tree. Since the four people were not together, Qigong used the power of the World Tree to connect the spirits of the four people together. Clear Sky, now the angels, and the Shining Gold are all focused on the battlefield to prevent the fallen angels from suddenly attacking the World Tree. This gives us an opportunity to experiment with the World Tree as the main body. I hope everyone will not make mistakes and do their own part. Demon Tyrant, this war and the fallen angels came at a really good time. Otherwise it would be difficult to divert the attention of the angels and the Shining Gold. Bonnet, if we successfully transform the World Tree into a divine weapon, the dragons will definitely be the beneficiaries. No wonder you sent the Golden Dragon King Tyrant and his dragons here. Dragon Soul Bonnet, Tyrant, are you feeling unbalanced? If you want, Hell can also be a beneficiary. Demon Tyrant, it is absolutely impossible for me to share my share with other demons. This group of lost generations, facing the threat of angels and Shining Gold people, are actually a group of fallen angels from outside who stand up for Hell. If they want to destroy themselves, let them perish. And just vacate Hell for me. Ha ha ha. Troll Laconia, you too. This is just an experiment. We still have a lot of things to solve before the World Tree can be promoted to a divine artifact. Can you calm down? We may only have one chance. Demon Tyrant, I'm a little too excited. Okay, let's start. Dragon Soul Bonnet, I'm ready too. Clear Sky, after the World Tree is promoted to a divine weapon, I will decide how to distribute and use it. Don't assign a portion to yourself without authorization. Do you understand? Understand. 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 Clear Sky, start the first World Tree language feedback experiment. Troll Laconia, the season starts from spring day. The time starts from morning. And the direction starts from up. Remember the word order represented by your position, and write it in a standard way. Miss Clear Sky, you are now spring day. Floating in the water room. Clear Sky stretched out her finger, drew a line from the World Tree, and wrote the World Tree language in the air. The Demon Tyrant, Dragon Soul Bonnet, and Troll Laconia wrote their own languages in order according to their respective orders and assigned tasks. One set of word orders completed the combination. The World Tree outside shook slightly. Then on the Moon Mountain surrounding the Moon Lake, tender grass sprouts emerged from the soil and cracks in the rocks. The grass grew very fast, and in a blink of an eye, flowers bloomed all over the mountain. Another set of word orders completed the combination. The grass and flowers spread to the outer layer. Pollen flew out of the flowers, gathered in the wind, and flew in the wind, forming a continuous pollen cloud. The night shrouded the Moonlight King's court, and quickly retreated as the sun lit up. The pollen mist formed a pink pollen ring around Moonlight Mountain, spreading outward as the sea of flowers spread. Grass and flowers spread over the sand wall made of gravel, and continued to bury all the sand brought by the sand warrior cavalry under the sea of flowers. The pollen ring swept over, and on the sand wall, some flower buds grew particularly large. These strange flowers bloomed, revealing the flower elves curled up inside. The newly born flower elves stood up, shook their bodies, spread their thin and transparent wings, and then jumped out of the flowers. The war in the Moonlight Royal Court continued, and the flower elves did not join the battle. They flew into the sky, then dispersed and flew far away, flying to their hometown. Barbarian warriors from all over came to protect the World Tree. After death, their souls turned into flower elves and flew back to where they came from. The grass and the sea of flowers continued to spread, and every time a battlefield was covered, a group of flower elves were born. Victor stood behind the sand terracotta cavalry army, and a flower elf flew past him nimbly. He stared blankly at the wonder in front of him. There was a meadow full of flowers under his feet, warm moon rain above his head, a battlefield in front of him, and flying flower elves around him. A feeling trembled in his heart, and he recalled a lot of the time when he was a magic professor at Ulu College. He raised his hand and looked at it. His dry skin was plump and elastic, and he had more things to worry about in his heart. What's wrong with me? Victor asked himself. The divinity of the World Tree has been activated. The old man Zany stood beside Victor at some point. He looked at the World Tree in the distance with a calm look in his eyes. Victor asked, "Why does the World Tree have divinity?" Zany did not answer, but said to himself, "Only with hope can you endure endless pain. Only with hope can you have unyielding courage. It is because of hope that the World Tree can endure the burning for thousands of years and wait for recovery. It is because of hope that these barbarians will fight the sand figurines with their flesh and blood." Victor, what is your hope? Following Zany's words, Victor cast his eyes towards the battlefield and the sea of flowers. My hope is to embrace the abyss and become a god who serves the abyss. That's a wish. Victor thought for a moment. I don't know what my hope is. And what your hope is? Zany smiled. I only have a mission. This time I failed to destroy the World Tree. But it doesn't matter. I will continue to complete my mission. Victor said, No. We didn't fail. Although there are not many sand cavalry left, they have completed the task I assigned them. The Moonlight King's court has sent out all its forces, and the fallen angels will complete the final blow. After Victor finished speaking, he did not wait for Zany's response. He turned his head, and there was no trace of Zany. In the sky, the fallen angels had been waiting for many days. Today, they saw the ancient tree people on Moon Mountain being sent to the battlefield. They also saw the wonders of the grass and flowers spreading, and the flower elves flying. The fallen angels did not have much understanding of this landscape. They thought it was a counterattack released by the World Tree. The number of sand warrior cavalry is running low. It's time for us to attack. Garland led the fallen angels to dive down from the sky and launch the fastest attack on the World Tree. As long as they rush into the range of the World Tree, they can destroy it to their heart's content. Black flames burned on the wings of the fallen angels, and the memory of rushing to the World Tree thousands of years ago was recalled in their minds. It was just that the fallen angels had not appeared for too long. And angels, shining gold men, and dragons flew out from the crown of the World Tree. The angels rushed to the front with wings waving, and the shining gold men flew in the golden light in golden armor. The dragons were dragged to the back, looking reluctant to be forced to do something. The fastest angels intercepted the fallen angels. The shining gold men and dragons who arrived stayed behind the angels. Angels and fallen angels are mortal enemies, and angels don't like others to interfere in the battle between their mortal enemies. Garland and the fallen angels stopped in the air, and saw that the angels' lineup was somewhat inconsistent with the intelligence. There's one more Teresa. But it doesn't matter. We also have the Golden Dragon King Tyron and Tao Tai. I just don't know where Tao Tai is hiding. Has he already started to destroy the World Tree? It's possible. Ha ha ha. Garland still looked cynical, Archangel Gold, and the so-called Holy Judgment Angel Teresa. When I was an Archangel, you were all ordinary angels. I remember Teresa. You were moved to tears by my song, crying like a weak little girl. And Gold, you, when we escaped from the Sky City, you finally retreated and were willing to be a running dog of the Shining Gold Man. Teresa looked at Garland and did not respond to him except for holding the sword tightly in her hand. Archangel Gold flew forward for a distance and said, Yes. I retreated in the end. It does take strength to recapture the Sky City. But it does not mean that we need to go to hell and go to extremes. Because the rainbow arch of the Dragon Kingdom and the fluorescent star cluster of the Shadow Clan are not suitable for angels. Only the red flame torch of hell can give us the power we need. Look at our black wings. The statue of light and the red flame torch together made the fallen angels. We will eventually recapture the Sky City. Archangel Gold patiently persuaded. The Shining Gold people have returned the Sky City to the angels. If you want to come back, we can hold an Archangel meeting to discuss it. Galen laughed and said, yes, the Shining Golds did return the Sky City to the angels. But their transformation of the angels still has an impact. The Holy Inquisition was established by the Shining Golds. Why do they still keep it? Teresa, if we fallen angels return to the Sky City, will the Holy Inquisition agree? Teresa swung her sword, and the holy flame burned on the blade. All fallen angels will eventually receive the Holy Inquisition. Galen mocked the Archangel Gold. Did you hear that? Our hatred cannot be resolved. The angels are still spiritually enslaved by the Shining Golds. Gold, you want to be a good guy. But being a good guy is the hardest thing to do. Only the sword can solve everything. Teresa flew to the side of Archangel Gold and warned, Archangel Gold, please pay attention to your behavior, and don't be deceived by the fallen angels to doubt our justice. I cannot tell the Sword of Oath what you just said. But you must help me kill Garland. He is very powerful. Persuasion is hopeless. Archangel Gold summoned the angel sword, Garland. Just use the sword to solve everything. The angels chanted the ancient angel language together. Their wings showed a metallic texture, and their bodies exuded an aggressive edge. The fallen angels also took a fighting posture. Archangel Gold turned around and said to the Shining Gold and the dragons, this battle is to protect the World Tree, not a pure personal grudge between angels and fallen angels. I hope you will fully assist us in destroying these fallen angels and return to the World Tree as soon as possible. With the Archangel Gold's request, the Golden Men stepped forward to surround the fallen angels from the left, and the dragons surrounded the fallen angels from the right, preparing to fight with more people against fewer. The Golden Dragon King Tyron summoned multiple magic arrays with the dragons around him, and the magic power in the array was concentrated, and the magic attack could be erupted at any time. Garland let the encirclement form, and he said with high spirits, leave the angels to us, and the Golden Man to you. Is that okay? No problem. Golden Dragon King Tyron replied. Garland shouted loudly, then let's fight. The dragons cast magic at the same time, bombarding the fallen angels, who were rushing towards the angels. King Tyron, you hit the wrong one. That's right. King Talthai said that he was going to hit you. Chapter 489 Artifact Sprout. Since the end of the Ancient War, the world's largest high-level biological battle broke out in the sky above the Moonlight King's court. When the battle began, the fallen angels were besieged by angels, Shining Gold Men, and dragons. In particular, the dragons betrayed the fallen angels in the sneak attack, causing heavy damage to the fallen angels, so that the battle became one-sided at the beginning. The sky was the world's highest level of battle, with dragons roaring, magic layers upon layers, arc-shaped sword blades densely interlaced, white wings and black wings fighting, and fallen angels who were killed fell from the sky from time to time. The war on the ground was also in full swing, and this farce-like and extremely cruel war came to an end. Victor stood in the sea of flowers, looking at the sky filled with fireworks, and finally understood why Zany said, this time the destruction of the World Tree failed. Failure was just a trivial matter for Zany. He had time and energy to prepare for the second attack. But for Victor, failure was something he could not bear. Why? Why didn't the dragons keep their promise? What good would it do them to break their promise to hell? The angels and the Shining Gold would not accept them because of the help of the dragons. Only by destroying the World Tree can everyone not get it, and the balance that has lasted for thousands of years can be maintained. At this time, several more fallen angels were besieged and died. The warriors of the Moonlight Court pressed over from the other side of the sand wall. Led by the ancient tree man, they launched a counterattack against the Sand Figurines cavalry. The battlefield was full of flying flower elves. Victor, it's time to reunite with your companions. The voice sounded behind him, and Victor turned around and saw Luke wearing dragon armor standing in the flowers. He was shaking a few black beads up and down in his hand, and the familiar breath made Victor immediately realize the origin of these beads. King Tao-I, are you working for Qi Kong? To some extent, you can say that. Why? With the pride of a dragon. How could you bow to an elf? Luke put away all the beads and looked at the battlefield in the air. The head is held high because the weight on the head is not enough. The afterglow of the old civilization has radiated for thousands of years, and it is time to end. Only by lowering our posture and integrating into the new civilization can we move forward. Arrogance cannot be eaten. And this is what the ancient dragons who have experienced countless inheritances see most clearly. Victor, this is not a game you can participate in. There is a price to pay for crossing the line. Ximia also said so. As if I am just an insignificant grain of sand. But there is one thing I can't understand. The apostles and I have studied the abyss for 100 years. Why do you think we don't understand the abyss? Luke took out the greedy scarlet dragon spear. With flames wrapped around the spear. He walked towards Victor step by step, answering his questions at the same time. In fact, we don't understand the abyss either. We only know that the abyss is a kind of original energy that maintains the balance of the world. It cannot be defined. But the Abyss Temple imagines the abyss as the abyss you imagine according to your ideas. Your abyss-like appearance is more of a projection of your psychology. Those abyss creatures are your distorted humanity. What you call embracing the abyss is actually falling into the abyss in your heart. And that is only a very shallow part of the abyss. Look at what you look like now. Victor. Luke waved his hand and summoned a mirror wall in front of Victor. Victor looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. The self in the mirror turned out to be the same as before he fell into the abyss. He couldn't help but touch his face, and the long-forgotten feeling made his eyes full of tears. Why is this so? Because in the Moonlight King's court, the abyss must also give way. The mirror wall shattered, and the dragon spear pierced out from the scattered lenses. The blazing flame swept, but could not hurt the flowers and plants on the ground. In the sky, the sun and the moon shone together, and the stars twinkled. The wind swept across the grass, carrying countless petals. The moon rain turned into sun rain, pulling out countless shining silk threads in the air. The red tip of the gun evaporated the raindrops it touched, and the flame turned into a dragon head and roared through the sky. Victor did not dodge the stabbing gun, but smiled with relief. He stretched out his arms to meet the tip of the gun, letting the spear pierce his chest. The airflow carried the flames and rolled up the petals to fly upwards. Victor's body gradually turned into ashes, flying with the fire and flowers. Luke put away the gun and stretched out his hand, and a black bead fell into his hand. Now the only seedling of the Abyss Temple is missing. At this time, the earth shook violently. The world tree in the distance suddenly grew violently. Its trunk rose rapidly, and new branches and twigs grew wildly. The treetops expanded rapidly and crashed into the battlefield in the air. Then countless green light spots shot out from the treetops of the world tree and flew to distant places. What happened? Luke sank his consciousness into the spiritual universe, wanting to see what happened over there at the world tree, but was pulled into the spiritual starry sky. At this time, a huge map was floating under Chinkong's feet, and countless green beams were flying along the map, and then fell in different places. Luke recognized that this map was the magical world he was in now. What is the world tree doing? Luke came to Chinkong's side and asked as he looked at the last green light that was still flying. Chinkong looked back at Luke and said with a smile, Dusk's experiment happened to encounter the attack of Zany, which prompted the world tree to activate its divinity. Those green lights are the seeds of hope scattered by the world tree. You will have good luck if you pick them up. Would you like to pick up a few? I know where the nearest seeds of hope fell. Luke asked, What are the seeds of hope? No. What is the divinity of the world tree? How stupid. Chinkong stretched out his hand and flicked Luke's forehead. Didn't I tell you? The world tree spreads hope. And its divinity is of course hope. In ancient times, the world tree brought hope to this barren land. Even if it is destroyed, it still uses its remaining roots to keep hope here. This persistence prompted Chinkong to save it from the hands of the abyss, and wait for the revival 1,000 years later. Hope, the divinity represented by the world tree, was somewhat unexpected to Luke, but it was reasonable. Chinkong said, The divinity of the golden compass of the shining gold civilization is authority. The divinity of the bright sculpture of the angel civilization is justice. The divinity of the red flame torch of the purgatory civilization is destruction. The divinity of the rainbow arch of the dragon civilization is magic. And the divinity of the fluorescent star cluster of the shadow civilization is darkness. The divinity of the world tree is hope. There is one thing I want to remind you. The shining gold people abuse their power so that authority is gone. The angels kill so that justice does not exist. The demons are afraid of war so that destruction does not accumulate. The dragons are reckless so that magic is not wise. The shadows are exposed so that darkness is not false. It's not that the abyss took away the artifacts. It's that the artifacts left the civilizations they favored. We must not let the West, which is favored by the World Tree, lose hope. Qin Kong's decryption finally let Luke know the reason why the 5 ancient civilizations lost their artifacts at the same time in the late period of the Ancient War. It turned out that the artifacts were unhappy with the ethnic groups they favored doing things that violated the divinity. So they discussed and hid together. This is too fucked up. Luke asked Qin Kong, "You mean, if the 5 artifacts want to return, they can return at any time?" Qin Kong replied, "Hiding is also a protection for the 5 ancient civilizations. If a new artifact appears in this world, what will happen? You should be able to guess it. The 5 artifacts will forgive their unworthy descendants for returning at the speed of light to protect the civilization they shelter." Qin Kong smiled. In fact, after thousands of years of cultivation, the Shining Gold Man reshaped his authority through the World Bank. The angels hid from the world and did not enforce justice. But they did not kill indiscriminately. The newly born demons were very fierce in their nests, and were very bloody. The dragons picked up wisdom again. The Shadow Clan escaped into the darkness again. The return of the artifacts actually only waits for an opportunity. A conflict between the old and new civilizations. Luke seemed to understand. "You mean, no matter whether the World Tree becomes an artifact or not, the 5 hidden artifacts will return because of the rapid rise of human civilization?" The clear sky floated up and circled around Luke. "Yes. Your arrival has accelerated the rise of human civilization. Are you ready to deal with the 5 civilizations that have regained the artifacts at the same time?" Since he has not experienced the big version of the artifacts returning, Luke only knows that the 5 artifacts will return. But he doesn't know how they will return. He once imagined whether there would be a big plot of bravely venturing into the abyss to rescue the captured artifacts. And then a big event that would shock the world. "I never expected that. People come and go as they please. As long as the human civilization develops to a certain level, the 5 artifacts will come back together to support the 5 old civilizations. It's so shameless." Luke asked Qin Kong, "Since the World Tree has awakened its divinity, does it mean that it has become a divine weapon?" Qin Kong replied, "Awakening its divinity is just the first step. Take my hand." Qin Kong reached out to Luke. Luke held her hand puzzledly. What to do next? No need to do anything. Just look at the world under our feet. Luke and Qin Kong floated hand in hand on a giant world map. And those places where green light landed were flashing green halos. One picture after another emerged. Some seeds of hope drilled into the ground and took root. Some seeds of hope were picked up by people, bringing good luck to those who were full of hope. Some were eaten by wild beasts. And the seeds of hope opened up the road to transcendence for them. A ball of green light appeared between Luke and Qin Kong. And then a tender green bud stretched out from the light. Luke understood instantly. The World Tree is collecting information about the world. What is this bud? Qin Kong stretched out his hands and held up the bud and handed it to Luke. This is the artifact that the World Tree is nurturing. It is still very weak now, and needs to receive the sun's light to grow quickly. When it becomes a real artifact depends on how you cultivate it. Luke stretched out his hands, and the green light wrapped around the bud dissipated, and the bud fell into his palm. Then the roots of the bud split into 2 legs, and the 2 branches became hands, and then eyes, mouth, nose, and ears grew one by one on the trunk. The tree bud turned into a small tree man, stretching its waist, with 2 buds on its head. Looking cute. Luke didn't expect that he just wanted a magic weapon. But in the blink of an eye he became a nanny. It was so small and tender that he could crush it by accident. Luke carefully held the little tree man and said to Qin Kong in embarrassment, "You have raised Tao Tai well. Why not put this tree man here to raise it? Anyway, your place is so big. You can put 1 sheep or 2 sheep." Qin Kong laughed when he saw Luke's embarrassment. "Such a cute little thing. I really want to put it here to raise it. But have you ever seen a tree that grows under the moon? The moon can only help you take care of your children occasionally. Only the sun can raise towering trees that are not afraid of wind and rain. This is the truth. But it doesn't solve the problem. What should I feed it? Just let it follow you." Qin Kong stretched out his finger to tease the little tree man. Don't underestimate it just because it's small. It's a very powerful little thing. The teased little tree man opened his mouth and bit Qin Kong's finger fiercely, but was easily tripped by Qin Kong. The little tree man climbed up along Luke's arm and climbed onto his shoulder, and then slipped into his collar. revealing only a small head. The 2 leaves on the little tree man's head were shaking. And he said something loudly in Luke's ear. Luke heard that the little tree man should be speaking the world tree language. But because the world tree language has not been developed yet, he can't understand it. But the spiritual communication made Luke understand what the little tree man meant. Luke said to Qigong, "This is the spiritual starry sky. I don't have any mysterious props. Do you have any? I just happen to have one." Qigong stretched out his hand to summon the Book of Disasters. The pages of the Book of Disasters turned, and a mask popped out from it. Qigong grabbed the mask and threw it to Luke. "This should be the spiritual mask you snatched from Mrs. Michelle when you first met her. You have kept it in the Book of Disasters and almost forgot about it. The spiritual mask can strengthen a person's spiritual power and improve the control of energy. It is a very good mysterious prop. It's just that it's very troublesome to wear and remove the spiritual mask. And the side effects are very large. Therefore, Mrs. Michelle did not remove the spiritual mask for 3 years and suffered for 3 years." Luke caught the spirit mask thrown by Qigong. The little tree man recited the world tree language, and a green light shone on the spirit mask. The spirit mask, which needed to be activated by arranging secret techniques and casting secret words, was activated. Luke held the spirit mask close to his face, and the spirit mask was instantly attached. The mask covered the upper half of his face, including his eyes, and the purple tear stone on his forehead emitted a bright light. Now Luke's mental power is very different from that of Mrs. Michelle. The amplification of the spirit mask has raised his mental power to an unprecedented level. And there are no side effects. No need to distract yourself to fight the pain brought by the spirit mask. And the full effectiveness of the amplification can be brought into play 100%. At the same time, the enhancement of energy control ability also exceeded Luke's understanding of the spirit mask. Lightning flashed through the starry sky. The little tree man clenched his fist to cheer Luke up and teach the elf, who just bullied him, a lesson. Luke, with his spirit power bursting, was eager to fight. Fight? Qigong showed a triumphant smile. Fight. Chapter 490, Pingxi Territory. In the battlefield of Moonlight King's court, the war ended quickly as the barbarian warriors launched a counterattack. When the last sand terracotta cavalry was chopped into a pile of loose sand, cheers rang out throughout the grassland and the sea of flowers. The warriors roared and waved their weapons, venting their excitement of victory. The world tree stopped growing, and it shook its leaves and made a sound like wind chimes. The gravel left over from the battle was absorbed into the soil, and the flower elves continued to fly away. The battle in the air also ended. Unfortunately, due to the rapid growth of the world tree, the crown rushed into the battlefield, which caused a loophole in the encirclement of the fallen angels. Garland took the 2 fallen angels and fled in the chaos. In this battle, 12 fallen angels died in the sky above the Moonlight King's court, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the already small number of fallen angels. The angels and the shining gold people did not chase the fallen angels who escaped. They were more concerned about the sudden changes in the world tree. Even in the eyes of the angels, the fallen angels, their mortal enemies, had to give in to the artifact. Under the world tree, the moon lake returned to peace. From here, the world tree did not seem to grow up, and the trunk still occupied such a large lake surface. The light here was wispy, so holy that people dared not blaspheme at all. Angels, shining gold people, and dragons landed on the lake. The clear sky was waiting here. Archangel Gold, Elder Tong of the Golden, and King Tyrant of the Golden Dragon walked up to Qigong. Gold was the first to salute Qigong and said, "Your Majesty, the angels, the golden, and the dragons have fulfilled our promise to you and stopped the fallen angels from destroying the world tree. Congratulations to the Moonlight Royal Court for blocking the attack of the disaster. We admire the bravery shown by your warriors." Qigong saluted Gold in return. "Thank you, angels, golden, and dragons. Especially the dragons. At the most critical moment, you chose to protect the treasure of this world and did not let the tragedy happen again." King Tyrant of the Golden Dragon nodded and said, "The dragons came sincerely to protect the world tree. Since the war is over, we will return to St. Louis City soon, where more important things are waiting for us." Archangel Gold and Elder Ton of Shining Gold heard that the dragons were leaving the Moonlight Court, and they looked at the Golden Dragon King Tyrant in confusion. The dragons must know that the world tree can be promoted to a divine artifact. But why don't they stay in the Moonlight Court to snatch the world tree? Thinking of the angels suddenly descending on St. Louis City, Gold and Elder Tong had different thoughts. Chi Kong guessed that the Golden Dragon King Tyran should have known that Dragon Soul Banat was involved in the promotion of the World Tree to a divine artifact. So he was unwilling to get involved in the muddy water of the Moonlight Court. Instead of being bullied by the angels and shining gold, it is better to wait honestly in St. Louis City and see what the angels are doing. Chi Kong did not try to stop the dragons. Moonlight blesses the dragons. I will ask my subjects to prepare gifts and send them to the dragon's nest in St. Louis City to thank the dragons for their help to the Moonlight Royal Court. The Elder Tong of the Shining Gold asked Chi Kong impatiently, Your Majesty, can we know why the World Tree suddenly grew so fast? If it weren't for the impact of this sudden growth, we would never let Garland escape. The appearance of the fallen angel this time is a major hidden danger to the stability of the world for thousands of years. Elder Tong, please forgive me for not being able to answer your question. Chi Kong said to everyone, Before this, I was like you, and never knew how the World Tree grew. Maybe this war stimulated the World Tree, or maybe it was due to other reasons. You should all be very interested in the sudden growth of the World Tree. As a scholar, I also want to know the reason. Why don't we set up a research group together and take the sudden growth of the World Tree as a research topic? Since the World Tree has awakened its divinity, and the artifact is in his hands, Chi Kong doesn't mind conducting beneficial research on the World Tree under his supervision. Hearing Chi Kong's suggestion, the angels and the Shining Gold people were very happy. Although they established the Holy Temple and the World Bank branch in the Moonlight King's court, their research on the World Tree was conducted secretly. Now Queen Chi Kong actually invited everyone to jointly set up a research group. Isn't this like asking a weasel to watch the chicken coop? Many private works can be put into this project for public research. Archangel Gold and Elder Tong both expressed their support for the establishment of this research group. Chi Kong gave rewards to all parties involved in defending the World Tree. And Luke had a general understanding of the function of the Artifact Tree Bud. Simply put, the Artifact Tree Bud is a World Tree language trigger. Although it cannot directly cast related magic in the World Tree language, it can perfectly activate the subject of the secret art without auxiliary words. The artifact is indeed an artifact. When it is still such a small thing, its power has exceeded the brick. At the same time, the Artifact Tree Bud can also summon tree people and cast some very effective recovery spells, which is simply a perfect auxiliary. Luke decisively forgot his previous dislike for the Tree Bud and happily took on the responsibility of taking care of the little thing. After handing over the finishing work of the Moonlight King's court to Chi Kong, Luke returned to Sun City with the Artifact Tree Bud. The war here is still going on. After losing the Abyss Temple, the Western Territory Nobles Alliance did not have much to do with the Sun City army, which relied on the strong city to fight. Everyone was in the Western Territory, and they knew each other's details. They fought a stalemate of consumption. It's just that the Sun City army is fighting at home, with convenient supplies and high morale. The Western Territory Nobles Coalition came all the way from the grasslands of the ancestors. Once the war was delayed, the quality of supplies declined, and fatigue caused the army's morale to drop seriously. In addition, the news that the Moonlight King Court had not destroyed the World Tree made the entire Western Territory Noble Coalition even more uneasy. If the nobles leading the army had not all surrendered to the disaster, the coalition without cohesion would have collapsed on its own. The war caused great damage to the entire Sun Oasis. But the Sun leaders, who were guarding their homes, firmly believed that victory would be on their side. In fact, when Luke returned to Sun City, the victory had already tilted towards the Sun Territory. Even in the central lake castle of the Sun Manor, Earl Ord and his officers were formulating a battle plan to capture these noble territories. Hearing that the Prime Minister of Meteorite was coming, Count Erd immediately went to greet him. After inviting Luke into the war room, Count Erd first asked, Prime Minister, what is the current situation at the Moonlight Court? The officers of the Sunlight Army also looked at Luke together. They knew very well that the war in the Sunlight Oasis was only a secondary battlefield in the defense of the Moonlight Court, and the victory or defeat here would ultimately depend on the victory or defeat of the main battlefield. No matter how well they fought here, it actually did not have much impact on the war situation. The barbarian officers looked at Luke more eagerly. If it were not for their duty to protect the Sunlight Oasis, they would rather fight to defend the Moonlight Court. Luke, who was sitting at the first seat, asked Count Erd and the officers to sit down. I came here this time to bring you the latest news about the Moonlight Court, under the leadership of Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen. With the support of the entire Western barbarians and allies, we won a complete victory in this battle to defend the World Tree. All the sand figurines that attacked the Moonlight Court were destroyed, and most of the fallen angels were wiped out, with only 3 fallen angels escaping by chance. Her Majesty the Queen entrusted me to express my sincere gratitude to Count Ord and the Sun Oasis. It was you who tied down a powerful enemy army for the Moonlight Court, and played a crucial role in this victory. Hearing that the Moonlight Court had won, Earl Ord and his officers were very happy. All the barbarian officers stood up and paid respect to the Moonlight Queen in the direction of the Moonlight Court. When the high atmosphere in the venue subsided a little, Luke asked Earl Ord, "Does the Sun Territory feel pressure to eliminate the rebels outside?" As the Prime Minister of the Empire, I don't want to ask the Moonlight Court's foreign troops to help suppress the rebellion. But if necessary, the Moonlight Court can quickly organize an army and incorporate it into the military sequence of the Sun Territory. Earl Ord thought about his battle plan and answered Luke, "As long as the news of the Moonlight Court's victory comes, the other nobles in the West who are watching will know that they are on the side of the winner. The rebels will be eliminated soon, and there is no need for the Moonlight Court's foreign troops to enter. But how should these noble territories be distributed? These are 17 noble territories, all of which have become ownerless land. If there is a problem in the distribution, the balance between the nobles in the Western Territory will be broken, and the entire Western Territory will fall into a long period of open and secret struggles." Of course, Earl Ord wants to take more based on his loyalty and merit. Luke did not say how the noble territories should be distributed, but said to Earl Ord, "The Western Territory cannot be on the edge of the Empire's rule for a long time. This is not good for the stability of the Empire, nor for the future development of the Western Territory." Earl Ord asked puzzledly, "How can the Western Territory get rid of the current situation?" Luke still did not give a direct answer, but said, "The main reason why Ximia was able to form such a large-scale army in the Western Territory almost silently is that most of the Western Territory nobles are dissatisfied with the Moonlight Court. So they will be invaded by Ximia and turn their dissatisfaction into hatred. Dissatisfaction and hatred cannot be eliminated, but nobles with armies and territories can do much more than an ordinary person." Earl Ord had a bad premonition, and he asked tentatively, "Does the Prime Minister want to get rid of all the Western Territory nobles who are dissatisfied with the Moonlight Court?" Luke smiled and said, "I don't know who is dissatisfied with the Moonlight Court, but I don't want Ximia to use these nobles to quickly threaten the Moonlight Court, and at the same time affect the stability of the Western Territory." Count Ord already knew what the Prime Minister wanted to do, and he said in embarrassment, "But the land was left to us by our ancestors." Luke finally stated his purpose, "I am not going to take away your territory, as long as you do not betray the Empire. Your property is sacred and inviolable. I just want to promote a model of joint management between the Empire and the lords in the West. The lords have ownership of the land, and the Empire has management rights over the land." This still made Count Ord very difficult to accept. "Prime Minister, this is equivalent to taking away our territory in a roundabout way," Luke said in a very tough attitude. "Count Ord, do you think that after this incident, the Empire will allow the Western Territory nobles to retain their own troops? Will the Moonlight Royal Court allow the Western Territory nobles to assist the disaster to prepare for a second attack on the World Tree?" At this time, a powerful barbarian army was ready to go in the Moonlight Royal Court. They had enough reasons to attack all Western Territory nobles, and the Western Territory would not receive any support from the Empire. Only by voluntarily surrendering the army and handing over the territory to the unified administrative system of the Empire can the nobles of the Western Territory keep their last dignity and continue to live a prosperous life relying on their ancestors. Luke's words made Earl Ord shudder unconsciously. He originally thought that he could get a few fertile oases with the success of this team, so that the Ord family could hold the thigh of the Prime Minister of the Empire and become more prosperous. But he never expected that the Prime Minister's appetite was so good this time that he wanted to swallow the entire Western Territory in one bite. Stop the meteorite from invading the Western Territory this time? What can be used to stop it? The principle of the Western Territory nobles advancing and retreating together has been in name only since the last time the meteorite came to the Western Territory. And this time, it is not even in name. Some of the nobles in the Western Territory were listed as rebels and deprived of their territories and honors. Some of them stood aside and watched to protect themselves, and their own Sun Territory became the vanguard of the suppression of the rebels. The Moonlight Royal Court is now in a great victory, and there are a large army. If they suddenly send troops to attack the Western Territory, in a situation where the Empire does not care, who can stop it? Who will stop it? The Western Territory is really finished this time. Count Ord was like a deflated ball. and his good mood was gone in an instant. Luke knew that his big stick had a good effect, and it was time to give sweet dates. Of course, as the Prime Minister of the Empire, I have seen the loyalty of the Erd family to the Empire. If you, Earl, take the initiative to propose that the 17 ownerless noble territories in the West belong to the Empire, and hand over the military and administrative power of the territories, I can recommend you as the first governor of the West. If the West is stable and prosperous under your governance, the Empire can issue a decree to allow the West to appoint and dismiss the governor on its own in the future. Earl Erd, who was just disheartened, suddenly had bright eyes. Governor of the West. Although this governor of the West may be a hollow mascot role after handing over the military power and land administration power, in name this is the King of the West, and it may be hereditary. Now facing the dual pressure of the Moonlight Royal Court and the Empire, the Western nobles, who are already in disarray, are like leaves after autumn, and can't make any big waves. Since nothing can be changed, why not be the first to take action again and grab this honor for future generations? As for the infamy, does Earl Erd care about this infamy? Earl Erd immediately said, My Lord Prime Minister, I know how much trouble the Western Territory has caused to the Empire. It is a headache for all the emperors of the Empire. Now there is an opportunity to completely integrate the Western Territory into the Empire. As one of the nobles of the Western Territory, I have the responsibility to lead the Western Territory into the open arms of the Empire. No matter what the Prime Minister wants to do, the Erd family and the Sun Territory will fully support it. Luke smiled comfortingly. First, quell the rebels. I will write a memorial now to request Her Royal Highness, the Queen Regent, to establish the Western Territory Governor in the Western Territory. You just need to prepare the Western Territory Governor's office. Yes, my Lord Prime Minister. Chapter 491 Territory Trusteeship. 2 days later, the news of the Moonlight Royal Court's victory reached the Sun Oasis, and the Western Territory Noble Coalition fighting outside the Sun City suddenly lost all morale. A large number of deserters appeared, and the coalition's military strength shrank by half almost overnight. The Sun Army, which had been preparing for the general attack for 2 days, rushed out with high spirits and fighting spirit. The Western Territory Noble Army collapsed at the first touch. 17 blacklisted nobles, under the instruction of Earl Erd, all died in the chaos. The victorious Sun Army immediately launched an attack on the 17 noble territories, and the Meteor Prime Minister, who was stationed in the Sun City, issued a letter to the entire Western Territory. All nobles in the Western Territory were ordered to continue to garrison their territories to prevent the roaming rebels from sneaking in and causing damage. The battle to recapture the 17 territories was fully entrusted to Earl Erd. Anyone who intended to get involved in these 17 territories would be treated as a rebel. At the same time, the Moonlight Royal Court held a victory parade, and all the barbarian warriors who defended the World Tree War participated. The parade team marched to the entire Western Territory in multiple directions. During the parade, the barbarian warriors returned to their respective tribes nearby. After the parade, the barbarian army summoned by the Moonlight Queen was disbanded. In the Crescent Oasis, the Prime Minister's delegation to inspect the Western Territory, which had been staying here, received the order from the meteorite. All members rode the camels that had been prepared long ago into the desert and rushed to the Sun City at full speed, with the Moonlight Royal Court army at the side. The Sun Lord army advanced rapidly, while other Western Territory nobles were still hesitating whether to seize the 17 territories. The Sun Lord army had already occupied all of them. The Prime Minister's delegation to inspect the Western Territory arrived in Sun City, with a staff group and his own administrative team. Luke established the temporary administrative office of the Prime Minister of the Empire, and personally investigated the rebellion of some Western Territory nobles. All Western Territory nobles gathered in the central lake castle of the Sun Manor in Sun City, under the order of the Prime Minister of the Empire. On the red carpet of the castle hall, there was an extra-long conference table. As the Prime Minister of the Empire, Luke sat in the first seat, and other Western Territory nobles sat on both sides of the conference table according to their different titles and status. Fully armored royal knights stood around the hall. When the castle gate was closed, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more depressing and tense. Some nobles were sweating under the pressure, although some of them did not directly participate in the rebellion. They knew some of the inside story, and some even participated in it. Seeing that the Prime Minister Meteorite, who was sitting in the first seat, did not say a word, the nobles in the Western Territory were even more uneasy. I am very disappointed in you, After waiting for a long time, Meteorite spoke. I actually learned the news that someone in the Western Territory was forming a rebel army from the Tadega Hills. I absolutely believe that some of you knew it earlier than me. But you all chose to conceal it, and let the rebels grow and endanger the security of the Empire. The Prime Minister was angry, and the nobles lowered their heads one by one, fearing that they would be targeted. After Luke played the good guy, Earl Ord immediately eased the atmosphere. Prime Minister, they did not participate in the rebellion in the end, which shows that they are still loyal to the Empire. Yes, Earl Ord is right. Your final choice will keep your heads on your necks. I hope you can recognize the path you want to take in the future, and don't always think about restoring the order of the West. The era when the West belonged to the nobles of the West is past. Luke's words touched the hearts of the nobles of the West. Some wanted to refute, but seeing that others were like turtles, they immediately buried their heads again. Earl Ord said at the right time, in the future, the nobles of the Western Territory will join hands with the Empire to create a prosperous Western Territory. Well said, Luke applauded, but no one else responded. There was only one applause in the hall. Luke looked along the conference table, and the nobles of the Western Territory, who were targeted, immediately applauded. A sparse and weak applause sounded, and finally, there was no awkward silence. Luke said, let's just let the rebellion go. The main participants have paid the price, and I don't want to make too much waves in the Western Territory when I first serve as the Prime Minister of the Empire. Next, we have to discuss how to deal with the 17 oases and the property left by the expelled families. Hearing that the land was to be divided, the nobles of the Western Territory, who had just been like ostriches, all raised their heads. One noble stood up first and saluted Luke. Respected Prime Minister of Meteoric Star, I am Baron Morgan, and I am also the nephew of Viscount Kalmek. After Kalmek was stripped of his title, I am now the first heir to the Kalmek family's property. I hope to obtain full ownership of the Bay River Oasis and all the lives and objects on the Bay River Oasis. Someone took the lead, and other nobles in the Western Territory stood up one after another to express their legal inheritance rights to a piece of land. The castle hall suddenly turned into a vegetable market, in order to grab land and wealth. The nobles in the Western Territory completely ignored the grace and reserve that nobles should have, and even started throwing things at each other in anger. The hall was getting more and more chaotic. Prince MacDonald, who was standing behind Luke, stepped forward and shouted, "Silence!" All the royal knights knocked on their breastplates together. The hall suddenly became quiet. Luke said slowly, "Intermarriage has always been popular among the nobles of the Western Territory. Each of you has sufficient reasons to take a piece of land. But there is only so much land. No matter how it is distributed, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied. Earl Erd, do you have any suggestions on how to distribute these 17 oases?" Earl Erd knew that it was time for him to be the bad guy for the title of Governor of the Western Territory. Earl Erd said, "Since it is not fair no matter how it is divided, I think it is better to hand over these 17 oases to the Empire for governance. The nobles of the Western Territory jointly own the ownership of these 17 oases, and the Empire has the management and administrative rights. We can get operating dividends from the Empire every year, and there is no need to increase conflicts in the Western Territory for land, which is good for everyone." Hearing Earl Erd's suggestion, all the nobles of the Western Territory were dumbfounded. "Are you crazy? So much land was handed over to the Empire. I have seen people who lose money, but I have never seen such a loser. Besides, if the Empire enters the Western Territory, will the nobles of the Western Territory have a good life in the future?" While the nobles of the Western Territory were distracted, Luke immediately said, "Earl Erd's suggestion is very good, and it easily solved this problem that gave me a headache. The land is jointly owned by you Western nobles. The Empire will accurately calculate the shares you should hold, and then distribute dividends to you every year. This way you don't need to worry about an extra piece of land, nor do you need to hurt your feelings by fighting for land. It's really a win-win suggestion for everyone." Win-win fart. All the Western nobles cursed in their hearts. "You are the only one who wins. The Empire cannot be allowed to annex these lands." The nobles exchanged glances with each other, trying to see how to dig this piece of meat out of the mouth of the meteorite. But they never expected that something more exciting was still to come. Faced with the praise of the Prime Minister of the Empire, Earl Erd said, "If the Empire doesn't mind having another burden, I would like to entrust my son Oasis to the Empire for management." All the nobles in the Western Territory looked at Earl Erd in shock. Is he really crazy? He was a spendthrift just now, But he didn't expect that he would be even more ruthless this time. And he didn't even want his family. Luke asked in cooperation, "What happened that made you suddenly have this idea?" Earl sighed and said, "Since I inherited this oasis, I have hardly lived a comfortable life. I have to be on guard against others encroaching on my land and property all day long. And I am afraid that the army will rebel uncontrollably when expanding the army. I think now is an opportunity. With the Empire taking over the management of my army and land, I only need to collect money and enjoy life in the city of raging waves, and no longer live a life of fear." Luke praised Count Erd. "You are a man of great wisdom, and you can see the future path clearly. Because of the existence of the Moonlight Court and the World Tree, the Empire has designated the Western Territory as the most important strategic area. When the Western Territory Railway is opened, the Empire will continue to increase its investment in the Western Territory. And these investments will of course be made in places that the Empire can directly manage. Count Erd, you can rest assured that under the management of the Empire, the Sun Oasis will always belong to the Erd family. And the wealth here is enough for the Erd family to live a comfortable and prosperous life from generation to generation. This is exactly what I hope for." After speaking, Count Erd seemed to have thrown away the shackles and began to look forward to his future life. "I used to live too hard, and I was afraid that the tragedy I had witnessed would happen again. The ending of the 17 Western Territory nobles has sounded the alarm for me. It is better to leave the Western Territory with money and family." Luke said, "The Empire will remember your contribution to the Western Territory. After the meeting, I will immediately arrange personnel to take over the army of the Sun Territory. And the Empire will also formulate a plan to take over the administrative power of the Sun Territory as soon as possible." "Thank you, Prime Minister." Meteor and Earl Erd sang the same tune. And the Western Territory nobles were really dumbfounded. This is not a discussion on how to divide the 17 territories. This is to put all of us Western Territory nobles on the chopping board and slaughter. It's too cruel. It's too greedy. Luke looked at the Western Territory nobles and said, "Earl Erd proposed a governance plan that can bring long-term peace to the Western Territory and achieve win-win results for all parties. And he personally set an example. Everyone, please consider the way out for yourself and your family. The sooner you make a decision, the sooner you will benefit. Stubborn resistance will not end well." The nobles of the Western Territory looked at each other, and they were like eggplants hit by frost, withering without the momentum they had just fought for the land. "The meteorite has revealed its wolfish ambitions. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. If it were before, the nobles of the Western Territory could still fight to the death. But now, who dares to be the first to come forward?" After a short silence, a noble said, "I want to go back to the territory to discuss with my family members." "Okay." Luke did not press too hard. And only by relaxing properly can he spend the least effort to get things done. Such a big thing is definitely not something that can be decided in a short time. "I will wait here for half a month. The nobles who come here first to sign the territory trusteeship agreement with me can get an extra 10% dividend. Those who are not seen after half a month should weigh their own weight and think more about the future of the family." Dismissed. Luke announced the adjournment of the meeting. Some people stood up and wanted to leave, but when they saw some people were not moving, they sat back down. Half a month is barely enough for the nobles, who have a long journey to go back and forth. If the journey is delayed by bad weather or other reasons, the 15-day deadline will be missed. If other territories have signed but I have not, even if there is no attack from the Empire, I will be trapped to death. Moreover, the first to sign the territory trusteeship agreement will receive an extra 10% dividend. If someone signs the agreement first at this time, the later ones will suffer a great loss." So although Luke announced the adjournment of the meeting, no noble dared to leave. Seeing this scene now, Luke already understood the noble's thoughts. "Aren't you going back to discuss with your family members? Why don't you leave?" Luke looked at the silent hall and said with a smile, "In fact, you all know in your hearts that you can't stop me now, and I have taken over the Western Territory. No matter what the price. The best thing about Earl Erd's plan is that it reduces bloodshed, and the Empire pays you to make concessions. If you give in, the agreement you signed with the Empire will be valid as long as the Empire exists. If you don't give in, it won't change the final result." Luke snapped his fingers, and the servants put the agreements that had been prepared long ago in front of the nobles one by one. Luke continued, "This is the Territory Trust Agreement. Sign now. No matter which one signs, there will be an additional 10% dividend." Leave and sign again. Follow the rules I just said. Read it carefully. Think about it. If you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. The nobles of the Western Territory picked up the Territory Trust Agreement in front of them and looked at it carefully. In order to get the Western Territory smoothly and without too many troubles, Luke did not dig too many holes in the Territory Trust Agreement. And the rewards for the noble lords were still very generous. There is not only wealth compensation, but also some noble titles for them to distribute by themselves. Basically, direct descendants can at least get a hereditary lord. For those who want to leave the West, the city of Raging Waves will also give them a manor. They can take the money and enjoy the most luxurious life in the world's most cutting-edge city. Earlward signed his own agreement very readily and said to other nobles, "Don't be obsessed with what your ancestors left for you, but think more about what you can leave for your descendants. If you don't like fighting, blood and endless sand, your descendants will definitely not like it either. I am going to leave the West and take the children on a global tour to see what the world outside the West looks like." Earlward's words resonated with some nobles in the West. In the past, the West was a place of repeated infighting. Oasis is a precious treasure in the desert. Everyone wants to occupy more, and everyone is worried that their land will be occupied by others. Many nobles have never left the West in their lives, and they dare not leave, since the land and power of their ancestors can no longer be kept. It is better to leave wealth and honor to their descendants. Some nobles sign their names on the agreement. More nobles sign their names on the agreement. Chapter 492. The trend is inevitable. When the Prime Minister of Meteorite first took office, he chose the Western Territory as the first area to be inspected. And the whole court had been speculating on the purpose of his move. Because no matter how you look at it, the nobles of the Western Territory have been very obedient after submitting the letter of allegiance. And the Western Territory should be ranked last in terms of importance. Some people speculate that the real purpose of the Prime Minister of Meteorite's trip to the Western Territory is to go to the Second Prince and the Prime Minister's delegation to inspect the Western Territory staying in the Crescent Oasis seems to confirm this. When the agreement on the Empire's custody of the Western Territory signed by the Western Territory nobles was sent to the imperial capital, the whole court could not believe the news they heard. And even the direct officials of the Nuteo city expressed doubts about the news. After all, the special nature of the West Territory determined that it was a troublemaker at the beginning of the establishment of the Empire. Many emperors of the Empire wanted to solve the problem of the West Territory, but they all failed. Even Augustine the Great, who was a great man, mainly appeased these troublemakers. Now these old-fashioned nobles who regarded land as their lifeblood actually handed over their land to the Empire for management, which was even more absurd than saying that the sun rises from the west. But when the orders were signed by the Queen Regent and issued from the palace, everyone realized that this was all true. The Empire established the West Territory office, with its capital in Sun City, and appointed Earl Ord as the first governor of the West Territory office. The Imperial Cabinet was ordered to immediately formulate a plan for the custody of the Western Territory. The court selected officials for the Western Territory. The Imperial General Staff immediately sent officers to the Western Territory to recruit the nobles' private soldiers. The Marquis of Meteorite was appointed as the temporary chief executive of the Western Territory administration, who was fully responsible for the political and military affairs of the Western Territory. After the Empire selected a suitable chief executive, the government affairs would be transferred. All the nobles in the Western Territory were given official titles, which could be transferred and inherited as honorary positions. Before the whole empire could recover from the situation, the first batch of officials selected urgently, and the officers sent by the military boarded the train to the Western Territory. At this time, Luke, as the chief executive of the Western Territory administration, held the military and political power of the entire Western Territory. He did not dare to be careless about the execution of the trusteeship of the Western Territory. All the political and military affairs were handled in accordance with the principle of not seeking the best but the fastest, to prevent possible backlash. Queen Christina also had enough political wisdom. She selected officials all night, convened cabinet meetings again and again, and transported cars of personnel and equipment to the Western Territory. The imperial court operated with unprecedented efficiency. It took less than a month to deploy the personnel of the Western Territory to the noble territories in the Western Territory. All the noble private soldiers were reorganized into the second-level reserve army of the Empire, and those who were unwilling to serve were dismissed. And then the various units were transferred from their original territories to exchange places for training. The main city set up the Public Security Bureau. After the sheriffs from all over the empire arrived, the Public Security Bureau took over the daily security and operation of the city on behalf of the Lord. The Imperial Secret Service Bureau was also established one by one. The Empire, under the leadership of the Prime Minister of Meteor, swallowed up the entire Western Territory with the force of thunder. When the highest official of the Western Territory administration nominated by the Prime Minister and officially appointed by the Empress Regent of the Empire arrived in Sun City, Luke left with the delegation inspecting the Western Territory after completing the handover of government affairs and embarked on the return journey back to St. Louis City. Over the desert, a group of dragons, led by a golden dragon, lined up and flew eastward. When they met the delegation of the Prime Minister of the Empire, who was inspecting the Western Territory, all the dragons roared together, as if they were greeting each other. Luke, riding on a camel, waved to the dragons and watched them quickly disappear into the air. Count Erd rode a camel parallel to Luke, and his expression was for a long time in shock at the sudden encounter with the dragons. When he could no longer see the dragons, Count Erd could not help but admire. Dragons are really creatures that make people feel awe. I didn't expect that the Prime Minister had such a good relationship with the dragons that he could invite so many dragons to protect the World Tree. Luke looked at the undulating sand dunes in front of him and said, "The dragons are willing to help because they can get what they want from me. These dragons are smart. They won't work for us in vain." Earl Erd, you are now the governor of the West. Are you really leaving here to travel around the world? Earl Erd looked at the back of the team. Most of the long camel caravan were members and servants of the Erd family, as well as the wealth they brought with them. Since I have decided to let the Empire take over the territory, there is not much to miss. I have seen the sand here for a lifetime, and I am really tired of it. Now I want to see the sea. I will come back to stay for a few days after the Empire develops Sun City. Earl Erd saw it very clearly. If he continued to stay here, it would be inevitable that someone would use him to cause trouble. If he was really implicated, the rights and interests he had obtained might fly away. It won't be so smooth for the Empire to take charge of the Western Territory, especially without the support of the Prime Minister of Meteorite. Some things will rebound. Therefore, hiding out at this time can avoid blood splashing on myself and protect my family. It won't be too late to come back when everything is settled. Luke can understand Earl Erd's thoughts. He smiled and said, "If you want to see the sea, go to Raging Wave City. I have asked someone to prepare the manor for you, and I asked the Innovation Society to set up a brokerage group for you. You can invest in Raging Wave City with confidence. They will tell you what industry to make money in Raging Wave City." "Thank you, Prime Minister." Earl Erd smiled happily. It was hard not to make money when the governor of Raging Wave City took him to invest. Then Earl Erd asked, "Prime Minister, we are almost at Crescent Oasis. How long do you plan to stay in Crescent City? If it's too long, I'll leave first." Earl Erd tested the risk of Crescent City. If Prime Minister Meteorite planned to stay for a while, it meant that he might deal with the second prince, Alex, so he could leave as soon as possible to avoid danger. Luke smiled and replied, "It shouldn't be long. In Crescent City, Crescent Oasis." The news that Prime Minister Meteorite had finished his inspection of the Western Territory and was about to return via Crescent Oasis had been delivered by a messenger. Second Prince Alex urgently convened a staff meeting to discuss how to deal with it. "Everyone, you have seen what happened in Crescent City these days. The Empire sent officials to the West in carloads, and our Prime Minister Meteorite once again created a miracle. And, since the Empire has recovered the West, is there any need for our West Army to exist?" Alex asked. But none of the staff and officers dared to answer, because the answer was obvious. The West Army no longer had a basis for existence. And Prime Minister Meteorite's passing through Crescent City this time would definitely not be a simple passing. But what does it matter if you know the answer? There is really not much that the Second Prince and the West Army can do. Faced with a cold reception, Alex said angrily, "Aren't you usually very talkative? And each one is smarter than the other. Now it's time for you to show your talents. Why are you all silent?" Still no one dared to speak. "Leonard." Alex simply called out his name. "You are my #1 think tank. You should be able to give me a good suggestion." Leonard is a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar with a very neatly trimmed mustache. Hearing Alex call his name, he stood up and saluted, then answered, "When Meteorite went to Triumph Fortress to express condolences, His Royal Highness Sinclair announced that he had given up his right to inherit the throne, thus retaining control of the Northern Army. I think, if your Highness also announced that you had given up your right to inherit the throne, I think the Prime Minister of Meteorite would also allow you to continue to control the Western Army. Alex didn't expect that his #1 think tank would give him such a bad idea. Is this your suggestion? Give up the right to inherit the throne? Then what do I need the Western Army for? Another think tank made his own suggestion. Your Highness, when Meteorite arrives in Crescent City, you can pretend to be sick. If he can't see you, he can't talk about the Western Army. After a long time, he will naturally leave. Another bad idea. Alex scolded. Meteorite secretly entered the Western region and swallowed up the entire Western region in less than 2 months. If I pretend to be sick and don't see him, when he leaves Crescent Oasis, he will probably take the Western Army with him. Don't use your cleverness to challenge Meteorite's wisdom. Hiding means letting him play freely. Another think tank stood up. Since Meteor is so dangerous, why don't we? The think tank made a cutting gesture. The meaning was self-evident. Alec covered his head in pain. A bunch of rubbish. General Joshua has tried your suggestion. What is the result? I warn you. Don't do anything beyond the line with Meteor. You are not Nightingale. I will not let you go like I let Nightingale go. Nightingale? Why are you here? Alec looked at the door of the conference room. And it was Nightingale standing outside the open door. She was wearing a ranger costume, carrying a large bag, and her body was covered with wind and sand. Nightingale looked at Alec and said, I made a lot of money. Enough for me to leave the Empire and live a stable life for a while. This time when I passed by Crescent City, I wanted to say goodbye to you. Don't blame the guards. I broke in by force. Come in. Alex let Nightingale in and sat next to him. Looking at Nightingale's current appearance, he said with some guilt, You can see that you have suffered a lot. And I hope you can understand that I had to drive you away. Facing Meteor's relentless pressure, I have been uneasy day and night. If he catches me and assassinates him again, I am afraid that I will end up like General Xiaoxiuer. Nightingale said, I can understand you. Especially after spending some time with Meteor. I can understand why you are so afraid of him. Alec asked, Where did you see Meteorite? Nightingale replied, In the tavern of the Scorched Wood Camp. Meteorite recognized me and hired me as his bodyguard. It was originally agreed to be for half a month, but it was extended to 2 months. And I got a lot of money from Meteorite because of this. Alec asked in surprise, You mean, during the period when Meteorite entered the West? You were always with him. Nightingale thought for a while and replied, Most of the time. Some things need to be kept secret. So he didn't let me follow. Alec didn't know why Meteorite hired Nightingale as a bodyguard. But since Nightingale followed Meteorite during this period, it means that she knows a lot of first-hand information, which is more valuable than hearsay. Can you tell me in detail what Meteorite has done during this period? If Meteorite does not allow you to disclose secrets, just pretend I did not ask. Nightingale laughed at himself and said, I once asked Meteorite if I could tell others what I heard and saw. He told me that I could tell others what I heard and saw. It seems that he knew that I would not be able to help but come to you. Alex understood that Nightingale did not come here to say goodbye, but to tell him what Meteorite had done in the Western Territory. Alex waved his hand and asked all irrelevant people to leave. Then he held Nightingale's hand affectionately. Since Meteorite has forgiven you, you can continue to stay with me. Nightingale pulled her hand back, straightened a strand of hair covering her eyebrows, and said to Alex, Your Highness, I have always known that you can't give me the future you said, and I have been deceiving myself. Because I really love you, I can give you everything, including my life. Now I have figured it out. Even if I come back to you this time, you will not hesitate to abandon me next time. I came here this time just to let you know what kind of person you are facing. And you have feelings when you should be ruthless, and be ruthless when you should be. If you are an ambitious monarch, you should not bring me back from the City of Rage. If you are a benevolent monarch, you should not bring me back and then drive me away. Now I will tell you what Meteorite did in the West. You must listen carefully. Alex's mind was a mess, and he seemed to be listening to what Nightingale said. Nightingale's evaluation of him just now was something that others would never dare to say. They would only flatter him endlessly, making themselves believe that he was a prince who was willing to accept advice and made friends with the wise. If he ascended the throne, he would definitely be a wise monarch who could make some achievements. But why did my father never appoint a crown prince? Why did my father always dislike me and Fania? He was indecisive, wavering, and irresponsible. This was probably the reason why he was trapped in the Crescent Oasis step by step. Nightingale left after telling Alex what she knew. She was ready to start a new life in another place. The next day, the delegation of the Prime Minister of the Empire to inspect the Western Territory arrived in Xinhua City. Prime Minister Yunqing did not go to meet the second Prince Alex, but directly entered the special train that had been waiting here. All the accompanying personnel and supplies entered the train. But the Prime Minister did not order the special train to start and head for St. Louis City. Xinhua City entered a calm before the storm. Everyone knew that the Prime Minister of the Empire Yunqing would not leave Xinhua City without taking anything, since he could seize the opportunity to conquer the Western Territory. He would not miss the opportunity to solve the Western Territory Legion. And his ultimate goal must be the second Prince Alex. How would Alex respond? Should he give up his right to inherit the throne? Give up the Western Territory Legion? Or give it a try? The atmosphere in the entire Xinhua City was extremely depressing, and people with connections fled this place of right and wrong. Chapter 493 Life and Death Decision. On the third day after Luke arrived at Crescent Oasis, the second Prince Alex finally couldn't bear the pressure and took the initiative to board the Prime Minister's special train. Luke arranged a banquet in the dining car, and then asked everyone to leave the car. He wanted to talk to Alex alone. The chef prepared oil-baked lobster, caviar, black pepper fried venison, plunnock ham. Your Highness Alex. Luke took the bottle and poured red wine for Alex, and introduced the dishes on the table. Butter-baked lobster. The lobster comes from the Piano Sound Bay, where there is the clearest water in the world, and the lobster meat produced is like egg white. It's just that Qinsheng Bay is too far from the empire. In the past, even the royal family couldn't eat fresh Qinsheng lobsters. Now Nuteo City has widely used refrigeration technology. Fishing boats fish in Qinsheng Bay, and all the harvests are frozen and stored at the first time, and then transported to Nuteo City at the fastest speed. Nuteo City has established a full set of cold chain transportation, so that the queen can eat the original Qinsheng lobster in St. Louis City. Caviar is the roe of polar ice fish. This fish with extraordinary abilities is rare and dangerous, so the number of ice fish roe that can be collected is very small, and it is not even enough to be sold as a commodity. However, not long ago, Nuteo City established an expedition station in the polar region and tried to domesticate ice fish artificially. These caviar are the eggs of the first batch of domesticated ice-field fish. It is very nutritious, and the magic power it contains gives it a very rich taste. The black pepper in the fried venison with black pepper comes from the Egerman miasma area. The lizard tribe in it has always been extremely hostile to humans, and would eat people who broke into the miasma area as food. But someone seems to have dealt with those lizards, and established the Egerman spice trade route. And the city of Raging Waves signed the agency rights of Egerman spices, which are more expensive than gold. Luke introduced the dishes one by one, presenting a business empire covering the whole world to Prince Alex. Prince Alex maintained his royal demeanor, and tasted each dish one by one, although he also lived a luxurious life in Crescent Oasis. The environment restricted his living environment to be far inferior to St. Louis City, and many ingredients were not so fresh when transported here. Very delicious. Alex took a sip of red wine and exclaimed, "The Prime Minister is also the governor of Raging Wave City. It is really easy to taste delicacies from all over the world." Luke said, "If your Highness wants to eat these every day, it is actually very easy." Alex picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth, and did not touch the knife and fork again, but asked Luke, "You asked everyone else to go out. You must have something to say to me that cannot be heard by others. After that, I am not surprised no matter what kind of rebellious words are said. I can accept them." Luke ate casually, and said to Alex while eating, "Your Highness, the troubles in the West are a thing of the past for the Empire. Now the city garrison guarding the West is being reorganized and formed, so there is no need to maintain a first-level legion between the West and the Empire. This is a meaningless consumption of national strength." Alex replied with the countermeasures he thought of. The West Legion should indeed not continue to stay in the Crescent Oasis. Moreover, the formation of the West Legion was originally intended to be deployed in the north as a backup. Now the County Alliance is still invading the Empire's land. I am willing to lead the West Legion to fight in the north. I will definitely be able to drive all the County Alliance troops out of the Empire's land in one battle. Alex wanted to go to the north to participate in the war, to keep the military power in his hands. Luke smiled and said, "Your Highness does not need to worry about the war in the north. If I wanted to recover the lost land, I would have ordered the Snow Legion to launch a full-scale counterattack. Now the war in the north is that the Empire uses a piece of barren land with little value to continuously consume the national strength of the County Union, and use a war of attrition to drag down the Empire's powerful neighbor in the north. The current situation in the north is like fishing. You can't use too much force. If you scare the County Union away, it will be a huge trouble. This is the first time Alex has heard of the Empire's northern strategy. At the same time, he was surprised that Meteor dared to use war to drag down the County Union when all parties in the Empire were in crisis. Is it just arrogance or self-confidence? But the fact is that under the control of Meteor, the Empire did not collapse in various crises, but instead gradually shrunk its power to the palace. Each faction was eliminated one by Meteor, and the power of the palace reached a peak that even Augustine the Great did not have. The Empire's finances did not become unstable due to wars and power struggles. The heart of Raging Waves City constantly transported the world's wealth to the Empire. If I were the Emperor of the Empire, and Meteor was the Prime Minister of the Empire who was loyal to me, how great it would be. Alex said to Luke, Marquis is the highest title that the Queen can give you, and I can make you a Duke and give you a large piece of land to pass on to you and your family for generations. Meteor, what the Empire needs most now is an Emperor. A young and vigorous Emperor. If you support me, I can give you more power and more honors after I ascend the throne. Luke seemed to be persuaded and nodded, yes. The Empire does need an Emperor now. In the future implementation of national policies and handling of foreign relations, the weight of the Queen Regent's words is still a little less. Alex immediately asked happily, do you agree to support me to ascend the throne and become the Emperor of the Empire? Luke shook his head and smiled and said, Prince Alex, if you are capable of leading the current Empire, you would have been the crown prince long ago. Alex asked doubtfully, if it's not me, who else is qualified to be the Emperor of the Empire? Vania is dead. Sinclair just announced that he would give up his right to inherit the throne. And my father? He should not be able to continue to lead the Empire. Could it be Agatha? You are indeed a loyal dog to my sister. Luke was not angry because of Alex's curse. He said, Agatha once made it clear to Emperor Augustine that she had no desire for the throne. It was before. And it is still now. Who is that? Other members of the royal family? Luke said, you are right. I am about to support your mother, the current Queen Regent Christina Augustine, as the new Emperor of the Empire. This is absolutely not allowed. Alex roared angrily. Christina is Ruth's benefactor. She is not qualified to be the Emperor of the Empire. The nobles of the Empire will never agree. And the subjects of the Empire will never agree. Luke said calmly, if your Highness Alex admits that Queen Christina has royal blood and supports her to ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Empire, I think the nobles and subjects of the Empire will not object to the first Empress in the history of the Empire. How can Christina have royal blood? Alex was about to deny it, but immediately thought of the frequent intermarriage between the Augustine family and the Ruthven family, and a prince became the king of the Ruthven kingdom. Alex immediately changed his words and said, even if Christina has royal blood, she is not qualified to become the Emperor of the Empire. In the absence of a crown prince appointed by my father, I am the first heir to the throne. No one can take the throne away from me. Alex has fought with Fania for the throne for decades. Now Fania is dead, and he has long regarded the throne as his due. Luke knows that Alex's obsession with the throne is much stronger than Sinclair's, and it must be very difficult to make him give up. Prince Alex, we want to take the throne away, and you really can't do anything? You? Alex pointed at Luke and shouted, do you know what you are doing? This is usurping the throne. If you dare to do this, there will definitely be countless people standing up against you. I will also lead the Western Frontier Legion to take back the throne that belongs to me. Luke smiled and said, how many people do you think will follow you? A lot. All those who are loyal to the Empire will support me. Don't fool yourself. Your Highness Alex, this era is not the same as the previous era. You must know how many people are truly loyal to the Empire. You have also seen the fall of many monarchies. When those monarchs were sent to the guillotine, where were those people who shouted their loyalty to them all day long? If I now announce the removal of your command of the Western Frontier Army as the Prime Minister of the Empire, how many people do you think will truly follow you and choose to disobey me? Luke looked at Alex imposingly, suppressing him from having any royal bearing. In the past 2 days, Alex has deeply felt the pressure of the meteorite on the entire Crescent City. He did not step out of the special train, but he was like a mountain pressing down on the city. Every stakeholder was in awe and calculated their future. Loyalty is conditional. When a ship is destined to sink, there are very few people willing to sink with the ship. The Western Territory Legion is not the Northern Territory Legion. And he does not have such a deep relationship with the officers of the Western Territory Legion. They supported him before because he was worth investing in. Now, the entire Western Territory was wiped out by the meteorite. And the Crescent Oasis is an isolated island. Food, drink, and military pay are all in their hands. Will the Western Frontier Army listen to me or meteorite? As for my staff and the rangers I raise, true friendship can only be revealed in times of adversity. At the last meeting, the first think tank actually asked me to voluntarily give up my right to inherit the throne. It can be seen what the people around me are thinking. And the words that Nightingale came to me to say. Maybe they have already seen through me. Without all the honors and identities, I am no different from ordinary people. How can I fight meteorite without any outstanding qualities? Now that my hands and feet are tied, and the guillotine is in someone else's hands, how many people are willing to accompany me to send my head out? Helplessness and powerlessness made Alex depressed. He asked, "Why, Christina? With your current power and means, the Emperor of the Empire is a puppet. What is the difference between me and her?" Luke said, "I didn't say that the Emperor of the Empire is my puppet. On the contrary, I hope that the Emperor of the Empire will be able to support a space for me to display my talents. Queen Christina and I are cooperating, not controlling each other. For example, Her Royal Highness the Queen did a very good job in controlling the Western Territory this time. She is my helper, not my burden. A puppet can't do that. What is the purpose of doing all this?" Luke looked at Alex. "You have too many questions, and they are also very boring. Give me the answer. Do you support Queen Christina to ascend the throne as the Empress of the Empire? Or not? You only have one chance to answer correctly." After Luke made everything he should say clear, he threatened Alex directly. "Answer correctly, and you live. Answer incorrectly, and you die." Alex's face turned pale. He had never thought that he would face such a life-and-death decision in his life. As a prince of the Empire, he was threatened by a subordinate. Faces emerged in Alex's mind, including Augustine the Great, Fania, Agatha, Dale, and Nightingale. Finally, Alec answered helplessly, "As a prince of the Empire, I recognize that Christina Augustine has royal blood and has the legal right to inherit the Emperor of the Empire. And I am willing to support Christina Augustine to ascend the throne and become the Empress of the Empire." After saying this, Alec collapsed on the chair, and the wine glass was knocked crooked by him, and the red wine spilled all over the table and dripped on him. After dealing with the second prince, Alex, the empire designed by Luke has kicked out the biggest obstacle. Queen Christina's ascension to the throne as the Empress of the Empire has legal support, with the support of the princes and princesses of the Empire. And the court is under the control of a group of officials in the city of Raging Waves. So this major transition of imperial power can be completed with minimal fluctuations. In the future, if you want to do anything, the Imperial Emperor's order will definitely be more important than the Regent Queen's order. Alex made a great sacrifice, and Luke did not forget to comfort him. He picked up the tilted wine glass, used magic to clean the wine stains, and then refilled the red wine. "Don't be too depressed, Your Highness Alex. You still have the right to inherit the throne." Alex smiled bitterly. "What's the point of still having the right to inherit the throne? Our future queen is younger than me. She is still young. She will marry a prince. And she will have princes and princesses. Have you had an affair with the queen for a long time? So you assist her so attentively?" Luke raised his glass and invited Alex. "You can't keep things in your heart. You will either say it out or show it on your face. A scheming monarch will not say such a speculation without evidence and with great influence. And ask the person who should not be asked the most. If I really had an affair with Her Majesty the Queen, can you, a poor prince, still survive? If I didn't have an affair with Her Majesty the Queen, how would I deal with you?" Alex's hand trembled as he held up the wine glass. You want to kill me?" Luke held up the wine glass and clinked it with Alex. "You are lucky, Her Majesty the Queen, and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. And I probably won't be your father in the future. Drink this glass of wine, and you will be free. When Queen Christina ascends the throne, you will be crowned king. But the military power of the Western Legion will still have to be handed over. It is useless to keep it in your hands." "Yes." Alec took a sip of wine. "Military power is useless to me, but will harm me. I want to ask, can I go abroad after the matter is accomplished?" "What for?" "To find Nightingale." "Yes." Chapter 494, The Battle of the Century. after a secret meeting with the Prime Minister of the Empire. The second prince, Alec, announced his resignation as the head of the Western Frontier Corps and handed over the command of the Corps and the jurisdiction of Crescent Oasis to the Empire. Luke took over the government affairs of Crescent Oasis and announced that the Western Frontier Corps would be reorganized into the Imperial Royal Second Magic Corps, and he would temporarily take over the position of Corps head. Then Luke selected a group of officers from the Corps and sent them to the city of Raging Waves to participate in the development and manufacture of magic weapons. The original government affairs and official system of Crescent Oasis were retained, but all of Alec's confidants were eliminated and some of them were arranged to be idle, as a reward for their following Alec. As for the second prince, Alex, he stayed indoors after handing over power, waiting to take the Prime Minister's special train back to the Imperial capital. Therefore, there were no twists and turns in the handover of the entire Crescent Oasis and the transition of the legions. Everyone acquiesced to this result, but they were all guessing what meteorite and Alex talked about when they fell to the ground, which made the prince, who was obsessed with the throne, so cooperative. Luke did not stay in the Crescent Oasis for too long. Calculating the round-trip journey, he had spent about 3 months on the affairs of the Western Territory. Late autumn has arrived, and another winter is about to come. Now the conditions for recommending Queen Christina to ascend the throne as the Emperor of the Empire are ripe. Since it is a new emperor ascending the throne, it is better for the Empire's territory to be intact. I don't know what progress Agatha has made in the negotiations with the Account Union. The Empire needs a big victory to push the country into the next era. And Leo. Luke didn't have much energy to care about Leo's affairs. Penn also hid and postponed the ceremony of establishing the kingdom again and again. So Luke decided to put this matter aside for the time being. But he didn't expect Pan to reach out so far. When clearing out the abyss mages lurking in the Sun City, the demon hunters found something related to Leo. After interrogation and further information collection, it was proved that Victor received a large amount of funding from Leo. Not only funds and equipment, but also a team of lookouts participated in the plan to attack the World Tree. If we add the funding for Tadega Hills, Pan really feels that he is dying too slowly. So after everything in Crescent Oasis was stable, Luke handed over the remaining work to Yomington and the Prime Minister's staff, and took the second Prince Alex on the special train back. A cold air from the polar ice field swept across the entire Northern Empire, and a thin layer of snow fell in St. Louis City, and the temperature dropped a lot. At the St. Louis City railway station, Princess Agatha and her entourage were waiting on the exclusive platform. She did not hide in the warm waiting room because of the cold wind, but let the wind carry snowflakes on her shoulders, looking up to the west of the railway track. When she heard a series of whistles coming from the west, Agatha couldn't help but smile. The train came from a distance, and the steam it spewed out pulled out a long white mist. It rushed into the station with a long train, and then slowly stopped in front of Agatha. The door of the carriage opened, and Luke walked out first. "Your Highness." Luke saluted Agatha and said, "When I left, the Imperial capital was still very hot, but I didn't expect it to be so cold when I came back. And it was snowing." Agatha asked her entourage to put the windbreaker they brought on Luke, and then said, "The weather is always unpredictable, just like you are unpredictable. When you left, you said you would solve the problem of the World Tree, but you solved the stubborn disease of the Empire. Count Erd, welcome to St. Louis City. On behalf of the Augustine family, I welcome the visit of family friends." Agatha saw Count Erd walk out of the train and immediately saluted the Count. Count Erd saluted Agatha. "Good day, Princess. Prime Minister Meteorite is a precious asset of the Empire. I believe that with his assistance, the Empire will surely reach a new peak." "Yes, Prime Minister Meteorite is a precious asset of the Empire, and someone I cherish." Count Erd noticed that Agatha looked at Meteorite with a special look, so he smiled and said, "Bless you too." Agatha smiled and said, "Thank you." Then the second prince, Alex, got off the train. His face was not good. He had thought about how he would return to St. Louis City, whether it would be the return of the new king or being imprisoned. But he never thought it would be this way. He felt frustrated that his passion had not been fully exerted, but he was completely defeated. Agatha had learned from the information sent back by the Secret Service that Alex had surrendered his military power, which was equivalent to giving up the fight for the throne, although the specific details were not known yet. Seeing Alex meant that the long-term battle for the throne of the Empire had finally come to an end. Agatha saluted Alex, without using an honorific title, but said, "Brother." Welcome back. Alex did not give Agatha a good look. Vania and I have been fighting for the throne for so long. But I didn't expect that you would be the ones who benefited in the end. Vania lost his life. And I lost everything. Defeat is defeat. There is nothing to say. I will go home. And whenever you need me to say something, just send someone to notify me. After saying this, Alec left with his entourage. Agatha asked Luke curiously, "What did you talk to him about?" "Let's talk about it when we go to the palace to meet Her Majesty the Queen." Luke looked around and saw that everyone had gotten off the train. He then said to Agatha, "Let's not stay here. It will delay the normal operation of the train station. Send Earl Erd to his residence first. And then we will go to the palace together." "Okay." Agatha invited Earl Erd. "My lord, your residence has been arranged. You and your family should settle down first. The palace will hold a banquet in the evening to welcome your visit." Earl Erd saluted and said, "Thank you, Princess Royal." After Luke and Agatha sent Earl Erd and his family to their residence, they drove into the palace together. As soon as the gate was closed, a private meeting of the three giants of the Empire was held. Luke did not talk about his trip to the west, but asked Agatha about the negotiations with the Ark County Alliance. Agatha replied, "It's almost the same as you expected. The Ark County Alliance is not very sincere about the ceasefire. It just so happens that we don't have the idea of a ceasefire. Otherwise we would be really angry to death by the various demands they put forward." According to the information from the winter capital, the troops mobilized by the Ark County Alliance from all sides have arrived one after another. It is winter again, and the Ark County Alliance is preparing to launch a new winter offensive. Queen Christina said, "I have been keeping an eye on the training of the Snow Corps. Now the Snow Corps has sufficient manpower, is well trained, and has doubled supplies. It should not be too difficult to stop the winter offensive of the Ark County Alliance." Luke thought for a while, and said what he thought. "Now the southern and western frontiers of the Empire are gradually stabilizing, and we can focus more energy on the war in the north. If we increase our support for the Snow Corps, can we attack against attack in winter, and take back all the lost territories?" Agatha and Queen Christina looked at each other and asked, "Isn't the strategy for the war in the north that you formulated a protracted war, dragging the Ark County Alliance into the quagmire of war, and constantly consuming their national strength? Why did you suddenly change your strategy?" Luke replied, "Because I didn't expect such a big change in the west, and even solve the problem of Prince Alex's separatism. I want to nominate the Queen as the Empress of the Empire on the first anniversary of Her Majesty's regent. The Queen needs a complete empire to ascend the throne." Queen Christina was extremely shocked. "So soon?" Luke said, "It's a bit fast. But all the conditions just happened to come together. The establishment of an office in the west was something that no emperor of the empire had done. The cabinet was replaced, and the old official system fell into a trough. Sinclair and Alex gave in one after another, and it was the time when the opposition voices could not gather together. If we delay, I don't know what unexpected things will happen. But," Queen Christina said worriedly, "I am afraid that I can't suppress those nobles after I ascend the throne as queen. After all, I am Ruth's benefactor to them, even though I have Augustine blood." Luke said, "No need to worry about the nobles. I have already talked to the second prince, His Royal Highness Alex. He will announce the recognition of your Augustine bloodline at an appropriate time, and take the lead in proposing to support you as the Empress of the Empire." Agatha and Queen Christina stared with wide eyes and mouths. "What kind of magic did you use on Alex? He actually agreed to this." "How could he agree?" Luke smiled and said, "You just don't know Alec well enough. In short, this is a great opportunity. The Empire can only focus on doing great things if it has a new emperor, instead of wasting its national strength on internal friction endlessly." "Your Highness, what is your answer?" Queen Christina replied, "If you think the time is right, I believe in your judgment. If I become the Empress of the Empire, I will never marry. After I dedicate my entire life to the Empire, the throne will eventually return to the hands of the Augustine family." Queen Christina's answer was not only to Luke, but also to Agatha. Agatha said, "You don't need to consider my feelings and choose to be alone for the rest of your life. In my heart, the Empire is the Empire, no matter who sits on the throne, or whether his last name is Augustine or not. I just want to create and witness a great new era with Meteor. Let me burn like a fire in this era, and become a shining star in this history." Queen Christina laughed. "It seems that after I ascend the throne, the Empire will prepare for the second happy event." The three of them ended the meeting after discussing some specific procedures for the new emperor's ascension to the throne. On the other side, Chi Kong, who had just returned to the St. Louis City Museum, received an invitation from the Golden Man to visit the World Bank headquarters, Golden Valley. Before Chi Kong responded, Luke also received an invitation from the Golden Man, inviting the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor, to visit the Golden Valley, the headquarters of the World Bank. At the same time, Luke received intelligence from the winter capital Helkin that the World Bank was secretly meeting with the top leaders of the County Federation. The World Bank might break the rule of non-interference in regional politics and secretly provide a war loan to the County Federation. Luke realized that the World Bank had long been aware of the challenge to their financial hegemony by the Golden Shield Empire. Of course, if they didn't notice it, the World Bank would not be the World Bank. The energy strategy of the Golden Shield Empire cannot be concealed. After all, energy trading is the largest transaction in the world today. As soon as the fire crystals mined by the Golden Shield Empire in Longwood entered the international market, they immediately had a great impact on the entire energy market. In addition, some areas in the empire have limited the use of gold coupons and silver dollars, and have encouraged the use of imperial marks in energy transactions with preferential policies. If the World Bank is not aware of this, the head of the Golden Man will really be caught in the crack of the door. The reaction of the World Bank is also as Luke expected before. Gold and energy are not on the same track. It is difficult for the World Bank to effectively attack the energy market with its authority on gold, especially when all countries are actively promoting their own paper money and their dependence on gold is decreasing. Then hiding behind and attacking the national strength of the Golden Shield Empire through proxy wars became a good choice. So the Golden Man found the County Alliance. Luke analyzed that the Golden Man invited him to visit the World Bank headquarters this time to threaten the Empire to stop at the brink. If he signed an unequal treaty under pressure, then the World Bank would not need to waste money on the County Alliance. After much consideration, Luke decided to go to the World Bank headquarters, Golden Valley. Throughout the winter, the Empire had to recover the lost territory in the north to prepare for the Queen's coronation. So the County Alliance could not be allowed to get funding from the World Bank before then. Besides, the matter of Ian can't be delayed any longer. Pan's trouble in the West Territory was exposed, and I don't know what crazy thing he will do next. Let's see if we can rescue Ian by going to Golden Valley this time. I want to go to Golden Valley. And Chi Kong also agreed. Golden Valley is the lair of the Shining Gold people. It must be extremely dangerous to go there, and the force value must be raised as much as possible. It just so happens that Chi Kong has completed the preparations for the blazing wings. It's time to ignite the angel light wings. And with the help of the artifact tree bud, the success rate of making the blazing wings will definitely be much higher. Luke suddenly dealt with cabinet affairs to make time for a visit to the World Bank headquarters. In the museum, Chi Kong was performing an operation. Jennifer was lying on the operating table, with a white cloth covering her naked body. There was a wound on her chest, but no blood flowed out. There was nothing where a heart should be. Chi Kong stretched out his hand, and a seed with green light floated in her palm. Jennifer, you are lucky. When I was thinking about what material to use to make a heart for you, the world tree sprinkled the seeds of hope. I planted the seeds of hope, and it will sense your hope and turn into a beating heart. You no longer need to drink dragon blood to maintain your body temperature, and you will also gain more emotions and troubles. Chi Kong put the seeds of hope into Jennifer's chest. The seeds of hope quickly expanded and sprouted in the green light, and the buds connected to the blood vessels, and the seeds turned into a beating heart. Red blood was produced, and after being pressed all over the body by the heart, it seeped out from the wound. Chapter 495 Blazing Wings. After the heart began to beat steadily, Chi Kong used healing magic to heal the cut layer by layer. After the light in his hand brushed over Jennifer's chest, the skin closed and the scar disappeared after a line of sweeping. Finally, Chi Kong stretched out his finger and touched Jennifer's forehead. She quickly woke up from the daze. Chi Kong picked up a towel to wipe the blood on his hand, and then picked up a bottle of potion from the table next to him and handed it to her. Drink this. It will help your body recover. Jennifer sat up, and the white cloth on her body slipped off. Fortunately, she was quick to grab the corner of the cloth and didn't show her. At this time, Jennifer was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. Because before this, she did not have much resistance to exposing her body, especially in front of Chi Kong. And now, she subconsciously prevented the sensitive parts of her body from being exposed. Her rich knowledge made her know that this was a real human emotion. And it was her former girlish heart. Jennifer took the potion handed over by Chi Kong and said gratefully, "Miss Chi Kong, I feel like I am truly resurrected. This is better than I expected. Thank you for fulfilling my wish and allowing me to live my lost life completely." Chi Kong leaned against the corner of the table and smiled and said, "As my assistant, you have completed all the work I gave you perfectly. This is what you deserve. Now you can do what you want to do without worrying about your identity." Jennifer knew that Chi Kong was talking about her and Caesar. The leader of the Chi Kong fan club often found excuses to come to the museum, since Caesar is now the highest official of the Imperial Security Department. Jennifer needs to come forward to receive him. Over time, Caesar falls in love with someone else and pursues Jennifer. This is also the reason why Jennifer made up her mind to be a real person. Chi Kong was busy studying and experimenting, and after the police chief reminded him, he found that the girl next to him had just begun to fall in love. So there was this resurrection operation. With the seeds of hope, the operation was more successful than expected. Jennifer drank the potion, and a warm current flowed through her body. "Miss Chi Kong, thank you again. I will abide by the agreement with you, and become a star in the starry sky after I have lived this life." Chi Kong was stunned for a moment, and then thought that the other Chi Kong must have made some agreement with Jennifer. Chi Kong did not ask about the content of the agreement, but said, "If there is no problem with your body, prepare for the next experiment. This experiment is very important and very unstable, and I need your assistance. I will wait for you in the top floor laboratory. Take a shower and change clothes, and go there quickly." After saying that, Chi Kong walked out of the operating room. Jennifer did not see that Chi Kong attached so much importance to any experiment, so she immediately jumped off the operating table, used magic to create a warm water ball directly, and then jumped in. The top floor laboratory of the museum has a spherical glass skylight, and a pair of angel wings are fixed on a bracket and placed in the middle. Various instruments are arranged around it, and there is also an experimental element fusion reactor running, providing sufficient magic energy for the entire experiment. Luke sat on the sofa in a corner of the laboratory, crossed his legs and drank tea. The artifact tree bud jumped onto the coffee table. The little thing was very curious about the tea leaves in the tea. He reached out and scooped them out and put them in front of his eyes, and even pulled down 2 leaves on his head for comparison. Luke had the urge to pull off the 2 leaves to make tea, not knowing what it tasted like or what effect it had. But in the end, he still resisted. After all, it only has 2 leaves now, so I'd better wait until it grows more. The door rang, and Chi Kong walked in from outside. The moment she entered the door, her eyes suddenly became more vivid, and then she sat on the sofa next to Luke, stretched out her hand to trip the artifact tree bud, and then picked up the teacup to drink. There was a smile in her eyes, as if she had succeeded in bullying a child. Since Luke was beaten by Chi Kong last time, the artifact tree bud never dared to be violent to Chi Kong again. It climbed up and climbed on Luke, got into his collar, and buried its head like an ostrich. Luke said dissatisfiedly, "Why do you bully it every time you see it?" Chi Kong smiled and said, "I'm letting it experience the dangers of the world in advance. And since you are a loving father, I must be a strict mother, so that it can have a perfect childhood with many interesting things to remember." Luke knew that he could not get the upper hand from Chi Kong, so he changed the subject and said, "When I was doing surgery on Jennifer just now, she said that she had an agreement with you to become a star in the starry sky." Chi Kong looked up through the glass skylight at the clear blue sky, and said sadly, "As the moon, I have to manage the harem for you." Luke spit out a mouthful of tea. "Can you not be so serious and talk nonsense?" Chi Kong laughed. "I won't tease you. Since you chose the starry sky to light up the sun, our starry sky should be as lively as possible. Otherwise it would be ridiculous to not be able to get enough people to play mahjong." Luke asked, "What if I suddenly turn to the abyss? Then I will take my starry sky with you into the abyss, and we will illuminate the abyss together." Chi Kong looked at Luke, and Luke could not resist the passionate eyes. It was really suppressed in all aspects. Fortunately, the door knocked. Chi Kong stopped teasing Luke and said, "Come in." It was Thorn Crown Malice who pushed the door in. He saw the pair of angel wings in the middle of the laboratory that originally belonged to him at first sight. "Miss Chi Kong, Marquis of Meteorite." Malice saluted Chi Kong and Luke respectively. His demeanor did not show his identity as an angel at all. Then Malice asked, "Excuse me, what is the matter with summoning me here?" Chi Kong asked Malice, "You have been studying and working here for a long time. I want to hear what you have gained. Malice sorted out his thoughts and answered, working in the museum with Miss Qi Kong during this period of time has allowed me to truly understand the world. The world is not just 5 ancient civilizations. All civilizations have their shining points. Even the tiny goblins have a heart dedicated to pursuing civilization. Angel civilization is only strong in strength. In fact, it is far behind in other aspects. Even art has long lost its glory before the ancient war. Sky City is constantly falling behind due to the progress of world civilization. But most angels are still trapped in the beautiful dreams of the past. I hope to continue to stay here and study. Maybe I can find a way for the angels to make civilization shine again. Malrus's ideological awakening was beyond Luke's expectations. He knew that Qi Kong kept him, because he was annoyed by his arrogant look. He didn't expect that he would cultivate a thinker. Seeing that Malice looked like he had seen through everything, and had a great enlightenment. The transformation was unexpectedly successful. Luke couldn't help but think deeply about what Malice said. And he had some insights. Qi Kong didn't care about the profound truths that Malice said. If you want to stay here and continue to study, just work hard to pay the tuition. Since your answer satisfied me very much, I am going to return your angel wings this time. You can work and study at Ulu College as a specially hired angel teaching assistant in the future. Hearing that Qi Kong was going to return his angel wings, Malice was very happy. Thank you, Miss Qi Kong. I promise to work hard in the future. After I become an assistant teacher at Ulu College, can I set up a philosophy group of my own? Of course. Qi Kong agreed readily. Angels with wings are different from those without wings. In the future, Ulu College will have a real angel teaching assistant, which is definitely a very face-saving thing. At this time, the door knocked again. It was Jennifer who came in. She was wearing a female college assistant uniform, and she looked energetic and vigorous, as if she was a student working as a part-time assistant. Miss Qi Kong, Marquis Meteorite is here too. Seeing everyone present, Qi Kong said, in view of the particularity of this experiment, I specially asked Marquis Meteorite to assist. This experiment is angel light wings that ignite the sky. Once the experiment is successful, we can get a pair of blazing sky wings and a pair of blazing flame wings. Now we start to arrange the secret technique. Crown of Thorns, Malice said. Miss Qi Kong, the Crown of Thorns has left me, and I will no longer need it in the future. Please just call me by my name. Maris, Qi Kong said. You stand in the center of the magic circle. I will connect the angel wings for you now. After Qi Kong finished speaking, a large magic circle lit up on the floor of the laboratory. The angel wings are at the center of the hexagon of the hexagram. Maris walked to the angel wings according to Qi Kong's instructions, and Qi Kong walked to a corner of the magic circle and signaled Jennifer with his eyes. Jennifer already knew the experimental process of igniting the wings of the seraph, and had practiced it many times with Qi Kong. So Jennifer skillfully took out the mysterious props needed for the secret ritual from the locker beside the laboratory, and placed them in the correct position. All the instruments in the laboratory started, and the pointer on the element fusion reactor turned to the highest. Luke continued to sit aside and drink tea, watching the entire experiment enter the startup phase. The artifact tree bud poked its head out from his collar, looking at the increasingly magical laboratory with curiosity. The production of blazing wings is not only about secret arts. It is a cross-domain experiment of multiple power systems such as magic, alchemy, transcendence, and secret arts. It is the product of the late version of the epic game, when various magical technologies have matured. Therefore, this type of technology is called Super Era technology by players, paving the way for the next version update. Also, because of the particularity of Super Era technology, very few similar technologies can be developed, and the success rate of development is not high. As for the required materials, it is difficult for most players to collect them all. As an adventure player, Luke had to collect most of the materials himself, and in the end, he did not make the blazing wings for Qi Kong. Now he has a world-class power, and many things only need a word, and there are a lot of people to do it. So the efficiency of collection is naturally ridiculously high. In the laboratory, due to the rapid filling of magic power, colorful fluids appeared in the air. After placing the mysterious props, Jennifer operated the instrument to collect the fluids in the air. After refining and combining with spells, the collected magic fluids were transformed into magical creatures of various shapes after passing through test tubes. Jennifer took out the corresponding props to tame these magical creatures one by one, and when they were all quiet, she locked them all in different containers for standby. In the center of the magic circle, Qigong closed her eyes and chanted a spell, her tender green hair fluttering in the wind, and her right arm lit up with a strong holy light. The bracket supporting the angel's wings caught fire from the bottom, and the flame spread to the entire bracket. After burning the bracket to pieces, it burned the angel's wings. The white angel feathers were ignited by the fire, and the energy contained in the angel wings launched a counterattack. The white holy flames were raging to extinguish the red fire. The angel wings floated in the air without support, and the white fire and the red fire competed at the edge of the wings. Qigong opened her eyes, and a pair of angel wings spread out behind her, growing larger and larger. When the entire laboratory could no longer accommodate the wings, the glass skylight opened. The angel wings flapped slightly, carrying Qigong up and flying into the sky. The angel wings, with two kinds of fire fighting each other, flew towards Malice, who was facing away. Two flames ignited on the back of Malice's clothes, and the fire extinguished two scars. The angel wings were pressed against the scars, and the granulations connected to each other, fixing the angel wings again. With the angel wings again, Malice's aura changed immediately. The surging sacred energy burst out from Malice's body, and the holy flames on the angel wings seemed to have received reinforcements, launching a fierce counterattack against the invading red fire. The red fire was defeated, and soon pushed to the edge of the feather. When the red fire was about to be cleared, Jennifer released all the magic creatures. As soon as the magic creatures were freed from the restrictions, they all ran towards Malice. At the same time, Luke gave orders to the artifact tree bud. The artifact tree bud clearly shouted the secret word blessing of the blazing monster in a tender voice. The magic attribute in the laboratory magic circle changed instantly, from no attribute to fire attribute. Those magic creatures rushed into the magic circle, and their bodies immediately changed their attributes, and burst into strong flames together. These fire magic creatures crashed into Malice, and every collision made him unstable. But every time Malice stood firmly, and never stepped out of his position, the flames swept across the room, and the instruments sounded alarms one after another. Jennifer quickly hid in the prepared safety cabin, activated all the magic defenses, and watched the flames ignite the items in the laboratory. Her work was done, and the next step was to wait for the experiment to enter the final stage. Facing the incoming fire, Luke's body erupted with equally strong fire to fight against it. The tea in the teacup was boiled, and the flammable fabric on the sofa was ignited into a flaming chair. The center of the magic circle was the most concentrated point of the flames, and the red flames on the angel's wings launched a fierce attack after receiving help. The white holy flames were pushed back, and the red fire spread to the roots of the wings. The pain he had never experienced before made Malice raise his head and scream, and his burning wings stretched out greatly. A wing of fire shot up from the burning wings, and the wing of fire flew straight into the sky through the open skylight. The accumulated flames in the laboratory also sprayed out, pushing the wings of fire to fly higher and higher, and spread larger and larger, until the wings of fire covered the sky, reflecting the entire sky in the color of fire. Under the huge wings of fire, the clear sky raised the angel wings of light, and recited the secret words. Wings of blazing sky. Chapter 496 Experiment failed. A pair of fire wings that could almost cover the sky spread out above St. Louis City, and the blue sky was reflected in a fiery red. All the citizens of St. Louis City looked up at the sky, which seemed to be the end of the world and stunned everyone. But the horror in the sky was far from over. In an instant, the power supply of the whole city was cut off, and giant lightning bolts struck the sky from all over the ground. After the white thunderbolts reached the air, they were dyed red by the infinite fire energy, and the interweaving of red electric currents made the fire element even more violent. The invisible fire element gathered into a fire cloud, which gathered more and more until it covered the entire sky. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the sky was filled with fire clouds pressing down from above. The rolling flames seemed to devour the earth. At this moment, everyone thought of hell. Only hell had such a scene of the whole space filled with flames. The city began to be in chaos, and the timid people were directly scared and collapsed on the ground. There were also strong men from all over the city who were shocked by this momentum and appeared. The angels of the Silver Manor, the dragons of the Dragon Nest of the Steel Plant, the golden people of the World Bank branch, the royal knights guarding the Imperial Palace, the Imperial spies, the military warriors, and all kinds of people. All looked up at the pressing fire clouds as if they were facing a great enemy. However, The disaster of the raging fire burning the city did not happen. The fire clouds shrank sharply when they fell to a certain height. As the fire element continued to compress and accumulate, the color of the fire became brighter and brighter, and finally formed a ball of light that could compete with the sun. The strong men looked directly at the ball of light with their abilities, and could vaguely see that there was actually a person in the ball of light. Anyone who has studied energy science knows how fierce the fire energy that ignites the sky is. Now that this kind of natural disaster level energy has gathered into such a small ball of light, what kind of person can withstand the pressure inside? In the imperial palace, Queen Christina and Princess Agatha climbed to the top of the highest tower together. The royal chief Knight Milscombe led people to set up a shield wall around, and set up multiple magic defenses. Queen Christina looked at the light ball in the sky, and a brown magic filter appeared in front of her eyes. Then she asked Knight Milscombe, "What happened just now? And what is the light ball in the sky? I saw someone in it." Knight Milscombe saluted and replied, "Your Majesty, about 10 minutes ago, there was a power outage in the city, and then the sky was covered by fire clouds. The light ball in the sky is formed by the fire clouds that fill the sky. The identity of the person in the light ball is still unknown." Agatha was also using a magic filter to observe the light ball in the sky, and at the same time, she saw the angels in the sky, the dragon and the shining golden man shrouded in golden light. From the situation, this emergency should have nothing to do with angels, shining gold people, and dragons. The Shadow Clan will not make themselves so bright. Could it be a demon? They are all experts in playing with fire. But Meteor said that although there are sporadic demons in St. Louis City, the tyrant can suppress them, and will not cause trouble easily. Hearing Agatha talking about Meteor, Queen Christina asked the attendant, "Have you sent someone to summon Prime Minister Meteor?" The attendant replied, "Someone has been sent." "Did the Clear Sky Museum also send someone?" Reporting to Her Majesty, "No. I will send someone immediately." The attendant had just turned around, and had not left, when a palace guard ran up the stairs panting, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The Clear Sky Museum just sent someone to deliver a message that the strange phenomenon in the sky just now was Miss Clear Sky doing an experiment. Please don't panic. Queen, please calm the people of the city immediately to avoid chaos. Miss Chi Kong is doing an experiment." Queen Christina and Agatha turned their heads to look at the light ball in the sky at the same time. Could it be Chi Kong inside? Agatha immediately said to Queen Christina, "I will go to Chi Kong's museum to find out the situation." "Go." The Queen agreed and said, "Let the City Security Bureau immediately send people to calm the citizens, and tell them that this is Miss Chi Kong doing an experiment, and there is no need to panic. I can't wait to know what great results Miss Chi Kong has researched." "Yes, Your Majesty." Agatha went to the Clear Sky Museum, and met someone who was returning from the Meteorite Marquis's mansion. She learned that the Prime Minister of Meteorite had already gone to the Clear Sky Museum. What were Meteorite and Clear Sky doing? The top floor laboratory of the Clear Sky Museum, Malrus, whose energy and strength were drained out, collapsed to the ground. His wings, from the root to the tip of the wing, changed from white to red layer by layer. The flowing fire entangled and swayed between the feathers like a burning torch. Jennifer came out of the safe. She pulled Malice out of the magic circle, and saw that the whole laboratory was burned beyond recognition. She used magic to knock down the safe, and put Malice in it. Then Jennifer checked Malice's condition, and confirmed that he was just exhausted. So she took out a bottle of recovery potion, and poured it into his mouth. Looking back, he saw the Prime Minister of Meteorite standing in the middle of the magic circle. He raised his head, and looked at the light ball in the sky through the open skylight. Jennifer walked to Luke's side, and looked at the light ball in the sky, which was like a cocoon wrapping Chi Kong inside. "Prime Minister, Miss Chi Kong should be fine, right?" Jennifer's tone was full of worry. During the rehearsal, Chi Kong emphasized many times that this experiment had a certain chance of failure, and was very dangerous. But he didn't say what would happen if it failed. Luke opened the thunder fire eye, filtered out the strong light, and looked at Chi Kong in the light ball. She hugged her knees with her hands, curled up like a baby waiting to be born, or like a colorful butterfly waiting to break out of its cocoon. This is a phenomenon not recorded in the Blazing Wings strategy. Wouldn't it be possible to complete the Blazing Wings by gathering all the fire elements in the sky into the Angel Light Wings? Why? Luke immediately thought of what went wrong. When Chi Kong read out the secret code of Blazing Wings, he also asked the artifact tree bud to help interpret the secret code. Originally, he thought that with the assistance of the artifact tree bud, the success rate would definitely be increased. But he didn't seem to consider how the secret code would change when an artifact was used as an aid. Luke tried to contact Qi Kong, but a huge energy wall separated him from her. Luke tried to control Qi Kong again. His consciousness could enter Qi Kong's body, but all his senses were blocked. Luke pulled the artifact tree butt out of his collar and asked him what was going on. The artifact tree butt spread his hands and said he didn't know. After waiting for a while, there was no change in Qi Kong. Luke couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to get closer to see if he could get in touch with Qi Kong. In order to resist the high-pressure environment formed by the compression of the fire element, Luke summoned Tao Tai to wear the dragon armor, and then spread his dragon wings and rushed towards Qi Kong. At this time, Agatha arrived and saw Luke soaring into the sky and the devastated laboratory. What happened? Jennifer looked at the sky and answered, I don't know. Luke rushed towards Qi Kong. As he got closer and closer to the light ball, the rapidly rising temperature seemed to be running towards the sun. Even though Luke's own fire resistance was extremely high, he was almost suffocated by the heat. Luke continuously cast magic to resist the high temperature for himself, trying his best to get closer to Qi Kong, until the dragon armor was about to melt, causing Tao Tai to let out a whine. Fortunately, at this time, the artifact tree butt stretched out 2 leaves from the gap in the armor at the neck, and the green light relieved the high temperature, allowing Luke to continue forward. Finally, he was close to Qi Kong. Qi Kong in the light ball closed his eyes, and his expression was extremely peaceful, as if he was asleep. Clear sky. Clear sky. Luke called out to clear sky loudly, and his spiritual consciousness also impacted the closed spiritual starry sky. Luke. Clear sky gave a very weak response. Luke caught clear sky's voice and immediately asked, What happened? Your current situation is different from what I know. Clear sky's response was intermittent, too strong, suppressed. I can't rely on the sun, cut it open. Luke looked up at the sun. The late autumn sun was not scorching, and gave people a very warm feeling. When Luke looked at the sun, the whole person seemed to be connected to the starry sky. A heat wave pushed over from the direction of the sun, and the heat energy contained in it far exceeded the light ball that wrapped clear sky, causing the leaves of the artifact tree buds to show signs of yellowing. Luke endured the high temperature, and according to his understanding, he took out the steel wings of the blazing feathers and turned them into a 2-handed sword. The rapidly rising high temperature seemed to have found a carrier, and surged into the 2-handed sword. The steel sword made of the unique blazing steel of the Sky City melted quickly, and after the molten steel dripped, a new blade formed by the energy of the sun was revealed. After the new sword was forged, Luke swung the sword without hesitation and slashed at the light ball that trapped the clear sky. The sword blade slashed at the light ball, but did not break the light ball, but swallowed the energy contained in the light ball. Soon Luke found that the sword in his hand was not only swallowing the energy of the light ball, but also swallowing the light in the sky. The sky darkened, and the starry sky that only appeared at night shone in the sky. A crescent moon hung on the edge of the Milky Way. At this time, Luke finally understood what happened to Qi Kong. Fire was given too much, and Qi Kong's own energy was ice. Ice and fire can coexist, but the amount of both needs to be in a balanced range. Now the extra fire exceeds the standard seriously, and Qi Kong can hardly absorb and transform the fire in a short time, forming a cocoon phenomenon. If Qi Kong relies on his own strength, it may take a long time to break the cocoon. The sudden change made Luke regain his awe of the secret arts. It is not that you can do whatever you want with a large number of secret words and a magic weapon in your hand. Any interference with the secret arts is an unpredictable change. Fortunately, Qi Kong helped this time. The lightsaber absorbed the energy of the light ball, and the wall of the light ball became visibly thinner. When the last layer of light was absorbed, the sky became bright again. A pair of crystal wings stretched out behind Qi Kong. There was no bright and burning fire like the blazing sky wings, but layers of feather-like crystals. The translucent crystal wings exuded a cold temperament and contained a moon-like brilliance. Qi Kong stretched out his body and slowly opened his eyes. The ice crystal eye was activated, and the coldness instantly suppressed the high temperature of the surrounding residual heat. It seems that the experiment of making the blazing sky wings has failed. Qi Kong blinked, and his pupils turned back to green. She said to Luke with a smile, But we seem to have found a way to make another kind of flying wings, and a method to make an unknown but powerful weapon. Luke glanced at the sword in his hand, and the blade still radiated a blazing white light. It seems that my sword has absorbed the fire energy that should have been used to make the blazing wings. Its name should be the Blazing Sword. But what about your pair of crystal wings? Qi Kong stretched out his crystal wings. It looked like a solid, but it was actually condensed from ice elements. Your sword absorbed all the heat, leaving me with this. I don't know what the function of this flying wing made of ice crystals is. Why don't we find a place to fight? Qi Kong, who had just escaped, immediately showed his violent side. Luke was not in the mood to fight with Qi Kong now. He looked at the ground, and countless people were looking up at him and Qi Kong. The power outage just now was beyond expectations, and I don't know how much damage it caused to the city. Moreover, the angels, the shining gold people, and the dragons all flew over, and he had to deal with them. You should clean up the mess in the laboratory first, or you deal with the angels and the shining gold people? Qi Kong also saw the angels, the shining gold people, and the dragons flying over. Of course, you will do the tricking. I just saw Agatha in my laboratory. I went to have tea with her. I leave this to you. Qi Kong turned and fell towards the skylight of the laboratory below. Luke looked down and saw Agatha looking up at this place. At this time, angels, shining golden men, and dragons had already flown over. Among them, the first to spread the holy scripture, Teresa wanted to intercept Qi Kong, but was blocked by Luke. Teresa looked at the man in front of her wearing dragon armor and exuding the power of ancient dragons, and immediately thought of his identity. You are the Tao Tai King? The golden dragon King Tyron flew over with a group of dragons and flew behind Luke consciously. King Tyron stepped forward and stood side by side with Luke, confirming, yes, this is the Tao Tai King of Dragon Country. Teresa saluted Luke. The leader of the golden people was Elder Mu, who stood in the golden light in a golden armor and saluted Luke. I feel honored to meet the Tao Tai King. It seems that the Dragon Clan has done a lot of things in the past 1,000 years without telling the world. Faced with Elder Mu's praise and sarcasm, Luke, who played the role of the Tao Tai King, showed the pride of the Dragon Clan. No matter what the Dragon Clan has done, we have stayed in the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years and rarely come out. If it weren't for the angels and the golden people who frequently destroyed the tacit understanding of the 5 ancient civilizations after the war, we would not have come to the human territory. This time, I happened to meet the first transmission of the Holy Scripture and Elder Mu at the same time. Can you two give an explanation to the Dragon Clan? What are you doing in the St. Louis city of the Golden Shield Empire? Elder Mu said, of course. I came to St. Louis City to expand the business of the World Bank. I am also very curious about the sudden arrival of the angel here. First transmission of the Holy Scripture. The Tao Tai King and the Tyrant King of the Dragon Clan are here. Can you explain it to us? Chapter 497. Give me an explanation. Since the establishment of the Holy Temple in St. Louis City, Teresa has been living in seclusion, avoiding intersections with the Golden Man and the Dragon Clan, and also avoiding the current situation, facing the Dragon Clan's Tao Tai King, Tai Luan King, and the Golden Man's elder. Teresa regretted her recklessness. It was only because Qi Kong made such a big noise this time that she couldn't help but rush over to find out if it was related to the artifact. As a result, she was questioned face to face. Teresa looked at Qi Kong, who had already fallen into the skylight on the top floor of the museum. Do angels need to explain to the Dragon Clan and the Golden Man when they do things? Teresa raised her head and said proudly, on the contrary. It is the Tao Tai King. Qi Kong seems to have a deep relationship with the Dragon Clan. Or just like the Dragon Clan created you. Qi Kong is so powerful because the Dragon Clan did something that we don't know. Teresa successfully diverted the attention of Elder Mu of the Golden Man. Ever since knowing that Qi Kong had researched the ancient Golden language, the Golden Man had been investigating Qi Kong, and found that Qi Kong seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Her strength was unreasonably strong. She defeated Teresa, who had performed well in the ancient war, like a warrior who existed specifically for fighting. This time, Qi Kong's experiment actually set the sky on fire, and she seemed to be trapped in the light ball produced by the experiment, so that the Tao Tai King appeared to rescue her. When the World Tree was in danger, the Dragon Clan immediately went to protect it, and left simply after the victory, as if they had no possessive desire for the World Tree. It turns out that the dragons did not want to occupy the World Tree, but they already had it. If it weren't for Qi Kong's accident in the experiment, which forced the Tao Tai King to rescue him, the other 4 ancient civilizations would still be kept in the dark. If the dragons allowed the Golden Shield Empire to go to the Dragon Kingdom to mine the Fire Crystal Mine, they would challenge the financial dominance of the World Bank. The 1,000-year sleep of the dragons was a false illusion to confuse the outside world. They have been accumulating strength. Now, the meteorite is the agent launched by the Dragon Kingdom to control the Golden Shield Empire. Qin Kong's mission is to protect the meteorite and help him get the power of the empire. At the same time, Qi Kong revived the World Tree, allowing the dragons to master this extraordinary creature that can be promoted to a divine weapon. The Golden Shield Empire controlled by Meteor can be the umbrella of the World Tree, and can also stab the World Bank. It's so abominable. Elder Mu felt that he was fooled by the Dragon Clan. He gave money and people, and fought against the fallen angels to protect the World Tree. The result? Elder Mu figured it out and asked Luke, the Dragon Clan is accumulating power so much, and even using the clear sky to control the World Tree. Do they want to destroy the peace of thousands of years? Luke, who played the role of the Tao Tai King, said Elder Mu, I will never admit this slander. If you think that the Dragon Clan controls the World Tree through the clear sky, then why did the Dragon Clan invite the angels and you, the Shining Gold people, to enter the ancestral grassland? Even if the Dragon Clan likes to share, it should share with the former allies, the demons and the Shadow Clan. I appeared in Qin Kong's experiment because I asked Miss Qi Kong to refine a sword for me. To prove what he said, Luke stretched out his hand and held the blazing sword that had just been put away. The blade was blazing white, causing the temperature around it to rise rapidly, and the extremely active fire element formed a flame field. Elder Mu recognized that this was the sword that King Tao Tai chopped at the light ball that trapped Qin Kong. This sword absorbed the energy of the light ball, and the blazing white sword body and the light ball were exactly the same as the sun. What kind of sword is this? Elder Mu could feel the energy contained in this sword. It was an extremely powerful weapon. The flame field it formed alone could provide King Tao Tai with a large amount of fire attribute magic amplification. Sword of Blazing Sky. Luke called out the name of the sword, and took it back with his hand, and the flame field was lifted. Luke continued, the Dragon Tribe did not enter the Moonlight Royal Court, which is enough to prove that the Dragon Tribe has no intention of destroying the 1,000-year peace. Instead, Sky City could not wait to send angels to the Moonlight Royal Court to build a temple. And then the Golden Man did the same thing. The Dragon Tribe sent King Tyron and me to the Holy Luin City of the Golden Shield Empire. And it was entirely because the angels descended here in large numbers. And they were led by the first Holy Scripture Teresa. And all the Holy Judgment Angels participated in the ancient war. Elder Mu, who is destroying the stability of the 1,000 years. You should know very well. Angels first. Golden Man second. Do you have anything to explain to the Dragon Clan? Luke kicked the ball to Teresa and Elder Mu. King Tyron echoed, what King Tao Tai said is what I want to say. Miss Qi Kong has nothing to do with our Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan does not enter the ancestral grassland, because they do not want to intervene in the dispute. The dragon came to the St. Louis city of the Golden Shield Empire, which was a stress response to the threatening actions of the angels. So many holy judgment angels who participated in the ancient wars came here, but did not make any explanation to the other 4 ancient civilizations. Teresa, who is destroying stability, and who is pushing the world to the brink of danger. Elder Mu thought that he had no definite evidence whether Qin Kong was related to the dragon. Anyway, the Golden Man had already entered the Moonlight Royal Court, and Queen Qi Kong had also invited the Golden Man to join the World Tree Research Group. There was no need to offend Qi Kong and the dragon for a guess. Today, he should stand firmly with the Dragon Clan and let Teresa explain the large-scale arrival of the Holy Judgment Angels in St. Louis City. Elder Mu turned his spearhead very quickly. First, spread the Holy Scripture. Because of your arrival without any reason, there are Golden Man, angels, dragons, demons, and the Shadow Clan hiding in the dark in St. Louis City. If the angels do not explain, the Golden Man can only send more forces to St. Louis City for safety. And I believe the Dragon Clan will do the same. The demons of hell will stop fighting because of the threat. And more Shadow Clan will lurk around us. This will be a terrible arms race. And any misjudgment may trigger a new war. On behalf of the Shining Gold, I ask you to explain. The pressure came back to Teresa. She looked at the Tao Tai King. Although the Tao Tai King just denied that Qi Kong had any relationship with the Dragon Clan, her intuition told her that the Tao Tai King and Qi Kong were definitely not as simple as an experiment. But now is not the time to consider these. and the trouble in front of us must be dealt with first. I led the Holy Judgment Angels to descend on St. Louis City, under the order of the Chief Holy Judgment Angel's Sword of Oath. As for what we are here for, it is the top secret of Sky City. I have no right to tell you. If you really want to know, you can go to Sky City to ask the Sword of Oath. Let's not stay in the air. After all, this is not Sky City, not Golden Valley, nor Dragon Country. We must respect the honor here. Goodbye. For the first time, Teresa expressed her respect for the owner of the city. And then, without waiting for the response of the Golden Man and the Dragon, she turned around and flew to the Silver Manor with the angels. The Golden Man and the Dragon were left in the air. Elder Mu rarely saw King Taotai and King Tyron at the same time. After the angels left, he immediately said, I heard that the dragons allowed the Golden Shield Empire to land in Dragon Country and mine the fire crystals in Dragon Country. Luke replied, yes, it happened. What does this have to do with the Golden Man? Elder Mu asked, since Dragon Country is willing to sell fire crystals to the Golden Shield Empire, can the Golden Man be allowed to mine fire crystals in Dragon Country? Luke refused. Elder Mu, are you kidding? Although you have not experienced ancient wars, there are many dragons in Dragon Country that have fought with the Golden Man. Aren't the Golden Man afraid of being kicked around by the dragons when they enter Dragon Country to mine fire crystals? Elder Mu expected the Taotai King to refuse. After all, the hatred between the two tribes was there. The dragons would not let the Golden Man in no matter who landed in Dragon Country. So Elder Mu said, the Taotai King is right to worry. I ignored the feelings of the dragons. However, the secular world now has a growing demand for fire crystals. Since Dragon Country has allowed the Golden Shield Empire to go and mine, can other countries also be allowed to mine some? No matter what the Golden Shield Empire uses to exchange fire crystals with the dragons, other countries can definitely pay, or even give more. What the Golden Shield Empire uses to trade fire crystals with the dragons has always been a mystery. Except for some beef to feed the dragons near the mining area, the cargo ships of the Golden Shield Empire do not seem to have transported anything valuable to Dragon Country. Due to the closure of Dragon Country, the Shining Gold people have never found out what the Golden Shield Empire used to pry open the door of Dragon Country. Unless the speculation just denied by the Taotai King is correct, Dragon Country has already controlled the Golden Shield Empire. Elder Mu, who was dressed in golden armor, looked at Luke, waiting for an answer. Luke said, Elder Mu should know that the Golden Shield Empire is investing heavily in the Western Territory. Elder Mu replied, yes. The World Bank also participated in the investment at the invitation of the Empire. Luke said, the fire crystals of the Dragon Kingdom are actually given to the Moonlight Royal Court as compensation for the dragon's participation in destroying the previous generation of the World Tree. Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen felt that it was useless for the Moonlight Royal Court to have so many fire crystals. So she signed an agreement with the Golden Shield Empire to exchange fire crystals for investment. Therefore, this amount of fire crystals originally given to the Moonlight Royal Court was transferred to the Golden Shield Empire in exchange for the Empire's investment in the Western Territory to improve the lives of the barbarians in the Western Territory. There is nothing in the secular world that dragons like. So Dragon Country will no longer allow others to land and mine. Compensation in exchange for investment? Elder Mu did not expect that there was such an operation in the fire crystal transaction, which was equivalent to blocking other channels to obtain Dragon Country fire crystals. Elder Mu asked unwillingly, how many fire crystals will Dragon Country compensate the Moonlight King Court? If the compensation of fire crystals is limited, the firepower of the Golden Shield Empire's energy war will be limited. Knowing the opponent's trump card, the World Bank can deal with it calmly. Luke thought for a while and asked King Tyron, it seems that we didn't decide how many fire crystals to give. King Tyron was very happy to see that the elders of the Golden People were fooled by Luke. It seems that I forgot how many fire crystals were written in the agreement. But this thing is just like a stone in Dragon Country. If the people of the Golden Shield Empire don't mind digging it, they can dig it up. Besides, the children were very satisfied with the beef they sent. We don't mind either. Elder Mu shouted in his heart. He never expected that the giant dragons would actually send out fire crystals as if they were stones. This means that the Golden Shield Empire can obtain unlimited fire crystals from Dragon Country. And the World Bank will face an unprecedented challenge. King Taotai. King Tyluan. Elder Mu said earnestly, the giant dragons may not know what fire crystals mean to the secular world. If the Golden Shield Empire is allowed to mine Dragon Country's fire crystals in unlimited quantities, Dragon Country will suffer great losses. I suggest you re-sign a compensation agreement with the Moonlight Queen to limit the amount of fire crystals to be mined. The World Bank can send professional actuaries to help calculate the amount of compensation. Luke said contemptuously, "Re-sign the agreement? Is the integrity of our dragons cheaper than stone like fire crystals? And that is to replenish the world tree destroyed by us. It has been burning for 5 years, and has suffered for 1,000 years. Can the actuaries of the World Bank calculate the value of the world tree? I don't know why Elder Mu has been talking to us about fire crystals. Now this batch of fire crystals belongs to the Moonlight Royal Court. If you have any unspeakable ideas, go to the Moonlight Queen, Her Majesty Qi Kong, to ask for them. As long as His Majesty Qi Kong agrees, it doesn't matter who we give it to." Luke didn't want to continue to argue with Elder Mu in public, so he asked Elder Mu to find Qi Kong. Elder Mu felt that he and the dragon couldn't reach any conclusion, and the two races were not on the same chat channel at all. Qi Kong should indeed be asked about the fire crystal. It just so happened that Qi Kong agreed to visit the Golden Valley, so he could try to buy the Dragon Kingdom's fire crystal trade under the control of the World Bank, under the suspicious eyes of King Tao Tai and King Tailuan. Elder Mu took the Golden Man away, after there were no more people in the sky. King Tailuan, the Golden Dragon, said to Luke, "I need an explanation." "What do you want to explain?" King Tairen said. "I have an agreement with you that the Dragon Kingdom will not directly participate in the fight between you and the Shining Gold. But in the current situation, they seem to suspect that the Dragon Clan is secretly controlling everything. Even if you deny it, the Angels and Shining Gold are still suspicious. Do you intend to pull the Dragon Clan into the game?" Luke smiled and said, "King Tairen, you said that the Dragon Clan seemed to be out of the game. If the Dragon Clan wants to stay out of it, take your dragons back to the Dragon Kingdom now. Stop the fire crystal transaction and sleep well. The situation in the world is becoming more and more complicated, and St. Luin City is obviously the source of everything. King Tairen certainly doesn't dare to take the dragons away from the center of the vortex." He said to Luke seriously, "I have helped you a lot. Whether you pull the Dragon Clan into the game or not, you must give me a reason to continue to help you. The inheritance of Tao Tai is not enough for me to do so much." Luke thought about it and felt that the dragon was really kind. So he said to King Tairen, "You should really thank Tao Tai for his inheritance. Next, I will tell you a secret. Do you want to know the purpose of Teresa's angels coming to St. Luin City?" The Golden Dragon King Tairen came closer with his eyes wide open, and his big head almost hit Luke. "Do you know? What is their purpose?" Luke whispered, "It has something to do with the artifact." King Tairen's eyes were full of doubts. Luke whispered, "It has nothing to do with the world tree." King Tairen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Absolutely authentic." Chapter 498 Visit to the Golden Valley. "How did you know?" King Tairen still couldn't believe that the news about the artifact came out so suddenly. After all, the artifacts of 5 ancient civilizations disappeared together for 1,000 years, and the dragons had tried to find them, but they had no clues. And during this period, there were countless fake artifact-related news, most of which were fabricated by someone to defraud the dragons of their treasures. The news that Meteor sent the artifact at this time was a bit too unbelievable. According to the relationship between the two parties, Meteor should not have made up such a big lie. But his head was indeed a bit confused. Luke said, "I naturally have my channels. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The mess caused by this experiment is too big. I need to go to the palace to meet the queen and explain what happened here. Goodbye." "Goodbye, goodbye." King Tairen saluted Luke, watched him return to the Clear Sky Museum, and then immediately flew to the dragon nest of the steel plant with the dragon group. The artifact revealed its traces, which was a major event enough to wake up all the sleeping dragons. And the inexplicable panic in his heart made King Tairen think of the war thousands of years ago. The order of this world is getting out of control, and it seems that a war is approaching rapidly, and due to the participation of new large civilizations. If a civilization-level war breaks out, the scale will definitely exceed the ancient war. The dragons can't stay out of it. And where are the dragons located? King Tairen felt that he needed to go back to the Dragon Kingdom, convene a meeting of the ancient dragons, and tell the closed-door dragons about the changes he saw in the world. There is also news about the artifact and the king's inheritance. The Dragon Kingdom needs to unite again and send more dragons to the St. Luin City of the Golden Shield Empire, even if it causes an arms race. There must be no mistakes in the event of retrieving the artifact. Luke returned to the Clear Sky Museum and returned to the palace with Agatha after seeing her. In the royal carriage, Agatha said to Luke, "You seem to have done something great again. Is there anything you can tell me? Can you tell me?" Luke sat opposite Agatha, looking at the street outside through the car window, and answered, "It was Qi Kong who was doing an experiment. But some problems occurred during the experiment. The city's blackout was not what we expected. I don't know how much damage it caused. I will do my best to compensate. Then I have to blackmail the richest man in the empire for a sum of money?" Agatha smiled and said, "It depends on the situation." "Did the experiment succeed in the end?" Luke said, "Although the experimental results are different from what was expected, it is also a success. I got a very powerful sword. Qi Kong's strength has been further improved, and his safety during his visit to the Golden Valley is more guaranteed." Agatha worriedly warned, "During this period, the World Bank has decoupled from the Empire in many areas, threatening the Empire to abandon its current energy policy. The contact between the Golden People and the Accounting Union also proves that their bottom line can be broken. During your visit to the Golden Valley, if the Golden People do not follow the rules, it will be difficult for the Empire to provide you with assistance." Luke knew that visiting the Golden Valley was full of uncertainties, and the degree of danger was higher than any other trip. "I want to be Liu Bang, but the Golden People may not be Xiangyu." However, Luke still comforted Agatha confidently. "It is for safety reasons that Qi Kong and I conducted this experiment. You can be completely assured of Miss Qi Kong's strength. And I also have enough means of self-protection. As long as the World Bank's funding for the Accounting League is delayed until the end of winter, we don't have to worry too much about the Golden Man in the future." Agatha looked at Luke with light in her eyes. "I believe in you. Because no matter where you go, you can bring me a miracle. This time, you and Qi Kong can not only come back safely, but also bring Ying back." Luke nodded. "Yes. We have to bring Ying back. And we have to deal with Pan and Leo properly." Agatha suddenly said, "Dai wrote me a letter." Luke was a little surprised, because Qi Kong also received the letter from Dai. But he didn't receive it. At first, I thought there was a delay in the distribution of letters. Now that Agatha has received Dale's letter, it means that there is no problem with the Secret Service's letter delivery. What did she say? She talked about her life at the Emerald Magic Academy and her elf partner, who likes to use modifiers. And all her grades are excellent. She is so smart that people are jealous. Finally, she said, after Agatha paused. Luke, who was listening, asked, "What did she say?" Agatha looked at Luke. "She blessed us." Luke smiled and knew why Dale didn't write to him. After meeting Queen Christina, Luke began to prepare to visit the World Bank headquarters, Golden Valley. He first went from St. Louis City to Raging Wave City, when the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet just returned to Cape Harbor. A new 10,000-ton Dreadnought-class ship built by Cape Shipyard was launched, and the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet entered the double Dreadnought stage. After Qi Kong arrived at Raging Wave City with her followers and the Moonlight Knights, Luke boarded the flagship of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, Augustine the Great, with Qi Kong. The Dreadnought-class steel battleship weighs 13,600 tons and has 4 twin 305mm main guns in front and back, and as many as 22 other secondary guns. At the same time, the Dreadnought-class steel battleship is equipped with torpedo tubes developed by the Alchemist Association of Raging Wave City. The steam-powered torpedo has a range of up to 15 kilometers and has a very high hit rate with the assistance of Naga warriors for underwater guidance. It can be said that the Dreadnought-class steel battleship has no rivals on the current sea surface, and one ship is equivalent to a fleet. Luke's advanced knowledge of naval warfare allowed him to equip the Dreadnought-class steel battleship with auxiliary ships and supply ships, and the Unit 01 steel battleship was downgraded to a frigate, and then supplemented with enough airships to form this Royal Ocean Escort Fleet. Such a luxurious fleet is unique in the world. After the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet conducted a world cruise, all the countries along the way were deeply shocked by this fleet. This is not an escort fleet. This is clearly a fleet to destroy a country. With such a fleet, the areas covered by the world's oceans in the future will be decided by the Golden Shield Empire. In order to catch up with the Golden Shield Empire, to prevent what happened to the Real Republic from happening to them, and to avoid being strangled by others at sea and collecting protection fees, all countries launched the Dreadnought-class steel battleship project before they understood the Unit 01 class. But most coastal countries immediately felt the difficulty. When the Unit 01 class steel battleship appeared, everyone felt very surprised and shocked, but far from feeling powerless. After all, The development of all-metal battleships was a major trend at that time, and many of them were just a last-ditch effort. After seeing the Unit 01 class steel battleship, they could also figure out how to build one. And the Dreadnought class steel battleship is not something you can understand by looking at it. The steel used for shipbuilding alone cannot be used to build the steel used for the Unit 01 class battleship. Cannons with a caliber of more than 300 millimeters, torpedoes that have never been heard of, and various advanced shipborne equipment. Most countries can only sigh that only the City of Raging Waves can build such a giant ship. It also makes a few countries with greater ambitions for the ocean bite the bullet and set up projects to participate in this maritime arms race with the whole country's strength. The County Union is one of these countries. The war with the Golden Shield Empire has made the County Union feel more threatened at sea. Their new fleet was eager to fight the fleet of the City of Raging Waves. But after hearing that the City of Raging Waves had built a Dreadnought-class steel battleship, it immediately retreated. The County Union is very dependent on maritime trade, and it has to participate in this maritime arms race. Moreover, after learning that the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor, was going to visit the World Bank headquarters, a delegation led by the Speaker of the National Assembly immediately set out from the winter capital to the Golden Valley. At the same time, Leo also secretly sent a delegation, led by Pan. Many countries that smell the scent of crisis also sent their own heads of state delegations to the Golden Valley. It can be imagined that when Luke arrived, it must be a world-class summit meeting. The Golden Shield Empire Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, which has 2 Dreadnought-class steel battleships and more than 20 ships of various types, sailed out of Cape Port, and more than a dozen new steam airships of different sizes and functions took off, launching a wide air warning network. The delegation, composed of the Moonlight Royal Court's Queen Clear Sky and the Golden Shield Empire's Cabinet Prime Minister Meteorite, officially set off for the Golden Valley. After leaving the port, Luke said that the fleet did not need to rush. When encountering a nearby port, stop in, replenish supplies, and then organize local friendships. Visit and party on board. Let people who have a long journey have time to go to the Golden Valley. It also buys some time for the winter war. The Moonlight Royal Court and the Golden Shield Empire's joint delegation set off. After the Ark County Union Ice Cave agent sent the intelligence obtained back to the winter capital, the Ark County Union immediately launched a winter offensive across the entire northern border. However, unlike the Spring War, the Ark County Union judged that the Golden Shield Empire Snow Army would still take a defensive stance. After all, winter warfare is beneficial to the Ark County Union. However, the generals of the County Union did not expect that in the face of the clustered advancement of the County Union's war fortresses, the Empire's Snow Army actually rushed out of the solid city fortress and drove the war fortresses to launch an attack of equal intensity on the frozen ground. The tall war fortresses collided with each other, stabbing each other's fortresses with their horns. And then the soldiers of both sides fought hand to hand. The cavalry galloped on the snow with sabers, and the airships in the sky cast war magic diligently. The Northern War entered its second year, and an unprecedented fierce battle broke out when both sides had offensive strategies. According to battlefield statistics, the two sides suffered tens of thousands of casualties in just 1 week of fighting. More than 20 war fortresses were destroyed, and more than 40 airships crashed. The battle situation was reported to their respective command levels, and the commanders of both sides realized that the next battle would be a meat grinder. There is no easy to attack and difficult to defend terrain in the north. War is a battle of heads, equipment, and logistics. The Ark County Union knows its own shortcomings. After the World Bank expressed its willingness to support, the County Union is more looking forward to the implementation of support. Botrovich is the second in command of the Ark County Union and the Speaker of the Congress. This time he led the team to visit the Golden Valley with important responsibilities. However, after he arrived at the Golden Valley with the visiting group, he was always ignored by the Golden people. The whole team stayed in the Golden Hotel, but no Golden People senior officials were seen. As the visiting groups of various countries arrived in the Golden Valley, the Golden Hotel was gradually filled with heads of state and dignitaries. The merchants who originally lived here were asked to leave by the Golden People and moved into other hotels and inns arranged by the Golden People. After being rejected for his application to enter the Elders' Council of the Golden People, Speaker Petrovich returned to his hotel in a bad mood and invited Helkin to come. Helkin has now passed the steam engineer assessment and resigned from his position as the chief of the ice cave to officially enter politics. Due to his experience in the intelligence department, he is now an assistant to the Secretary of Foreign Affairs in the County Union. because of his strong professional ability. He was noticed by Speaker Petrovich of the National Assembly, and was named to join the visiting group. Mr. Speaker. Helkin took off his hat, and saluted Speaker Petrovich. He was wearing a very elegant tuxedo, and a popular wig. And he no longer had the fierce look he had in the winter capital. Sit down. Petrovich did not show his anger at the golden man's neglect. He asked Helkin to sit on the sofa opposite him in a friendly manner, and asked the servant to pour a glass of strong liquor. Your experience in the ice cave gives you a good working advantage in the Foreign Affairs Department, which is also the reason why I personally selected you to come to the Golden Valley with the visiting group. If you perform well this time, I can let you shoulder heavier responsibilities. Helkin bowed to Petrovich. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your trust and reuse of me. I have contacted the agents of the ice cave in the Golden Valley. They are all my old subordinates, and are happy to work for the Speaker. Petrovich said with a bad face. Herkikin, the ice cave cannot be used by private individuals. This is an important item in the county constitution. Although you have passed the steam engineer exam through your own efforts, if you cannot cut off your ties with the ice cave, it will affect your future career. Herkikin immediately said in panic, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Now the politicians from various countries are gathering in the Golden Valley, which is a grand occasion that has never happened before. If we follow the process of collecting intelligence in the ice cave, some important intelligence may be delayed in reaching you. In addition, the spies of the Golden Shield Empire are also very active in the Golden Valley. For your safety and the importance of this mission, I have to personally guide the ice cave agents here. After listening to Helkin's explanation, Petrovich's expression eased a lot. Our mission this time is indeed too important. Special events require special treatment. This time, I will not care about your violation of the County Federation Constitution. Is there anything important that needs to be reported to me? Helkin knew that Petrovich was pretending to be angry. He summoned him just to hear the intelligence collected by the ice cave agents. However, his resume in the ice cave has always been a stain that cannot be washed away. All the superiors want to use him, but they dare not really reuse him. If nothing special happens, it will be difficult for him to climb up. Helkin sorted out his thoughts, and reported to Petrovich which country's delegation arrived in Golden Valley today, and which country's dignitaries met each other. Chapter 499 The First Confrontation. Golden Valley, the home of the Golden People, is a large canyon that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. There are many large gold mines here, which is why it is named Golden Valley. Golden Valley is the birthplace of the Golden People civilization. It contains many secrets of the Golden People. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the valley. Young Golden People must undergo extremely strict training in it, and live a Puritan life to strengthen their will, and avoid being tempted by various material desires after entering the world. But because the World Bank run by the Golden People wants to open its doors to do business, the Golden People built a city in an area near the exit of the canyon and the sea. The Golden Valley, widely mentioned by the world, actually refers to this city. In the past, most of the people who came to the Golden Valley were businessmen who had business dealings with the World Bank. As for the national dignitaries, because of the principle of staying away from politics that the Golden People insist on, even if these people come, they will not be treated specially. This time, dignitaries from various countries came to the Golden Valley in waves, and they also did not receive much enthusiasm from the Golden People, as if they were just tourists with special identities. But this time, the Golden People took the initiative to invite the Queen of the Moonlight Royal Court and the Prime Minister of the Meteorite of the Golden Shield Empire to visit the Golden Valley, which made the politicians, with a keen sense of smell, aware of the change in the principles of the Golden People. The Golden Shield Empire has been creating major world events in recent years. The World Tree in the west of the Empire has revived. The war between the County Alliance and the Empire. The Celtic Duke led the barbarians in rebellion. The Golden Man and the Angel sent a delegation to visit the imperial capital at the same time. A large group of Holy Judgment Angels suddenly descended on St. Louis City. A giant dragon descended on St. Louis City. There is also the world's first all-metal warship. A fleet that makes countries around the world tremble is cruising. Too many events have made the Golden Shield Empire the protagonist of the entire human civilization time and time again. And the world's attention has been focused on this ancient and young empire. Recently, the Golden Shield Empire has launched a drastic energy policy, relying on its voice in international energy trade to encourage energy transactions to use the Golden Shield Empire's currency, the Imperial Mark. Anyone who knows a little about international relations knows that the World Bank of the Golden People used to have an unshakable position in international trade. But now this seemingly unbreakable position is being challenged. The Golden Shield Empire is showing off its muscles, while waving energy to promote changes in international relations. This time, the Golden People invited the Golden Shield Empire's Prime Minister Meteorite to come to the Golden Valley. Which means that the Golden People have felt the crisis and realized that the Golden Shield Empire has the strength to challenge themselves. This visit will determine the direction of the world in the next stage. Will the Golden Shield Empire choose to surrender to the Golden People and continue to abide by the Golden Coupon as the only universal currency in circulation in the world? Or will it continue to challenge the World Bank in the new track of energy and bring the future of the world into an unpredictable and dangerous path? It depends on the result of the negotiation between the Prime Minister Meteorite and the Golden People. Meteorite. It is a name that has become familiar to the ears of the dignitaries of various countries. This name is a legend. The name Meteorite will inevitably appear in every major event that happens in the Golden Shield Empire. Now Meteorite is one of the sole figures of the Golden Shield Empire, and the youngest Prime Minister in the history of the Empire. This visit is destined to be a major historical event before it even begins. The other protagonist of this visit is the elf Qigong. It is also a world of honor. She revived the world tree that was destroyed in the ancient war thousands of years ago, and obtained the authority of the world tree to establish the Moonlight King Court, and became the Moonlight Queen. She possesses supreme military power. She accepted the challenge of the holy judge Angel Teresa in the Golden Shield Empire Palace and defeated her. She defeated the demons and made them willingly serve their sentences. It is rumored that she was once assassinated by the Shadow Clan, and the Shadow Clan assassin lost his life. Her beauty makes everyone who sees her fall in love with her. Her knowledge makes everyone who talks to her convinced. Her charm makes the angels, the shining gold people, and the dragons protect the world tree from the attacks of the fallen angels. She has almost a perfect existence without flaws. And she has an unknown tacit understanding with the Golden Shield Empire meteor, which also prompted the Moonlight Royal Court and the Golden Shield Empire to form a synchronous offensive and defensive camp. What the people of the Golden Hotel wanted to discuss by inviting the Queen of the Sky to the Golden Valley also caused many speculations from various countries. Time passed day by day, and what was supposed to come came. The most powerful group of people in the human civilization gathered in the Golden Valley, waiting for the arrival of the joint visiting group of the Golden Shield Empire and the Moonlight Royal Court. When the loud whistle sounded from the distant sea to the sky above the Golden Valley, the people living in the Golden Hotel walked to the terraces of their rooms without any prior agreement. The Golden Hotel was facing the sea, and the sky was clear and cloudless, and the fleet coming from the other side of the sea could be clearly seen. Although many people did not see this fleet for the first time, they were still deeply shocked when they saw it approaching again, especially the giant ship in the middle of the fleet. The gun barrels, like a jungle, make people both scared and excited. This is the pinnacle of human civilization and wisdom. Putting aside the position, its existence is enough for the whole human race to be proud of. Soon people found that there was not only one Dreadnought-class steel battleship in this fleet, but also another one with the same body came into people's sight. Cheers broke out at the Golden Valley dock. The human workers working in the port waved to the approaching fleet. They work at the Golden Valley dock for a living, and they can deeply feel the pride of the Golden People on weekdays. Now 2 steel battleships like mountains are built by humans, and their majestic figures are enough to make the human workers feel proud. The sensation caused by the Iron Fleet spread rapidly from the port to the entire city, and more people flocked to the port to see the world's strongest warship. At this time, Luke also stood on the bow of the flagship Augustine the Great, looking at the Golden Valley getting closer and closer. Golden Valley is a modern city that is no less modern than Raging Wave City. Unlike Raging Wave City, which attaches great importance to industrial development and has many factories, the financial industry in Golden Valley is very developed, making the sky and sea vast, the mountains and rivers beautiful because there is no pollution. Buildings decorated with gold foil everywhere make the whole city look magnificent. So tourism is also an important industry in Golden Valley. Finance and tourism have driven the development of other service industries, which requires a lot of labor and employment. So most of the people in this part of the city, outside the Golden Valley Canyon, are not Golden People. When the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet approached the Golden Valley port, a team of Golden People wearing golden armor flew out of the city in the golden light. And after reaching the top of the Augustine the Great, they landed on the deck together. The leading pair of Golden People twins saluted Luke and Qigong, who appeared in an instant. The Prime Minister of Meteorite, and Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen. Welcome to visit Golden Valley. We have prepared the best rooms for the 2 distinguished guests in the Golden Hotel. You can check in and rest first, and wait for the elders to receive you. I will lead your fleet into the port now." Luke simply returned the greeting and said, "The fleet I brought is too large, and the ships are too big. If we are not careful, we will crash into your port. The fleet does not need to enter the port. Just let them stay at sea." The Golden Man looked at the surrounding sea, and then couldn't help but look at the gun barrel that was thicker than a person. He thought to himself, if this fleet fired at the Golden Valley, how long would it take for the city to be reduced to ruins? This fleet is a major threat if it stays at sea. Only by entering the port can the Golden Man control this fleet at the fastest speed when necessary. Meteor Prime Minister, if your fleet stays at sea, it will affect the ships coming in and out of the Golden Valley. Let's go into the port. We have enough docks to berth these ships. Luke insisted, since you are afraid that my fleet will affect maritime traffic, I will let them go further away. The main gun range of the Dreadnought-class steel battleship is 40 kilometers. The range can be increased to 75 kilometers by using alchemical shells and barrel wind pressure. I will let the fleet stop outside the sea area 80 kilometers away from the Golden Valley. Will this not affect the ships entering and leaving the Golden Valley? The maximum range of the main battleship is 75 kilometers. The fleet is on a loop 80 kilometers away. If it wants to bombard the Golden Valley, it only needs to move in. And it is not an easy task for the Shining Gold people to monitor the Royal Ocean Escort fleet at all times in such a vast sea area. The Golden Man could hear Luke's threat. After boarding the ship, they kept observing the fleet, especially the Dreadnought-class steel battleship. The large hull and abundant displacement made this 10,000-ton ship more flexible. Therefore, on the deck, the Golden Man saw not only artillery for attack, but also many magic alchemy equipment for defense. It can be said that once attacked, the Dreadnought-class steel battleship not only has a strong enough hull, but can also build a solid magic defense system in a short time. The part that can be seen is so rich, and the configuration inside the cabin must be extremely luxurious. Moreover, some of the ships guarding the Dreadnought-class steel battleships were not equipped with offensive weapons, and those closed cabins were filled with something to protect the main battleships. There were also airships in the sky that could provide magic barriers and magic support for the entire fleet. There seemed to be something underwater as well. This was a fleet with a complete three-dimensional attack and defense system that the Shining Gold people had no idea about. If they attacked by force, the Shining Gold people were confident that they could defeat this fleet. But at what cost? And how long would it take? They couldn't let this fleet roam freely in the outer sea of the Golden Valley. Prime Minister of Meteorite, your fleet must enter the Golden Valley port for our safety. Luke also said clearly, my fleet cannot enter the Golden Valley. This is also for my safety considerations. Otherwise, I would not have brought the fleet so far to the sea area. You can go back to the Elders' Council and tell your elders. If the Golden people insist that my fleet enter the port, I will cancel this visit. Your Majesty Queen Chi Kong. What do you mean? Chi Kong couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that the Golden people, as one of the 5 ancient civilizations, would still worry about a fleet built by a low-level civilization. Don't the Golden people know how to fight except making money? I think you need to ask your Elders' Council. Don't be laughed at by the other 4 civilizations because of cowardice. Am I right? Let's spread the Holy Scripture Teresa first. Now Teresa is simply Chi Kong's follower. When Chi Kong went to Nuteo City, she followed him to Nuteo City. When Chi Kong boarded the Augustine the Great, she followed him and refused to leave. Named by Chi Kong, Teresa appeared on the deck. Through the elders being easily assassinated by the Shadow Clan assassins, and the battle to defend the World Tree against the fallen angels, it can be seen that the combat effectiveness of the Shining Gold people has indeed declined greatly. This is not like the Shining Gold people in ancient wars. Is it really as Miss Chi Kong said, that the Shining Gold people are busy making money and have no time to practice? Or does the loss of the artifact have such a big impact on the Shining Gold people? Seeing the angel and hearing Teresa's ridicule, the face of the Shining Gold man turned very ugly. The loss of the artifact did have the greatest impact on the Shining Gold man. After all, the other 4 races are all born extraordinary creatures, and even without the artifact, their own strength is very strong. But the Shining Gold man comes from the ordinary intelligent race in the secular world, and the starting point is far behind the other 4 races. The level of strength depends entirely on the comprehension of the ancient Shining Gold language, and the individual strength is naturally uneven. However, when the Shining Gold man actively enters the world, Many hidden strengths cannot be seen, but are just scattered around the world with the World Bank. The shining gold man still attaches great importance to the angels. After all, the Goldens had conquered the angels in ancient times. If they were ridiculed by the angels for being weak, how could they face their ancestors in the future? A team of Goldens could only salute Chi Kong and Luke and leave. They had to inform the elders of the process of the first confrontation, and the elders would decide whether to give in or show the toughness of the Goldens. Without letting Luke and his friends wait too long, the group of Goldens boarded the Augustine the Great again in the Golden Light. Your Majesty the Queen of Chi Kong, Prime Minister of Meteorite, you are the distinguished guests invited by the Goldens to visit. As the owner of the Golden Valley, the Goldens will try their best to meet the needs of the guests without harming the interests of both parties. The Royal Ocean Escort Fleet of the Golden Shield Empire cannot enter the Golden Valley port, but must stop in the sea 100 kilometers away from the Golden Valley, and accept close observation by the ships sent by the Golden Valley. Luke thought about it. The reply of the Golden Man was a concession on this issue, but he did not give in on the additional conditions. 20 kilometers more is nothing for the fleet. As for close observation, my fleet is deployed. Can you get close if you want? Anyway, the fleet is only a deterrent at sea, so we should try to avoid direct conflict with the Golden Man. Okay. I will immediately order the fleet to stay away from the Golden Valley. The Royal Ocean Escort Fleet of the Golden Shield Empire turned around and sailed away from the coast of the Golden Valley. An airship carrying the joint visiting group of the Golden Shield Empire and the Moonlight Royal Court sailed towards the Golden Valley under the escort of the Golden Man. Chapter 500 I firmly believe. The lobby of the Shuojin Hotel follows the consistent style of the Shuojin people. A large number of gold decorations make this already magnificent lobby even more noble. The super-large statues and the dome that runs through the upper and lower parts make everyone who enters the lobby feel insignificant at first. The news of the arrival of the Chief Minister of the Golden Shield Empire Cabinet, Meteor, has been heard. A large number of politicians, dignitaries, and reporters from various countries gathered in the hotel lobby, waiting to welcome this person who can influence the direction of the world. Of course, the countries that actively welcome the Chief Minister of Meteor are some small and medium-sized countries. The politicians of major countries and countries that think they are major countries are still a little reserved, and they just send their own intelligence personnel to collect information everywhere. Small and medium-sized countries don't have to worry about status. Instead, they are more dependent on the energy in the hands of the Golden Shield Empire because of the shortage of resources caused by the land area. And the fleet they just saw on the sea made them all want to make friends with the Prime Minister of Meteorite to find a protective umbrella at sea in the future. At least they have to get acquainted with him. And it would be even better if they can talk a few words. If they can arrange a short interview with the Prime Minister of Meteorite, it will definitely be a major diplomatic victory. The hotel door opened, and the messy hall immediately fell silent, and everyone looked out the door together. Since Meteorite was invited by the Golden People to visit the Golden Valley, the Golden People gave him enough courtesy. The shining gold warriors wearing golden armor walked in neatly from outside in 2 rows, then turned back and stood opposite each other, separating a corridor in the middle. A red carpet was automatically rolled out, and the hotel band played a welcoming song. Then the Royal Knights of the Golden Shield Empire walked in from outside in gorgeous full-body armor. The Royal Knights are the face of the Golden Shield Empire. In addition to training combat skills, they also spend a lot of time training their manners. Therefore, when the Royal Knights walked in a line, their momentum was even higher and more powerful than the shining gold warriors just now. The metal boots made a consistent sound on the marble floor, and the sound caused by the friction of the armor plates was at the same frequency. With a strong sense of oppression, the Royal Knights arrived at their respective positions and turned back, inserting themselves into the middle of the shining gold warriors. The Royal Knight Captain at the end of the queue drew his sword and shouted loudly, "The Chief Regent of the Imperial Cabinet of the Golden Shield Empire, the Minister of Energy of the Empire, the Commander of the City Garrison of St. Louis City, the Governor of Raging Waves City, and the Marquis of Raging Waves have arrived." All the Royal Knights drew their swords in unison, with the tips of their swords pointing straight up in front of them. The Royal Knight Captain took a step to the side, revealing Luke standing outside the door. Luke wore the Imperial Noble Service, the Imperial Prime Minister badge, the Governor's ribbon, and the Commander's sword on his waist, and walked into the hall on the red carpet. The Royal Knight Captain followed with a sword on the side, representing the majesty of the Imperial throne. Then, there were the accompanying officials, the Prime Minister's staff, the assistants, the attendants, the servants. Luke walked very slowly into the hall, and he stopped almost every step to shake hands and talk with the people who greeted him on both sides. When he learned that the other party was an important official of a certain country, he would chat more cordially. At this time, Luke's experience of traveling around the world and taking risks came in handy. As long as the other party said the country he belonged to, no matter how small and inconspicuous it was, Luke could easily name the important cities and specialties of that country. Then he praised the characteristics of the country again, making everyone feel like spring breeze, and proud that their country was so valued by the Golden Shield Empire. Luke walked along the short red carpet, shaking hands and chatting. At the end, his subordinates had already built a podium with 5 microphones set up in front of it. Luke stepped onto the podium, and the people gathered in the hall gathered in front of it automatically. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Luke nodded in 3 directions and continued. This time, as the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, I accepted the invitation of the Golden people to visit the Golden Valley. I didn't expect to meet friends from all over the world here. I believe that with so many heads of state from all over the world gathering here, this will definitely be a grand event. I also sincerely hope that more such grand events can be held, and everyone can sit together and talk. Conflicts will disappear as we talk, and cooperation will come as we talk. Just like I came to Golden Valley this time, with full sincerity, to seek comprehensive cooperation between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank worldwide. Applause! A reporter raised his hand and asked loudly, Prime Minister of Meteorite, why didn't I see Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky? Didn't Her Majesty come here with you? Luke smiled and replied, Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky is a scholar, and being the Moonlight Queen is more like a part-time job. Her Majesty is not good at dealing with such occasions. And I am also the Prime Minister of the Moonlight Royal Court, so I can apologize to everyone on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. Luke's perfect answer drew another round of applause. Soon someone asked again, Prime Minister of Meteorite, since the Golden Shield Empire obtained the mining rights of the Dragon Country Fire Crystal Mine, the Golden Shield Empire has the ability to influence prices in the world energy market. Recently, the Golden Shield Empire has encouraged the use of the Imperial Mark in energy transactions. And we all know that gold certificates are widely used in international trade. By introducing this energy monetary policy, does the Golden Shield Empire want to replace the international status of gold certificates with the Imperial Mark? This question was asked very sharply. And it could be said that the intention of the Golden Man to invite the Prime Minister of Meteorite to visit the Golden Valley was exposed. Everyone looked at Luke silently, fearing that any details would be missed. Luke did not evade, before answering the question. I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't always think about making a big news. Creating international crisis and triggering world conflicts can bring you fame, but it will bring disaster to all peace-loving people. The Golden Shield Empire has never thought of challenging the status of gold coupons in international trade. The Empire has actively used gold coupons as a settlement currency in other trade areas. The reason why countries are encouraged to use the Imperial Mark in the energy market is mainly because Dragon Country's fire crystal reserves are too much. When I became the Minister of Energy of the Empire, I discovered a potential crisis. If all the fire crystals sold by the Empire are settled with gold coupons, it will not take long for the Empire's gold coupon reserves to quickly accumulate to a dangerous value. If this wealth is placed in the treasury, it will be a huge waste. If this gold certificate is invested in the domestic market of the Empire, it will directly impact the Imperial Mark currency system that the Empire has just established. Therefore, the Golden Shield Empire encourages the use of the Imperial Mark in energy transactions, which is just a means of self-protection to maintain the balance of payments of the Imperial Gold Certificate and keep the gold certificate reserves in a healthy range. After listening to the explanation of the meteorite, the audience suddenly realized. Countries that have completed currency reforms know that the more gold certificates held, the better. Gold certificates placed in the treasury are dead money. Only when there is inflow and outflow can they generate additional value in the trade cycle. The meteorite revealed that the Golden Shield Empire has a lot of energy, which will generate a huge trade surplus. If all gold coupons are used for settlement, there will be a backlog of gold coupons. Politicians from various countries are envious and jealous in their understanding. Applause to Prime Minister Meteorite. For these countries, whether or not to use gold coupons for energy trade does not matter much to them. Anyway, the Golden Shield Empire has a vast territory and a large population, and it is a large market. In the future, we can do more business with the Golden Shield Empire to earn imperial marks. The only one who is really hurt by the Golden Shield Empire's energy monetary policy is the World Bank. I wonder if Meteorite's explanation can be recognized by the Golden people? Then, there were continuous questions from reporters, and Luke answered them one by one, showing the Golden Shield Empire's side of avoiding disputes and loving peace in front of countries around the world. Hidden in the crowd at this time were Helkin and the Ice Cave agents he brought with him. They disguised themselves as reporters to record what Meteor said and other details of the scene. Suddenly, an agent said in surprise, "General." "No, Lord Helkin. Have you noticed that Meteor looks a bit like the deceased Luke steam engineer?" Luke made some disguises during his stay in Winter City. If you see two of his looks at the same time, you will think they are somewhat similar. Helkin pretended to observe Meteor carefully, and then said, "If you hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have noticed it. Meteor is a little bit similar to Luke steam engineer. Both have black hair. It's just that Luke steam engineer's face is thinner, and Meteor's eyes are wider. Bastard. Don't focus on insignificant things. Is this what you do after I leave the ice cave? Go. Ask Meteor's opinion on the war with the Accounting Union. Everyone else listen carefully. If you can analyze important information, I will pay for you to have a big meal." Hearing that the former director wanted to treat, the agents were full of energy and took pens to record carefully in their small notebooks. The war with the Accounting Union. When he heard this question, Luke couldn't help but sighed. This is an invasion war. Even if the Accounting Union launched the war under the pretext of bringing freedom to the people of the Golden Shield Empire, it still cannot change the nature of the invasion. I know there are people from the Ark County Federation among you. The chairman of the Ark County Federation Congress, Botrovich, is also in this hotel. As the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, I now urge the Ark County Federation to immediately stop all military actions against the Golden Shield Empire, restart the armistice negotiations, and strive for a peaceful resolution of the war as soon as possible. Let the citizens of the two countries shed less blood. Let parents no longer lose their sons. Let wives no longer lose their husbands. And let children see their fathers return home safely. Here I hope that all responsible and peace-loving countries in the world will actively exert your international influence to promote the early arrival of peace. We are now in an unprecedented era of development, and the world has never been as prosperous as it is today. As a member of it, I feel extremely proud and honored, and I am willing to contribute my strength to this brilliant civilization created by mankind. I firmly believe that it is development that drives the progress of civilization, and war and turmoil are the biggest obstacles to development. I firmly believe that all countries in the world love peace. Only peace can bring stability, and only stability can bring prosperity. I firmly believe that most ordinary people do not care about the political system of their country, and do not care about the so-called free and unfree speech. They care most about whether they can have enough food, and whether their offspring can receive a good education. The war launched by the Accounting Union is unjust, and even runs counter to the mainstream development trend of the world. If the Accounting Union, especially those oligarchs, do not stop in time, you will eventually face the judgment of the times. The lobby of the Golden Hotel burst into warm applause. Small and medium-sized countries cannot withstand major turmoil. A burp from a big country may be a tsunami for a weak country. The war between the Golden Shield Empire and the Accounting Union has been going on for more than a year. The war is not just a confrontation on the battlefield. The two countries also use various killing moves to greet each other internationally. The affected countries can only swallow their anger. The three firm beliefs of the Golden Shield Empire's Meteorite Prime Minister speak for the voices of most countries, especially since the war between the two countries has shown signs of spillover, and all countries are afraid of being affected. As one of the sole figures of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteorite's statement can fully represent the attitude of the Golden Shield Empire. Truce, peace, development. Let's all enjoy the dividends of the times together. As for freedom or not, no matter how free you are, there is no one as free as the Raging Waves City. After the applause stopped, Luke announced the end of the Q&A session, saying that he needed to rest after sitting on the ship for so long. The people in the hall applauded again. Luke's opening to the Golden Valley this time was perfect. Most of the important officials who listened to his speech felt that the Golden Shield Empire had the responsibility of a great power, and did not look down on small countries because of its strong national strength. At the same time, after seeing the strength of the Golden Shield Empire's Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, all countries had the most intuitive understanding of the strength of the Golden Shield Empire. If the Golden Shield Empire is willing to help us become stronger and richer, our own country will take off. Therefore, all countries have a sense of rejection towards the Accounti alliance, which launched wars and provoked unrest, and they have considered how to befriend the Golden Shield Empire in this regard. Some people took action immediately. Luke's secretary Kylina received so many letters of request for an audience that her hands were overwhelmed. In Luke's room, Pan was waiting inside early. Luke's room has a special living room, which is decorated with extreme luxury, and the ivory chairs are inlaid with gold flakes. Pan sat in the ivory chair and applauded when he saw Luke enter the door. Very wonderful speech. Your talent for bewitching people is still so excellent that people have completely forgotten who brought the fleet to bombard Rio's port and occupied the sea area that originally belonged to Rio. Luke waved his hand and asked the guarded servant to leave. He walked to Pan and sat down. I thought you had cut off all ties with the Golden Man, but I didn't expect you to have the ability to appear in my room. Are you showing me your power in the Golden Valley? Or is it a warning from the Golden Man? Pan smiled and said, the Golden Man is very principled and will not easily break the rules he has set. Since I am no longer a Golden Man, I naturally will not have the same privileges in the Golden Valley as before. You can regard my appearance here as a warning from the Golden Man. You have made the Golden Man violate his principles more than once, and each time is more serious than the last. Whether you can leave the Golden Valley alive depends on your performance next. Chapter 501 Great Love. The meteorite made the Shuajin people emotional, which was the biggest taboo of the Shuajin people. Although Pan didn't know why the Shuajin elder Mu put this serious crime aside after seeing the meteorite really shook the foundation of the Shuajin people this time. The World Bank allowed the Shuajin people to actively participate in the world, while allowing them to transcend the secular world. When the gold coupons were recognized as the world's common currency, the World Bank was like a casino banker, taking advantage of everyone in this economic system. Now with the rise of human civilization, the volume of international trade has been rising steadily, and the World Bank has become bigger and bigger. The Shuajin people have gained countless benefits through the World Bank, and at the same time, they have been tied to the World Bank by these countless benefits. If someone smashes the World Bank at this time, the main beam of the Golden People's civilization will be broken, and the house will really collapse. Therefore, after learning that Meteorite accepted the invitation of the Golden People to visit the Golden Valley, Pan set off one step ahead to his former hometown, and was appointed as the middleman by the Golden People Elders Council as he wished, coordinating the negotiations between Meteorite and the Golden People. At the same time, Pan activated some of the relationships he had laid in the Golden Valley, vowing to prevent Meteorite from leaving alive. Luke certainly knew how dangerous his trip to the Golden Valley was, but he acted very confident and said, Pan, I don't know where your confidence comes from. I only know that you are too arrogant, and you still don't realize the gap between you and me as always. For example, I am now a guest of honor of the Shuajin people. Even though the Shuajin people think that I have done many things that seriously harm the interests of the Shuajin people, they still have to treat me as a state guest. They also have to negotiate with me at the negotiation table instead of doing anything directly to me. You? After the sound incident, you were immediately kicked out. Although this is all in your plan, don't you feel a little disappointed? You joined the Shuajin civilization since you were young and received the most demanding training in the depths of the Golden Valley. After you became an adult, you ran around for the interests of the Shuajin people. You can become a candidate for the Shuajin elders, which shows how much you have contributed to the Shuajin people. But when the Shuajin people drove you away, it was like kicking away a stone, and it was not your fault. Even if you return to the Golden Valley now, you are just a tool for the Shining Gold people to test and warn me. Pan, is this what you have tried so hard to get? Even at the cost of selling your own twin sister? Luke's words made Pan's face change instantly, as if a dagger was stabbing his heart. If he wanted to rebuild the kingdom of Rio, he had to leave the Shining Gold civilization. The whole process was just as he had planned. But when he was driven out of the Shining Gold civilization, he felt desolate in his heart. One person packed up and left alone. Not a Shining Gold person. Naturally, he and the Shining Gold person were in two broken worlds. But Pan quickly adjusted his emotions, and he said angrily, my experience is all your fault. If you hadn't seduced Een and made Een fall in love with you, violating the taboos of the Shining Gold people, how could I be implicated and not accepted by the Shining Gold civilization? Meteor, no matter if you are a former gold star or for my sister Een, I will make you accept the punishment you deserve. Luke scratched his ears. Being loud does not mean you are powerful. Pan, you can go out and report to your Gold Star Master. You can say whatever you want. I will watch carefully to see who will accept the punishment. After speaking, Luke raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a group of Imperial spies rushed in from outside. Pan knew that Gold Star wanted to resolve the matter at the negotiation table. If he clashed with Meteor as soon as he arrived, Gold Star would not stand on his side. Anyway, the purpose of meeting Meteor this time has been achieved, and how to tell the Elders' Council is all up to him. Pan stood up, gave Luke a fierce look, and strode out of the room. Yomington, who was waiting outside the door, walked into the room. Now Yomington is the chief of staff of Luke's cabinet, and his status is higher than when he was with Gabriel. Mr. Prime Minister, when you didn't move into the Golden Hotel, someone actually waited in your room in advance. This is a serious diplomatic incident caused by the Golden People. Do we need to protest to the Golden People and initiate accountability negotiations? Luke nodded and said, you will protest to the Golden People on my behalf immediately. Then, spread the news about Ian. Don't worry about my reputation. Let everyone in the Golden Valley know that Ian was imprisoned by the Golden People because of me. Yomington said worriedly, will this overstimulate the Shining Gold? Luke said, it is to stimulate the Shining Gold. These two things are stressful for the Shining Gold, but they can share the stress for us. Speaking of this, Luke waved his hand to let the spies leave. Yomington understood and asked the accompanying wizards to come in and check the room inside and out to eliminate the magic audio-visual props arranged in the dark. The accompanying wizard confirmed that it was safe, but still arranged a circle of confinement for Luke. Yomington asked, Prime Minister, is there anything important for me to do? Luke said, we came to the Golden Valley this time. On the surface, we are negotiating with the Shining Gold to resolve the threat of the Empire's energy to the World Bank. But our real purpose is to meet the politicians from various countries in the Shining Gold Hotel. Let them think that the Golden Shield Empire poses no threat to them, and is a kind, friendly, and respectful country, and realize that the values of the Golden People are incompatible with ours. Hegemony, power, and rigidity represent an old civilization that is no longer glorious. Yomington answered with enlightenment, I understand the Prime Minister's idea. Whether the Imperial Mark can replace the gold voucher is not decided by the Golden People, but by all countries in the world that participate in international trade. If the behavior of the Golden People is no longer trusted, the Empire can replace it. Luke said, it's good that you understand so much. In short, this world event is a great opportunity for us. We must show our national strength well, and let most countries think that we are capable of becoming the leader representing human civilization. Our fight with the Shining Gold People has just begun. The power of the Empire alone is far from enough to fight against the Shining Gold People. Yomington understood some of the Prime Minister's deep meaning. Yes, Prime Minister. It is the Empire's luck to have you. I believe that under your assistance, the Empire will surely move towards unprecedented glory. Do your work well. Yes, Prime Minister. Yomington left Luke's room and immediately summoned the Prime Minister's staff. As a staff member of two Prime Ministers, Yomington is adept at handling various affairs. After a brief meeting, the Prime Minister's staff each performed their duties and acted separately. Some people took the Royal Knights to protest to the Shining Gold People, and found reporters to publicize the neglect that the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire had just encountered. Another group of people visited the entourage of politicians from various countries, and passed on Yin's experience when they were in contact before the cooperation between the two countries. Gossip has no distinction between identities, especially the gossip of a top-tier traffic star like Yunqing, which can attract more attention from all parties. In the past, because of the special identities of Ian and Yunqing, the Golden People and the Golden Shield Empire were forbidden to talk about this matter. Although the outside world knew about it, it was all hearsay, and it was hard to tell the truth from the false. Now the staff around Yunqing are talking about this matter, and the excitement makes everyone who hears it exclaim. So this is how Ian and Yunqing met. It started like this. It developed like this. Yunqing used to like smoking, but he quit smoking for Ian. Yunqing ate candies made by Ian himself. Now Ian was imprisoned by the Golden Man. Yunqing cherished the remaining candies very much and often took them out to eat, but finally put them back. The Golden Man knew about Ian and Yunqing because his closest person reported it. Yunqing had a serious conflict with the Golden Man for Ian, and finally forced the Golden Man to not execute Ian, but to imprison him. The Prime Minister's staff secretly revealed. This time, Yunqing Prime Minister came to Golden Valley on behalf of the Golden Shield Empire to negotiate with the Golden Man. And releasing Een was one of the important conditions. A romantic love legend that can last forever is presented to the world in this vivid way. No one expected that Meteor, the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, would have such a sentimental side. He is a man of iron and tenderness. And he values friendship and loyalty. Meteor's image is more three-dimensional in the eyes of the dignitaries of various countries. And they also have empathy for the same human race. Love is a very beautiful thing in the eyes of humans. Since the emergence of human civilization, more than half of the stories have love. And most of them have a happy ending. The story of Een and Meteor includes cross-racial love, a brother who betrays family affection, and a powerful villain. But the protagonist does not fight for power. Fights against the villain who has lost humanity, and even risked his life to bravely break into the rebel base camp to take his lover away. All the elements are complete. And there is only one perfect ending left. As for the taboos of the Golden People, we understand. But how much does it have to do with us? The story of Een and Yunqing spread quickly. Not only in the Golden Hotel, but soon the whole Golden Valley was moved by this story. But there were also critics. First spread the Holy Scripture. Teresa once again stayed in the room of Qi Kong. Outside the large French window was a sky garden. And outside was the vast sea. Teresa drank the tea made by Jennifer, picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth, and complained. Now the love story of Yunqing and Een is spreading throughout the Golden Valley. One is a promising young man who became the prime minister of a country at a young age. And the other is a beautiful girl from a noble race. She committed the most serious taboo of her race for him. And he challenged the villain with the whole country for her. I really can't imagine it anymore. As far as I know, Meteorite is now very ambiguous with the eldest princess Agatha, and has a very intriguing relationship with you. I didn't expect that he would secretly seduce the Golden Renine. I really can't understand why you protect Meteorite so much. You are simply a stud who is merciful wherever you go. Qi Kong drank tea and ate cakes with Teresa. Facing Teresa's criticism of herself, Qi Kong said, "Don't think about provoking the relationship between me and Meteorite. If I know that you are talking nonsense outside, I will never forgive you." Who invited Meteorite? What does it have to do with me? Why would I expose his secrets outside? Teresa put down the teacup, looked at Qi Kong and said, "Meteorite is in big trouble this time. Even if you are strong, you are definitely not stronger than the entire sparkling gold civilization. If you are willing to tell me your secret, Sky City is willing to rescue Meteorite for you." Qi Kong also put down the teacup and looked at Teresa, even reaching out to lift her chin and looking at her face. "Teresa, why do I feel more and more that you are not an angel? Are you a disguised Shadow Clan?" Teresa opened Qi Kong's hand. "Of course I am an angel. But I have been in the secular world for too long and have been affected. But my warning is sincere. Unless the dragons are willing to confront the Golden Man." Faced with Teresa's test again, Qi Kong smiled and said, "Do you also think that the dragons are behind me and Meteorite?" "No." Teresa squinted at Qi Kong. "You have indeed been in the secular world for too long. And your behavior and thoughts have been subtly influenced." "What does this mean?" Teresa's thoughts were led astray by Qi Kong. She had long realized her changes, and unconsciously acquired too many human habits, such as drinking afternoon tea. "What does it mean?" Qi Kong picked up a tongs and took a piece of sugar from the sugar box and put it into the teacup, then picked up a small spoon and stirred it slowly. "I once studied the history of the 5 ancient civilizations during their most prosperous periods. The human race at that time was very backward and barbaric, and regarded the ancient civilizations as gods. Sacrifices, rituals, writing, language, almost all imitated the 5 ancient civilizations, especially angels, who were most worshipped by humans. At that time, human castles would build large angel statues, and fight each other in the name of angels, even if the angels they worship might be writing poems together. I think the essence of all this is that the lower civilizations are eager to get closer to the higher civilizations. From envy to imitation. From imitation to becoming their own things. And then progress step by step." Teresa was thinking of putting a piece of sugar in her tea, but stopped immediately after hearing what Qi Kong said. "You mean, the human civilization is more advanced than the angel civilization? I don't know if you are too arrogant or your research is problematic." Qi Kong picked up the tea and drank. "I didn't say that the human civilization is more advanced than the angel civilization, but the human race is more prosperous than the Sky City. You shouldn't deny it." "No denying." "Why is that?" Because the human reproductive capacity is too strong. Qigong shrugged. It is undeniable that this is an important factor in the human race's prosperity. But it is not all factors. In terms of reproductive capacity, there are too many intelligent creatures in this world that have stronger reproductive capacity than humans. Teresa thought for a moment and asked, "What other factors are there?" Qigong said, "You need to find the answer yourself. All I can tell you is, we have no relationship with the dragons. At least not the kind of relationship you imagine. The dragons are close to us because they have found the answer." Chapter 502 Dynamics of All Parties. After listening to what Qigong said, Teresa couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She recalled what the human race was like in ancient times. Just as Qigong said, the human race had an almost fanatical worship of angels. Even she, who was still an ordinary angel at that time, was carved into a statue by some human tribes for worship. At that time, she felt that humans were ridiculous and pitiful. With a lifespan of less than 100 years, they had to run around for food every day. If someone said at that time that humans would create an extremely prosperous civilization, she would never believe it. Teresa looked out the window. Although this is the Golden Valley of the Shining Gold People, those towering buildings and the ferries shuttling back and forth on the sea are all the crystallization of human civilization. The more you understand this world, the more you can feel its greatness, which makes you feel humble. Teresa thought of Thorn Crown Malice again. He has regained his angel wings, a pair of blazing wings that can burn the worldly fire. But Malice did not return to Sky City. He gave up the honor of Thorn Crown and accepted the invitation of Ulu College to become an assistant teacher. Is this civilization really so powerful? Teresa kept asking herself in her heart. She completely forgot the purpose of coming to Qigong. These days, Luke is very busy. He is so busy that he has no time to talk to the Golden Man about energy and gold coupons. He has to meet a large number of people every day, including dignitaries from various countries, famous businessmen, thinkers who want to spread the concept of freedom, and liars who want to make a fortune. Luke actively promotes the national policy of the Golden Shield Empire after his regency to everyone. Tell everyone that after the grandson Sinclair and the second prince Alex successively issued notices on the succession to the throne, the contradictions within the imperial family have been resolved. The empire has established the Western Border Office, and most of the problematic nobles are no longer obstacles to the empire's progress. The only remaining Tadega Hills are in a corner, and will not pose a substantial threat to the empire. On the northern battlefield, the imperial army has switched from defense to counterattack, and will soon be able to recover all occupied land. The development situation of the Golden Shield Empire can be said to be very good. The new cabinet has formulated a more developed economic policy to promote the success of the Raging Wave City to the whole country. The empire welcomes all partners who are willing to develop together, cooperate, develop, and win-win to create a new era of human civilization. Luke is the one who wants to see the Golden Man, but he makes excuses to refuse. The Speaker of the Parliament of the Art County Union, Botrovich, wants to see the Golden Man, but he can't. Botrovich, who is rejected by the Golden Man Elders Council again, can no longer hide the atmosphere in his heart. He took off his hat and slammed it on the table when he returned to the room. The Golden Man is really blind, and can't tell who is the enemy and who is the ally. Look at what Meteor has done since he came to the Golden Valley. He turned the territory of the Shining Gold People into the diplomatic stage of the Golden Shield Empire. Cooperation, development, win-win, all bullshit. This world is a big fish eating small fish eating shrimp. Only if you eat enough and grow big enough can you avoid the fate of being eaten. If those idiots really believed Meteor would eat them until there was nothing left. Poor Shining Gold People can't see it. Do they really want to watch Meteor pull out an alliance under their noses? Herkikin, who came in with Botrovich, picked up the flattened hat, tidied it up, and hung it on the coat rack. Mr. Speaker, the Golden People have the burden of ancient wars. When Meteorite has been emphasizing peaceful development, the Golden People will not easily provoke armed disputes. I think Meteorite saw this point clearly, so he jumped up and down like this. He worked so hard to win the support of various countries just to take the initiative in negotiations with the Golden People. He touched the core interests of the Golden People in the conflict between energy and gold coupons, which is actually beneficial to us. Petrovic sat on the sofa. After a brief vent, he quickly recovered his appearance. You are right. Meteorite is dancing on eggs now. The higher he jumps, the faster the Golden People's patience with him will disappear. But we can't wait. You should know something about the news on the battlefield in the north. Herkikan replied, I heard some news. The offensive of the Snow Army of the Golden Shield Empire has not diminished. And the vassal army and mercenaries recruited by our army are not adapted to the winter battlefield. In addition, the Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves entrenched in Songta Port intends to attack. If this army attacks our land logistics line to the west, the war situation will be very unfavorable to us. Petrovic rubbed his aching head. What you know is the news on the battlefield. The sudden attack of the Snow Army of the Golden Shield Empire exceeded our expectations. The materials consumed on the battlefield were very large, and the national finances could not support it. Congress does not want to declare the county union a state of total war. So we are in great need of the financial support of the Golden people. With money, we can continue the war even if we lose all the occupied land. Helkin asked tentatively, can't we negotiate with the Golden Shield Empire? According to the comprehensive strength and war potential of our two countries, the Golden Shield Empire is stronger than our country. Sorry. I am not belittling the county union. These are just my personal opinions. Bodrovich looked at Helkin and said with a smile, this is not only your opinion, but also my opinion. Now that the Golden Shield Empire has gradually solved its internal problems, its comprehensive strength is indeed stronger than that of the county union. If the Golden Shield Empire was still the empire it was 2 years ago, I would be willing to facilitate peace talks and end the war. But the Golden Shield Empire is no longer the empire we once knew. Under the auspices of Meteor, it has extended its strategy to the whole world. He has the energy needed by the entire human civilization, the strongest manufacturing capacity of the entire human civilization, and the ambition to lead the entire human civilization. If we don't stop him now, there will be no chance to stop him in the future. The county alliance is too close to the Golden Shield Empire. Botrovich's sorrow from the inside out infected Helkin, and he regretted working for Meteor. But at that time, he didn't expect that Meteor had no eyes for a county alliance at all. And his ambition was even greater. So great that he couldn't guess. Now if the county union fails in this war, it will be difficult for it to exist as a sovereign country. That is why the county union is so eager to pull the Shining Gold people into the game. This also means that there is no country in the human civilization that can defeat the Golden Shield Empire. Only if the 5 ancient civilizations take action can the overlord of this human civilization be strangled in its rise. What should I do? Helkin couldn't help but reflect. Botrovich didn't hear Helkin's reply and asked, what are you thinking about? Helkin immediately said, I'm thinking about how to get you into the Elders' Council of Shining Gold People. Leo's Pan used to be a Shining Gold People. Now he is in the Golden Valley. Can you try his channel? Hearing Herkikan mention Pan, Botrovich frowned. Pan's reputation is already worse than the cesspool in the toilet. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Herkikan said, at least Pan, and we have a common enemy. If you don't want to see Pan, I can go to see him in a private capacity. I think Pan will definitely be willing for us to reach a cooperation with the Shuajin people as soon as possible. Botrovich thought for a while. Handle it yourself. I don't support it. But I won't interfere with your private activities. I understand. Sir. Pan is now really stinky, and everyone knows it. And as the love story of Een and Yunqing spreads across the ocean, he will soon become a world-famous villain, and will be remembered by people from generation to generation in the story. He didn't expect that Meteorite would take revenge on him from such a tricky direction. This heartbreaking method was more vicious than killing him directly. Pan didn't dare to go out. He was suspicious of everything. Every time he saw his subordinates whispering, he thought they were talking about him. Meteorite must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise I will go crazy. Helkin, who had disguised himself, knocked on the door and said in code, the elk from the ice field has lost its direction. Do you know where the wind should blow from? A gust of wind blew the door open. Helkin looked left and right, and after making sure that he was not being followed, he walked into the room. The room was not big. There were 2 chairs on both sides of a table, and a person was sitting in one of the chairs. Herkikan, don't be so nervous. You should trust your colleagues. Luke was sitting in the chair. He invited Herkikan to sit opposite him and asked Kalina, who was accompanying him, to pour him a cup of coffee. This is a safe house belonging to the Imperial Secret Service. There is no monitoring equipment. You took such a big risk to meet me. Is there something important? After sitting down, Herkikan kept looking at Luke. After a while, he asked, you play with the world in your hands. What do you want to do? Luke couldn't help laughing. Are you so anxious to see me just to ask such a boring question? I regret working for you a little. I found that even if I fulfilled my wish, I would most likely become your puppet. Luke said, What's wrong with being my puppet? Many people want to be it, but they are not qualified to be it. Herkikin didn't expect that Meteorite would be so straightforward, and arranged himself clearly without any cover-up. I don't want to be a puppet. I want to be the president of the County Federation. The real president. As long as you listen to me, you can be the king of the kingdom. Luke's words made Herkikin's heart waver again. The president has a term of office, but the king is a lifetime position, and can be passed on to his descendants. Isn't it just being a puppet? You really did it, Helkigen said in disbelief. Luke laughed. Then open your eyes and look at the Golden Shield Empire. Emperor Augustine has been recuperating from illness, and has not seen anyone for more than a year. The queen is the regent. The grandson of the emperor announced that he would give up the right to inherit the throne. And the prince gave up the military power, and returned to the imperial capital to live in seclusion. In such a big empire, everyone is arranged by me. And Leo next door. Pan is polite to me, so I will help him restore his country. He stabbed me in the back, so I will make him lose his reputation. Helkigen, there are many ways for you to choose. Don't make the wrong choice. Luke's tone was calm, but it made Helkigen sweat profusely. The thirst in his mouth made him take a few sips of coffee. And then he dared to say, Of course, I will not be an enemy of you. Sir, I just want to do something for the county union. There is nothing wrong with wanting to do something practical for your hometown. And I have never regarded the county union as an enemy that must be eliminated. In the human civilization system I envisioned, it has its due position, and is an important support point for the empire. It's just that the current county union is unwilling to be a vassal state of the empire. So there is this war, and the next one, until it accepts its position, and no longer becomes a roadblock to the empire. Listening to Luke talking about the next war, Helkin couldn't help asking, Does the Golden Shield Empire have a war plan with the Shining Gold people? Luke looked at Helkigen and said with a smile, This is not what you need to know now. You just need to work for me with peace of mind. If you don't think highly of me, you can withdraw safely. Now you are not the chief of the ice cave. As long as you don't do anything to harm me in the future, I will not betray you. Helkigen did not answer immediately. He was considering his gains and losses and pros and cons. Now we can draw a conclusion. The Shining Gold Man has illusions about the meteorite. But the meteorite does not intend to stop leading the Golden Shield Empire to challenge the status of the World Bank. The war between the County Union and the Golden Shield Empire will definitely escalate. And the County Union will do its best to prevent the rise of the Golden Shield Empire as the agent of the Shining Gold Man. The war expanded and spread. And then more countries were involved in this fight. Following the Ancient War, another war that affected the whole world will break out again. Thinking of a war of this scale, Helkin couldn't help but get excited. This is simply the best stage to display his talents. My lord, are you confident that you can win the final victory? Your opponent is the Golden Man. They once launched the Ancient War, and still have very terrifying strength. If the Golden Man personally comes to the battlefield, how will you deal with it? Luke picked up the coffee and drank it. Helkin, have some confidence in yourself. The total wealth created by our human race now far exceeds the total wealth of the 5 ancient civilizations in their heyday. The complexity of the technological system created by our human race far exceeds the sum of the power systems of the 5 ancient civilizations in their heyday. Raging Wave City is not only the center of the world economy, but also the center of world technology. Now a new round of technological explosion is about to start in Raging Wave City. In the future, the power gained by human race through knowledge may not be weaker than that of the 5 ancient civilizations. Even if the 5 ancient civilizations regain their artifacts, I believe that human race's knowledge can create something comparable to the artifacts. Herkin thought of the hottest topic in the academic world recently. Sir, do you mean magic technology? Luke said, There are too many irrelevant topics, and I don't have time to waste on painting a big cake for you. With your expertise, you should know that once a dispute occurs, no one dares to say that they can win in the end. I don't know what cards my opponent has, so I can only play the cards in my hand well. You have a chance to place a new bet now. Have you decided which one to bet on? Chapter 503 Overturning the Case. Helkin disguised himself again and walked out of the safe house. He saluted inside the house, then gently closed the door, and finally strode away in high spirits. It was snowing on the street outside, which was a rare sight for the Golden Valley located at a low latitude. The residents of the city walked out of their homes one after another, looking at the snowflakes in surprise. Helkin lowered the brim of his hat and brushed shoulders with passers-by with his head down. Suddenly Helkin stopped, looked up at the city covered with a thin layer of snow, exhaled a long breath, and his eyes were full of passion. Snow was something that he was familiar with, as he was born in the winter capital. But this snow made his body restless. It was a long-lost impulse. As if he had entered the ice cave and received his first mission. This time, the decision. Victory is a grand victory. Defeat is also a grand victory. Helkin took a deep breath, lowered his head again and walked forward, and soon disappeared in the crowd. The meeting with Pan went very smoothly. Under Pan's active operation, the chairman of the County Federation Congress, Botrovich, finally got into the Shining Gold Elders Council as he wished, and explained to the Shining Gold Elders that the County Federation urgently needed assistance. Pan actively lobbied, saying that Meteorite was using the incident of Een to build momentum at this time, which was obviously ignoring the internal affairs of the Shining Gold people. It was too arrogant to portray the serious crimes he committed as the violence of the Shining Gold people, and he did not take the Shining Gold people seriously. The Elders Council can no longer continue to indulge Meteorite. The Shining Gold people's tolerance was regarded as cowardice by him. If the Golden Man does not take some actions, Meteor will only become more indulgent, and then step by step infringe upon the interests of the Golden Man. The Golden Man has indeed reached the limit of his tolerance for what Luke has done in the Golden Valley during this period, especially because Een violated the taboo but was not punished. The Golden Man handled it very low-key. Now that everyone knows what Luke has spread, there is already an unstable mood within the Golden Man. Since Ark County Union has so actively invested in the Golden Man, then giving Ark County Union a suitable grant can effectively warn Meteor and let him come to the Elders Council as soon as possible. Soon the World Bank announced that it would cooperate with Ark County Union to establish a steam energy development company, whose business is to redevelop the geothermal steam system owned by Ark County Union to create cheaper and more efficient steam energy. The first fund injected by the World Bank into the Steam Energy Development Company was 200,000 gold coupons, which were used to purchase corresponding equipment from all over the world. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the Golden Valley. Everyone knew that under the pressure of the meteorite, the Golden Man finally made a move. And the move was a big one. 200,000 gold coupons could be exchanged for currencies issued by various countries, and most of them could be exchanged for more than 10 billion. The money was nominally used to rebuild the geothermal steam system of a county union, but from the information used to purchase corresponding equipment from all over the world, it can be seen that the money was actually used to buy weapons for a county union. Such a big piece of fat meat sizzled with oil, and everyone wanted to take a bite. Then, the room where the Ark County United envoys were staying, which had been almost ignored by everyone, immediately became crowded. Politicians turned into vendors, and actively sold their own steam pipes to Botrovich. Correspondingly, fewer people came to see Luke. Politicians are ruthless. They only care about interests. The ready-made money in the Ark County United is more real than the promise of the Golden Shield Empire to the future. Moreover, the Golden people clearly support the Ark County United. The Golden Shield Empire can hardly protect itself. So how can it have a future? Luke has rarely had time since he came to the Golden Valley. Yomington came to him in a hurry. Prime Minister, we must do something. Otherwise the friends we have won with great difficulty will all run to the Ark County United. Luke sat by the window, his legs on the coffee table, basking in the sun without any image. In response to Yomington's impatience, he said calmly, people who run to where there is benefit are definitely not friends. It's easy to get them to come over. Give them enough benefits, and they will naturally come to me. But this kind of profit-sharing competition is not our specialty. Nor is it something smart people would do. Luke's calmness calmed Yomington down, and he asked, has the Prime Minister thought of a countermeasure? No. Luke said very straightforwardly, this kind of thing is not enough for me to respond. We should continue with our pace. Anyway, our energy transactions do not recognize gold coupons. The Golden Man prints so many gold coupons, and sooner or later it will backfire. Yomington thought for a while. The countries are very happy in the short term that they earn gold coupons from the County Alliance. But as long as the Empire insists on linking the energy mark, the Imperial mark can gradually occupy the gold coupon market in international trade. In the long run, countries will find that the things they can buy with gold coupons are getting less and less. In order to prevent gold coupons from rotting in their own treasuries, Countries will definitely use gold coupons to run on gold. And do the Golden Man really issue as many gold coupons as they have gold reserves as they promised? Of course not. The more he understood the international market, the more he felt the power of the energy mark policy proposed by Meteorite. It seemed that all the problems could be solved by playing this card. I understand. Prime Minister. I will go to appease my colleagues now. No need. Luke called out to Meteorite, who was about to go out. I think we can show a certain panic to cooperate with the performance of the Golden Man. Please make an appointment with the elders of the Golden Man for me. The Golden Man will continue to spend money only when he sees that the money is effective. Yomington laughed. Prime Minister is still as good at fooling your opponents as always. The Golden Shield Empire's Prime Minister Meteorite finally had time to meet with the elders of the Golden Man. This is a victory for the Golden Man. No matter how powerful the rumored meteor is, he is just like this. In the face of absolute power, his little tricks are just a joke of bluffing. Giving the County Union District 200,000 gold coupons made Meteor anxious to come to see him. If you give him a little more, he will not agree to all the conditions. The Golden Man allowed the Golden Shield Empire's Prime Minister Meteor to enter the Golden Valley and go to the Elders' Council to meet the Golden Elders. Luke took the vehicle arranged by the Golden Man through the city and entered the valley. The inside and outside of the valley are two different worlds. The city receives tourists and businessmen from all over the world. The prosperous city has the most fashionable fashion and the most advanced equipment. Inside the valley, it is as simple as a primitive tribe. Under the cliff, there are small houses made of stones. There is no electricity, no running water, no steam, and nothing related to modern things. All the gold-sparkling people who receive training in the valley must live this kind of austere life. They wear rough linen clothes, eat food they grow and hunt, and their activities after training are to enter the mine to collect gold. The monotonous and austere life, like an ascetic monk, can keep the young gold-sparkling people from being affected by material things and use all their energy on training and spiritual training. They get along with gold here to strengthen their connection with the gold-sparkling people's artifact, the Golden Compass. They learn here how to maintain a state of mind without desire, so that when they enter the secular world, they can quickly find peace in their hearts amid the temptation of material desires. The Shining Gold people do not have the innate strong physique of angels, dragons, demons, and shadow tribes. They can firmly occupy the top spot in the 5 ancient civilizations, because each of them obeys the entire population, suppressing selfish desires to the lowest level. Everything is for the continuation of the race. Luke looked at the scene outside in the car and reevaluated the strength of the Shining Gold people in his heart. This is a very strong opponent. The special car arrived at the Elder's house. This is a circular open-air venue, built with stones commonly seen in the valley, with a simple and primitive style. However, there are 13 seats cast in gold on the high platform surrounding the venue, and the golden appearance forms a strong contrast with the venue. Luke walked to the center of the venue. 12 of the 13 golden chairs were occupied by old men, who were the elders, who managed the entire golden civilization. Because Elder Chun was assassinated, there was one less elder for the time being. The golden elders had no high or low status, and they were all equal in the Elders' Council. Every time an elders' meeting was held, the golden elders voted to decide a host, and they also voted to decide when they encountered disagreements. The minority obeyed the majority, and the individual obeyed the collective. This was the golden law. This time, because the host was the Golden Shield Empire's Prime Minister Meteor, Elder Mu was elected as the host elder of the Elders' Council. Elder Mu and other elders wore homemade linen clothes and straw sandals that they had woven themselves. There were no extra ornaments on their clothes. Only the gold rings around their necks showed their status as elders. The golden-armored Shining Gold warriors brought a golden chair to Luke. Pan came in at some point, standing silently at the edge of the venue with a very pious expression. After Luke sat down, Elder Mu said with a smile, "Respected Prime Minister of Meteorite, it's really not easy to see you. If we hadn't jointly established the Steam Energy Development Company with the County Union, I really don't know how long we would have to wait." Luke immediately protested, "I made an excuse not to see you. The main reason is, I was neglected by the Shining Gold people on the first day I arrived in the Golden Valley. As the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, I am a guest invited by the Golden Man to the Golden Valley. However, before I entered the hotel room, someone was able to enter and wait for me. This greatly threatens my safety, and is a contempt and harm to the Golden Shield Empire. My staff has protested to the Golden Man many times. But you have not given me an explanation or apology. So I postponed the meeting. However, the Golden Man did not learn from his mistakes, but instead undermined the World Bank's principle of not developing new cooperation with warring countries, and blatantly funded the enemies who invaded the Golden Shield Empire. Is this the sincerity of the Golden Man in inviting me to the Golden Valley? Luke protested fiercely, and when he was extremely angry, he couldn't help but slap the armrest of the chair heavily, and the hard gold was deformed. As for the opening of this negotiation, the Golden Man was well prepared. Elder Mu asked Pan, "Why did you wait in his room before the Prime Minister of Meteorite entered his room? Did you explain to the Prime Minister of Meteorite?" Pan saluted Elder Mu and replied, "I have explained to the Prime Minister of Meteorite." Elder Mu did not continue to ask, but said to Luke, "Since Pan has explained, I think the Golden Man does not need to respond to your protest. As for the Steam Energy Development Company, that was a cooperation that we had already agreed with the Accounting Union before you fought with the Accounting Union, and it did not violate the rules of the World Bank. Prime Minister of Meteorite, these are all misunderstandings, and they are all insignificant trifles. You should have no objection. Right?" The Golden Man made it clear that he was shameless this time, and Luke knew that there was no big objection to arguing in this regard. "Okay. Whatever you say is what it is." Elder Mu smiled and said, "Since Prime Minister of Meteorite has no objection, let's start talking about the purpose of inviting you to Golden Valley this time." Luke said, "Those two things can be put aside. But are you going to talk to me like this?" Elder Mu asked, "If not this way, how else can we talk?" Luke chuckled and said, "Look at our positions. You elders of the Shining Gold people sit high up on the top, and I sit in the middle surrounded by you. I can't help but ask, is this an equal negotiation? Why do I feel like a criminal being tried?" Pan said on the side, "Meteor, you are really a criminal to the Shining Gold civilization. You can sit on a chair now, which is already a privilege for you from the Shining Gold people." Pan was talking about something else. The Shining Gold elders didn't want to link the two things together at this time. What was important now was to solve the energy monetary policy of the Golden Shield Empire, and Ian needed to be pulled out and solved separately because it involved the elf Qin Kong. Now Pan suddenly brought up this matter in such an occasion. Isn't that looking for trouble? But the elders can't reprimand Pan for this. The meeting place fell into an awkward atmosphere. After a while, Luke saw that none of the elders of the Shuajin civilization spoke. So he broke the silence and said, "Since Pan brought up this matter, I think we should solve the problem of Ian first. Only by clearing my name can I face the Shuajin people as a normal person." Pan sneered and said, "You still want to clear your name? Now the whole world knows that you made Ian fall in love, violated the taboos of the Shuajin people, and caused me to be expelled from the Shuajin civilization." Luke crossed his legs and said, "Pan, now the whole world knows that you betrayed your twin sister. And was it me who made Ian fall in love? Can you produce evidence?" Pan didn't expect that Yunqing would want to overturn the verdict on this matter. He angrily said, "Yun's heart is always thinking about you. How dare you not admit it?" Elder Mu also said, "Yunqing, you personally admitted your relationship with Ian." Luke smiled and said, "Did I admit it? I just asked you not to hurt Ian. But I didn't admit that I had a private affair with her. That's friendship, not love. And I have been dating the Empire's eldest princess, Agatha. If I have a private affair with other women, do you think the Empire's eldest princess will forgive me?" Pan shouted angrily, "You still dare to quibble?" Luke's expression changed instantly. He stared at Pan and asked, "Ian said that the person who moved her heart was me?" Pan realized that something was wrong. He said, emotionally unstable, "She didn't say. But I know it was you." Luke said, "In fact, ever since I knew that Ian had violated the taboo of the Shining Gold people, I have always had a question. Did Ian really fall in love with someone? Or was she framed? If she was framed, why didn't she defend herself? Who in this world could make her willing to endure such grievances? And between you and Ian, who's more emotionally volatile? I think the elders should see it more clearly than me." All the elders looked at Pan together. Pan's face was pale, and he was shaking all over and couldn't speak. Chapter 504 Awakening. "Elders, please do not believe Meteor's lies." Pan defended himself. "He is the best at deceiving and bewitching. Ian was deceived by him and committed an unforgivable crime. Now he is slandering me to get away with it. Please ask the Council of Elders to punish him immediately, to uphold the laws of the Shining Gold people." Elder Mu looked at Pan and then at Luke. A circle of golden light circled the venue, and the elders exchanged opinions. Then he said to Luke, "Meteor, I remember you admitted in person that Ian was thinking of you. Luke answered casually, didn't Pan just say that? I am the best at deceiving and bewitching. Admitting that it was me that Ian missed was just an excuse for me to save Ian. And the stories about Ian and me were spread by me. I will repay a favor. Ian contributed to the development of my Raging Wave City. Therefore, I can do a lot to save Ian, including sacrificing my reputation. Pan seized the opportunity and said loudly, you still say that you and Ian have no private feelings. Do you really think that the elders are blind and fools? Elders, Meteor has admitted that he is full of lies. And nothing he says can be believed. Luke said, my words are not credible. But Yin's words should be trustworthy. Why don't you bring Yin here and ask her in person? Who made her fall in love? Or maybe she was just framed. She violated the taboo and was sentenced to death. So this person can legitimately leave the Shuajin civilization and go to restore his country to be his king. Elder Mu used the aperture to communicate with other elders. Yin did not confess who made her emotional from the beginning of the interrogation to now. The judgment that it was Yunqing was based on Yin's performance and some circumstantial evidence collected. Later, when Yunqing was found, he personally admitted the incident. It can be said that there is no doubt about this incident. However, Yunqing suddenly changed his confession temporarily, which caused twists and turns in this incident. In addition, Pan's behavior and emotions changed a lot after reporting Yin. He used to be very calm and was a junior with outstanding abilities in various aspects. He was even selected as a candidate for elders. Pan is very emotional now. At the same time, as Meteor said, Pan returned to Rio and was preparing to rebuild the Rio Kingdom. There are signs that Pan had secretly rebuilt the Watchers and launched a war to restore his country when he was still a shining gold. Therefore, it is not ruled out that Pan framed his twin sister Yin in order to leave the shining gold. Summon Yin to the Elders' Council to find out the matter. If she is really framed, we must uphold justice and let the real sinner be punished. I don't think it's the time to deal with this matter now. The purpose of meeting Meteor is to solve the challenges we are facing, and not to be distracted by other things. And Yin's incident is our own business as a shining gold. But Meteor obviously wants to make it a public event. If we fall into the trap set by the meteorite, it will cause a great blow to the image of the Golden Man. The image of the Golden Man? I have always opposed openly intervening in the dispute between the Golden Shield Empire and the Ark County Union. But the final resolution still gave financial support to the Ark County Union. Although 200,000 gold coupons are not much, it damages the credit that the World Bank has always built. 200,000 gold coupons destroyed our foundation. The benefits it brings are short-term, but its harm is long-term. Credit can be reshaped. And once the gold coupons issued by the World Bank lose their current status, the remaining credit is nothing. The Golden Shield Empire forcibly uses energy to promote the Imperial Mark, which can radiate and affect the entire industry. Our gold is not competitive. If we cannot use the existing advantages to sanction and suppress the Golden Shield Empire, we will have to watch other countries lose interest in the gold coupons. When people from all over the world come to the Golden Valley with gold coupons to exchange for gold, will we have enough gold to exchange? Will the Golden people still have credibility at that time? Elder Mu immediately stopped the controversy from deviating from the topic. The decision has been made. Please stop arguing. Now vote on whether to summon Yin. There are 6 votes that believe that a summons is needed, and 6 votes that do not. According to the Golden People's law, when the Elders' Council has an equal number of votes due to absence, the presiding elder has the final decision. I think Yin should not be summoned. The reason is that I have a certain understanding of Meteorite. He must have his purpose in bringing up the Yin incident at this time. We cannot fall into his preset rhythm. The most important thing is to get the Golden Shield Empire to sign the treaty as soon as possible. The elders expressed their approval of the resolution. Elder Mu turned to Luke and said, the Yin incident is an internal matter of our Shuajin people. We will investigate and collect evidence ourselves to find out the truth. Let's shift the content of the conversation to the main topic and discuss how to peacefully resolve the crisis between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank. Luke asked, since you all think that the truth is uncertain, does it mean that I have not violated the laws of the Shuajin people? You are just a suspect now. I understand. Luke glanced at Pan, smiled smugly, and then said to Elder Mu, since there are still doubts about this incident, I think Yin is also a suspect. In view of Pan's bad behavior, his role as a middleman between us will only deepen our mutual misunderstanding and contradictions. Therefore, I propose that Yin be the middleman between us. I believe she has the ability to ease the distrust and estrangement between us and promote a peaceful resolution of our dispute as soon as possible. Elder Mu considered. Pan's status and position are obviously no longer suitable for being a middleman in this negotiation. His behavior is simply to intensify the contradiction between the Sparkling Gold people and the Golden Shield Empire. It is best to execute Meteorite directly. But there is more than just the Golden Shield Empire behind Meteor. He has the Moonlight Queen, the sky, the World Tree, and angels, dragons, and demons in the dark, and the Shadow Clan watching him. It must be handled with caution. If Ian can persuade Meteor to sign a treaty, then it is not impossible to push all the charges to Pan. This suggestion from the Prime Minister of Meteor is very good. Pan is indeed no longer suitable to be the middleman between our two sides. If Ian can make a contribution in this dispute and prove her innocence, it will be another thing worth celebrating for us. Pan was a little unsteady. He could hear the subconscious meaning of Elder Mu's expression to Meteor, and he was very likely to become a victim of this political deal. At this moment, Pan finally understood why Yunqing repeatedly said that he was not in the same league as him, and that his honor, disgrace, life and death were all in the hands of others. It was ridiculous that he had jumped so high before. Luke said, I absolutely believe that Ian is a person we can all trust. As for Pan, I hope that the Golden people will restrict him from leaving the Golden Valley, and wait until Ian's incident is investigated, and then decide whether he is right or wrong. I agree. Elder Mu waved his hand. An array of golden light shot out of the venue, and then several Golden people warriors wearing golden armor walked in from outside. Elder Mu said to Pan, your behavior has damaged the Golden people's feelings and trust in you. Now please leave the Elders' Council, and do not leave the Golden Valley until Yin's incident is investigated. Elders, you need me. I know what tricks Meteor has. I can help you see through all his schemes. The Golden Warriors carried the shouting Pan out. When the Golden Elders felt that they could finally talk business, Luke stood up from his golden chair, patted the wrinkles on his clothes, and said, let's end today's meeting here. My first contact with the Golden Elders Council left me with a very bad impression. The Goldens did not regard me as an equal. You should realize that the Golden Shield Empire is now the most powerful country in human civilization. Our territory is larger than the territory controlled by the Goldens. Our population is larger than that controlled by the Goldens. And we are gradually mastering the world energy market. While the Golden people see the Golden Shield Empire as a challenger, they want to resolve the dispute with an extremely arrogant attitude. I am looking forward to our second meeting. In a fair venue. Let us resolve the dispute with equal conversation. Just let me know the time and place. Goodbye. After saying that, Luke turned and walked out of the Elders' Council. The Golden People warriors wanted to stop him, but Elder Mu raised his hand to stop him. After Luke got on the special car and left, the elders started arguing. The Golden Shield people simply don't take us Golden people seriously. I need to continue to teach the Golden Shield Empire a lesson and let them know that they are not qualified to talk about equality with the Golden people. Meteor is a professional politician, and we have no experience in dealing with such events. So the other party has been controlling the rhythm of this meeting. We need to face up to our shortcomings and learn from this meeting. We must not continue to be led by Meteor in the next meeting. So should we agree or not to Meteor's request? He wants an equal negotiation. If we agree, it means that we recognize that the Golden Shield Empire is the representative of human civilization and raise it to a position equal to our 5 ancient civilizations. In fact, when we invited Meteor to visit the Golden Valley, we had already indirectly acknowledged this. In fact, the current Golden Shield Empire can indeed be the representative of human civilization. If we hadn't stopped it, it would only be a matter of time before the Golden Shield Empire, which had taken over the Dragon Fire Crystal Mine, led human civilization. I think we can give the Golden Shields an equal negotiation, which is a respect for human civilization. Giving the Golden Shields equal treatment will only make them mistakenly think that the Golden Shields are weak. When the Golden Shields created a great civilization, humans were still grinding stones. Their current strength is entirely due to the ancient wars that damaged the 5 ancient civilizations. But even if we are not as strong as in ancient times, we are definitely not a low-level civilization that can negotiate equality. I support continuing to put pressure on the Golden Shields and giving our county union another sum of money. And the Golden Shields will bow to us. After listening to the opinions of the elders, Elder Mu said, I remind all elders not to regard Meteor as a pure Golden Shield. We are still unsure of the role of the Dragon Clan in this dispute. So we need to put aside our arrogance and face the problems we have exposed. We must do our best to resolve the negotiations with the Golden Shield Empire at the lowest cost. But we must also be fully prepared for a war. If you have been to St. Louis City, you can feel that the crisis of war is coming. If we still have this mentality now, we will lose all the honor left by our ancestors. Elder Mu, what is your opinion? Elder Mu said, giving the Golden Shield people an equal dialogue is not to elevate them, but to bring us down. If we regard the Golden Shield Empire as a real opponent, we will not act like a high-level civilization. We will not weave conspiracies. We will scold, and we will do our best to fight for the interests of the Golden people, even if it is a sanction. We must let the Golden Shield know why we are sanctioning him, not to vent our anger. Start voting now. Luke left the Golden Valley and returned to the Golden Hotel. At this time, the outside of the Golden Hotel was already full of reporters from all sides, and there were people who were looking for information. This time, Meteorite's visit to the Golden Valley touched the nerves of the world. Today was the first time that Meteorite went to the Golden Elders Council after arriving in the Golden Valley. Everyone wanted to get first-hand information, and wanted to know what Meteorite talked about with the Golden. Did the Golden Shield Empire make compromises on energy monetary policy? Luke showed a friendly image as always, and directly set up a podium outside the Golden Hotel to answer questions from reporters. Today, I had a friendly consultation with the elders of the Golden Elders in the Golden Elders Council. We exchanged our opinions and reached a limited consensus on some issues of concern to both sides. It's just that we didn't have a more in-depth discussion because of the short time. I am looking forward to the second meeting with the Golden Elders. A reporter asked, First Minister of Meteoric Star, can you talk in detail about the content of your meeting with the Golden Elders this time? Luke replied, since the content of this discussion involves some internal affairs of the Golden Elders. As an outsider, it is inconvenient for me to disclose it to the outside world. First Minister of Meteoric Star, have you seen Ian? Can you talk about your plan to rescue Ian? Unfortunately, I didn't see Ian this time. Regarding the plan to rescue Ian, if I tell others about the plan, can I still rescue Ian? Just kidding. If everything goes well, Ian will soon be able to gain a certain degree of freedom and appear near you. But I remind you that you can just treat the rumors about me and Ian as a story. Don't harass Ian for this. And you can ask me any questions. Hearing that Ian can gain a certain degree of freedom. For the gossipers, this meeting with the Elder of the Golden Man is simply a great victory for the Prime Minister of Meteorite. Then the reporter's questions were almost all about Ian. In a room on the upper floor of the Golden Hotel, Pan stood on the terrace and looked down at the crowded square outside the hotel, and at Meteorite, who was answering questions enthusiastically, his eyes full of bloodshot. At this time, a servant approached, Your Highness, Lord Helkin, the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ark County, was invited. He is waiting for you in the living room. Pan turned around and adjusted his clothes, and finally glanced at Luke. See how long you can be so proud. Chapter 505 Tan. His Highness Pan. Hello. After sitting down, Helkin took out an envelope from his arms and placed it on the coffee table, and then pushed it to Pan. Thank you very much for your help, which has made a breakthrough in the cooperation between the County Union and the World Bank. This is a thank you gift entrusted by Speaker Petrovich to bring you. I hope you can continue to help the County Union and the World Bank reach a deeper cooperation. Speaker Petrovich is a friend worth associating with. Pan picked up the envelope and took out a check from it. The face value of the check was 20,000 gold coupons. Pan put the check away and said to Helkin with a smile, Speaker Petrovich is really a generous person. Please rest assured that I will do my best to help a County Union return from the Golden Valley with a full load. Thank you, Your Highness. Speaker Petrovich asked me to tell Your Highness that if you formally rebuild the Kingdom of Rio, the County Union will be the first to announce its recognition of your legitimate rule over the Kingdom of Rio and establish friendly diplomatic relations. If the Kingdom of Rio wants to develop the shipbuilding industry, the County Union can sell ships and supporting technical equipment at a very favorable price. Since the Rio Navy was destroyed by the Raging Waves fleet, and the Meteor forced Rio to sign many treaties restricting the shipbuilding industry, Rio can now be said to have completely lost its maritime power. And its maritime security depends entirely on the Golden Shield Empire. After Rio established the kingdom, it was absolutely impossible to develop the navy independently. Only by purchasing warships and technologies in large quantities from third countries can we gradually regain the lost sea power. The County Union has the world's top heavy industry, and the alliance with the County Union is of great significance to the revival of Rio. It seems that the County Union has deeply felt the maritime threat of the Golden Shield Empire. We have all seen the power of the Dreadnought-class battleships, which are three-dimensional maritime offensive and defensive platforms. As far as I know, the County Union has not formulated a complete plan to counter the Dreadnought-class battleships. While Rio has some relatively unique ship technologies, and the shipbuilding industry under the World Bank is also actively developing battleships of the same level. If the County Union is willing to cooperate, I can integrate the County Union, Rio, and World Bank technologies to establish a new maritime combat platform development company. Helkin showed great interest, Your Highness. This suggestion is very good. I will report your opinion to Speaker Petrovich when I return. I believe that the speaker will give you a positive response soon. I look forward to this cooperation. Pan said, compared with the maritime threat posed to us by the Golden Shield Empire, the threat of meteorite is far greater than that of a Dreadnought-class fleet. The meteorite is now in the Golden Valley, far away from the Golden Shield Empire, and is the weakest defense. Does the County Alliance have any additional ideas? Helkin heard what Pan meant, and he said with a sad face, we want to use some unconventional means to get rid of the meteorite. But this is the Golden Valley, and the meteorite is a guest invited by the Shining Gold people. If the County Alliance takes action against meteor, it will damage the relationship between the County Alliance and the Shining Gold people. Moreover, the Golden Valley is also far away from the County Alliance, and our people are only enough to protect the speaker and several special officials. Penn said, if you have this idea and are willing to put it into action, I can arrange an opportunity for you. Helkin answered without thinking, Your Highness. If only we send people to execute it. The risk borne by the County Alliance is too great. If you really want to make this happen, please persuade the Shining Gold people to send people to participate. After all, Meteor's identity is too special. If he has an accident, the County Alliance and the Golden Shield Empire will no longer have room for easing. I hope Your Highness understands. Pan knew that Helkin could not be easily persuaded by him. The war between the Golden Shield Empire and the Ark County Alliance is still a local war. Both sides have not declared war on each other and have left enough room for peace talks. Once the Ark County Alliance assassinates Meteorite, it means that the two countries have declared war, and the whole country will enter a wartime state. If the Ark County Alliance assassinates Meteorite, the subsequent assistance from the Shining Gold people will be gone. Isn't this just the Ark County Alliance jumping into the fire pit? Let's do it together. Penn stood up and asked the servant to get his coat, and then said to Helkin, please accompany me to see a Shining Gold person. If we can convince her to take action, Meteorite will never be able to leave the Golden Valley alive. That night, Helkin reported to Luke in detail the process of his meeting with Pan in another safe house set up by the Golden Shield Empire in the Golden Valley. Luke asked, did you really meet Tan? Helkin answered with lingering fear, Pan introduced me that the other party is Tan, the director of the World Bank's Bad Debt Processing Office, and also a candidate for elder. I have never seen such a powerful person. Just standing in front of her, I feel suffocated. It's normal for you to feel this way. In the dark room, the dim light on the wall only illuminated half of Luke's face. He said calmly, the World Bank's Bad Debt Processing Office gathers many powerful Shining Gold people. Tan can be the director to manage this group of debt collectors. Of course, his strength is very strong. I'm afraid that even Miss Chi Kong may not be able to defeat Tan. Is Tan so strong? Very strong. On the same level as the Sword of Oath of the Holy Inquisition of Sky City. What did you talk about with Tan? Hearing that he had just met such a person, Hirkajan not only sighed, but also quickly replied, Pan wants to ask Tan to work with the Ice Cave agent to assassinate you together. Luke asked, did Tan agree? At first she didn't agree, but after Pan's persuasion, she agreed. How did Pan convince Tan? Hirkajan recounted the conversation between Pan and Tan to Luke. Luke combined his understanding of the internal affairs of the Shining Gold people and roughly understood the inside story. After the ancient war, the Shuajin people still had a deep reflection on that war, and the military strength was no longer a necessary standard for being selected into the Council of Elders. After the establishment of the World Bank led to the recovery of the Shuajin people, most of the elders who entered the Council of Elders were managers of the World Bank, and the powerful Shuajin people were concentrated in the Bad Debt Processing Office. Now, due to the accidental death of Elder Chun, there is a vacancy in the Council of Elders. As a candidate for Elder, Tan naturally wants to enter the Council of Elders. However, in the past 100 years, no debt collector has been able to enter the Council of Elders. And the Council of Elders has intentionally or unintentionally excluded Tan from the scope of assessment when selecting elders. Tan was of course dissatisfied. If it were in the past, she would not be able to do anything no matter how dissatisfied she was. After all, the Shuojin people advocate collectivism, and the Shuojin people must obey the Council of Elders. However, the way the Council of Elders dealt with some issues during this period has caused dissatisfaction among many Shuojin people. The most serious thing is that Elder Chun was assassinated by the Shadow Clan. And the Council of Elders has not taken strong retaliatory measures against the Shadow Clan so far, which made the young Shuojin people who were ready to go underground to avenge Elder Chun extremely angry. At the same time, as an elder of the Shuojin people, he was easily assassinated and killed. And even Elder Mu, who was traveling with him, did not notice it, which also made many Shuojin people question the selection criteria of the Council of Elders. In this selection of elders, to supplement the Council of Elders, there is still a strong voice for Tan to be a candidate for elder. But these voices cannot reach the ears of the elders, who are managers. Pan seized this point to persuade Tan. The essence of the elders nowadays is salesmen, who only think about how to make money safely and steadily, and have no ambition to fight for the crisis. An elder was assassinated, and the army marching into the underground was ready. But the Council of Elders chose to negotiate at the last minute. But the negotiation team sent to the underground brought nothing back. This time, the Golden Shield Empire blatantly challenged the position of the World Bank in international trade. And the Empire's Prime Minister Meteorite even proposed an equal dialogue. This provocative behavior and rude requests were actually recognized by the Council of Elders. The elders are still thinking about resolving the issue through negotiations. And they have no idea how the secular world and the other four civilizations view the Golden People. The world we live in is now on the brink of turmoil. Human civilization is rising rapidly. Angels, dragons, demons, and shadow tribes are all restless. Even the fallen angels, who have disappeared for 1,000 years, have appeared. A new civilization war is approaching rapidly. Is the weak Council of Elders of the Golden People capable of leading the Golden People to defend this brilliant civilization in the war? Prime Minister. These are what Pan said to Tan. I remember them very clearly, without missing a word. Herkin is a professional intelligence officer. Not only did he repeat Pan's words to Tan word for word, but he also showed his expression and tone in place, which helped Luke to restore the scene and analyze the psychological activities of the two. Luke asked Herkin, from your professional perspective, what do you think of Tan's response? Tan is a very serious woman. She is very good at listening, and can hide her emotions very well. But to be able to sit in this position, she must be a capable and ambitious person. The reason why she agreed to Pan's assassination should be more for the vacancy in the Elders' Council. She needs to create a big event to stimulate the emotions of the young and vigorous faction of the Shining Gold people, and force the Elders' Council to change its current moderate policy. When the Golden Shield Empire and the Moonlight Royal Court were at odds, the Council of Elders needed absolute force to deal with Miss Chingkong's revenge. Pan should have noticed this. So he was so confident in persuading. Luke asked again, what did the County Federation reply to Pan? Halkin replied, Speaker Petrovich has approved the assassination. He believes that whether the assassination is successful or not, it can further bind the County Federation and the Shining Gold people. The speaker pointed out that I will be responsible for this assassination. Luke laughed, if the assassination of me fails, will you be responsible? Halkin replied, Speaker Petrovich is not clear about Tan's strength, but he is very clear about Miss Chingkong's strength. So the speaker is not optimistic about this assassination. Speaker Petrovich will lead the delegation to leave Golden Valley tomorrow to avoid retaliation. I will be responsible for the subsequent diplomacy of Ark County Union with the Shining Gold people. Luke couldn't help shaking his head at the escape of the Ark County Union delegation. He said to Halkin, this is a good thing for you. No one will take your credit. I will let you return to the County Union with a large amount of aid from the Shining Gold people. Thank you, Prime Minister. If there is nothing else, you can go back. Prepare well for this assassination and let Pan and Shining Gold people see the professionalism of the Ice Cave agents. I understand, Prime Minister. Goodbye. Halkin left. And Luke also left the safe house from other passages, and got on the car back to Shining Gold Hotel. Entering the spiritual starry sky, Qi immediately appeared beside Luke. What is the strength of Tan? I will be ready to protect you. There is a top 6-star existence in each of the 5 ancient civilizations. Luke waved his hand, and Tan's image was projected under the starry sky. She wore golden armor, and had the appearance and figure of a top boss. Her perfect emotional control made her face expressionless, and her eyes were as gray as the dead. The angel's side is the sword of oath, and the first choice for the shining gold man is Tan. However, in the image, a black shadow appeared behind Tan. When the player was playing the plot of Tan, he found that after defeating Tan, the plot did not end, but there was no prompt to continue. Therefore, some players analyzed that since the golden people are all twins, then Tan should have a partner. Later, in the player's investigation, it was found that Tan had a twin sister named Ying. And apart from this name, there is no other information about Ying. The video shows the player's battle with Tan. Qikong said while watching, "I should have no problem dealing with Tan now. But if Ying also attacks, you will be in danger." Luke also watched the battle video of Tan and recalled the process of fighting this boss. Tan's melee attack and defense ability can be said to be impeccable. Whether he can pass this dungeon depends entirely on his luck. Even the top players cannot guarantee that they can defeat the strongest boss in one go. Qikong's current strength has greatly improved, but Luke still cannot predict the outcome when facing Tan. Besides, there is a shadow whose strength is unknown behind Tan. Luke did not show any worry, but smiled and said, "In the game, the shadow did not appear when Tan was beaten by the player, which means that there may be a reason why she cannot appear. And there is Helkin in the opponent's camp, and he will tell me the assassination plan at that time. We will definitely find a way to deal with it. You just need to deal with Tan." Qikong looked at Tan in the video and said to Luke, "Give me all the information related to Tan. Don't disturb me if there is nothing important during this period. I want to study her well. By the way, Ying was released by the Golden Man. Ying is coming." Although Luke expected that the Golden Man would release Ying in a limited way, he was still very happy to hear the news about Ying. Luke saw that Qikong was focusing on reading Tan's information, so he quietly withdrew from the spiritual starry sky. Then he said to the driver, "Drive faster. There are important people waiting for me in the hotel." "Yes, Prime Minister." The driver stepped on the valve hard, and the steam engine of the car roared, spewing white steam and running forward. Chapter 506 News about Ying. Ying stood on the terrace facing the sea, with green vines entwined on the white marble fence, and red flowers blooming on it. The gentle sea breeze blew her long golden hair slightly up, and also blew her white dress. A prison disaster made her become more quiet, and her eyes looking at the sea seemed to be able to transcend the distance and see the other side of the sea. "Ying." A soft call made Ying retract her thoughts that drifted away with the sea, and then turned to look at the man behind her. "Meteor. Governor of Meteor." Ying looked at Luke in panic and looked away, saying apologetically, I'm sorry. Because of the crime I committed, I implicated you and put you in danger. My real name is Luke." Luke walked to Yin's side, looked at the vast ocean and said, "You are destined to commit a crime. Even if it is not because of me, there will be another person who will make what should happen according to Pan's plan. Your brother understands you, but you don't understand your brother. He has gone crazy for the restoration of the country." "Luke." Ying repeated Luke's name, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. But when Luke mentioned Pan, Ying was puzzled. "Why do you say that all this is Pan's plan?" Luke didn't expect Ying to be kept in the dark until now. He wanted to explain for Ying, but he still refrained from saying something that would greatly stimulate Ying. "A lot of things happened to you during your detention by the Golden Man. Now that you have been released, you should gradually understand some of the inside story. I don't want to use my subjective opinion and position to influence you. You should judge right and wrong by yourself. You should be clear about the tasks assigned to you by the Golden Man." Ying stood with Luke in the sea breeze. Since Luke didn't want to talk about Pan, she didn't continue to ask. She didn't want to let her emotions interfere with Luke, so she talked about work. "Yes, I already know. The Elders' Council. The Golden Man Elders' Council appointed me as the middleman for the negotiations between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank, and hoped that I would do my best to promote the Golden Shield Empire to abandon its energy monetary policy and sign the gold certificate as the only universal currency for international energy transactions." Luke asked, "Do you have your own ideas?" Ying thought for a moment. "I was just released, and I don't know much about the whole incident. But the energy monetary policy of the Golden Shield Empire can make the Golden people invite you to the Golden Valley for negotiations, which means that you really threaten the World Bank. I have never seen the elders take anything so seriously. Even using me, who was convicted of a serious crime. Luke said, I proposed to the Golden Elders Council to use you as a middleman. They agreed. Probably because they wanted to play the emotional card with me. If I agree to sign the treaty, you can be acquitted and leave the Golden Civilization to restore your human identity. After hearing Luke's words, Ian was happy at first, but still said, You don't have to worry about me doing something you don't want to do. My crime has nothing to do with you. I am very happy to see you again. I am also very happy to see you. In the next period of time. You only need to do the work given to you by the Golden Man. And leave the rest to me. I will take you away from the Golden Valley. I believe you. The Elders Council of the Golden Man asked me to inform you that the second meeting with the Golden Shield Empire will be held in 3 days. And the venue is in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Golden Hotel. Although time is a bit tight, I will complete the preparations for the meeting as soon as possible so that the negotiations between you two can proceed smoothly. Thank you. Is there anything else? No. I want to enjoy the sea breeze with you here. Is that okay? It's my honor. With Ian as the middleman in the negotiations, the somewhat tense relationship between Luke and the Elders Council of the Shining Gold was quickly eased. Both parties frequently sent out various goodwill signals, expressing their expectations for the second round of negotiations. Ian showed the qualities of a professional manager. Although 3 days was too stressful for her to suddenly take over this job, the venue layout and meeting process were carried out in an orderly manner under her arrangement. At the same time, Ian also had a general understanding of what happened during her detention. It turns out that the initiator of the Rio Restoration War was her twin brother Pan. If he wanted to leave the Golden Civilization and become the king of the Rio Kingdom, he had to kick out this stumbling block. Being used and betrayed by her closest relatives was a serious blow to Ian. But she did not confide in Luke. Nor did she question Pan. She only cried silently in the middle of the night when no one was around, and then numbed herself with busy work. The door was knocked at night. Ian wiped her tears and got up to open the door. The visitor outside the door surprised Ian. Miss Qin Kong. No. Her Majesty Queen Qin Kong. Just call me Qin Kong. Qin Kong walked into the room very familiarly, and when she passed by Ian, she couldn't help but sniff her with her nose. The salty taste of tears is full of sadness and bitterness. And even the air here is filled with loneliness and confusion. Miss Ian, you need a friend and a bottle of liquor now. And you can talk on the sofa under the shining starry sky. I brought the liquor. Do you have any stories? Qin Kong walked to the terrace leading directly to the living room, and 2 single sofas automatically moved to the terrace. Qin Kong lay comfortably inside, and waved again. And a bottle of liquor and 2 wine glasses floated in the air. The bottle poured the wine. Ian came to another sofa and sat down very reservedly. She looked at Qin Kong and asked in confusion, Miss Qin Kong, you are a little different from the you I saw before. Qin Kong took the wine glass and drank the whole glass of liquor in one gulp like drinking water, and said, Is it different? Maybe I was too serious before. With a cold look. And it seems difficult to get along with me? No. That's not what I meant. Miss Qin Kong, you are a very kind spirit. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Kong picked up the wine glass that had been refilled with wine. I have been troubled by something these days, so I have no time to see you. I just happen to have a little free time tonight, so I came to drink with you. Let's talk about the difficulties you are facing now. Ian took a sip of the wine glass. The strong alcohol made her cough a little, but under Qin Kong's encouraging eyes, she still closed her eyes and took a big sip. Cough, cough, cough. I don't have any difficulties now. Cough, cough, cough. This wine is really too strong. Strong wine can make you drunk quickly. Qin Kong smiled mysteriously and continued, Since Miss Ian feels that she is not in trouble, can you answer a few questions for me? It can be regarded as a chat with me to spend this long night. Okay. Miss Qin Kong, what questions do you need me to answer? Qin Kong asked, Do you know Tan? Tan is the director of the World Bank's Bad Debt Handling Office. Hearing Qin Kong asking about Tan, Ian couldn't help but be alert. Why is Miss Qin Kong interested in Tan? As the leader of the debt collectors, Tan should be the strongest known gold man. If Meteorite encounters any danger in the Golden Valley, I must understand the strongest combat power of the Gold Man to protect the safety of Meteorite. Since it was to protect the Meteorite, Ian, who was no longer a member of the Golden Civilization, had no worries. Tan is about the same age as us. We almost joined the Golden Civilization together, and received training together in the Golden Valley. After receiving Yin's answer, Qi Kong determined that his judgment was correct. Through the conversation relayed by Helkin, we could understand that Pan and Tan are not simply former colleagues of the World Bank, especially now that Pan has been driven out of the Golden Civilization. He has a very different status from Tan, the director of the Bad Debt Processing Office. Pan is familiar with Tan, which means that Ian is also familiar with Tan. It's just that Luke didn't want to involve Ian, so he didn't get to know Tan through Ian. Qi Kong came to see Ian without telling Luke, because tonight is the time when the Ark County Ice Cave agents and Tan will assassinate Luke. In order to learn more about the opponent, Qi Kong went against Luke's wishes to find Ian to find out the situation. Is Tan's twin sister called Ing? Ian asked in surprise. How do you know Ing? Qi Kong smiled and said, I have my channels. Tell me about the sisters. This topic brought back Yen's memories of her beautiful childhood. She let go of her reserve, took off her shoes and curled up on the sofa, took another sip of wine and told the story. Tan and Ing are both geniuses in the ancient Golden language. Those languages that are difficult to understand and use are as simple as their mother tongue to them. Which makes me and Pan very envious. Tan's physical fitness is the best among our peers, just like her language talent. But Ying's body is very weak. In my impression, she is constantly taking various medicines and cannot complete the daily training. I don't know if you have ever entered the Golden Valley. Children with poor health cannot persist in such training and environment. Qi Kong replied, I have been to the Golden Valley. The training and selection of children by the Shining Gold people are more rigorous than the training of children by the barbarians. Children who fail the training will be expelled from the Shining Gold civilization. Yes, if Ing fails the training, they will all be expelled. Therefore, Tan will play the role of Ing and complete Ying's training. You should know that such a training volume is already a very heavy burden for a child. But Tan insisted on completing 2 training volumes in the same amount of time without interruption for a day. This is probably the reason why she is so strong, not only in terms of body and talent, but also in terms of willpower that ordinary people cannot reach. Qi Kong asked, Tan's training as Ing should not be hidden from the instructor of the Golden Man. Ing smiled, of course it can't be hidden. But we all thought it was hidden at the time. Tan's talent is so good that the instructor spontaneously concealed it for her. What happened to Ing later? Since Tan entered the Bad Debt Processing Office of the World Bank, there seems to be no news of Ing. Ing thought for a moment. Since we grew up and started working at the World Bank, we have rarely met the sisters. After all, we are bank managers and Tan is a debt collector. A gathering 4 years ago was probably the last time I saw Ing. Her health is much better than when she was a child. And she has joined the Priest Academy and become a priest respected by all the Shining Gold people. Qi Kong asked here, Ing is a priest, but there is no Ing in the Shining Gold Priest Academy. In the Epic game, board players have tried their best to find Ing. Even the most mysterious Priest Academy of the Shining Gold people has been sneaked into by players. But they still find nothing. Ing was also surprised to hear that Ing was not in the Priest Academy. Ing is not in the Priest Academy. How is that possible? She has a very high talent for the ancient Golden language. She does not need to participate in training. And she locks herself up to study the ancient Golden language. She has mastered many ancient Golden language words that were thought to have been forgotten. Only the Priest Academy can fully bring out her talents. She even invented a divine magic differential machine. Qi Kong grasped the key point and asked, What is a divine magic differential machine? Ing said, The differential machine can assist in mathematical operations and has been widely used in many scientific research fields. Ing thought about applying the differential machine to the compilation of the ancient Golden language. She said that if her divine magic differential machine technology is successful, it can simulate part of the functions of the artifact. At first we all thought she was just daydreaming. But later she really made a magic difference machine. But the difference machine collapsed and destroyed itself after releasing a simple magic. Can the function of the artifact be simulated? Of course it can. The artifact is the interpretation of the origin of the world. Ancient language uses the interpretation of the origin of the world by the artifact to cast secret arts. If a machine can connect to the artifact, and can quickly complete the writing and adaptation of the ancient language, it can be understood as a weakened version of the artifact. The difficulty in making this machine is how to make the difference machine understand and express complex ancient languages. In his own spiritual starry sky, Qi Kong quickly inferred and modeled the magic difference machine through the spiritual orb. The conclusion is that the magic differential machine cannot operate independently and must be matched with a person who is proficient in ancient languages as the core. The core is responsible for establishing a connection with the artifact and providing the spiritual cognition required for the magic. The differential machine focuses on the writing and adaptation of ancient languages. Once the magic differential machine is developed, it can become a platform connecting the Golden Man and the artifact, allowing the Golden Man to conveniently use the magic differential machine to cast the magic that he does not know. And it is faster and more powerful. The Golden Man must have realized the significance of the magic differential machine, so he deliberately hid the shadow. And Qi Kong, who is part of Luke's memory, knows the significance of the appearance of this platform better than the Golden Man. It can significantly raise the lower limit of the overall Golden Man, and infinitely increase the upper limit of the Golden Man. Even if a god is created through technical means, it is not impossible. If Ying uses herself as the movement of the divine art differential machine, Tan, who is in tune with her, will be the strongest Golden Man in the history of the Golden Civilization. To what extent has the divine art differential machine been developed now, facing the world that has been changed beyond recognition by Luke? It is impossible to predict. We can only hope that the golden compass in the abyss will prevent the divine art differential machine from fully exerting its effectiveness. After drinking a whole glass of strong liquor, Ying was a little tipsy. Seeing that Qi Kong had not spoken for a long time, she asked, Miss Qi Kong, do you think Ying's disappearance is related to the divine art differential machine? Qi Kong came back to his senses and asked Ying, have you ever talked about the magic differential machine with anyone else? No. When I met Ying for the last time, she told us not to mention the magic differential machine to anyone. Even if the elders ask. Don't tell them. Yes. Don't tell anyone. Thank you. Ying. If it's to protect him, I'm willing to do anything. Ying paused and asked, you asked me so many questions about Ying and Tan. Is it because they are threatening his safety? Qi Kong smiled and said, you are really a smart girl. But your brilliance is overshadowed by Pan. Her guess turned out to be true. And Yin's drunken head sobered up instantly. I will go to Tan now and ask her to give up the assassination of Governor Meteorite. Qi Kong said, I came to you. But Meteorite didn't know. He didn't want you to be involved in this incident because Pan was also involved. Don't worry, Miss Ying. Knowing the potential hidden strength of Tan, we have the means to deal with it. I am Qi Kong, and I exist to protect him. No matter who the opponent is, I will complete my mission. You should have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the day for the second meeting between Meteorite and Elder Shine Jin, and you will be very busy. Ying still wanted to help, but her head became dizzy again. She looked at Qi Kong and reached out to grab him, but her vision gradually blurred, and she fell asleep. Qi Kong finished the wine in the glass and stood up. With a wave of her hand, a blanket on the bed floated over and covered Ying. Qi Kong walked up to the railing of the terrace, then took another step forward and jumped down. Let's start. Chapter 507 Assassination. In front of the Golden Hotel is a clean white beach, which is also a famous tourist attraction in Golden Valley. During the day, it is full of sunshine and beauties, which has become another scenery of Golden Hotel. At night, no matter how busy Luke is, he will come out to walk on the beach. There are fewer people on the beach at this time. Stepping on the soft sand and listening to the sea breeze is conducive to thinking. In fact, Luke has this habit since he came to Golden Valley. The regular schedule will give people a sense of control over all changes, which is conducive to the establishment of his international image. Of course, if someone wants to assassinate him, this period of time is a golden time for any assassin. The night was completely dark. The sky was full of stars, and a full moon hung on the edge of the Milky Way. The sea in the distance was no longer visible, and the nearby waves washed the beach again and again. Luke walked alone, and the Imperial spies followed him at a distance of 15 meters in windbreakers and felt hats. Sandpaper and her sisters formed a circle to surround Luke in the protection circle, and the red kestrel and the gray goose flew on the sea on one side with steam backpacks. The protection measure seemed no different from usual. But everyone was told tonight, an assassination against the Prime Minister of the Empire was being carried out. And the assassins were the Ice Cave agents of the County Alliance, and a few shining gold people. Further ahead was the ambush area set up by the assassins. Luke walked slowly without any hesitation at his usual speed, and the professionally trained spies did not show any abnormality. The ambush area arrived, and a cloud of mist suddenly rose from the water and rolled towards the people on the beach. It was exactly the same as the assassination plan submitted by Helkin. The mist rushed onto the beach. The Imperial spies shouted, "There is something wrong. Protect the Prime Minister. Be careful of being stabbed." The panicked Imperial spies fell headfirst onto the beach after inhaling the mist. Those who were slightly stronger opened the protective shield as soon as they found something unusual, and then took out the magic wand to spray flames around themselves, using high temperature to decompose the toxins in the mist. The Imperial spies gathered around Luke, and people kept falling down due to poisoning on the road. When the spies cast a cyclone around Luke and isolated the poisonous fog outside the cyclone, only the 5 Sandpaper Sisters and 7 Imperial spies were left around Luke. The spies held magic wands to support the protective barrier, and the beautiful sisters half floated in the air, with their long hair flying, diffracting their perception. As the poisonous fog dissipated, another strange phenomenon occurred. The tide pushing towards the beach stopped on the spot. The seagulls hunting in the sky were fixed in the air, and the tourists, who had not left in the distance, all remained motionless, as if time had stopped at this moment. Luke, who was protected in the middle, raised his hand to look. The confinement of space and time made him feel like he was in a sticky mud. Every movement had to fight against huge resistance. At this time, a group of people formed a circle and walked out of the darkness, surrounding Luke and the people who protected him. Herkin, Pan, and 3 shining gold men wearing golden armor, led by Tan, the director of the World Bank's Bad Debt Treatment Office, facing the imprisoned meteorite. Herkin said nervously, "Pan, what you did makes us look very unprofessional. What we should do is to quickly assassinate the target and evacuate quickly. Talking to the assassination target is simply for your momentary expansion, which puts the action on the verge of failure." Pan said to Hirkajan confidently, "Hirkajan, don't be so nervous. This is the Golden Valley. We are surrounded by the strongest Golden Man Tan. We are in the magic spell, the prison of time and space cast by Tan himself. If you don't believe me, you have to believe in Tan's strength." Hirkajan looked at the woman on the other side of Pan. Tan, wearing golden armor, was more powerful than the first time they met. She was like an insurmountable peak. Mortals could only look up and be subdued by the overwhelming domineering power. Hirkajan couldn't help but worry about Meteorite. He believed in Meteorite's wisdom, but this absolute difference in force could not be equalized by wisdom. "Of course I believe in Miss Tan's strength." Hirkajan stepped back and gave Pan the opportunity to perform. Pan stepped forward confidently. Meteorite had made him suffer so much, and even ruined his reputation in human civilization. If he died like this, it would be a regret for his whole life. This time, not only did he want Meteorite's life, but he also wanted him to know, "I, the King of Rio, am the final winner." "Mr. Prime Minister of Meteorite, you didn't expect that this would be the scene when we met again." Pan stretched out his hand to show the still scene around him. His expression and tone were full of pride, and the joy of the pent-up resentment being released. Luke slightly adapted to the burden imposed on him by the divine art. "I didn't expect that you still don't recognize the gap between you and me, and even resort to assassination, which is not worthy of being on the stage. Pan, although Een is a chess piece that can be discarded in your heart, I know that you are very important to Een. This is also the reason why I give you chances again and again. But you don't seem to cherish it, and you must die." The potential fear of Yunqing in his heart made Pan's momentum drop a lot. He looked around, and the magic was intact. Thinking of Tan behind him, Pan once again held up his courage. "Yunqing, do you think I will be afraid of you if you bluff? Don't fantasize that anyone will come to save you. The speed of time in and outside the magic is different. This ambush on you is a very, very short time from the outside. Your people, including Qi Kong, were unable to react. When they arrived, they could only see your corpses. Such a powerful magic?" Luke praised, looking past Pan to Tan, who was not far behind him. The gray eyes were expressionless, making her look like a stone without any emotion, revealing a strong and unyielding will. Luke continued to say to Pan, "It's a pity that you gave up Een, which caused a lot of flaws in your character. You became indecisive, suspicious, and your obsession with power further magnified these flaws, making you now almost 2 different people from the former director Pan. I'm afraid you don't realize that you have disappointed many people who support you." Luke's words immediately made Pan nervous. "What do you mean? Isn't my meaning obvious? Pan, you are not the only choice of the lookouts." As he said this, Luke glanced at Helkin intentionally or unintentionally. Helkin's heart was pounding with shock. He was glad that he did not become a fence-sitter, but reported the assassination plan to Meteorite in its entirety. Unexpectedly, among the 3 parties that carried out the assassination, 2 of them had people from Meteorite. Pan was certainly not the only choice of the lookouts. He was the prince of the Rio Kingdom, and Een was naturally the princess of the Rio Kingdom. This time, Meteorite came to the Golden Valley in a high-profile manner to rescue Princess Een. Although the lookouts would not say anything grateful, they must be warm in their hearts. Now the lookouts are as disappointed with Pan's changed temperament as they are with Een, who is said to be gentle and kind. 3 days ago, Een gained limited freedom because of Meteorite's manipulation. The lookouts saw it all. Meteorite's words at this time mean that Pan is not only disgraced, but also deserted by everyone. The secret of assassinating the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire is not something that ordinary lookouts are qualified to know. The traitor is right beside Pan. Pan turned around and shouted to the lookouts, who came with him, "Who is it? I am your king. Do you still have the oath you made to me in your heart? Who is it? Stand up!" Pan yelled out of control. But no lookout stood up. They looked at the prince they had sworn allegiance to in the past, and their eyes were full of strangeness. At this time, the fallen imperial spies around them all stood up and surrounded the person who carried out the assassination. The Ice Cave agents of Ark County Union panicked. The outer and inner sides were all spies of the Golden Shield Empire. The lookouts around them were very likely to turn against them. This was the rhythm of a group annihilation. The Ice Cave agents looked at Helkin. Helkin signaled the agents to move closer to him. "We have been sold out by our allies. Prepare to break out." Pan was still questioning the lookouts loudly and frantically. Tan walked to Pan's side. "Control your emotions. Pan! Losing your voice is your biggest loss. Although Een made a big mistake, you didn't fulfill your responsibility as a brother, which is a more serious mistake. Leave the rest to me. Killing the meteorite will end everything and usher in a new beginning." Pan stepped aside, as if he had lost his soul. He finally understood why the twins would be rejected by the Shining Gold civilization after losing their other half. Not only can a person not form a twin resonance, but also one less bond. And the heart is like losing half. Een. Pan remembered that after he learned that Een was released, he couldn't help but go to see her. She cried all night. The Shining Gold people don't cry. Pan, who had lost everything, knelt on the beach. Tan didn't look at Pan. She walked past Pan and walked towards Luke. Around her, countless blade-like golden lights appeared, and the golden chirping sounds were as dense as a flock of birds returning to the tide. Her eyes were fixed on Luke, and the authoritative killing intent made her look like a monarch who had the power of life and death in the world. The pressure was like a mountain as Tan walked forward, and the invincible momentum made the fearless sisters of Sandpaper look unbearable. "Miss Qingkong, when will you come?" Sandpaper couldn't help but pray in a low voice. Then there was a response, "Dear girls, Miss Qingkong is always by your side." In the still scene around, as a ripple swayed, Qingkong stepped out of the ripple. Her body movements were very fast. She took another step and stood in front of Tan without paying attention to the distance. Tan stopped moving forward. She looked at the elf in front of her and said, "You are the elf Qingkong? You are the first one who can easily use space skills in my magic." Qingkong turned sideways and raised his eyes, giving the beautiful girls a relaxing look, then turned to look at Tan and said, "This is not a compliment to me. It only shows that you are ignorant. Only those who have not seen the real strong people can have such confidence as you." "Strong? To me, there are not many creatures in this world who can be called strong. I hope you are one." Tan stretched out his hand and pulled out a golden knife as thin as a cicada's wing from the golden light in the air, and then instantly came close to Qingkong in a golden light. The golden knife swept past, making a buzzing sound. After the knife flashed, countless blades followed closely, slicing the elf in front into a pile of meat. Qingkong did not dodge, and the ice crystal wings, a product of the same level of the failed experiment of the blazing sky wings, unfolded behind her. The ice crystal wings were more in line with Qingkong's own ice attribute. When the ice crystal eye opened, the reinforced ice crystal wings blocked Qingkong's side and blocked all the blades that swept over. The wind and snow rolled up on this beach, and the still sea water was frozen. The ice layer spread out from Qingkong's feet, and her figure flashed and disappeared from the front of Tan, and reappeared at Tan's side, pulling out the Stardust Chinjon from the scabbard at the back waist. The two knives attached with ice spikes crossed and cut towards Tan's side waist. Tan stretched out his hand, and the swaying golden light instantly gathered into a shield. The shield blocked Qin Kong's attack, and Tan raised his leg to sweep Qin Kong's side. Qin Kong was shattered into pieces of ice chips under this heavy blow. The ice chips rolled on the ice surface and quickly gathered into Qin Kong, and then rushed towards Tan. However, Tan did not focus all her attention on Qin Kong, who rushed to the front. Her body did not move significantly, and she did not even turn around. The knife in her hand slashed behind her. There was a sound of metal clashing, and the second Qin Kong appeared from behind Tan, holding Tan's golden knife with two knives, summoning the golden shield again to block Qin Kong's attack from the front. Tan said to Qin Kong behind him, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled in controlling time. But these skills of yours will be extremely sharp against people who are weaker than you. And when you meet people of the same level, or even stronger than you can only pin your hopes of winning on the opponent's mistakes." The two Qin Kongs disappeared one by one, and the real Qin Kong appeared in the swing of the time frame. Your words seem to make sense. But at our level, isn't it just about who makes the first mistake, and who can seize the opportunity first? Tan, your psychological warfare is useless to me. I remind you again that you don't have much time. From here, the outside is still, but the time outside is actually flowing, just slower than inside. The Shining Gold people must have discovered the abnormality of this beach. When they arrive, your assassination will fail. After a simple fight, Qin Kong can sense that Tan is much stronger than all the opponents he has encountered before. She is too stable. So stable that people can't find any flaws. And she has brought the advantages of the Shining Gold people in close combat to the extreme. Therefore, Qin Kong looked for a breakthrough psychologically. As the assassin, after Pan wasted a lot of time, what Tan lacked most now was time. If she didn't want the assassination to fail, she had to attack. Tan looked behind her and saw that the Ice Cave agents were huddling together to protect themselves. The lookouts had abandoned their king, and there were only two debt collectors left on her side. Tan looked at Pan kneeling on the beach and said, "Pan, if you still want to kill Meteor, stand up and fight. Leave the elves to me. My subordinates will tear open a breakthrough for you. And whether you can kill Meteor depends on your ability. Open your mind, and Ing will help you temporarily restore the power of the Shining Gold Man." Hearing Tan's words, Pan stood up. He turned around, looking like a walking corpse. "I have nothing to lose. You are the cause of all this. Meteor, you are the devil who destroyed everything I have. I will kill you with my own hands." Pan rushed towards Luke. As he ran, golden components appeared and embedded in him one by one. Luke in the protective circle chanted the ancient golden language, and the same golden components were embedded in him one by one. Then let's end it all. Chapter 508 Invasion. The two gold debt collectors, who followed Tan, surpassed Pan in the golden light. They summoned the golden shield with a powerful impact force, and knocked open the protective shield formed by the Imperial spies in one fell swoop. The shock wave knocked the spies back and flew out. The Red Falcon, Blue Pigeon, Egret, and Grey Goose filled in and divided into two teams to block the two debt collectors. The debt collectors tacitly pulled out a gap to both sides, and the rushing Pan rushed through the middle, holding the golden sword in his hand and stabbing Luke. At this time, a wrench knocked Pan's sword away, and sandpaper flew in front of Pan in a fighting posture. "Hey, your opponent is me, the colorful wings of the fighting girl." Sandpaper recited the secret words, and a leaf stretched out from the gap in Luke's golden armor neck. 5 feathers of different kinds flew out from the 5 girls. And then the feathers were directly activated by the artifact tree bud as the subject of the secret technique. The bird-adorned headdresses fell from the sky onto the heads of the beautiful girls, and long light feathers extended from their lower backs. The flying hair was full of colorful feathers formed by the gathering of spiritual power. The melodious sound of birds rang out, and the phantoms of 4 bird forms, namely, the Red Falcon, the Blue Pigeon, the Egret, and the Grey Goose, appeared behind the 4 girls. With another high-pitched cry, a pink phoenix spread its wings behind Sandpaper, revealing its majesty. The phoenix looked down at Pan, and Sandpaper opened the tool bag, and a row of specially made screwdrivers floated out of it. The phoenix cried, and the screwdrivers flew out in various arcs and shot at Pan from different angles. Sandpaper had no manners that a phoenix should have. She was just a violent repairman, holding a wrench and going forward to dismantle Pan's golden armor. Pan didn't want to waste more time on Sandpaper. He was close to his enemy Meteorite. This was the best and only chance to kill him. But he didn't expect the little girls around Meteorite to be so difficult to deal with. He was not paying attention, and was knocked off a piece of shoulder armor by the other party. I need stronger power. The magic differential machine is far from being completed. It is the limit of what I can do to let you temporarily restore the power of the shining gold man. If you increase the magic gift, you will be annihilated in the collapse of power. Please increase the magic gift. Is your opponent worth giving up your life? Pan looked at Luke after the battle. I have done a lot of wrong things, which is the collection of all failures. The biggest flash I can make is probably to kill him. Please give me stronger power. Since this is your insistence, I promise you, I will miss you. Pan. A series of ancient golden words that he had never heard of rang in his ears. And Pan felt that his power was showing an explosive growth. The armor on his body thickened, and a pair of triangular fixed golden wings extended from his back. 2 10-meter-long weapon cabinets were unfolded on both sides, loaded with various weapons. 3 golden shields flew out of the weapon cabinet and rotated around Pan, facing the attack of Sandpaper. The golden shield will automatically block all kinds of attacks. Then a battle scepter flew into Pan's hand, and several golden components were mounted on Pan's entire right arm, making his right arm holding the scepter more powerful. Pan swung the scepter and smashed it at Sandpaper, and saw that this ordinary blow actually made a loud sound like a tsunami. Feeling the great increase in Pan's power, Sandpaper did not dare to face this blow directly, and she used her agile body to dodge. But the scepter seemed to have some kind of traction field, pulling Sandpaper under the scepter. When Sandpaper was about to be swept by this blow, a hand grabbed her feet and pulled her out of the attack range of the scepter. Sandpaper, go help your sisters. It was Luke who saved Sandpaper. He waved his hand to let the spies who wanted to come to support retreat. His Highness Pan is going to kill me at the cost of his life. I must give him a chance. The surge of power is causing a great burden to Pan. He knows that he may die from the collapse of power at any time, so he dare not waste time by talking anymore. Pan waved his scepter and smashed it at Luke. The scepter emitted a stronger traction field to pull Luke's body. Luke, who needed to conceal his identity as the Tao King, used the ancient golden language magic to summon a 2-handed sword. He swung his sword to block Pan's scepter, and the feedback force made him, who has dragon blood, feel his hands numb. Moreover, he was still in the secret art of the cell that imprisons time and space, and part of his power had to fight against this sticky space. The traction field of the scepter pulled Luke to slide on the beach, and at this time a pocket watch popped out of thin air from his side. This old pocket watch tumbled in the air and opened, and the cracked glass dial showed the current time. Luke glanced at the pointer on the pocket watch and read the secret code, 9:26 p.m. The leaves sticking out of the gap in Luke's golden armor neck shook twice, and the secret technique was activated. The old pocket watch broke into parts in an instant, and the complex gears inside were thrown out. The scenes that were still moving around were all frozen. Qigong, Tan, the gold debt collector, the beautiful sisters, the ice cave agents, the lookouts and the imperial spies, all stopped because of the stop of time, showing the outer edge of this small secret space in a mirror. Only Pan, who was close, was still waving the scepter to attack. A pair of hands appeared beside the pocket watch parts scattered in the air. The hands were very slender and dexterous. They grabbed the pocket watch parts and reassembled them. Spacetime secrets against spacetime secrets. The burden brought by the cell that imprisoned spacetime collapsed instantly. Luke, who had gained new strength, fought with Pan again. The shockwave stirred in the small enclosed space, stirring up gravel and stones, like a high-speed rotating drum washing machine. In the crazy rolling gravel, there was a butterfly sprinkled with light powder. A new secret language was spoken by Luke. Death trap under symbiosis. The butterfly stopped spreading light powder, and the colorful butterfly revealed its original appearance without the disguise of phantom light. It is a moth with a skull pattern on its back. If you look closely, you can see a black flower under the moth. The Lerda flower can produce very strong psychotropic toxins. It can disguise the skull moth as a beautiful butterfly to attract small animals, and then kill them with psychotropic toxins. The skull moth can also enjoy a feast. In the secret technique, the Lerda flower withered quickly, and the psychotropic toxins were extracted and turned into black and purple smoke attached to Luke's golden sword. Once again, the power collided with the power. Luke, who could not exert his full power, was still at a disadvantage in the confrontation. and part of the psychotropic toxins on his golden sword were stained on the scepter in Pan's hand during the collision. As the artifact tree but sent out the docking information, Luke called out, "Ing! Who are you? How can you actively connect to the magic differential machine?" "Guess." Ing didn't dare to guess. She immediately issued an alarm through the magic differential machine. "Attention! The magic differential machine has encountered an unknown invasion. To protect the safety of the magic differential machine, the experiment will be terminated in 10 seconds. All laboratory personnel are ready to evacuate." Tan, who was fighting with Qigong, asked Ing, "What happened? How could the magic differential machine be invaded?" "I don't know what happened. An unknown signal suddenly came in, and the other party's interpretation of the origin of the world seems to be more advanced than the magic differential machine." "What? How is this possible?" "It is more advanced than the magic differential machine you made. Could it be a divine weapon?" "It is not certain yet. I can only terminate the experiment to prevent worse things from happening." Pan came in. "I can't terminate it. I am almost there. Just a little bit away from killing him." Pan attacked Luke frantically, making him retreat continuously. "I'm sorry, Pan. The magic differential machine is more important." Connection interrupted. The golden armor attached to Pan's body, the scepter he held, and the golden shield surrounding him, at this moment, shattered like glass. The scattered gold pieces did not fall, but collapsed layer by layer towards the central point. The force collapsed and split Pan's flesh and crushed his bones. The red blood mixed with the gold flakes shrank. Finally, it gathered into a gold grain, which was quickly swallowed by a black hole and disappeared. The dexterous hands completed the assembly of the pocket watch at this moment. After a short fast broadcast of the static mirror image around, the two time streams were synchronized. Then the static mirror image in the distance also began to accelerate. All the change time streams were synchronized, and the outside of this beach was surrounded by the shining gold warriors wearing golden armor. The battle stopped. Two shining gold warriors walked in front of Tan. "Tan! The Council of Elders issued an order to revoke all your positions and powers in the World Bank and escort you to the Council of Elders for questioning. Please do not resist. It will only increase your guilt." Tan did not argue. She spread out the golden armor on her body and stretched out her hands. Two shining gold warriors put shackles on Tan and cast magic to seal Tan's power. Tan did not resist at all. She looked at Qigong and said, "You are a rare opponent. I look forward to fighting with you next time. I hope no one will disturb us again." Qigong put back the double swords, shook off the ice crystal wings, and said to Tan with a smile, "I advise you to consider fighting me carefully. If you lose, the money owed by the Golden Shield Empire and the Moonlight Royal Court to the World Bank will not be returned." Tan rarely smiled. "You are right. Considering this money, the Elders' Council will not easily let me fight you again. You are very strong, and you are strong without the help of the power of the artifact. Goodbye." The seal was completed, and Tan left under the escort of the Golden Warriors. A World Bank director in a suit walked up to Luke. He saw Luke's golden armor and showed an indescribable look. But he still took off his hat and saluted and said, "I sincerely apologize to you, Lord Meteorite. The Golden People's position of hoping to resolve the dispute peacefully has never changed. The Elders' Council promised to thoroughly investigate the entire incident and ensure that similar assassinations will never happen again in the Golden Valley." Luke took off his golden armor and said with a dissatisfied tone, "The strong city was breached. Often not because the enemy outside was too strong, but because the internal problems were too serious. It is very reasonable for a county union and Leo to assassinate me. But I can't figure out why someone in the Shining Gold people would want to kill me. There are interests in any action. I hope that the Shining Gold people can handle this matter properly. If there is a major crisis lurking inside the Shining Gold civilization, it will be a big disaster for the world. The World Bank directors are of course aware of the seriousness of this incident, especially the fact that the strongest combat force of the Shining Gold people colluded with outsiders to assassinate the guests invited by the Shining Gold people without the permission of the Elders' Council, which is enough to cause great turmoil within the Shining Gold civilization. I apologize to you again, but please also believe in our Elders' Council. Sir, would you like to return to the hotel now? I will send someone to protect you." "No need." Luke looked around. The assassination had attracted many people to gather around. Today's walk has not reached the goal I set for myself. I will continue to move forward, and will naturally go back when it is time to rest. The director heard the metaphor in Luke's words. "Look forward to tomorrow's meeting. Goodbye." Lord Meteorite. I still have to escort the relevant personnel back for interrogation. Luke nodded and walked forward along the beach. The beautiful girl team and the Imperial spies followed him. Chi Kong had long disappeared. The two debt collectors who followed Tan to carry out the assassination were shackled and taken away after being sealed. The Ice Cave agents and the lookouts were gathered together, and were also escorted to the prison by the Shining Gold. The thawing waves rushed onto the beach, covering all traces of the battle. The Elder's house in the Golden Valley. A high-power headlight illuminated the entire Elder's house downwards. In the center of the light stood Tan, who exuded a wave of authority even though her hands and feet were shackled. The Shining Gold warriors standing on both sides of her did not seem to be guarding her, but more like her followers. Tan stood straight, with gray eyes looking straight ahead. She shifted her gaze until a sound of footsteps approached. Tan! What happened? Why are you detained? The woman who entered the Elder's house had almost the same appearance as Tan, but she did not have Tan's domineering aura, but instead had a weak and morbid beauty. Tan smiled and said in a very gentle tone, I'm sorry. There are some things I didn't tell you. I didn't get the authorization of the Elder's Council for today's action, so I have to accept the punishment for my mistakes. Didn't expect Tan to disobey the Elder's Council, which is definitely a serious crime for the Shuajin people. Grabbed Tan's hand. No matter what the Elder's Council decides, we will bear it together. You will bear it together? What right do you have to bear it? The elders appeared on the golden chairs around the Elder's Council. After the communication and voting in the aperture, Elder Mu moved to the middle position with his chair. He asked Tan, before you assassinated the meteorite, did you ever think about what consequences would it have on the entire Shuajin civilization if you lost to Qi Kong? Tan apologized, I'm sorry. Elders, before deciding to assassinate meteorite, I didn't consider the consequences. After the battle, I found that Qi Kong was more powerful than I expected. I can't imagine how she could have such fighting power without the help of the power of the artifact. An elder said, fortunately, you were not defeated by Qi Kong. Otherwise the debt collector's deterrent power would be gone, and the World Bank would have a lot of bad debts that could not be collected. Another elder said, but you didn't defeat Qi Kong either, making our negotiations with Meteorite tomorrow more difficult. Chapter 509 Divine Art Differential Machine. Elder Mu said to Tan, the Council of Elders knows that some young shining gold people are dissatisfied with some of the decisions made by us old guys. But through this incident, you should be able to understand why we are so cautious. Force is most intimidating when it is not used. This is why the Sword of Oath did not make any statement after the defeat of the Holy Scripture Teresa by Qi Kong. Your unauthorized actions have changed the world's pattern. If Shining Gold civilization wants to maintain its existing world status, it must pay a higher price. Tan still stood in the middle of the venue. I admit that I was overly arrogant in the assassination of Meteor, but I still do not approve of the Council of Elders' negative attitude in dealing with world events. The World Bank is only a part of the Shuajin civilization, and cannot be equated with the Shuajin civilization. In my opinion, the World Bank is now a major burden for the Shuajin civilization. The Shuajin civilization represents authority, not wealth. Authority will not give in for the sake of stability after the assassination of the Elder. Authority will not allow the fleet of other countries to cruise armedly off the coast of the Golden Valley. Authority will not violate the laws established by the ancestors for the sake of profit. Authority will not make an outsider more like a master in the Golden Valley. Elder Mu said angrily, the authority you understand is nothing more than the expansion of the desire for power. The ancestors have proved one point through a war, that superstition and reliance on force will eventually make authority no longer exist. The Golden people are now respected by the world because we control the World Bank and gold certificates. Wealth is another form of authority, but now the status of gold certificates is shaking. The stubborn Tan made Elder Mu even more indignant. The status of gold certificates will not be shaken. Tan, you must accept the punishment for the crime you committed, and the elders will discuss a fair verdict. Go to the prison first and reflect on it. Repentance can make the elders reduce your punishment. Elder Mu waved his hand, and the Golden People warriors escorted Tan out of the elder's house. Ing watched Tan being taken away with concern, and Tan gave her a reassuring look. After a round of voting in the elder's house, an elder took over the presiding elder position. Turned around and saluted the presiding elder, Elder Lin. Tan must not have intentionally contradicted the elder's counsel. She only wanted the prosperity of the Shining Gold civilization. But she was a little extreme. Elder Lin looked at Ing with admiration in his eyes, regarding how to punish Tan. The Elders' Council will definitely discuss repeatedly and give her a fair decision. She is imprisoned now in the hope that she can think calmly and reflect on her actions. Tell the Elders' Council about the invasion of the Divine Art Differential Machine. This has never happened before. Ing suppressed his worries about Tan and told the Elders' Council about the invasion of the Divine Art Differential Machine. Elders, the more we develop the Divine Art Differential Machine, the less we know about the world, and the more we yearn for the lost artifact. If we cannot find the artifact to protect the Divine Art Differential Machine, I am afraid the Divine Art Differential Machine will be invaded again. Elder Lin is in charge of the Divine Officer Academy of the Shining Gold Civilization, and is the elder who knows the development progress and functions of the Divine Art Differential Machine best. To invade the Divine Art Differential Machine, 2 conditions must be met. The first is to establish a connection with the Divine Art Differential Machine, and the second is to have a higher verification of the origin of the world than the Divine Art Differential Machine. The Divine Art Differential Machine is still in the experimental development stage. There are not many Shining Gold people who know about this development project, and even fewer who participate in the experiment, who invaded the Divine Art Differential Machine without the permission of Ing. And the other party's verification of the origin of the world is higher than the Divine Art Differential Machine. Could it be a divine weapon? Impossible. The ancient wars made the 5 ancient civilizations more or less know some ancient languages of other civilizations. No matter which divine weapon returns, it cannot be hidden. The most likely possibility is, there is another divine magic difference machine. The difference machine was invented with the widespread application of steam power. Because of its powerful computing power, it is valued by various academic fields. Many scientific research institutions and large colleges have their own alchemical difference machines to assist in calculation and analysis. The theory of the divine magic difference machine was not first proposed by Yuing. It was just that when Ing decided to develop the divine magic difference machine, all the required technologies had matured. Elder Lin asked Elder Mu, can Meteor use the ancient golden language proficiently and cast the magic that only golden people can cast? Elder Mu replied, yes. When he was in St. Louis City, he cast our magic. Just now on the beach of Golden Hotel, he put on the golden people's armor again. I once asked him how he could use the ancient golden language, and he replied that Qi Kong taught him. Qi Kong not only deciphered the ancient golden language with his own knowledge, but also the ancient angel language, demon language, dragon language, and I wonder if he can speak the ancient shadow language. Elder Lin listened carefully, and then said, if Qi Kong really deciphered so many ancient languages, her language talent is enough to serve as our high priest. And I heard you, Elder Mu, say, Meteor is not a twin, and neither is Qi Kong. Elder Mu replied, yes. Meteor denies that he is a twin. He said that he can fully unleash the power of the shining gold magic because of Qi Kong's teaching. Could it be that you suspect Qi Kong has another magic differential machine? The magic that Meteor casts is actually given to him by the magic differential machine? Elder Lin said to Ing, who was standing in the middle of the venue, you are the priest responsible for the development of the magic differential machine. Please briefly explain the functions of the magic differential machine to the elders. Yes, Elder Lin. Ing began to explain the magic differential machine he developed. In my imagination, the magic differential machine will become a platform for the development and use of magic. It is connected to the artifact Golden Compass through the movement, and can use the artifact's interpretation of the origin of the world to develop new ancient golden language, or combine golden language to generate magic. Once the magic differential machine is developed, any golden person connected to the artifact Golden Compass can use the differential machine to learn and develop magic. At the same time, the magic differential machine can also assist in the casting of magic. Some magic that is not mastered can also temporarily obtain the right to use the magic as long as certain permissions are obtained. Just now, during the assassination of the meteorite, we conducted an experiment. Pan, who was unable to perform twin resonance, cast the golden magic that he once knew by connecting to the magic differential machine. It was only because he asked for too much gifting that he was finally annihilated in the collapse of power. At this time, the details of the assassination of meteorite had not yet been passed to the Elders' Council. So when the elders heard that Pan, who was no longer a shining gold man, could recast shining gold magic through the magic differential machine, they all showed surprised expressions. Elder Lin said, although you conducted this experiment in violation of the rules, the results of the experiment are of extraordinary significance. Does this mean that if one of the twins loses one, the other can still become a shining gold man? All the elders were waiting for Ying's answer. Her answer might bring shining gold civilization into a new process. But Ying poured cold water on them. Since I am the only one who can match the divine art differential machine under development as the central core, the number of shining gold people who can access the divine art differential machine is directly related to my mental power. And assisting Pan requires much more mental power than assisting shining gold people. The elders were somewhat disappointed when their hopes were dashed. Elder Lin broke the atmosphere and said, "Let's shift our attention to the current crisis." Based on Ying's explanation of the divine art differential machine, we have reason to believe that a divine art differential machine has been developed, and its performance is a little better than ours. Elder Mu said, "The fact that Meteorite can perfectly use shining gold divine art without being a twin also proves the existence of another divine art differential machine. I think the key to everything lies in Qi Kong." Another elder said, "We have investigated Qi Kong. She can use ice energy, sacred energy, space, time, and the magic of shining gold at the same time. She is proficient in magic, alchemy, and secret arts. She has also made great achievements in emerging academic fields such as steam, machinery, and magic. Now we know that she has a high talent for ancient languages. If she has developed a magic differential machine, I think the possibility is very high." Ying asked in surprise, "Does this world really have such a genius?" Elder Mu sighed, "Although I don't want to admit it. Qi Kong is such a genius. I saw her set the whole sky on fire to forge a sword for the Dragon King Tao Tai. I will never forget the shock of that time. I think we should meet with Queen Qi Kong in advance before tomorrow's negotiation with Meteorite. As long as Queen Qi Kong agrees to many things. Meteorite does not have much capital to bid with us. But we have invited Queen Qi Kong many times, but have not received a response." Elder Mu said, "I will visit her in person this time. I have met Queen Qi Kong several times in Qingluan City, and I believe she will meet me." Elder Lin said, "I will go with you. We must confirm whether Queen Qi Kong has the magic differential machine in her hands." The other elders agreed. Ying asked at this time, "Should we restart the magic differential machine experiment?" Elder Lin said, "Restart the magic differential machine experiment. Don't do any illegal operations this time. And speed up the development progress. We are already behind." "Yes, Elder Lin. Ying hesitated and asked, "Can I go see Tan? I haven't seen her for a while. After the magic differential machine experiment is started, I don't know how long I have to wait to see her again." "Go see her, and persuade her to let her know that the strength advantage of the current Shuajin civilization is far inferior to that of the ancient Shuajin civilization. After the artifact is lost, we have an inherent disadvantage to the other four ancient civilizations. Now we can only use the World Bank's control over the finances of human civilization, and use the development of human civilization to promote our strength. As long as we win this battle for energy currency, the entire human civilization will become the cornerstone for the rise of the golden civilization again. You know the divine art differential machine best. And you should know that the other four ancient civilizations have been away from the world for too long. Even if they know the power of the divine art differential machine, they can't develop it without the human civilization. It takes wisdom, not force, to swallow the human civilization intact. I'll tell Tan. Go!" When the Golden Elders Council held a meeting for the invasion of the divine art differential machine, Luke and Qi Kong were staring at the artifact sprout on the table. The artifact bud used various body movements to talk about how it invaded the magic differential machine of the shining gold civilization. But the awkward language made Qi Kong and Luke only guess and analyze. Finally, the artifact tree bud shook the leaves above its head and projected the magic differential machine it saw. Judging from the scene, it should be an underground cave. And the golden machinery filling the cave made the entire space magnificent. All the cylindrical gears in the field of vision were arranged in vertical rows, of different sizes and shapes. And the number might need to be counted in tens of millions. All the gears were running regularly. And the golden light filaments generated during the period were concentrated towards the center of the entire machine. Finally, countless golden rays of light merged into a beam of light that shone on a woman on the central compass. She had the same appearance as Tan, but her temperament was very different. Luke looked at the magnificent machine in the image and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the divine art differential machine? It's much bigger than I thought. The woman should be the movement shadow, and also Tan's sister. Qi Kong also sighed. I once thought that sooner or later, There would be a civilization that would use the power they control to interpret the origin of the world. Although this divine art differential machine still needs to use the artifact to indirectly contact the origin of the world. This is already a very big span. Fortunately, it is not perfect yet. Otherwise, the Golden Man would not have invited me to negotiate in the Golden Valley. Little guy. Luke's call made the artifact tree bud raise its head and stare with two cute big eyes. You are also a juvenile form of the artifact. How come its function is not as good as a semi-finished product invented by others? The artifact tree bud tilted its head and looked at Luke in confusion. Qi-Kong, contrary to his usual attitude of bullying the artifact tree bud, said protectively, how can a magic differential machine compare with the artifact? The magic differential machine of the Golden Man is still far from interpreting the origin of the world. Its power comes from the Golden Compass after all. But after the artifact returns, the magic differential machine is indeed a very tricky thing. Do you have a way to deal with it? Luke looked at the artifact tree bud on the table, thought for a while and said, with Qi-Kong's knowledge, you should be able to see that the magic differential machine of the shining gold is actually a collection of magic technology of human civilization. The World Bank has penetrated every corner of the secular world, and it can take wealth and technology. And the only one in this world who is qualified to challenge the monopoly of the World Bank is the city of Raging Tide. Aren't the Dusk idle now? Give them a new job to develop our magic differential machine. Qi-Kong said, we are far behind in developing the magic differential machine now. Luke smiled and said, sometimes being behind is also an advantage. And we have a child laborer that the shining gold does not have. Luke and Qi-Kong looked at the artifact tree bud together, and the look made the little thing shiver. Chapter 510 Meeting Qi-Kong. Prison in the Golden Valley. Because of her special status, Ten was given a clean single room in the prison, as well as a separate washroom. Even though she resigned from the World Bank's bad debt processing office, the iron door of the prison was pushed open, and Ing walked in from outside. The gold-colored man guarding the prison said, I think Tan is right. The World Bank should have been a tool of the gold-colored civilization. But now it seems to be the other way around. Ing, please tell Tan about our ideas. Ing looked at Tan in the prison. She was sitting on the bed and looking at the opposite wall, wondering what she was thinking. Ing smiled at the guard. Tan is just not good at communication. If she ignored you, I apologize to you on her behalf. I will tell Tan what you said. But I think we should trust the Council of Elders. This is the law of the Shuajin civilization. We all trust the Council of Elders. So we all hope that Tan's Council of Elders can reshape the authority of the Shuajin civilization. Thank you for your trust in Tan. Ing, your visit has been approved by the Council of Elders. So you have plenty of time and can decide when to leave freely. The guard closed the cell door. Ing walked to Tan and sat down, also looking at the wall that Tan was looking at, and said, I know you very well, and I am worried about you. Do you really think that the path that the Shuajin civilization is taking now is wrong? Ing, do you know how much wealth the World Bank holds? Ing shook his head. I don't know. Do you know how much debt the World Bank has outside? I have been developing the Divine Difference machine, and don't know much about the operation of the World Bank. Actually, I don't know either. I only know that the amount of debt that the Bad Debt Handling Office needs to collect every month is getting bigger and bigger. Like a snowball. The World Bank's external investment is also like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. But the World Bank's share of wealth in this world is getting smaller and smaller. And the human civilization is developing too fast. The Council of Elders wants to use gold coupons to control human civilization. But the hardness of the reins can't keep up with the growth rate of the beast. Even if the Shining Gold civilization wins this negotiation, what will happen? According to the development speed of human civilization, the second challenge will come soon. Can the Council of Elders still win? What about the third and fourth times? The reins will be broken one day. And then, the Shining Gold civilization will probably be swallowed up by human civilization. Ing said in disbelief, Tan, are you too pessimistic? Tan looked at Ing and asked, what percentage of human technology did you use in the development of the Divine Art Differential Machine? Ing replied, about 64%. Tan couldn't help but smile, and asked again, how many parts of the Divine Art Differential Machine were processed with human machines or technology? 80%, a little more. Do you still think I'm pessimistic now? Tan looked at the opposite wall again, as if her eyes could see through the thick wall and see the outside world. Ing, I don't know if the path I envisioned is right. But the path the Elders Council is taking now is definitely wrong. How can the Shining Gold people win when competing in the opponent's advantage zone? Ing asked. The path you envisioned? What path? Let the world restart. The heritage of human civilization belongs to Shining Gold civilization. Although I don't understand. Since it is the path you have chosen, I will definitely help you. I need the divine art differential machine to really work. I understand. After a long night, the news that the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor, was assassinated has spread throughout the Golden Valley. It is reasonable that the Ark County Union Ice Cave agent participated in the assassination. It is also reasonable that the real lookout participated in the assassination. But the participation of the Shining Gold Man in the assassination of the Prime Minister of Meteor is beyond everyone's cognition. Didn't the Shining Gold Elders Council decide to start the second round of talks with the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor, at the Shining Gold Hotel today? Why did they send someone to assassinate Meteor the night before? What did the Shining Gold Man want to do? The people of the Golden Shield Empire and the Shining Gold Man kept silent about the assassination last night, allowing all kinds of speculations and rumors to spread rapidly in the Golden Valley. Some people who were afraid of being affected by the war packed up their bags and fled by boat early. But no matter what the truth was, the image of the Golden people in the hearts of officials from various countries plummeted. Luke was meeting with people who came to express his condolences all morning. He showed the outside world that he was safe and sound in the assassination with a full image. At the same time, he still expressed his expectations for today's negotiations, and had no comments on the assassination last night. It seemed that only a small group of Golden people acted privately, without the permission of the Golden People's Elders Council. There must be something wrong within the Golden people. While Luke was busy meeting people from all sides, Qi, who had been living in seclusion since arriving at Golden Island, also welcomed two visitors. Elder Mu and Elder Lin entered the room and saluted Qi, Your Majesty. Queen Moonlight, we have come here specially to apologize for the accident that happened last night. Qi returned the salute and said, The one you should really apologize to is the Prime Minister of Meteorite. Please sit down. I think you came to me before the negotiation because you must have other things to discuss. I will first tell Mississippi St. Teresa that she is here. You should not mind. Qi invited the two elders to sit at the table by the window. Teresa, who came to Qi for morning tea early in the morning, held the teacup and said lazily, I can guess what you are here to discuss. But I still want to remind you not to have too high expectations. 10 failed to defeat Qi, which made you lose a very important weight. And also let the other 4 ancient civilizations see the weakness of the Golden people. Elder Mu walked over and said, It is a happy thing that a battle that should not have happened has no winner or loser. The opinions of outsiders do not represent the true strength of the Golden civilization. The Golden people never advocate the use of force to resolve disputes, and will not raid a country's capital without permission. It seems that the Golden people can't listen to well-intentioned advice. Qi stopped the tit-for-tat between the representatives of the two civilizations in time. Elder Mu, please sit down. Your meeting with Meteorite will start soon, so you should hurry up and talk about things. Jennifer brought tea and snacks to the two elders, and then stood behind Qi. Elder Mu did not continue the verbal dispute, but instead stated his purpose. I heard from the Dragon Clan's Taotai King that the fire crystals collected by the Golden Shield Empire from the Dragon Kingdom were transferred to the Golden Shield Empire by you. Is that true? Qi replied calmly. The fire crystals are the compensation given by the Dragon Kingdom to the Moonlight Royal Court. But my subjects are now far away from civilized society, and it is meaningless to ask for fire crystals. Later, the Prime Minister of Meteorite found me and asked me to transfer this batch of fire crystals to the Golden Shield Empire. The Empire converted the value of the fire crystals into investment in the Western Territory to improve the living standards of the barbarians in the Western Territory. This is a win-win situation. So I agreed. Elder Mu said, Since the World Tree revived and the Moonlight Royal Court was established, the Shining Gold people have been very active in compensating for the past disasters. The World Bank has opened a branch in the Moonlight Royal Court and invested a lot of infrastructure in the ancestral grassland. If Her Majesty the Queen allows the World Bank to increase its investment in the Moonlight Royal Court, we Shining Gold people will definitely be willing to establish a deeper friendship with the World Tree and you. Qi knew that Elder Mu came for Hui Jing. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said, My subjects want to quickly integrate into the modern world, and they need a lot of funds and materials. If the World Bank wants to increase its investment in Moonlight Royal Court, it is certainly a good thing that I will not refuse. Elder Mu said, "The World Bank has endless financial potential and an industrial chain that connects the world. Our managers can formulate a comprehensive development plan for Moonlight Royal Court, complete the initial industrial construction within 5 years, and connect to the international market at the same time. We only have one small request. That 70% of Dragon Country's fire crystal share be distributed to the World Bank." Qi smiled at the expected request. "Elder Mu, when Meteorite and I talked about the transfer of the fire crystal mine, I didn't know what he was going to do with Dragon Country's fire crystal. But now I know. The energy strategy of the Golden Shield Empire is very bold. It can cause such a big reaction from the Golden people, and even let Tan personally assassinate them. It means that the Imperial Mark has the potential to pry open the status of the Golden Voucher. If I knew in advance that it would cause such a big turmoil, I would not sign the Fire Crystal Transfer Agreement with the Golden Shield Empire. It's just that everything is too late. Since the agreement has been signed, it must be fulfilled. I can't tear up the agreement unilaterally. Please forgive me." The two elders. Elder Mu knew that Qi had a very close relationship with Meteorite. Simple inducement would not make Qi agree to transfer the fire crystal. He looked at Teresa and continued, "Your Majesty, you should be able to feel that this world is becoming more and more unstable. Sky City must have a major purpose in sending angels to St. Louis City. Recently, we received news that Dragon Country has sent a group of giant dragons to St. Louis City. This triggered a series of chain reactions, with the activities of Hell in St. Louis City increasing and the traces of Shadow Clan increasing. Our Elders Council has just passed a resolution to strengthen the St. Louis City branch, and a team of Shining Gold Warriors has already headed for St. Louis City. This is just the beginning of a military competition among 5 ancient civilizations. St. Louis City will become the most dangerous powder keg in the world, and a misjudged spark may trigger a new all-out war. It is very unwise for the Golden Shield Empire to provoke a dispute with the Shining Gold at this sensitive time, which will harm the Moonlight Royal Court, which is also an ally. Only Your Majesty the Queen can stop this crisis and make the Golden Shield Empire abandon its current energy monetary policy. Resolving the crisis is beneficial to the Moonlight Royal Court." Teresa seemed to be enjoying the beautiful scenery outside the window while eating snacks and drinking tea. But she was actually listening to what Qi and Elder Mu were talking about. Talking about the angels forcibly descending on St. Louis City again. Teresa said, "Don't stir up trouble between me and Miss Qi. I led the Holy Judgment Angels to descend on St. Louis City. That was a matter between us and the Golden Shield Empire. You are the initiators of the crisis, Miss Qi. The credibility of the Shining Gold civilization and the control of the Elders Council over some Shining Gold people are now very questionable. Don't offend the Golden Shield Empire, and finally not get the benefits promised by the Golden Man." Elder Mu immediately scolded Teresa. "Spread the Holy Scripture first. You are trying to sow discord between us and the Queen of the Clear Sky. The Golden Man who participated in the assassination of the Prime Minister of Meteor Star was detained, and we also promised that such a thing would not happen again." Teresa smiled. "I am just reminding my friends. You can continue to talk and just pretend I don't exist." How could Elder Mu pretend that such a big angel didn't exist? Spread the Holy Scripture first. I think you'd better stay away. Teresa drank tea, ignored Elder Mu, and didn't move. Qi said at this time, "Elder Mu, my attitude is very clear. Trust is difficult to build, but it is very easy to destroy it. Tan is not an ordinary Shining Gold person. Her private actions mean that there are problems within you that cannot be ignored. The Moonlight Royal Court is located in the western border of the Golden Shield Empire, and most of my subjects are citizens of the Golden Shield Empire. What our two countries need is trust, not stabbing in the back for small profits at critical moments. There is no room for negotiation on the issue of Fire Crystal. If the two elders have nothing else to do, go back and prepare to attend the meeting with the Prime Minister of Meteorite." Qi refused again, cutting off the World Bank's attempt to cut off the supply of Fire Crystal to the Golden Shield Empire. Elder Mu looked at Elder Lin, who said to Qi, "We can discuss the transfer of Dragon Country Fire Crystals when we have a chance. I have another question for Her Majesty the Queen. Did you develop the ancient golden language completely independently?" Qi replied, "Not entirely. I have always had a strong interest in ancient languages. At first, I tried to crack and learn ancient languages by myself, but the progress was very slow. Later, Panheen came to Niteo City. With their teachings, I was able to significantly improve my learning of the ancient golden language." Elder Lin frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, did you learn the ancient golden language from Panheen?" Yes, Qigong said affirmatively, and then asked, is the ancient golden language not allowed to be spread outside? Will it bring trouble to the two of them? By the way, Pan is dead. No. Even in ancient times, there was no law that prohibited the spread of the ancient golden language. Elder Lin said, it's just that if you are not a gifted twin and have no training, it is difficult for ordinary people to master and use the ancient golden language. Her Majesty not only learned the ancient golden language, but also made deeper developments, and even cast it independently without twin resonance, which really makes us very curious. Especially the independent release of the golden divine art without twin resonance has extraordinary significance for our golden civilization, and will also affect the future of Yin. Can Her Majesty the Queen clear this doubt for us? Qigong put down the teacup and said, Teresa, morning tea time is over. You should go back to your room. Teresa, who was just about to hear the key point, heard Qigong's order to leave, and immediately said dissatisfiedly, I haven't finished my tea. How can it be considered that morning tea is over? You talk about yours. Just treat me as heir. Qigong saw that Teresa was so shameless, and directly ordered, Jennifer, send Teresa out. Yes, Miss Qigong. Jennifer walked to Teresa, took away her tea, and took the teacup from her hand. Miss Teresa, please leave. Teresa knew that the next secret was related to the foundation of the sparkling gold civilization, and she would never let herself hear it. She could only stand up. Okay. You continue to talk. I will come again at lunch. Chapter 511, Another Contest. The troublesome angel left, and Elder Mu and Elder Lin looked at Qigong, waiting for her answer. I think the two elders are asking knowingly. Pan was expelled from the Shining Gold civilization because of the loss of twin resonance of Yin. But in the assassination last night, Pan used some power to release the Shining Gold magic. Qigong's light words revealed important news. Faced with the known results, Elder Lin still asked with certainty, Her Majesty has developed a magic differential machine? So yours is called a magic differential machine. Qigong said deliberately, ours is called a magic differential machine. Master Madokno, who laid the foundation for modern alchemical mechanics, once said that magic and technology seem to be two different academic disciplines. But with the advancement of magic and technology, the intersection of the two will increase, and the end of their development will definitely point to the same source. I agree with Master Madokno's judgment. With the advancement of magic and technology, a researcher must master more comprehensive academic knowledge, and the direction of scientific research is increasingly shifting towards the microscopic world. The door to the origin of the world was opened. So an ancient discipline was given a new definition, which was the magic science proposed by me and established at the Ulu Magic Academy. As I learned the ancient golden language, I found that although the ancient language could not explain the origin of the world, it was an application of the power of the world's origin. When we decided to build a magic differential machine to calculate and observe the microscopic world, the addition of the ancient golden language produced an effect that we all did not expect. Elder Lin, who was in charge of technology development, was fascinated by Qigong's novel theory. The reason why the magic differential machine developed by Ying was successful was that it applied a lot of magic and technology, and it was also an integration of magic technology. However, the development basis of the magic differential machine was the ancient shining gold language. The magic technology established a large data model, and the ancient shining gold language was parsed and written through the powerful computing power of the differential machine for trial and error, so as to find the correct and optimized magic term group. The magic differential machine developed by Qigong was based on magic technology, and reversely matched the ancient shining gold language by analyzing the microscopic world. Although Elder Lin had no way to analyze the specific principle of the magic differential machine through the information revealed by Qigong, his sense of threat to the magic differential machine suddenly decreased a lot. The divine art differential machine and the magic differential machine seemed to have the same function in casting divine arts, but the difference in the underlying things determines that their development directions are different. The divine art differential machine is a platform that connects to the most magical and greatest artifact in the world. With the continuous improvement and function development of the divine art differential machine, its blessing on divine arts will become greater and greater. The magic differential machine is something that attempts to usurp the status of a divine artifact. Even if it appears very amazing at first, it will take thousands of years of accumulation to truly explain the origin of the world before it can be promoted to a divine artifact. The current magic differential machine does not have the ability to develop divine arts. Ying's divine art differential machine will soon surpass the magic differential machine in the application of divine arts and leave it far behind. Elder Lin was very interested in the magic differential machine and said, "Your Majesty, the magic science you pioneered will definitely bring our world into a new era of rapid development. Now the Shuojin civilization is also integrating the academic institutions under our control and establishing the Shuojin People's Magic Research and Development Institutions. The performance of the magic differential machine will definitely provide infinite help for the future development of magic science. Since you have pioneering experience in the development of magic differential machines, can you assist our Shuojin civilization in developing new magic differential machines?" "Of course," Qikong said very readily. "I welcome all academic exchanges and cooperation. Only when different ideas collide and learn from each other can we gain more knowledge and vision. It's just that the magic differential machine we developed belongs to the magic laboratory of Nuteo City, and I have no right to share this technology. But I can promote the joint establishment of a magic differential machine development project between Ulu College and the Shining Gold Civilization. I believe that the magic technology and magic we have mastered can definitely be integrated into a magic differential machine that leads the era. The magic differential machine exists in the magic laboratory of Nuteo City, but its function is far less powerful than that described by Qikong. It is just an experimental model upgraded from the alchemy differential machine." Qikong obtained information by invading the magic differential machine, and then through the modeling of the spirit ball, he found that if the magic differential machine wants to truly touch the microscopic world, the application of ancient language is a feasible catalyst. Although the troll scholar Laconia has initially mastered the development skills of ancient languages, his lexicon and divine terminology reserves are definitely not as good as those of the Shining Gold Civilization. Moreover, since the Shining Gold Civilization has developed the divine art differential machine, it means that they have a theoretical basis and application experience in the combination of divine arts and magic technology. If this technology can be learned secretly, it will definitely provide great help to the development of the divine art differential machine and the magic differential machine. Qikong is ready to get something for nothing. But the Shining Gold people feel that they have made a major breakthrough in diplomacy. This cooperation is very likely to pry open a crack in the alliance between the Moonlight Royal Court and the Golden Shield Empire. Elder Lin agreed very straightforwardly. "I agree to this cooperation, and the Council of Elders will definitely agree. After today's discussion with the Prime Minister of Meteorite, we will come to see His Majesty to discuss the specific progress of cooperation. I welcome visits of goodwill at any time. The time for your meeting with Meteorite is almost up. I hope you can come up with a solution that both sides agree on. I have always hoped that the world order will be stable and world trade will prosper." Elder Lin and Elder Mu stood up and saluted to the clear sky. "This is also our common goal." Although this visit did not achieve a perfect result, the two elders were not disappointed, but felt that they had gained a lot. In fact, they did not hold much hope to snatch the right to mine fire crystals from the Golden Shield Empire. After all, according to Meteorite style, it is impossible to leave fatal loopholes in this regard. The Moonlight Royal Court is embedded in the western territory of the Golden Shield Empire. As the Empire established the Western Territory Office to increase its control over the Western Territory, the Moonlight Royal Court and the Golden Shield Empire have been firmly tied together. If personal relationships are added, Qikong will not violate Meteorite in the grand strategy. But this does not mean that Qikong is willing to follow the Golden Shield Empire and deteriorate relations with the Golden People. The joint development of the magic differential machine shows that Qikong still has his own position. This is an opportunity. The second meeting between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank on the issue of energy currency was held on time under the attention of the public, because of the assassination that happened last night. This meeting has made everyone more concerned. Where will the world go? The Golden Man took over the Golden Hotel, and the meeting room used for the meeting was protected. When the Golden Man elders arrived, the hotel laid out a special golden passage to directly welcome the elders into the meeting room. Reporters and representatives from all parties gathered in the lobby of the hotel, waiting to get first-hand information after the meeting. The door of the meeting room was closed, and the Golden Man warriors guarding outside cast magic and set up a golden barrier outside. In the meeting room, the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank negotiators sat on both sides of the long meeting table. The elders of the Golden People gave the representatives of the Golden Shield Empire a fair venue for the dialogue in accordance with their promise. The presiding elder on the Golden People's side was still Elder Mu. And the representative of the Golden Shield Empire was the Prime Minister of the Empire. Meteor. Kalina took notes on the meeting on one side of Luke. Chief of Staff Yamanthan sat on the other side of Luke, responsible for providing information and negotiation suggestions. Other accompanying officials and staff sat down in turn and performed their duties. At the beginning of the talks, Yamanthan first issued a severe protest to the Golden People. The Golden Shield Empire delegation, led by Prime Minister Meteor, came to the Golden Valley at the invitation of the World Bank with goodwill and the belief in resolving disputes. However, the arrogance of the Golden People permeated all the reception links, and even a bad, despicable, and morally unscrupulous assassination of our important personnel occurred. We demand that the Golden People hand over all the personnel involved in the assassination of the Prime Minister of Meteorite, and punish them severely according to the imperial law. At the end, Yomington slammed the table repeatedly, venting his anger and dissatisfaction with the Golden People. All the imperial personnel shouted indignantly, causing the talks to fall into extreme chaos at the beginning. Luke sat expressionlessly, letting his subordinates play. The Golden Shield Empire launched an attack on the assassination, which was expected by the Golden People. So the elders formulated various countermeasures overnight. After waiting for the emotions of the Golden Shield Empire personnel to calm down a little, Elder Mu said to Luke, who was sitting opposite him, Prime Minister of Meteorite, on behalf of the World Bank, I express my deep apologies for what happened to you. The assassination was only the private behavior of a very small number of young Golden People. The World Bank has always hoped to resolve the dispute between us peacefully. Of course, the fundamental reason for the assassination of you last night was also because of the dispute caused by the energy policy of the Golden Shield Empire. The reckless willfulness of some young Golden People made them do wrong things. If the Golden Shield Empire can change its energy policy and take the initiative to eliminate the conflicts caused by you, it will definitely be able to repair the rift between us again. The elders of the Golden People put down their airs and naturally became much more shameless. Luke was assassinated, but Elder Mu insisted that the Golden People were the victims. The Golden Shield Empire should reflect and make up for its mistakes as soon as possible. Seeing that the Golden People were so shameless, the officials of the Golden Shield Empire were about to scold them again. Luke raised his hand to stop them. He took the meeting minutes that had just been printed out from Kalina, pushed them across the table to the World Bank representative, and said, Elder Mu, you can reread what you just said and think about the degree of attention our meeting has received. If I give it to the reporters outside, it will definitely make the headlines of all newspapers in all countries. Elder Mu was just secretly proud of his sharp words, but when he heard what Yunqing said, his face immediately changed color. This is not in the Elders' Council, and it is not 12 elders against one Yunqing. This time, they brought secretaries, staff and officials, and there are countless people waiting outside the venue to pass on the news. If these words were spread, it would greatly damage the image of the Shining Gold people. Yunqing Prime Minister, what I just said means, no need to explain. Luke said indifferently, just tear up the paper. I will pretend that I didn't hear it, and my people will never talk nonsense outside. The talks will continue. It has always been my opinion to resolve disputes peacefully. Please put yourself in the right position and correct your attitude. Don't be so arrogant and uncultured. Elder Mu reached out and took the paper on the table, and then handed it to the person behind him to destroy. Then Yomington reiterated his protest, demanding that the Golden People hand over the people who participated in the assassination of the Prime Minister of Meteorite, and let them be tried by the imperial law. But the Golden People never thought of handing them over. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. Handing them over means surrendering. If you are inferior to others, there will be no way to talk later. Besides, Tan must not be handed over to outsiders. At County Union is now a thug for the development of the World Bank. The group of Ice Cave agents cannot be handed over. Otherwise it will make a County Union doubt the protection and support commitment of the Golden People. As for the lookouts, it is hard to tell whose side they are on, and their value is extremely low. Even if they are given to the Golden Shield Empire, Meteorite will not be satisfied. After the opening contest, Elder Mu was much more cautious this time, although you, Prime Minister, were the victim of the assassination last night. Since this unpleasant incident happened in the Golden Valley, we should investigate and judge it. If the Golden Shield Empire insists on asking us to hand over the people involved, it will be an infringement of the sovereignty of the Golden People in the Golden Valley. Please give us some time, Prime Minister, and please believe that we can investigate the whole incident fairly. And the Golden People will give the Golden Shield Empire a satisfactory answer. Elder Mook glanced at Kylina, who was typing quickly beside Luke, and recalled what he had just said. Very steady. Very perfect. Luke became silent again. He sat there casually, tapping the table with his fingers rhythmically. His staff and accompanying officials were also silent, drinking water from time to time, pretending to be busy and flipping through the information in their hands. If the Golden Shield Empire did not respond, the World Bank could not continue the talks and could only remain silent. Negotiations are not just a verbal battle, but also a test of psychology and patience. When a deadlock occurs, the party that breaks the deadlock first will pay a price. Time passed by minute, and the hands on the clock in the corner of the meeting room turned round and round. The elders of the Golden People could not help showing their impatience. When it was close to noon, the elders seemed a little impatient. Fortunately, the elders showed patience and composure, and finally waited for the Golden Shield Empire to speak first. After seeing the Prime Minister's eyes, Yu Mingdun said, "It's noon, and this meeting is over. For the next meeting, please prepare more fully. What we want to see is sincerity, not perfunctory." The elders of the Golden People did not expect that after the two sides sat for several hours, the Golden Shield Empire actually announced the end of this meeting. An elder said angrily, "We are very sincere. I think you don't want to talk." Luke said at this time, "Elder, don't be so impatient. Important things can never be solved by one or two negotiations. And it was me who was assassinated last night. If the Golden Man really wants to give me a satisfactory answer, please give me a satisfactory answer when we meet next time. I want to remind you that, when the Elder of the Golden Man was assassinated in St. Louis City, we handed over his body to you as soon as we caught the assassin. I think this provides a feasible solution for how you should deal with it." Chapter 512 Split. The second round of negotiations between the Golden Shield Empire and the Golden Civilization lasted for 4 hours. While the outside world was speculating about what was discussed during this long period of time, the Golden Shield Empire delegation and the Golden Civilization elders left the venue one after another. No one gave any brief description of the negotiations, and no information was revealed. Silence is better than words. The atmosphere, which was already tense due to the assassination, was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Sure enough, the World Bank took the lead. First, the World Bank increased its investment in the steam system renovation of its county union, and then frequently met with important officials from various countries who stayed in the Golden Valley. Then a new maritime anti-monopoly trade bill was proposed by the World Bank. The purpose is to prevent powerful countries from using their monopoly advantages to disrupt normal international trade, to prevent powerful countries from using their maritime military advantages to disrupt the market, to prevent powerful countries from destroying the existing stable international market economic system. In order to formulate and implement the new maritime anti-monopoly trade bill, the World Bank proposed an international trade joint organization plan to form an anti-powerful country monopoly trade alliance, referred to as the International Alliance. Although the International Alliance has not been formally established, and even the standards for member countries to join have not been formulated, the World Bank has still launched a large number of support policies in the military, economic and other fields. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the powerful country mentioned by the World Bank is the Golden Shield Empire, and the League of Nations is an organization that besieges the Golden Shield Empire militarily and economically. This is a threat to the Golden Shield Empire, forcing it to make major concessions in the subsequent negotiations. The Golden Shield Empire responded by actively carrying out diplomatic activities. In response to the new Ocean Antitrust Trade Act, the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Yunqing, issued a national currency security and free trade declaration at the Golden Hotel. In the declaration, the Prime Minister of the Empire proposed that the circulation of only a single currency in the international market is a financial risk with great hidden dangers for any independent country. Only when there are more credit-backed currencies circulating in the international market can countries share risks and reduce their dependence on a single international currency. The Golden Shield Empire is a monarchy, but it is definitely not a powerful country. The enlightened Augustine the Great was one of the first monarchs in the world to support free trade and free markets, and the city of Raging Waves is the freest port city in the world. The Golden Shield Empire has never invaded the territories of other countries. Instead, the World Bank has frequently provided financial support to powerful countries that invade other countries. Monopoly is a phenomenon that will inevitably occur when the free market develops to a certain stage, and cracking down on monopoly will not stop the emergence of monopoly. If a country gains an advantage in a field, it will be suppressed, which will only dampen the enthusiasm of all merchants in trade and seriously damage the free market. The Golden Shield Empire has always advocated resolving trade disputes through negotiations, rather than creating confrontation and division. After the declaration, the Prime Minister of Meteorite immediately proposed the establishment of the Raging Waves City Free Trade Body and invited countries with close trade relations with the Golden Shield Empire to join the Free Trade Body. At the same time, the Free Trade Body Bank was established in the Raging Waves City, and the member countries of the Free Trade Body can use their own currencies for transaction currency payments between the Free Trade Body countries. The confrontation between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank during the negotiations was all kinds of open and covert, and the countries were also wavering and at a loss in the increasingly divided international situation. Should we join the League of Nations? Or join the Free Trade Body? Or remain neutral? Each country has its own calculations, and at the same time, it is closely watching these two major forces that are hedging but unwilling to step on the brakes first. 6 days after the end of the second round of negotiations, Luke was listening to the staff in the room reporting the news from all parties. And Kylina walked in. "Master Prime Minister, Miss Ian is here. Let her in." Luke then said to Yomington, "You can secretly promise Master Marco Muller that you can buy 2 Dreadnought-class battleships and give 2 Unit 01-class battleships for free. But at least one needs to be paid with the Imperial Mark, and the other can be paid with whatever he wants. I don't accept gold coupons. Go meet Berleta again in the evening and ask him what the World Bank said to him. And bring the thank you gift I prepared." "Yes, Prime Minister." Yomington accepted the order and left with his staff. Ian followed Kylina in. Ian sat opposite Luke. Kylina brought Ian a cup of tea and walked out, closing the door quietly. Looking at Ian, Luke said apologetically, regarding Pan, "I can only say sorry to you. He endured the power he shouldn't have endured, and finally disappeared in the collapse of power." Ian turned his head and looked out the window. "These days, the more I know, the more strange he feels. Is Pan the brother who has protected me since childhood? He is much stronger than me, talented and intelligent. We have already cut off our bloodline and accepted the fact that we are the Shining Gold. But why does he still want to be the King of Rio?" Luke said, "We can't guess what Pan is thinking. Since he has left, let him disappear. Now the relationship between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank is getting worse and worse, and you are likely to be reimprisoned by the Shining Gold. The Lookout of Rio has a plan to take you away from the Golden Valley, and the Imperial Secret Service will also cooperate in the operation. The chances of rescuing you are still very high." Ian sighed for a long time, turned to look at Luke and said, "I won't leave." Luke asked in confusion, "Why?" "I know the Lookout wants me to replace Pan and rebuild the Kingdom of Rio. But I don't want to take on responsibilities that are not mine. I made a mistake. I don't regret it. And I don't want to escape. No matter what the Elders' Council decides on me, I will accept it. Thank you." Luke knew that Pan's death was a huge blow to Ian, and it would be useless to persuade her now. So he changed the subject and said, "I respect your choice. Let's talk about business now. What is the response of the Elders' Council? Although the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank are on the verge of a war on the surface, they retain Ian as the intermediary channel for dialogue and exchange of opinions between the two sides. The obstacle to starting the third round of negotiations now is that the Golden Shield Empire requires the Golden Man to give a satisfactory answer to the assassination, and the Golden Man will never hand over the person to the Golden Shield Empire, even if Luke brings up the precedent of the Golden Man Elder being assassinated in St. Louis City." Ian took a deep breath. Now the conflict between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank has caused panic in countries around the world. The Golden Man Elders Council believes that if the third round of negotiations is not started as soon as possible to cool down the situation, it will lead to an uncontrollable future. No one wants the war to really break out. Therefore, the Golden Man Elders Council recommends putting the assassination aside first, and both sides work together to solve the problem that the world is concerned about. Isn't the assassination of the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire in the Golden Valley an event that the world is concerned about?" Luke sneered, and then said to Ian, "I'm not targeting you. I'm just complaining. The current situation should be cooled down. But the Golden Shield Empire cannot unilaterally make concessions to cool it down. For the sake of the overall situation, I can temporarily put the assassination on hold. But the World Bank must forgive the Golden Shield Empire on the issue of energy currency. The Golden Shield Empire cannot allow gold coupons to become the only universal currency for energy transactions. Gold coupons can only account for 3% of the energy transaction currency. Ian took out a notebook and pen to take notes. And asked, only 3%? I think the World Bank will never agree. Of course, the World Bank will not agree. This is no different from surrendering to the Golden Shield Empire. But since it is a negotiation, of course both sides will make an offer, then make concessions, and finally determine a middle value that is uncomfortable and acceptable to both sides. Luke took a sip of the tea on the table and continued to say to Ian, let the World Bank set the time for the third round of negotiations. Whether it is just a show or if we can really get results, it will make everyone feel a little relieved. Okay. I will convey your opinion to the Elders' Council of the Shining Gold people. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Take care of yourself. I am your friend. No matter what happens, you are always welcome here. Ian forced a smile. I understand. Luke. Ian left, and Kalina came in to report the news from the Empire sent by the Secret Intelligence Bureau. Most of the winter has passed, although the County Union received a sum of money from the World Bank. This money was a drop in the bucket when invested in the battlefield. In addition, the County Union was ruled by oligarchs, and the front line was tight, and the rear was tight. After all parties took a bite of this aid, there was even less material. The Golden Shield Empire cracked down on corruption during the war. The eldest princess of the Empire personally supervised the army, and the Empire's spies were everywhere, and many people were arrested. With the impact of the Reformed Society on the Cross Society, the old official business system suffered a serious blow. Although there are various problems within the Reformed Society, the people below dare not do too much because of the relationship between Meteor and the princess. The mature system of Raging Wave City was moved into the palace, and with Meteor's prestige, the cabinet handover was smooth. The Empire changed its heart and blood, and it was running with unprecedented efficiency. With the resolution of the Northern and Western Legions, the Empire can invest more financial, material and human resources in the counterattack against the County Alliance. When the rumor that Queen Christina was going to become emperor came out, the Snow Legion, as the Queen's direct line, was as brave as chicken blood. Even if the weather in the north was freezing, it could not suppress the enthusiasm of the Snow Legion to conquer the lost land and present gifts for the Queen's coronation. As long as the negotiations in the Golden Valley are delayed, it will not be a problem for the Empire to restore its original territory. As for the rumor that the Queen wants to become emperor, of course, it was Luke who secretly spread it so that all parties would be mentally prepared to avoid being frightened by a sudden announcement. What are the reactions of all parties to the rumor that the Queen wants to become emperor? Kalina replied, except for some old nobles and former officials who have lost power. All parties have not shown much rejection of this rumor. Some people went to see His Royal Highness Alex and His Royal Highness Sinclair, but neither of them made overly angry remarks. Instead, some of the royal side branches were a bit noisy. And Luke listened and thought at the same time. It has been more than a year since the Queen took power and became the regent. The palace cabinet has changed, and the power of the Empire is in the hands of the three giants. Even if no one says it, everyone has tacitly accepted the fact that Emperor Augustine will not come back. Such a large empire cannot be without an emperor for a long time. Now Sinclair has expressed his intention to give up the throne, and Alex has resigned from the post of commander of the Western Frontier Legion and returned to the imperial capital. It is known to everyone that Meteorite wants to change the heart of a new monarch for the Empire. It's just who sits on the throne. Meteorite himself cannot ascend the throne, even if his power is almost equal to that of an emperor. This position is not something he can occupy. The remaining ones are the eldest Princess Agatha and Queen Christina, who has been the regent. It is not surprising that any of them will take the throne. It all depends on the will of the Meteorite. Now there are rumors everywhere that the Queen will ascend the throne and become the emperor. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that such a rumor can be widely spread under the close monitoring of the Imperial Secret Service, who let it spread. Moreover, along with the rumor spreads Queen Christina's bloodline. Queen Christina has the blood of the Augustine family in her body. It has been made clear to this extent. And if you still want to jump out to oppose it, you are either a fool or an insignificant person. But there is still a heavyweight figure who expressed an opinion with a certain influence. And the Duke of Celtic. He said a lot of ugly things. He also said he wanted to avenge Emperor Augustine. Kalina didn't dare to say what the Duke of Celtic said, but Luke could imagine it. when General Joshua committed suicide and Sinclair led the Northern Army to accept reorganization. The Duke of Celtic had no possibility of going north, and could only be trapped in the Tadega Hills. Now the Duke of Celtic is actively promoting the industrialization of the Tadega Hills, hoping to survive under the pressure of the Empire. But the Duke of Celtic didn't know that the industrialization he was promoting was a shackle specially built for him by Luke. Luke didn't care what he said. A turtle in a jar. His opinion was irrelevant to the overall situation. After finishing her report, Kalina stood aside and looked at the adult in front of her, to whom she had sworn allegiance both psychologically and physically. Her modified brain allowed her to remember every moment and every event after she encountered the meteorite at any time. She liked standing aside and watching him thinking. In the past, he was thinking about how to get funds to keep the Cape District Secret Intelligence Bureau running. And now, he was thinking about who should sit on the throne of the Empire. These memories made Kalina feel unreal again, and she quickly used the breathing method taught by the adult to find the answer from the depths of her heart. Soon Kalina breathed a sigh of relief. These are not modified memories. They are all my personal experiences. I am working for the most powerful man in the world, and I am doing a good job. Kalina. Kalina. Hearing the Prime Minister of Meteorite calling her name continuously, Kalina immediately focused her scattered thoughts. She said in a panic, "Sorry, Prime Minister. I was a little distracted. Is there anything you need me to do?" Luke originally wanted Kalina to do something, but when he saw her look, he changed his words and said, "You are the busiest person here these days. You are transforming your brain power, not your physical strength. Go and have a rest. When the World Bank sets the time for the third round of negotiations, it will be busy again." "Yes, Prime Minister. I am very happy to work for you. I'm going to have a rest." Kalina picked up a pile of documents that needed to be processed from the table and ran out. Chapter 513 Showdown. Prison in the Golden Valley. The cell door where Tan was imprisoned was opened, and a shining gold elder walked in. The elder waved his hand to let the guards outside close the cell door, and then said to Tan, "Tan, the Elders' Council has a mission for you." Tan stood up, and the shackles collided with a clanging sound. She saluted the elder and asked, "Elder Lai, what is the mission?" Elder Lai replied, "Go to hell." Tan looked at the elder and asked in confusion, "We don't seem to have any intersection with hell, and those demons don't seem to have any interest in the area outside of hell. What happened in hell that was worth the Elders' Council sending me there?" Elder Lai said seriously, "The fallen angels who disappeared for 1,000 years appeared. Sky City sent the Holy Judgment Angels into hell to search for the traces of the fallen angels. Then the angels found something very strange in hell." "What is it?" "A large number of weapons and armor made of high-temperature resistant materials appeared in hell. You know that hell cannot make such things. There must be people in the secular world who are secretly supplying arms to hell. And there are not many regions in the secular world that have the ability to make weapons that can be used in the high-temperature environment of hell." Dana's gray eyes had some spirit. "Elder Lai, do you suspect that the Golden Shield Empire is secretly supplying arms to hell?" Elder Lai nodded and said, "Yes. Hell is very rich in mineral resources. Those who sell arms to hell must have set their sights on hell's resources. The industrial scale of Nuteo City now consumes a lot of resources. And according to statistics from the Nuteo City branch, a large number of resources of unknown origin continue to be imported into Nuteo City. The Golden Shield Empire has already mastered the mining rights of Dragon Country Fire Crystal. If it can still obtain mineral resources from hell, our assessment of the strength and potential of the Golden Shield Empire may have made serious mistakes." After listening to Elder Lai's words, Tan was silent for a while, and then said, "I don't need to go to hell to investigate whether the Golden Shield Empire has sold arms to hell. The Council of Elders made this decision because they wanted me to leave Golden Valley and go to a place where I would not be in the way." Since Tan understood the intention of the Council of Elders, Elder Lai said truthfully, "The negotiations between the World Bank and the Golden Shield Empire are progressing very slowly. Meteor requires us to hand over all the people who assassinated him. The Council of Elders will certainly not hand you over to Meteor. But after Elder Chun was assassinated in St. Louis City, the Golden Shield Empire killed the assassin of the Shadow Clan and handed the body to us. The third round of negotiations is about to begin. If Meteor puts forward unfavorable conditions for the World Bank in this incident, the Elders will be very embarrassed. Therefore, the Council of Elders decided to let you leave Golden Valley. It just so happens that the Hell Unknown Arms incident also needs a capable golden man to investigate." Tan said expressionlessly, If this is the decision of the Council of Elders, as a member of the Golden People, I will definitely obey. If it is confirmed that the arms flowing to hell are indeed from the Golden Shield Empire, how should I deal with it? Elder Lai said, now the Council of Elders has no high expectations for properly handling the Golden Shield Empire's energy monetary policy. Because no matter what the result of this negotiation is, curbing the development of the Golden Shield Empire will be the top priority of the World Bank for a long time. The international alliance led by the World Bank is being planned, and the Golden Shield Empire has also proposed a confrontational free trade body. Trade and military conflicts will gradually become the norm. It is your job to strike at the Golden Shield Empire's foreign material supply and develop hell as our material supply source. Ten understood the intention of the Council of Elders. The Dragon Kingdom, which provided fire crystals to the Golden Shield Empire, was not a place that the Golden Man could easily get involved in. Although the Dragon Kingdom was a group of scattered dragons that acted independently, they were united to the outside world. While the hell was a real mess, if it were not for the genocide wars of ancient times, the demons would not have been able to unite. Therefore, there was much more room for operation in the hell than in the Dragon Kingdom. If the camp confrontation really started, the materials obtained by the two camps from the outside world would be reduced sharply. And the hell, the source of raw ore, would become particularly important. Ten said, I will leave for the hell immediately. Seeing that Ten was so concerned about the overall situation, Elder Lai nodded with relief and said, the angel's entry into the hell has alarmed the demons and demon descendants of the hell. In order to prevent the hell from having a stress response, you cannot reveal the identity of the Golden Man. The World Bank will give you a brand new identity and form a human trade team for you. Remember that you are an arms middleman, and do not casually participate in the internal struggles of hell. Do you understand? After the appearance of angels in hell, the appearance of the Golden Man will easily remind the older demons of ancient wars. Therefore, the Golden Man must keep a low profile when entering hell. Ten nodded and said, I understand. Give weapons to hell. Let the demons and demon descendants kill each other. The more they kill, the greater the demand for arms. We are only middlemen, and we will never participate in the struggles of hell. And we will never expose the identity of the Golden Man. Very good. Elder Lai stepped forward and patted Tan on the shoulder. You are the best Golden Man of the next generation. And Ing is responsible for the development of the divine art differential machine. You and Ing will become the cornerstones of the Golden Civilization. Practice well and stabilize your mind. You have a place in the Elders' Council. Thank you for your trust. Elders, let's go. You don't belong in this cell. Go watch a movie. And then go to hell immediately. Yes, sir. Since the time of the third round of talks between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank was determined, the atmosphere in the Golden Valley, which was originally suppressed to the point of suffocation, has finally eased a lot. The propaganda and solicitation of the free trade body and the international alliance by both sides have lost their momentum at the beginning. The same place, the same arrangement, the representatives of the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank sat down. The elders of the Shining Gold people did not wait for the Golden Shield Empire to find fault with the issue, and took the lead in proposing a solution to the energy currency dispute. The World Bank requires that all energy transactions controlled by the Golden Shield Empire use gold coupons as the only universal currency. In exchange, the World Bank recognizes the dominant position of the Golden Shield Empire in the energy market and allows the imperial mark to become the universal currency for international trade in some minerals and industrial products. At the same time, the World Bank can suspend the investment agreement signed earlier with the County Union indefinitely, and provide the Golden Shield Empire with an interest-free loan worth 20 billion imperial marks, and a donation worth 1 billion imperial marks. The World Bank is also willing to carry out seamless and comprehensive cooperation with the Golden Shield Empire in all industries and fields. Elder Mu finally explained, Meteor Prime Minister, you should have seen the panic caused in the Golden Valley these days. The World Bank has realized that the Golden Shield Empire is a powerful country that cannot be ignored. Please also recognize that the Golden Civilization is a powerful ancient civilization. The ancient wars that have broken out clearly tell us that there is no winner in the end of confrontation and fighting. Only by mutual respect and cooperation can we move forward in peace. The Golden people are willing to regard the Golden Shield Empire as our equal friend, and hope that the Golden Shield Empire will not destroy the existing stable trade system and push the world step by step into disaster. Luke looked at the advice document given to him by the Golden people. Lai informed him yesterday that Tan was carrying out a very important mission and had left the Golden Valley. Therefore, the investigation into the assassination can only be temporarily suspended. When Tan completes the mission and returns, the elders will restart the investigation. The notification was not made until the third meeting was approaching, because the Golden Man was determined that he would not disrupt the third meeting that had been scheduled. After all, the outside world had very high expectations for this meeting. After reading the document, Luke whispered to ask for the opinions of the staff of Yomington. Then he said to Elder Mu, "I can see from your suggestions that the World Bank is still very sincere. And the Golden Shield Empire has never thought of bringing the world into confrontation. It's just that using gold coupons as the universal currency for energy transactions is a huge burden on the Empire's financial system. Here is the import and export report of the Golden Shield Empire in the most recent quarter, as well as the analysis of the safety of the Treasury's foreign currency reserves by the financial analysts of the Imperial Bank." Luke took the documents handed to him by Yomington and pushed them to Elder Mu, and continued, "I said that the formulation of the Golden Shield Empire's energy monetary policy is not to challenge the position of the World Bank in international trade, but is really out of consideration for our own financial security. It is useless for us to reserve excessive gold certificates, even if all of them are exchanged for gold." Elder Mu looked at the report and analysis table given by the Golden Shield Empire. The Golden Shield Empire has always had a trade surplus in international transactions with its strong industrial capacity and leading innovation capabilities. In the past year, Nuteo City has received amazing international orders just from the shipbuilding industry, making a lot of money. Moreover, the Golden Shield Empire has a vast territory, rich resources, and many overseas colonies, and the speed of wealth accumulation is very amazing. The Empire's treasury has stored a considerable amount of gold coupons. If it continues to obtain gold coupons from the energy market, it will not help the Empire, but will be harmful. After reading it, Elder Mu said lightly, "The Golden Shield Empire can use the excess gold coupons for overseas investment. If it is too troublesome, it can be handed over to the World Bank for management. Many countries do this, and they are profitable." Luke smiled and said, "Elder Mu, I am talking to you about financial sovereignty, but you are talking to me about profits. The World Bank has proved with its actions that you are not as neutral as you claim. When the World Bank thinks it is challenged, you will not hesitate to use the financial hegemony it possesses. Now you still want the Empire to hand over the gold certificates to you for operation. Do you really think we are all fools?" After returning to the Empire from the Golden Valley this time, I will order the Imperial Bank to reduce the reserve of gold certificates. Finance is only safe when it is in our own hands. So the current energy monetary policy of the Empire will not change. The suggestions given by the World Bank are not feasible at all. So let's take a look at ours. Luke threw out the solution given by the Empire. The Golden Shield Empire transfers 10% of its energy to the World Bank at a low price, and the World Bank can operate at will. The Golden Shield Empire has no right to ask how to sell the remaining energy. The World Bank immediately terminates any assistance to the Account Union. The new Ocean Antitrust Trade Act is revoked, and the International League is dissolved. The Golden Shield Empire suspends the establishment of the Free Trade Body and respects the status of gold coupons in international trade. If the World Bank gets 10% of the energy transferred by the Golden Shield Empire at a low price, plus the energy it currently controls, it will still account for a very large share of the international energy market. However, the energy transactions controlled by the Golden Shield Empire can still rely on the chain effect to make the imperial mark a threat to the existence of gold coupons. Hegemony is hegemony because it will never allow challengers to exist. Gold coupons, a currency based on the value of gold, cannot withstand the impact of a second currency. Elder Mu threw away the suggestion in his hand and said, "The World Bank requires gold coupons to be the only universal currency in the energy market. This is not allowed to change or be discussed. I believe that the Golden Shield Empire can spend gold coupons as long as it wants to. If you can't think of a way, the World Bank will help you think of it. It's best for the Prime Minister to clearly understand the gap between you and the Golden Civilization. The Golden people have experienced a total war. We don't want such a war to break out again. But we are not afraid of it breaking out again." Luke responded, "Elder Mu, the war you mentioned was also experienced by humans. Although they were not the protagonists, they felt it more deeply than the protagonists. The rise and fall of a civilization cannot be pinned on the gifts of another civilization. After the human civilization followed the 5 ancient civilizations to endure the pain of war, it decided to walk out its own civilization. After thousands of years of hard work and thousands of years of hardship, humans have finally created our own unique civilization and are about to create an unprecedented new era. Elders, I can sit here and represent the recognition of the golden people for human civilization, and also your fear of this new civilization. Blocking is what you think is right, and moving forward is what we think is right. Who can ultimately represent this era? Only by fighting can we know the answer. Luke has nothing to worry about as time has dragged on until now. Even if the World Bank fully subsidizes the County Alliance now, it is impossible to quickly transform it into strength on the battlefield. He has ordered the Fury City Armored Assault Division stationed in Sonta Port to move westward. The County Alliance, which has fought for a winter, cannot stop this new force. In order to prevent the retreat from being cut off, the main force of the County Alliance can only withdraw from the Empire. Therefore, there is no need for the Golden Valley to continue acting and prepare for a formal confrontation. The Shining Gold people thought that they could make the Golden Shield Empire make concessions again in the negotiations by showing a strong attitude and strength. But they didn't expect that Meteorite would turn the table. He also raised the dispute between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank to a confrontation between civilizations. Elder Moose said with a very ugly face, "Meteor Prime Minister, you are a person who can influence the world situation. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to provoke a confrontation between civilizations, you will definitely be collectively condemned by the two civilizations. The prosperous world will be destroyed because of you, and all your achievements will be destroyed by infamy." Luke stood up and said, "I don't care what reputation I leave behind. I only know the responsibility I bear now. I will keep the dialogue channel with the Golden People, no matter how bad our relationship is in the future. As long as you send a message to me, you can restart this unfinished negotiation at any time. The visit to the Golden Valley ends here. I will leave and return to the Empire this afternoon. Goodbye." After that, Luke strode out of the venue, and the staff and accompanying officials quickly packed up their belongings and left together. Only the Golden People were left sitting in the conference room. Chapter 514 Turning to Confrontation. The third round of negotiations between the Golden Shield Empire and the World Bank has ended. It ended very quickly, much faster than the second round of negotiations. After less than an hour of dialogue, the Prime Minister of the Golden Shield Empire, Meteor, took the lead in leaving the venue with the Imperial delegation. The elders of the Golden People left afterwards. Both sides still did not disclose the details of the talks, but officials from all countries knew the talks had collapsed. The status of the gold voucher is very important to the World Bank, and it is not allowed to be challenged. But the Golden Shield Empire insists on its own energy monetary policy. Now you can give up your fantasy. The world has officially entered turmoil from this moment. After knowing the result, the dignitaries and observers of various countries were no longer as frightened as before. The entire Golden Hotel was extremely calm, and everyone was ready to leave Golden Valley. In Luke's room, the staff and servants were packing up documents and items. Luke stood on the terrace and looked at the beach outside. Kalina reported, "Prime Minister, we have contacted the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet. The fleet is sailing to the coast of Golden Valley. The airship to pick you up has come and is expected to arrive in half an hour. The sandpaper team is in place and can protect you at any time. Miss Chi Kong sent Jennifer to deliver the message that they are ready and can leave at any time. At present, there is no unusual movement from the Golden Man, and our fleet and airship have been allowed to approach. Missing said someone to deliver a message, saying that she would not come to see you off." Luke did not respond. Kalina said, "Missing must think that if she goes with you, it will definitely cause you trouble, and there is really no place for her to go in this world. The fact that Missing can send a message shows that the Golden Man did not make things too difficult for her, and your statement at the meeting is still useful." Luke then said, "This is all I can do for her, although I feel a little regretful that I did not take her away. I respect her choice. I hope she will be well in the future. Let's go!" In the prison at the bottom of the Golden Valley, Helkin, as the leader of the Ark County Alliance in the assassination of the meteorite, was also treated as a single room here, except that someone brought him food and drink on time every day. No one came to see him, and he was not interrogated or questioned. Helkin stayed in the cell like this, without the opportunity to go out, without knowing the information outside, and without knowing what was waiting for him, until the door of the prison was opened for the first time. "Lord Helkin, the elders invite you to the Elders' Council." Invitation. Elders' Council. The simple information made Helkin understand most of the things. He stood up and said to the guard of the Golden People, "Please give me some time. I need to tidy up my personal hygiene. Can you go to my room and give me a decent set of clothes? After all, I want to meet the elders of the Golden People." Of course. The Golden Guard retreated without closing the cell door. Herkikin was more certain of his judgment. "I will take all the credit for this visit to the Golden Valley." "Speaker Petrovich, you left too early." The Golden Guard quickly brought clothes. Herkikin washed up, changed his clothes, and followed the Golden Guard, who came to pick him up to the Elders' Council in high spirits. In the Golden Elders' Council, Elder Lai, who had always advocated a tough stance against the Golden Shield Empire, became the presiding elder for the summons of the representatives of the County Union. Herkikin was brought to the center of the venue. The lofty Elder Lai asked Herkikin, "Lord Herkikin, are you now the highest official of the County Union in the Golden Valley?" "Yes." Helkin replied, "I am an assistant officer of the Foreign Affairs Department of Art County Federation. This time, I came to Golden Valley to follow Speaker Petrovich to discuss cooperation with the World Bank." Speaker Petrovich returned to the County Federation in advance. "Now I am the highest official of Art County Federation in Golden Valley. I have also received instructions from the Speaker to handle cooperation with the World Bank." Elder Lai had a conversation with other elders and said to Helkin, "The negotiations between the World Bank and the Golden Shield Empire have encountered difficulties. The Prime Minister of the Empire, Meteor, unilaterally terminated the dialogue and will leave Golden Valley soon. What do you think?" Helkin said without hesitation, "We have long seen that Meteor's visit to Golden Valley this time has no sincerity, and the ambition of the Golden Shield Empire has long been exposed. It was the Shining Gold people who still had hope for him, so that the full cooperation between the County Federation and the World Bank could not be implemented. The Shining Gold people had already made a serious mistake. If they let Meteorite leave the Golden Valley, it would be another irreparable mistake." Elder Lai asked, "Are you suggesting that we not let Meteorite leave?" "Yes," Helkin said firmly. "Meteorite is now the absolute center of the Golden Shield Empire. Even Queen Christina and Princess Agatha listen to him on major matters. He controls the Golden Shield Empire's economic center, the City of Raging Waves. He leads the Reformed Society that holds power in the Imperial Court. He suppresses the second prince of the Empire, Alec, the grandson of the Emperor, Sinclair, and all the ambitious people. As long as he dies, the Golden Shield Empire will collapse in a short time." Herkikin seriously analyzed the benefits of getting rid of Meteor in Golden Valley for the elders of the Golden People. But he knew that his suggestion would not be accepted by the elders of the Golden People. If the Golden People decided to kill Meteor in Golden Valley, he would not be brought to the Elders' Council. Before summoning Herkikin, the elders of the Golden People did discuss the siege and killing of Meteor in Golden Valley. But Meteor was well prepared for this visit to Golden Valley. He brought the strongest fleet in the maritime world, and Qi was by his side. Qi had proved her strength through the battle with Tan, and when Qi met with her to discuss cooperation in the past few days, Qi warned her not to do anything that violated diplomatic ethics. If the meteorite can be killed, it will be good, and all losses will be within the tolerable range. But if the meteorite cannot be killed, the Golden Valley will not only suffer heavy losses, but will also become an international laughingstock. Credit and authority will be gone, and the original advantages will no longer exist. And who will benefit in the end if the meteorite is killed? Of course, it is the County Alliance, which is fighting with the Golden Shield Empire. Once the County Alliance's army breaks through the Golden Shield Empire's northern defense, it will be able to march straight south to attack St. Louis City. The fragmented empire will soon be annexed by the County Alliance. The merger of the two powerful human countries will bring a stronger enemy to the Shining Gold people. Helkin's enthusiastic suggestion to kill the meteorite in the Golden Valley also proves that the Art County Union has always been greedy for the Golden Shield Empire. The elders of the Golden people have long reached a consensus that the next confrontation is not only to attack the Golden Shield Empire, but also to attack the entire human civilization. The Golden Shield Empire must be weakened. The Art County Union must also be weakened. And any country that shows strength must be weakened. The World Bank has made the Golden Valley a safe haven, hiding behind it to make profits, and thus step by step control the entire human civilization. Therefore, it is necessary to establish good credit. The Golden Shield Empire delegation was invited by the Golden people. Even if they know that the two sides are now enemies, the Golden people will let the guests go back safely. This is magnanimity. which allows the outside world to see the confidence of the Shining Gold people in their own strength. Therefore, when Helkin finished his speech, Elder Lai said indifferently, "The World Bank is a commercial entity, and the Shining Gold people have never thought of using extreme means to resolve commercial disputes. Nothing is out of the control of the World Bank. Lord Helkin, this time I invited you to the Elders' Council because the World Bank wants to discuss a large cooperation plan with the Ark County Federation. The Ark County Federation will receive full support from the World Bank in terms of funds, technology, agriculture, industry, and other fields. We will strengthen the steam industry of the County Federation and assist the County Federation in establishing a magic system. I believe that the Ark County Federation will soon have its own magic core and dreadnought-class fleet." For Helkin, this feeling of happiness came too quickly. Even though he was an Ice Cave agent, he couldn't hide his excitement. In order to hold this unique achievement in his hands, Helkin said, "I can sign a pre-agreement with the World Bank on behalf of the County Union to confirm this comprehensive cooperation first. Then the County Union will form a professional delegation to come to the Golden Valley as soon as possible to discuss and determine the formal agreement with the World Bank, and sign and implement it." The Elders' Council of the Golden People was so anxious to summon Helkin, and they also wanted to take advantage of the fact that officials and observers from various countries had not left the Golden Valley to publicize the World Bank's comprehensive investment in the County Union and lay the foundation for the international alliance as soon as possible. Therefore, the Council of Elders agreed that Helkin could sign a pre-cooperation agreement and jointly issue a statement. At this time, Luke had already boarded the flagship of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, the Augustine the Great. The entire fleet changed from a bombardment posture to a sailing formation, drew a long arc-shaped wake on the sea, and turned to the direction of the Golden Shield Empire. Between the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet and the Golden Valley was the Golden Valley Defense Fleet, which was composed of armed ships mobilized by the World Bank from various branches during the negotiations. The fleet was very large, but except for more than a dozen all-metal warships of the Unit 01 class, the rest were wooden dome-armored ships. Such a fleet was certainly no match for the Dreadnought-class fleet. But fortunately, the Golden Valley still had enough airships and the Shining Gold Warriors to hold up their face. After the departure of the Grand Fleet, the airships of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet turned to retreat one by one. A tense confrontation finally ended with the departure of the Golden Shield Empire delegation. But the influence of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet on the temporarily formed Golden Valley Defense Fleet is far from over. The World Bank's business is all over the world, and it also has a large number of high-quality armed fleets, which makes the crew of the World Bank's armed fleet very conceited. But during the days of guarding against the Golden Shield Empire Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, every crew member of the Golden Valley Defense Fleet spent every day under high pressure. They originally thought that the strength of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet was just the 8 main guns of the Dreadnought class that could fit a person. But the longer you observe the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet up close, the more you can feel its horror. The Dreadnought-class battleship is not only a dense firepower delivery platform with super defense, but also has the ability to integrate and coordinate the resources of the entire fleet. By observing the training of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, the Golden Valley Defense Fleet can determine that the 2 Dreadnought-class battleships have 2 fleet command and staff teams of a certain size. Their existence effectively integrates every unit in the entire fleet into a whole. What is shown is that the execution capability of the entire fleet is very efficient, and the fleet moves quickly and in a layered manner. It can be said that in the open combat area at sea, the strength of each unit of the fleet was brought into play. On the other hand, the tonnage and protection capabilities of the ships are not enough to place a large enough staff on the flagship. Therefore, the flagship cannot issue detailed instructions, and the ability to understand and execute the instructions will have various deviations due to the uneven command systems of each ship. In naval battles, it is the fleet's slow response and waste of combat power. The Golden Valley Defense Fleet has simulated the encounter with the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet many times, and the results are: if the Shining Gold cannot rush into the Dreadnought class in the early stage of the war and destroy the 2 command systems of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet, the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet can easily break through the blockade of the Golden Valley Defense Fleet and bombard the urban area. But the Golden people are scattered all over the world with the World Bank. There are not many Golden people in the Golden Valley, and a large part of them are children who are trained in the valley. In the urban area, important figures from various countries gather, and the number of spies, scouts, thieves, and assassins has reached a peak. A large number of golden people are tied up in the urban area. If they hunt meteorites, they will not be able to send enough powerful golden people to break through the protection system of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet. After repeated tabletop simulations, the Golden Valley Defense Fleet can only admit that it is not only behind its opponents in weapons and equipment, but also behind in all aspects from command system to combat thinking. Watching the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet gradually moving away and disappearing on the sea, all the ship commanders standing on the bows had only one idea. If they want to defeat such a fleet in the future, they must start to catch up with their opponents from now on. The fleet must have a new naval warfare idea, learn systematic operations, and need a combat platform that can implement new ideas and new tactics. Build giant ships and cannons. This idea quickly swept the world with the appearance of the Royal Ocean Escort Fleet of the Golden Shield Empire in the Golden Valley. Since the confrontation between factions will become the mainstream for a long time in the future, any country that relies on the ocean has to pay attention to the construction of its own navy. One after another, 10,000-ton warships were approved, and a large number of personnel, materials, and funds were invested in this bottomless pit. The ocean arms race began. Moreover, countries not only strengthened their navies, but also further increased military spending by developing new weapons and forming new armies. However, the turbulent international situation and the increasingly clear confrontation between camps have caused the world economy to fall into a slump. On the one hand, the cost of armaments has been continuously increased, and on the other hand, the income has been reduced. Countries with weak financial resources are all complaining. However, the economy of Nuteo's city has not been affected, and the import and export transaction volume has exceeded one peak after another. Chapter 515 Return. It has been more than a month since the Golden Valley negotiations ended. As the Prime Minister of the Empire, Luke has to deal with a lot of work every day. It is precisely because of the high-intensity operation of the Imperial Cabinet led by him that the Empire can quickly turn around in the face of the international situation that is gradually moving towards camp confrontation. The World Bank has withdrawn many investment projects in the Empire within this month, and the Empire has also confiscated many of the World Bank's assets in the Empire. The World Bank immediately announced a sanctions plan against the Golden Shield Empire. All industries under the World Bank implemented trade restrictions against the Golden Shield Empire, and many countries unilaterally increased import tariffs on the Golden Shield Empire and its colonies. Just now, there was new news of sanctions. The World Bank froze a number of accounts involving energy transactions in the Golden Shield Empire based on the new Ocean Antitrust Trade Act, many of which were energy traders in the Innovation Society. It is conceivable that such sanctions will definitely increase and become more and more severe. When more people are implicated, they will definitely make trouble under the instigation of the World Bank. For this kind of sanctions, the Golden Shield Empire has few means to fight back. After all, the World Bank has been deeply involved in the international market for so long. Its industries are spread all over the world, and it has gold certificate hegemony. The lifeblood of many countries is in the hands of the World Bank. The International League established by the World Bank has confirmed that 9 countries have joined, while the free trade body initiated by the Golden Shield Empire has only the Kingdom of Ruthin publicly announced its participation. And there are 3 overseas colonies that can only provide raw materials. Other countries are waiting to see whether the Golden Shield Empire can withstand the fierce sanctions launched by the World Bank. If the free trade body wants to develop, it needs a breakthrough from zero. But who is willing to risk the sanctions of the World Bank and board the Golden Shield Empire? The door of the office was knocked, and the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, Yomington, walked in. Prime Minister Webster, the former ambassador of the Republic of Rio to the Empire, hopes to meet with you. He said that the World Bank has contacted them and expressed its willingness to support them in regaining Rio. Luke said to Yomington, "Sit down. Tell me what you think." Yomington came to sit opposite Luke's desk and said, "Since the Watcher took Rio, a group of officials from the former Republic of Rio have formed an exile government overseas. Originally, they had no chance to retake Rio, but the international situation has changed too fast recently. Moreover, Pan died in the Golden Valley, and Ian was unwilling to return to Rio to rebuild the kingdom. Now Rio is completely in chaos. According to the latest intelligence we have collected, no less than 11 Rio nobles have declared that they have royal blood and have the legal right to inherit the king of Rio. The lookouts are also divided, and there is no one who can unify Rio. If the Rio Republic's exile government receives support from the World Bank, Rio is very likely to restore the Republic soon. Luke is very clear about Rio's current situation and has his own responsibilities. When he was in the Golden Valley, he persuaded some of the lookouts to betray Pan, who had serious mental problems, on the condition that Een would reorganize the Rio kingdom. As a result, Pan died, and Een was unwilling to leave the Golden Valley. Leo was leaderless and naturally split into pieces. Luke asked Yomington, since the World Bank is willing to support these exiled politicians to return to Leo, why did they come to us again? Yomington replied, Webster said that there is a disagreement in their exiled government, whether to accept the support of the World Bank or to try their best to win the support of the Golden Shield Empire. Interesting. Luke couldn't help but become interested. Those exiled politicians in Leo must know that it was us who supported the lookout to drive them out of Leo. So why would they think of winning our support now? Yomington replied, I also asked Webster out of curiosity, and his answer made me determined to help him get your summons. Tell me what he thinks. Webster is a Rio politician who supports seeking help from the Empire. He said that Rio and the Golden Shield Empire are across the sea, and there are both competitive contradictions and potential for cooperation. If the Rio Republic is rebuilt with the support of the World Bank, it will inevitably become the frontier of the World Bank to strangle the Empire, which is absolutely unwilling to see the Empire. Therefore, Rio will fall into an endless civil war in the struggle between the World Bank and the Empire, and even become the main battlefield for direct conflict between the two camps. Even at the end of the war, Rio may not be able to exist as an independent sovereign state. If they seek the support of the Empire, they can quickly gain control of Rio with the Empire's influence in Rio, and restore their strength with the help of the Empire, and participate in this confrontation of who will dominate the future as the Empire's arm. After listening to Yomington's story, Luke thought about it and said, it seems that Webster and his group of Rio politicians want to use this as a condition to exchange for the Empire's relaxation of the Rio Ocean blockade, and then gamble on the country's destiny. Do you think the Empire should support them? Yomington replied, it is difficult for me to give you advice on such a major matter. According to the situation in Rio, probably only the exiled government of the former Republic can quickly calm all parties. But if we support Rio to restore the Republic, we still have to be wary of their counterattack. But if a unified Rio stands on the side of the Empire, it can indeed greatly improve the external environment we face. At least it will not be used by the World Bank to threaten the security of the eastern coast of the Empire. Luke was thinking about how to deal with the current chaos in Rio. Your concerns are right. If the World Bank wants to attack the Empire from the sea, Rio is a springboard that the Shining Gold people must take, and a large-scale war will inevitably break out there. If we fight a proxy war with the World Bank in Rio, many things are beyond our control, and it is a serious drain on the Empire's national strength. If Leo is in our camp, we can push the front line to Leo's eastern border, and the pressure on the Empire will be much less. As for your worry about Leo's counterattack, I think it is precisely unnecessary to worry. Leo wants to speculate in this camp confrontation, and only by following the Empire can they eat meat. If they bite back, it is also because the Empire has already lost, and Leo will not be short of a bite at that time. Of course, the threshold for Leo's counterattack should be raised for them. Yomington asked, is the Prime Minister ready to agree to support the exiled government of the Leo Republic? Luke said, don't reveal my attitude to Webster first. Tell him, I am busy meeting with the noble representatives from Leo. The Empire still hopes to have a neighbor with the same system. Even if Leo's king has no real power, and is not in Leo, it doesn't matter. Yomington immediately understood what Luke meant. I know how to reply to Webster. Luke asked again, does the Republic of Rio owe a lot of money to the World Bank? Yomington replied, yes. After the war between the Empire and the Republic of Rio ended, Rio borrowed a lot of money from the World Bank in order to compete with the Empire as soon as possible. Luke smiled and said, since the Republic of Rio has perished, the debts naturally disappeared with the country. Those exiled politicians in Rio should have seen clearly what the system is, and the free world they advocated can also be realized in the kingdom. Yomington's eyes lit up. The wisdom of the Prime Minister is really admirable. Hee hee. Luke smiled again. Send someone to contact the lookout and the nobles of Rio, and ask them to form a society as soon as possible, and send the outline of the society to me as soon as possible. I will give more money and weapons to the society that I like. Yomington couldn't help but stand up excitedly. I didn't expect that the problem that troubled us staff for so many days was solved so easily by you. Sir, let the original politicians of Rio take over. Integrate the chaotic Rio as soon as possible, and then support a group of opposition societies. The disobedient ones will go down, and the obedient ones will come up, which can ensure that Rio stands on the side of the Empire to the greatest extent. I will go to Webster now. Go ahead. Yelmington, who had received a good idea, walked out quickly. When he opened the door, he saw someone standing outside. He immediately saluted, "Your Highness the Princess." Agatha outside the door asked, "Have you finished talking about things?" "We have." Yelmington made way and apologized. "I didn't know that your Highness was waiting outside. Please forgive me. You are talking about important things. It's okay for me to wait for a while. Go and do your thing." "Yes, Your Highness the Princess." Agatha walked in, and Yelmington left and closed the door. "Every time I come to your place, you are busy with state affairs. Even at night. The lights here will be on until late at night. You can take a break and let the people below share more of the work." Agatha walked to Luke's desk, picked up a few documents and looked at them. Her words were full of concern and worry about Luke's physical condition. Luke leaned back on the back of the chair, stretched his arms to stretch his waist, and some stiff bones snapped. Agatha put her hand on Luke's shoulder and chanted a spell to help him get rid of his physical fatigue. Luke, who felt more comfortable, patted Agatha's hand. The world's strongest economy is decoupling from the Empire in all aspects, and sanctions are being imposed one by one. The Empire has never experienced this kind of confrontation. I must keep a close eye on it to ensure that the Empire completes a smooth turn. Agatha put her other hand on Luke's other shoulder and pressed it slowly. When the World Bank began to withdraw its capital and impose sanctions, the Queen and I were completely confused and had no idea how to deal with it. I really admire you for leading the cabinet to resist one by one. This month's Empire's financial report is surprisingly good. I really don't know how you did it. After returning from the Golden Valley, Luke could clearly feel that Agatha's relationship with him had made a big leap. Although the two still like to talk about state affairs when they are alone, it feels like lovers talking to each other. The pressure on the shoulder is comfortable in a way that magic does not. And the fragrance of the woman behind him makes people relax physically and mentally. No matter how the World Bank imposes sanctions on the Empire, the Empire's huge industrial system and market cannot be erased from the world system just by the Golden People. And the technology integration and development capabilities of the City of Rage make many of our technologies unique and irreplaceable. Just for the orders for new freighters, the Cape District Shipyard received 146 ships and 28 Dreadnought-class battleships at once. There will be more and more orders in the future, and the Empire's coastal shipbuilding industry will have to work overtime for several years. Hearing Luke talking about the Dreadnought-class battleship order, Agatha asked puzzledly, "Can the Dreadnought-class battleships also be sold to foreign countries? Will it dilute the Empire's maritime advantage?" Luke closed his eyes involuntarily because of the feeling of relaxation. "The Dreadnought-class battleship is just a bait I threw out for the Marine Arms competition. There will be 30,000-ton and even 100,000-ton battleships appearing on the ocean in the future. It won't take too long before only the Empire and the World Bank will be left on this track. The concentration of manufacturing is our advantage. The World Bank's industry is too dispersed. The more it needs to concentrate its strength to build big things, the more obvious its weaknesses will be. At that time, the World Bank will have to engage in armed conflict with the Empire when they are at a disadvantage in the ocean. And the Imperial fleet ensures that the Empire's troops can reach the place where they are needed to fight at any time. The Empire's current national strength is sufficient to cope with the provocation of the World Bank in terms of economic confrontation and conventional military confrontation. The biggest shortcoming is the reserve of high-end military forces. The Empire still has a gap with the 5 ancient civilizations." Agatha knew that Luke was a little sleepy, so she eased the pressure and spoke softly. "According to the intelligence collected by the Secret Service, the Golden Man has no intention of personally participating in the battle now. The World Bank has injected a large amount of funds into the Ark County Federation to help the County Federation form a magic corps and manufacture large warships. It should be that they want to provoke a full-scale war between the Empire and the Ark County Federation, or instigate other countries in the international alliance to besiege the Empire, and the World Bank hides behind to reap the dividends of the war. We still have time to develop warriors and weapons to fight against the Shining Gold. Hasn't the Steam Titan developed by the City of Raging Waves already determined the mass production model?" "Yes, the Steam Titan has determined the mass production model. The Royal First and Second Magic Corps are very satisfied with the Steam Titan. The Cabinet is preparing to place an order for 500 units and form a Steam Titan pilot tactical verification team for each of the 2 Magic Corps. But to deal with the Shining Gold, The Steam Titan is too bulky and cannot fly. We need to wait for the Magic Titan to be developed. The prototype test machine of the Magic Titan has been assembled by the Magic Laboratory of the City of Raging Waves. When Shelley brings back the Armored Assault Division of the City of Raging Waves, the Magic Titan can be tested. Luke's voice was getting lower and lower, as if he was about to fall asleep. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly knocked open, and two people rushed in from outside, shouting, "Governor! Governor! We are back!" Seeing Luke awakened, Agatha immediately cast a murderous look at the two people who came in. The ones who came in were Shelley and Pisco, who returned from the north. These two generals who followed Luke the earliest had no idea that they were jumping in and out of the gates of hell. Seeing Agatha so intimately with their boss, they had no intention of leaving at all. Pisco even shouted excitedly, "Your Highness! Why are you here?" Chapter 516 Rumors. Prime Minister of Meteorite. I am here to inform you that Her Royal Highness the Queen will summon you tonight to discuss matters concerning the throne. Agatha straightened her posture and walked out of the office. When she passed by Shelley and Pisco, she said admiringly, "You fought very well in the north. Especially Shelley. It seems that you are really not suitable for the work of the Secret Service. Fortunately, the Prime Minister discovered your talent." Shelley was more discerning than Pisco. She stepped back and saluted and said, "Thank you, Princess Royal, for saving me from prison. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Prime Minister, for trusting me and giving me the command of the Fury City Armored Assault Division. The Prime Minister has transferred you back from the north because he has another important task for you. Do a good job. The Empire will not let down anyone who has contributed to the Empire. You guys chat. I'm leaving." After Agatha left, Shelley immediately took out the documents he carried with him and reported to Luke. The Fury City Armored Assault Division stationed in Sonta Port played a crucial role in ending the Empire's winter offensive in a timely manner, especially in the later stage of the offensive. The Fury City Armored Assault Division, led by Shelley, decisively broke through inland and was truly invincible all the way, facing the defense line set up by the Ark County Alliance against Sonta Port. They achieved an average of 30 kilometers a day, with the momentum to cut off the Ark County Alliance's retreat in one fell swoop. Eventually, the Ark County Union was forced to retreat from the northern border of the Empire, and countless supplies were abandoned. The northern border of the Empire was completely recovered, and Queen Christina's reputation reached a new height. Now the Snow Corps is rebuilding the border defense line, and some meritorious troops will be transferred back to St. Louis City for repairs and preparations to participate in the parade for the coronation of the new emperor. The Fury City Armored Assault Division has handed over the defense of Sonta Port to the Snow Corps. One group went by sea, and another group went by land to return to Fury City, waiting for new reorganization. Luke looked at the war records and consumption results report submitted by Shelley, and asked questions about the war. Shelley answered them one by one in detail. The Winter War in the North perfectly brought out Shelley's partiality in war command. She was born for the battlefield, and has a very sensitive nose for warplanes. Once she seizes the opportunity, she acts as decisively as she shoots people, and is as swift and deadly as a venomous snake. After finishing the report, Luke said to Shelley, after returning to the base of the City of Wrath, "The Armored Assault Division of the City of Wrath will be reorganized into a magical system and built into a mobile fortress with automatic production and automatic replenishment capabilities, accumulating technology, strategies and tactics for more advanced wars in the future. As the commander of this army, you need to strengthen your strength to deal with high-level battles." Hearing about the war, Shelley asked excitedly, "Prime Minister, are we going to go to war with the Shining Gold people?" Luke said, as a soldier, "Just obey orders, and don't ask questions you don't need to know. You can take a rest, and then report to Miss Ching Kong's museum. Miss Chi Kong will develop a body transformation and strengthening plan based on your physical condition. Pisco, go find sandpaper." Pisco had an instinctive fear of sandpaper as a mechanical transformer. When he heard that the Prime Minister asked him to find sandpaper, Pisco shuddered. "Sir, why do you want me to find sandpaper?" Seeing Pisco's look, Luke couldn't help but smile. The Alchemist Association of Nuteo City and the Magic Laboratory have jointly developed a magic-driven exoskeleton for the training of Magic Titan drivers. I asked the engineer to make a special one for you as a reward for your outstanding performance in the Northern War. The exoskeleton is next to the sandpaper. Let her help you install it. Okay. There's nothing else to do. Go out and do your work. Yes, Prime Minister. Shelley and Pisco left, and Luke threw himself into the work that seemed to never be finished. At this time, in the manner of the second Prince Alec, Alec was playing with the muskets that had just been sent from the Imperial Gunnery Research Institute in the shooting range. A servant released a gray rabbit at a distance of 200 meters, and Alec aimed his gun at the rabbit, who didn't know what was going to happen. The freed rabbit jumped 2 steps and was attracted by the nearby vanilla, and began to eat it quickly. A gunshot rang out, and a ball of mud splashed near the rabbit. The frightened rabbit ran away, and after a few jumps, it got into a bunch of grass. The servant immediately ran to find the rabbit. Alex didn't have any emotion because of the missed shot, but carefully checked the sight of the gun. At this time, the guard ran over. Your Highness, the former Prime Minister Gabriel came to visit, and with him came more than a dozen retired officials and well-known businessmen. Alex adjusted the scale, pulled the bolt, and pressed a new bullet into the chamber. The servant caught the rabbit and threw it to the open ground. The rabbit ran away after landing, like a puff of gray smoke flying close to the ground. Another gunshot rang out, and the running rabbit turned over several times on the ground, and then died with twitching limbs. Alex was very satisfied with his gun skills and asked his trusted guard, I wonder if this thing can penetrate the golden armor of the shining gold man. The guard replied, firearms are still effective against undefended light armored units at a long distance, but the killing effect against magic protection and heavy armor is not ideal. Close combat is not as good as a sharp knife. Long range is not as good as enchanted arrows, magic projectiles, and artillery. I heard from a friend who works in a gun research institute that the magic laboratory in Fury City is using microcarving technology to burn magic circles inside bullets. If it succeeds, firearms that can fire magic bullets can be given to magicians to use, which can increase the magician's combat methods. Alex threw the musket to the guard and said with emotion, I wonder if I can get a gun like this when I leave the Empire. The loyal guard said sadly, Your Highness, are you really leaving? Alex said angrily, if I don't leave, I won't have a moment of peace. Those people always want to push me to the front to fight for their own interests. But can the current situation of the Empire be changed by my power and theirs? If I could win, I would not come back from Crescent Oasis. By the way, who did you say came to visit? The guard repeated. It was the former Prime Minister Gabriel, and some retired officials and well-known businessmen. Gabriel. When Alec heard the name, he became interested. Even this old fox can't sit still? Since Lord Gabriel is visiting, let's meet him and hear what he wants to do. Take them to the council hall. Yes, Your Highness. In the council hall, Gabriel and the people who came with him sat on the seats on both sides. The fire in the fireplace burned very vigorously, dispelling the remaining chill in early spring. The second Prince Alex had not come yet, and the council hall was silent. Everyone looked at Gabriel, the former Prime Minister, who was near the main seat from time to time. Resentment and worry made the atmosphere in the council hall very low. After a while, Alex, who had changed his clothes, walked in. Gabriel led everyone to stand up and salute Alex. His Highness Alex. Good day. Sit down. Don't be too restrained. Now I only have the title of Prince. Everyone sat down. Gabriel said to Alex, His Highness, have you heard such a rumor these days? The great Emperor of the Empire, our respected Augustine the Great, died in the coup launched by Fania a year ago. Alex pretended to be confused and said, I heard this rumor a long time ago. I remember that I was still in Crescent Oasis at that time. The person who told me that my father was no longer there seemed to be sent by you, sir. Ahem. Alex's ruthless revelation made Gabriel cough twice to cover up his embarrassment. Everyone here today is trustworthy, so I won't make up stories. Your Highness Alex. Such rumors would never have spread in St. Louis City before, but now even the lowest citizens are talking about it. The spread of rumors has obviously been tacitly approved by the palace and the Imperial Secret Service. Alex said to the consultant, Lord Gabriel, what do you want to say? Gabriel looked at the people who came with him, and then said to Alex, during the time when Meteorite visited the Golden Valley, there were many rumors about the Queen's bloodline and the succession to the throne in St. Louis City. Now someone is spreading the news of your Majesty's death. I think the treacherous Minister Meteorite will soon support the Queen to rebel and usurp power, and take away the throne that belongs to the Augustine family. Alex smiled and said, so what? Do you still think I can stop it? Look at you. You were all important officials of the Empire a year ago. But now you are all like me, with your wings easily broken by meteorite. Whatever you want to do, don't drag me into it. I know I am no match for meteorite, and I want to live a few more years. Gabriel said, Your Highness, things are different now. Meteorite is arrogant, and he dares to openly oppose the Golden Man. Now the World Bank is withdrawing funds from the Empire on a large scale, and leading the entire world to sanction and block the Empire. And the Empire has not found a significant ally so far. According to our latest news, many big businessmen in the Innovation Society are on the World Bank sanctions list. Some people's accounts have been frozen directly, and the wealth they have lost is unimaginable. The Shining Gold people and the World Bank are simply not something the Empire can fight against. Now the Reform Society is already very unstable, and some officials from the Fury City system also question Meteorite's decision. Alex said lightly, You came to me. Do you want me to oppose Meteorite? A big businessman stood up impatiently and said, Your Highness, the arrogant Meteorite is completely crazy, and he is leading the Empire to a path of destruction. It won't be long before the Empire's economic system will collapse under the blockade of the World Bank. The bankrupts will rush to the streets to rob. The army will rebel, and the Empire will fall into complete chaos. The Ark County Union is receiving full funding from the World Bank. The victory of the North is only temporary. When the Ark County Union invades again, we will be powerless to stop it. Your Highness, only you can save the Empire. Alec glanced at the excited businessman and asked Gabriel, What do you think I should do? Gabriel said meaningfully, Your Highness, this may be your last chance to save the Empire. As the World Bank sanctions intensify, more and more people whose interests are seriously damaged will oppose Meteor, including the Reform Society, the Cross, and the Old Nobles. As long as you are willing to lead us, we can organize a large-scale rally and march in St. Louis City. All the people in the Empire who are dissatisfied with Meteorite will come to support us, and more people will realize that Meteorite is destroying the Empire. When the entire Empire is against Meteorite, he can only resign. Alex asked, Will there be so many people supporting us? Gabriel answered firmly, Yes. Why are you so sure? Gabriel hesitated for a moment, then said, Your Highness, our coming together this time means that we are ready and are just waiting for your decision. Alex looked at the people who came with Gabriel, and after thinking for a long time, he said, What you told me was too sudden and too important. I can't give you an answer now. Let me think about it. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Gabriel knew that the shadow in Alex's heart was too big, and he could not make a decision to oppose Meteorite now. Okay. We will wait for your reply. Your Highness, please don't think too long. We must stop the Queen from usurping the throne first. I know. You go back first. Gabriel led his people away, and only Alex and his close guards were left in the huge meeting hall. Seeing Alex sitting there for a long time, the guard whispered, Your Highness, I think this is an opportunity. Yes, this is an opportunity. Gabriel and the others came to me confidently, and they must have the support of the World Bank behind them. If I agree to them, I will have a chance to become the Emperor of the Empire. But if my father were in my situation, what would he do? The guard replied, Your Highness, I dare not speculate on your Majesty's far-sighted wisdom. Yes, my father is wiser than me, and sees farther than me. Alex said to himself, He has long seen that Fania and I are not qualified monarchs, and facts have proved that he is very accurate in his judgment of us. If my father were in my current situation, he would definitely do better than me. But no matter how he fights, he will never sell out the interests of the Empire. Gabriel did not tell me that the World Bank was behind him. It must be because he promised many conditions to the Golden Man. I know these new nobles. Their integrity is far inferior to those of the old nobles. As long as the benefits are enough, they can sell anything. The guard said with enlightenment, So this is why you didn't agree to them. Your Highness, you are so smart. Alex couldn't help but said self-deprecatingly, Since those people who were my vassals left, the house has become much quieter, and I am willing to use my brain. Gabriel is dragging it on. Even without me, they will complete the task given to them by the World Bank. I want to see how Meteorite will deal with it. I know what to do. I will stop all visitors for you in the future. Well, is there any news about Nightingale? Yes. Miss Nightingale is now. Chapter 517 Dinner. In the underground space of Silver Manor, the Holy Scripture was first transmitted. Teresa stood in the outer circle of a circular magic circle, and an angel sculpture stood in the middle of the magic circle. For angels in white armor stood around with swords in hand, and 4 beams of white light shone on the angel statue, as if they were waiting for someone to come. The 5 angels waited motionlessly for more than half an hour, and suddenly a beam of holy light shone on the angel sculpture from above. And then, the angel sculpture moved as if it was given life. It spread its wings carved from clay, stepped forward and walked step by step to Teresa, facing the animated angel sculpture. Teresa saluted very respectfully. "Great Sword of Oath. Welcome to the Holy Church of St. Louis City of the Golden Shield Empire." The Sword of Oath, which brought down a portion of power, said to Teresa, "I just came back from hell. And then I heard about what happened on the Golden Island. I have long heard that the Golden Man Tan is very powerful, and is a being like me. I didn't expect that she would fight the elf Qi-Kong to a draw. Is Tan unworthy of her reputation? Or is the elf Qi-Kong really that powerful?" Teresa replied, "The battle between Tan and Qi-Kong took place in the space-time mystic barrier, and I didn't see it directly. But Qi-Kong's strength is indeed very strong, and she is strong without the help of the power of the artifact. And her strength is still increasing rapidly. The last time I fought with her, the pressure she gave me is the same as the pressure you give me. I believe in your judgment," said the Sword of Oath. "Qi-Kong's power is not a natural growth. She may have been endowed with divine power." "Divine power?" Hearing the judgment of the Sword of Oath, Teresa frowned. "Did you find anything?" The Sword of Oath replied, "Archangel Gold has made some achievements in the research of the World Tree. The World Tree has a strong connection with the starry sky, which makes the World Tree not only qualified to be promoted to a divine weapon, but also a source of divine power connecting to the starry sky. Do you remember the last time the disaster attacked the Moonlight Royal Court? The World Tree mutated and scattered many seeds all over the world." Teresa said, "I remember. And I saw it with my own eyes. Sky City has obtained some seeds, which contain weak divine power, which can be transformed into corresponding power according to the strong wishes of the holder. Therefore, it can be determined that the World Tree is the source of divine power connected to the starry sky. Qi-Kong, as the owner of the authority of the World Tree, should have received the blessing of divine power from the starry sky." Teresa said excitedly, "Your judgment is, the World Tree is a combination of divine power source and divine artifact?" "Yes." The expression of the Sword of Oath was not as excited as Teresa, but showed a worried mood. "The source of divine power is the gathering point of the original power. It can give strange power to creatures that come into contact with the source of divine power. But this power will not be too strong. However, the sources of divine power around the world were very active for a period of time, creating many extraordinary creatures that could compete with ancient civilizations with artifacts." Teresa, who had experienced the ancient war, could not help but recall the unique and powerful creatures that suddenly appeared in that war. Sword of Oath, why did you mention the past? Sword of Oath replied, "I went to hell this time to track down the fallen angels and found that they were all hiding in the Black Prison." Black Prison. It is a legendary source of divine power in hell. Even the demons are not sure whether the Black Prison exists. Is the news you received false? It shouldn't be fake. Sword of Oath said, "In hell, I met a demon race that I had never seen before. It was all black and had wings with messy black feathers, like a cross between a fallen angel and a demon from hell. It said it came from the Black Prison, called the Black Feather Demon, and was created by the fallen angel using the Black Prison as a source of divine power. And in recent times, the rate at which the Black Feather Demon is produced has been accelerating." Teresa said worriedly, "You mean, the fallen angels have formed an army in the Black Prison?" "Yes. So I didn't investigate further. I have sent a group of angels to search for other known sources of divine power to see if there are a large number of powerful extraordinary creatures being produced there. However, seeing that the World Tree has released so many seeds with divine power, we can imagine the state of other sources of divine power." Teresa murmured, "Is that war about to start again? Many signs indicate that we have to prepare for war. The Archangel Conference has passed the plan to expand the Heroic Spirit Army, and Sky City will increase the production of Heroic Spirit Arms. You seem to have said, the mechanical production capacity of the secular world is very large, and their alchemy technology can produce some components of Heroic Spirit Arms?" Teresa replied, "Yes." Sword of Oath. During my time in St. Louis City, I visited the factory here. The alchemy technology here can fully meet the production of some components of low-level Heroic Spirit Arms. I heard that Raging Waves City has more advanced alchemical industrial technology. Sword of Oath hesitated for a long time before making up his mind and said, You can customize a batch of components for the heroic spirit armor without revealing your identity. After the Archangel Conference tests, we will decide how to produce the heroic spirit armor. Another thing is that I found some weapons and armors that are resistant to high temperatures and corrosion in the demon territory in Hell. These things seem to come from Raging Wave City. We have told the Shining Gold Man about this discovery. I believe that the Shining Gold Man will soon intervene in Hell to investigate this matter. Find a chance to tell the people in Raging Wave City about the Shining Gold Man entering Hell. It seems that the humans called Meteorite are stirring up trouble in Hell. See if they can stir up the rats in the Black Prison. Teresa replied, yes. Sword of Oath. Sword of Oath thought for a while, and said, I don't have anything else to do for now. I heard that the dragon sent another group of dragons to St. Louis City. And the Shining Gold people also strengthened their forces in the St. Louis City branch. If you need support, please notify the Holy Inquisition immediately. The artifact is more important than anything else. I will try my best to find the artifact. Without waiting for a response, Teresa looked up at Sword of Oath. He had withdrawn the power, and the angel sculpture had turned back into a dead object. After the conversation, Teresa felt that the burden on her shoulders was heavier, and the pressure of the approaching war made her feel like something was blocking her chest. The troubled times are about to begin. Can the angels hold on without the artifact? It was completely dark outside. The street lights illuminated the city. The mirror image of the Imperial Palace in the center of the Imperial capital was brightly lit, making the palace more majestic and solemn. A royal carriage drove to the front of the royal family under the escort of a group of royal knights. The guarding palace guards confirmed the identity of the people in the carriage, and then immediately saluted and quickly let them go. The royal carriage passed through a layer of light film and disappeared in the mirror image of the palace. In a side hall of the palace, the Imperial Queen Christina and the eldest Princess Agatha were having dinner and discussing things. At this time, the palace eunuch walked in. Your Highness. Your Highness. The Marquis of Meteorite is here. Let him in quickly. Prepare tableware for Marquis Meteorite, and ask the chef to make some dishes that the Marquis likes. Agatha. Queen Christina asked Agatha. Meteorite seems to like grilled shrimp balls and crispy mushrooms very much. Agatha smiled and said, yes. If he is hungry, he can eat a whole plate. Queen Christina said to the attendant beside her, make grilled shrimp balls and crispy mushrooms first. The attendant took the order and went to the kitchen. Luke had already followed the eunuch in. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Good evening. Queen Christina pointed to the seat next to her and said, sit down. You are the busiest person in the empire now. You have only come to work now, so you must not have had dinner yet. Eat something first, then talk about things. Luke sat down, and the servant put the tableware for him. He was indeed hungry. So Luke was not polite and didn't care about etiquette. He asked the servant to pick up a piece of steak for him, spread the sauce on it, and started to eat it. Agatha was afraid that Luke would choke, so she asked the servant to pour him a glass of sweet wine. When you have something in your stomach, you feel much more at ease. A piece of steak was quickly eaten. Luke wiped his mouth with a napkin and drank another glass of sweet wine. Seeing that the Queen and Agatha were looking at him, he couldn't help but smile and said, the steak made by the royal chef is still as delicious as ever. What were you talking about just now? Agatha said, Her Majesty the Queen and I are discussing how to arrange for the snow troops transferred from the north to participate in the military parade, and the road in front of the palace needs to be reinforced. In addition, during the military parade, the protective barrier of the palace will be lifted, and on-site security is also the focus of the Secret Service's work. Luke said, the cabinet is dealing with how to accommodate the snow troops when they arrive in the imperial capital. There will definitely be a barracks for our heroic army to settle in. The money needed to reinforce the road in front of the palace has been transferred from the Ministry of Finance to the Imperial Bank. The construction team is in place, and the rest of the work will be quick. As for the security during the military parade, I have intelligence here, and some people are planning to do something big. The chef brought the prepared food, and Queen Christina waved her hand to let everyone leave. Just now Agatha also said that some officials who have lost power have been gathering frequently recently, and even Gabriel has brought a group of people to find Alex. It's just that they have kept it a secret very well, and the Secret Service has not obtained any useful information yet. After Queen Christina finished speaking, Agatha added, if I can't get any more accurate information, I can only arrest people for interrogation, and I must not let them ruin the big things. Luke said while eating, Arresting small characters will not get you anything. And arresting big guys will have too much impact. If they make random accusations, they will not be able to control and implicate innocent people, which will help them instead. After I got the news, I sent people to keep an eye on the World Bank branch in St. Louis City. Every night, large amounts of money were transported in and out by car. The Imperial Bank also found some accounts with a large number of abnormal income in a short period of time. The Secret Service can use the insiders among the World Bank employees to check what new business the World Bank has developed in St. Louis City. During the period when the Empire was sanctioned by the World Bank, people who still had frequent business dealings with them must have something to hide. Finding people along the capital chain is guaranteed to be fast and accurate. Agatha asked in surprise. The World Bank is also involved? How did you guess? Luke smiled and said, these are all leftovers from my play in Raging Wave City. These officials, who have lost power, have no soldiers in their hands. If they want to do something big and overthrow us, they can only incite the grassroots people and create chaos from the bottom up. However, although the imperial economic system is somewhat difficult, the cabinet has introduced various subsidies and compensation measures to prevent the damaged people and factories from going bankrupt and starving to death. They can't attract too many people by simply shouting slogans to create anxiety. And they are easily suppressed by us. If you want to attract people to build momentum, the fastest way is to give money. Hearing Luke say this, Agatha immediately thought of him in the Wrath of Wave City, where he took advantage of the destruction of the Wrath of Thunder Tower to incite a large-scale march of 100,000 people. At that time, Luke relied on giving money to pull a group of people from the Cape District to the streets. And then a snowball effect occurred, which directly confused the Government Affairs Office and the Parliament of the Wrath of Wave City. I didn't expect that this trick was actually learned by the World Bank, since it was about giving money to recruit people. The Secret Service didn't need to arrest people, beat them up, and interrogate them to alert the enemy. As long as they kept an eye on the flow of money, they could find out all the participants one by one. They could arrest all the people who should be arrested, and they wouldn't implicate innocent people and let the incident spread uncontrollably. Agatha stood up happily. I will arrange for someone to check the capital flow of the World Bank and the Imperial Bank now. Luke stopped Agatha and said, this is not a big deal. There is no need to be so anxious. And there shouldn't be enough people with relevant expertise in the Secret Service. I will transfer a group of people to assist the Secret Service in the investigation tomorrow. The most important thing is the new Emperor's accession to the throne. Agatha sat down and looked at Queen Christina again. Queen Christina's expression was very solemn. She took a sip of the sweet wine in the golden cup beside her, then slowly exhaled a suppressed breath. I have been preparing. But the closer it gets, the more nervous I get. The current situation is far beyond my ability. That is not the throne. It is simply a crater. Can I be a good emperor? Luke picked up the wine glass. From now on, every moment is unpredictable and unstoppable. We have made all preparations for the Empire to smoothly transfer power. The palace, the court, and the Empire, this large ship combined, has eliminated most of the hidden dangers and is posing the best posture to meet the storm ahead. I can't give an answer as to whether we can drive this big ship through the storm and welcome the new world. But I believe that as long as we work together and keep the rudder steady, the ship can sail further. This crater is not only occupied by Her Majesty the Queen, but we are all on it. Agatha picked up her glass and stood up. Let us toast to the great Augustine the Great, who laid the foundation for the Empire to meet all future challenges. And his achievements will be remembered forever. Now his will is in our hands. His wife, his daughter, and his ministers. We will not let down the Empire he devoted his life to. Queen Christina and Luke stood up and raised their glasses. Cheers to the great Augustine the Great. Cheers to the great Empire. Chapter 518 Medusa. While Luke was talking about the succession to the throne with Queen Christina and Princess Agatha, Qi Kong was in the number 7 Transformation Laboratory of the Imperial Transformation Biology Research Institute, looking at a culture vessel in the middle of the laboratory. The culture vessel is a cylindrical vessel made of glass, with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 3 meters. The culture vessel is filled with light green nutrient solution, and after strict temperature and magic field control, it forms an artificial womb environment. In the nutrient solution of the culture vessel, Shelley, naked, curled up and suspended in it, like a fetus in the womb. The laboratory was surrounded by operating experimental equipment. Lights and magic beams flashed continuously, and nearly 20 transformation biology researchers in white lab coats were busy working at their positions. Data was collected one by one. New culture fluid was injected into the incubator through the catheter from time to time, and the magic halo formed by the magic reaction flowed in the nutrient solution, and finally penetrated into Shelley's body from her skin. Shelley was a Medusa-like supernatural creature, a product of military super warrior experiments. However, she did not meet the standards of the super warrior experiment, so she was sent to the northern battlefield like other defective products. In the border contact war between the Northern War and the Ark County Alliance, Shelley made many military exploits with his bravery, and his position and rank kept rising. However, the positions of middle and senior officers of the original Northern Legion were controlled by military nobles. It was extremely difficult for ordinary civilian officers to be promoted when they reached a certain level. Not to mention that Shelley was just a supernatural creature. But being able to be the third mate of a war fortress already shows Shelley's strength and potential. Later, she was sentenced to 45 years in prison because she was dissatisfied with being suppressed and seriously injured her boss. Later, she was recruited by Agatha into the Secret Service, starting the legend of Black Mamba. Shelley is very popular in the Epic game. How many players can refuse a beautiful auntie wearing tight leather clothes and driving a steam motorcycle? And this auntie also has special crime-solving skills. After the player has captured Shelley, he will naturally try his best to improve Shelley's strength. It is very cool to ride Shelley's motorcycle in various high-level dungeons. Chi Kong retracted his thoughts and admired Shelley in the incubator again. Shelley's cultivation path, of course, is to continue to strengthen her existing Medusa bloodline. Medusa is an extinct supernatural creature. They are only female, no male, with snake hair and a pair of eyes that can release petrification magic. Medusa has a very strong ability to capture motion, and its physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. Medusa was most active during the ancient war. They were like mercenaries today. As long as they paid the corresponding price, they were willing to fight for any side. Later studies generally believe that Medusa had intellectual or mental defects, because they seemed to be unaware that as mercenaries they would be thrown into the most tragic battlefields. And the facts also prove the end of the Medusas. In the data of the later period of the ancient war, there is no information about Medusa. No living Medusa has been found so far. But Medusa's fighting power is unquestionable. After all, 5 ancient civilizations are willing to hire Medusa to fight for them. The Imperial Extraordinary Biological Research Institute can carry out research related to Medusa because a piece of active Medusa's hair was found during an excavation of an ancient ruin. It was a piece of snake head, which was sealed intact in a piece of crystal. Ms. Qing Kong. An assistant walked to Qing Kong's side with a form. We have completed the collection of physical indicators of Medusa's number 16 experimental subject. The subject is in good health, except for the left eye, which cannot be controlled, so it must be covered with an eye mask. We have added neighboring polyethylene compound agent, Buffy Y, Teller Red agent, intermediate magic energy stabilizer, and Sky Tear stone solution to the nutrient solution in batches according to the plan you gave. All auxiliary reagents were absorbed by Medusa's subject number 16 without any adverse reactions. Qi Kong took the form, which recorded hundreds of Shelley's physical index data, and the data that Shelley had just cultivated were attached at the back. Decades have passed, and the main values have not only not decreased, but have increased significantly. How many Medusa subjects are still alive now? The assistant replied, the Medusa experiment produced 26 healthy embryos. 7 of them died during gestation. 10 were deformed, and 4 did not meet the requirements during growth and were killed. In the end, only 5 experiments were cultivated. But during the training stage, 3 experiments, including experiment number 16, were classified as defective. The 7th, 16th, and 21st Medusa experiments were sent to the Northern Legion, and the 3rd and 22nd experiments remained in the Institute for further experiments. Now the 7th experiment died in the battle with the County Alliance. The 21st experiment died in the battle with the Barbarian Legion, and the 22nd experiment died in an experimental accident last year. The 16th and 3rd test subjects are the existing Medusa warrior test subjects. The cultivation of extraordinary creatures is definitely not a humane experiment. The combination of the genes of extraordinary creatures and human embryos is destined to cultivate all kinds of strange things, and the success rate is also very low. Shelley is unfortunate, but also lucky. Qi Kong asked again, what is the situation of the 3rd test subject? The third test subject has a controllable Medusa eye, and its physical strength and magic power are far greater than that of the 16th test subject. And it also has a very good command execution ability. After the angel descended on the palace, a part of the extraordinary transformation warriors were recruited into the palace, and the third test subject was among them. I heard that the Imperial Special Weapons Development Bureau has made a bow specifically for subject number 3, which can fire specially matched alchemical magic arrows. Miss Qi Kong, do you need to transfer subject number 3 to assist in the subsequent experiments? No. I'm just asking casually. Protecting the safety of Her Majesty, the Queen, is the most important thing. Qi Kong asked subject number 3 to confirm whether this only remaining Medusa warrior had any accidents due to the plot changes. Still alive? Not bad. The assistant said. Subject number 3 feels very honored to be able to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Qi Kong asked, how much active tissue is left in Medusa's broken hair? The assistant replied, we extracted very little active tissue from Medusa's hair, which was all used up during the cultivation of Medusa warriors. Now there is only an empty snake head left from Medusa's hair. Qi Kong said, send the remaining snake head from Medusa's hair to the hands of experimental subject number 3, and order her to open the eye of Medusa and stare at the eyes on the snake head for 10 minutes every day until the eyes on the snake head are petrified, and then immediately return it to the Extraordinary Biological Cultivation Research Institute. After you get the snake head, keep it well. I will need it. The assistant saluted and said, yes, Miss Qi Kong. After we get the snake head, we will send someone to report to you immediately. Qi Kong said, I will leave St. Louis City for a while. I will come to you when I need it. You have nothing to do here. Go out. Yes, Miss Qi Kong. Given Qi Kong's status in the Empire and her own strength, no one in the Empire's Extraordinary Biological Cultivation Institute dared to disobey her. After receiving the order, all the researchers in the laboratory immediately withdrew. Soon, only Qi Kong and Shelley, who was sleeping in the incubator, were left in the laboratory. The sound of the machine running beeping sounded around, and there was a sound similar to electric current from time to time. Qi Kong approached the incubator and pressed a button on it. The rumbling sound continued, and after a vibration of the incubator, the nutrient solution inside turned into a vortex and flowed away along the drain valve opened at the bottom. The green water level dropped and ran out, and Shelley lay at the bottom of the incubator. Then a large amount of clean water washed down from above, washing away the nutrient solution on Shelley's body. Shelley also woke up during the washing. She stood up and faced Qi Kong in a military posture. The glass cover opened, and Qi Kong reached out and grabbed a bath towel from the air and threw it on Shelley. Go to the locker room and put on your clothes. I have something to tell you. Yes, Miss Qi Kong. Qi Kong's powerful momentum and emotionless expression made Shelley dare not be as presumptuous as she was in front of Luke. The tension made her reveal her military style. Not waiting too long, Shelley changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room next door. Then he stood straight in front of Qi Kong. Qi Kong said, "Give me your gun." Shelley pulled out the pistol from the leg ring holster and handed it to Qi Kong with both hands. Qi Kong took the gun, looked at it repeatedly, and threw it on the table next to him. Bang! Shelley couldn't help but worry whether her beloved gun was broken. It was her second favorite thing besides Thunder Bu-953. But her military qualities prevented her from running over to check her beloved gun. Qi Kong saw Shelley's eyes that kept glancing at the gun, and couldn't help but smile. Things from more than 10 years ago, no matter how well they are maintained, they are not easy to use. Try the Viper I made specifically for you. I guarantee you will like it. Qi Kong reached out and took out a black pistol from the portable space. The pistol had a strange shape, and the gun was covered with a layer of slowly creeping fine scales, making a slight rustling sound, just like a poisonous snake turned into a gun. Shelley grabbed the gun thrown by Qi Kong, and the snake's scales instantly covered her hand, and the gun and hand became one. Shelley felt that the gun and herself were fused, and her magic entered the magic array built into the gun without any resistance or loss. Miss Qi Kong, such a good gun. Is it really for me? Qi Kong threw a few more magazines to Shelley. Venomous snake is specially made for you, and others can't use it when there are no bullets. The Viper can consume magic power to shoot short-range venom. Shooting ordinary bullets can add a strong poison to the bullets. Firing special alchemical bullets has the effects of breaking magic, piercing armor, paralyzing, weakening, etc. After getting the Viper and hearing that this gun is so powerful, Shelley immediately forgot about his original gun and was thinking about finding a place to test the power of the Viper. At this time, Qi said again, "Your transformation still needs to wait for a key mysterious prop. And your body still needs some pre-transformation strengthening. But I have something that requires me to leave the Empire for a while. In order for you to complete the transformation in time, you need to go with me." Shelley stopped playing with the venomous snake and looked at Qi and asked, "You want me to leave the Empire with you? I need to apply to the Prime Minister of Meteorite. Only with the Prime Minister's permission can I accept your transfer." "Miss Qi, your loyalty to the Prime Minister of Meteorite deserves praise." Qi took out a transfer order and handed it to Shelley. "This is the transfer order from the Prime Minister to you. During the time you leave the Empire with me, you must obey me." Shelley put the gun back into the holster, and the snake scales and her hands automatically loosened. Shelley took the transfer order and checked it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, she saluted Qi. "Shelley accepts the order of the Prime Minister of Meteorite. From now until the end of the mission, I will unconditionally execute the order of Miss Qi. May I ask, Miss Qi, where are we going after leaving the Empire? What mission are we going to perform?" Qi replied, "To the Magic Forest. Princess Dale seems to have encountered some troubles. We are going to find her and bring her back to attend the coronation ceremony of Her Majesty the Queen." "Emerald Forest? That is the Kingdom of Forest Elves." "Yes, that is the Kingdom of Forest Elves. Go and prepare. We will leave early tomorrow morning." "Yes, Miss Qi." The next day, the team heading to the Emerald Forest quietly set off. The black dragon Barley flew towards the east facing the rising sun, with Jennifer and Shelley sitting on its open back. Shelley had never flown so high without any protection. She held on to the raised edges of the black dragon's back tightly, not daring to look at the sea below. Jennifer was much calmer. This was not her first time riding a black dragon, and she cast a wind shield for herself and Shelley with great experience. The sheriff lay comfortably in Jennifer's arms, and the wind from the wind shield blew his black hair. "Black Dragon Barl, when you came, I was worried that you would threaten my position. Now I realize how much Her Majesty the Queen loves me. She even specially equipped me with a dragon as a mount for my trip. I really want to see the little mouse in the dark night soon. I wonder how jealous she will be when she sees me now." Being forced to fly with people on his back already made the black dragon Bale very unhappy, and the provocation of the foul-mouthed sheriff ignited his anger even more. "Damn black cat. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the sea." The sheriff, who was pretending to be powerful, was not afraid of the black dragon. "I am the mount of the noble queen of the clear sky, and you are just a dragon serving a sentence. If you dare to throw me into the sea, there is no need for Her Majesty the Queen to do anything. My servants will teach you a lesson." Meow. Jennifer was afraid that the sheriff would really provoke the black dragon to do a mid-air flip. So she quickly stuffed the sheriff into her bag and apologized to the black dragon Bale. "I'm sorry, Black Dragon Bale. The sheriff is just vying for favor, and he is afraid that you will squeeze out his position. After all, you are a mighty dragon." With a pat of his dragon's butt, the black dragon Bale's anger subsided immediately. "I am happy to carry Her Majesty Queen Clear Sky across this long sea, but Her Majesty the Queen seems to prefer to fly alone, so that she can think about things quietly." Jennifer looked at the airspace ahead, and Clear Sky, with its ice crystal wings spread out, was flying about 300 meters ahead. Chapter 519 Headhunters and the Emerald Royal Court. Flying in the clear sky, the air current swept across her ice crystal wings, and the water vapor condensed into ice flowers, drawing two white snow lines on the wingtips. Going south across the busy sea route of Raging Wave City is the boundless deep sea. This trip to the Emerald Forest was a sudden decision, because I received a letter from Dale yesterday evening. Since knowing the existence of the Magic Spring, Dale has been looking for the traces of the Magic Spring. For this purpose, she has gone deep into the Emerald Forest for investigation many times. In the most recent investigation, Dale discovered a very strange creature. It looks like a snail, but it is very large, and the snail shell on its back is like a small house. It wanders in the forest, and its strength can easily push down a towering tree, and it can devour the tree in a few minutes. After Dale discovered the giant snail, she observed it from the side for a month. The giant snail's range of activity is to move in a clockwise spiral from a circle. It will clear all the trees and shrubs it encounters, and lush green grass will quickly grow in the places it passes. When the giant snail has sorted out a territory with a diameter of about 200 meters, it will circle back to the center of the circle. Then many little people will appear in the grass. Dale described the little people like this. They are less than my knees tall, wearing clothes woven from grass leaves, and holding spears made of wooden sticks and sharp stones. They hide in the spiral grass most of the time, and the dense grass that is taller than them is the best hiding place. Sometimes the little people go out hunting. They are all superb hunters, and can easily kill small animals such as mice. But for the emerald forest full of various large beasts and extraordinary creatures, the little people are still too weak. I saw them trying to kill a python with my own eyes, but the python was too big for them. After the python swallowed a little person, the other little people ran back to the spiral grass in panic. At that time, I was hiding in a big tree outside the grass, and I saw these little people surrounding the giant snail. I don't know if I should continue to call it a giant snail, because it has never moved since it returned to the center of the circle, and the snail shell seems to be empty from a distance. Those little people sang and danced around the giant snail, as if they were completing some kind of sacrificial ritual. Then the next day I saw a special guy among the little people. He was extremely agile, like a clever squirrel, wearing simple bone armor, and a very sharp bone knife as a weapon. This special guy followed the group of little people to find the python they encountered yesterday. And soon the python that the group of little people couldn't deal with was killed by the special guy. 2 days later, the little people who went out hunting encountered a forest wolf. The wolf mastered some wind attribute skills, and killed the little people, and made them run away. Even the little man wearing bone armor could only escape. The same thing happened again. The little people sang and danced around the giant snail. And the next day, they had a magician. The lone wolf became their dinner. In my observation, I found that as long as the little people encountered prey that they could not deal with, they would hold a sacrificial ceremony around the giant snail. And the next day, their group would have powerful companions. There were bone armor little people, magician little people, and later I also saw cavalry riding badgers, and a kind of leaf combination that looked like a giant mantis that could fly. In the end, I had to end my observation of this strange group, because they found me and launched a siege on me. I escaped, but I didn't dare to go back to continue observing, fearing that something powerful would be waiting for me the next day. Dale described her discovery in the Emerald Forest in the letter, and told her natural science teacher, Makatina, about her discovery. Professor Makatina was very nervous when she heard my discovery. She went to see the dean of the Emerald Magic Academy, and soon the academy issued a notice to close the school. The Emerald Royal Court blew the summons, and the entire forest was full of elf warriors riding griffins and Pegasus. Many teachers of the Emerald Magic Academy accepted the call of the Elf King, and went to the Elf Royal Court to assemble and wait. Miss Qi-Kong, I'm a little scared. What terrible thing did I find? The giant snail and mysterious little man that Dale found were the reasons why Qi-Kong decided to go to the Emerald Forest. During the ancient war, the Emerald Forest was a vassal civilization of the Dragon Kingdom. The elves learned powerful magic from the dragons and fought for them. During the war, many powerful and famous heroes were born among the elves, and many ancient war relics remained in the Emerald Forest. After the war, the Dragon Kingdom was unable to take care of itself, and the Emerald Forest became independent from the control of the dragons. When the human civilization was rising rapidly, it integrated the civilizations brought from overseas to form a branch of human civilization with its own characteristics. The modern academic system constructed by human civilization was almost completely learned by the Emerald Forest, including archaeology, because the elves generally have a long lifespan. The forest elves have a much higher degree of restoration of the ancient Emerald Forest than humans. During the excavation of ancient war relics, forest elf archaeologists discovered a strange race that could be considered a flash in the pan. This race was named the Headhunters. The Headhunters are a group similar to the social system of ant colonies. The headhunters at the bottom are similar to worker ants, who are responsible for hunting and searching for food. Above them are hunters, who are responsible for hunting prey that the headhunters cannot handle. Above them are hunters, who are responsible for finding hunting grounds and arranging habitats for headhunters and hunters. At the top is the headhunter queen. The little man that Dale saw was the lowest level headhunter of the headhunters. The giant snail was a hunter, and the bone armor little man, the wizard little man, the weasel cavalry, and the leaf mantis were all hunters. The headhunter queen hides underground. What Dale saw was just a headhunter camp, which means there are more headhunter camps in the entire Emerald Forest. They are connected to the mother nest in an unknown place through tunnels. The headhunters catch prey to feed the headhunter queen. And the queen gives birth to more headhunters. Hunters and hunters expand their territory to kill more prey. This is an expansion without any limit. When the elves in ancient times realized that if the headhunters were allowed to expand, they would kill all living things in the Emerald Forest. Therefore, the elves drew troops from the ancient battlefield and tried their best to kill the headhunters. The war was so fierce that the elves even had to ask the dragon to come for support. In the end, the headhunter queen was hunted by an elite team of heroes. The headhunters were destroyed, and the forest elves paid a heavy price for it. No one knows how the headhunters appeared. They are just like other powerful species that appeared during the ancient wars. As if they suddenly appeared. This is also the reason why Dale discovered the headhunters and made the Emerald Forest so nervous. This time, the Emerald Forest is not a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is highly likely that it will not receive support from the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know how big the headhunters have developed. Do you know how the headhunters appeared? In the spiritual starry sky, Luke asked Chi Kong about the origin of the headhunters. Why are you asking me this question? As if I know it. Chi Kong flew around the crescent moon, landed on the crescent moon, and said to Luke with a smile, "The grassland elves and forest elves are very far away." Luke looked at Chi Kong and said, "Because your smile betrayed you. You must know something." "Alas, I can't fool you now." Chi Kong said helplessly, "The origin of the world is the abyss and the starry sky. When the world system becomes seriously unstable, the influence of the abyss and the starry sky on the world becomes more and more obvious. Some energy from the abyss and the starry sky will overflow in a tidal manner, inevitably producing some powerful extraordinary creatures. The world tree is an overflow point, so it can produce tree people, petal elves, and release seeds of hope. The headhunters were born because a divine power overflow point in the Emerald Forest was too active. Magic spring. That's right." Chi Kong shook his legs and continued, "Don't expect me to answer more. I only know the reason why the headhunters appeared. As for what they are, I know as much as you do." Luke said, "Since the headhunters were born because of the overflow of the magical spring, does it mean that finding the magical spring can find the headhunter queen?" "Yes," Chi Kong said in surprise. "Why didn't I think of it? If the magic spring had not moved on its own initiative, the headhunter queen would not have left the magic spring. It seems that I will have something to do soon. I wonder what kind of hunter the headhunter queen will breed for me." Clear Sky's expectation made Luke think of the ability of the hunting queen. In addition to her strong reproductive capacity, the hunting queen's other ability is to breed hunters specifically to deal with the strong enemies she encounters. Once the hunter completes the hunt, the hunting queen will breed more hunters of the same type. This is the terrifying thing about the headhunters. As long as the hunting queen is there, the headhunters can become stronger as the enemy's strength increases. If the forest elves cannot defeat the headhunters quickly, they will most likely be exterminated. This is why Luke, who controls Chi Kong with his spiritual consciousness, rushed to the Emerald Forest in a hurry. Seeing Chi Kong's high morale, Luke said, "Okay, let's follow the old rules. Leave the fighting to you, and leave the rest to me. I just like to see Chi Kong here when he belongs to you. It's so charming. I can never learn that cool look." Luke said with a stern face, "I don't think so. Every time I control Chi Kong, I have to hint to myself that I have forgotten the gender of myself and Chi Kong. If I can be given another chance to create a character, I will definitely create a tall, muscular man." Chi Kong flew close to Luke and said, "You are now facing a tall, muscular man." Luke imagined the scene and realized that he had been deceived by Chi Kong again. "You continue to learn the truth here. There is still a long journey waiting for me. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Luke left the spiritual starry sky, and Chi Kong flew back to the moon and merged with the moon. The sun that lit up because of Luke's arrival dimmed, and the starry sky covered by the sun became more brilliant. After a whole day of flying, the coastline of the Emerald Forest appeared on the sea under the moonlight, and soon the Emerald King's court was seen. The Emerald Court is the capital of the Emerald Forest. Its status in the hearts of the forest tribes is equivalent to that of the Moonlight Court in the hearts of the barbarians in the west. The ruler of the Emerald Court is the current elf King San Garrett, also known as Garrett 17, or the Three-Leaf King. The Emerald Court is divided into two parts. The old city maintains the traditional style. The elves live in tree houses, and the tree houses are connected by ropeways and suspension bridges woven with rattan ropes. However, there are very few elves living in the old city now. Most of them are old elves who can't keep up with the pace of the times. Young elves like the new city. The new city has tall buildings built with antique trees and tree houses, streets with leaf streetlights, and corridors connecting tall buildings. There are abundant materials, convenient transportation, and many new and interesting things from overseas. There is also a special area in the new city, the Emerald Port area. This is the only open entry and exit port in the Emerald Forest, and it is also the only heavy industrial area established by the elves who value environmental protection. There are cars and trams running everywhere in the port area, and the chimneys of the factories are constantly emitting black smoke with Mars. There are all kinds of ships entering and leaving the busy port, and the coal-fired steam engines are constantly emitting pollutants. It is not only the forest elves who work in the port area. People from all over the world bring all kinds of bad habits, making the port area the Emerald King's Court, like other ports, full of dirty sins. Arriving at the Emerald Forest, Qi did not want to reveal her identity too early, so she chose to take Jennifer and Shelley into the port area, disguised as passengers who had just got off a cruise ship. Black Dragon Barrel moved freely, and it was too easy to find a hiding place in the Emerald Forest. Jennifer, who was only 100 years old, came to the Emerald Royal Court for the first time. She wore a maid dress in the old style of the Golden Shield Empire, a puffy hat, dragged a large suitcase in her hand, and kept looking around. She asked Qi in confusion, "Miss Qing, although you can see a lot of elves here, the environment does not look much different from the port of Raging Wave City. And it is even worse than the old port of Raging Wave City. It is completely different from the elf port I imagined." Qi walked in front. Shelley followed behind, looking around vigilantly, and occasionally showing his gun to those with bad intentions. However, the reputation of the Black Mamba was useless here, and instead attracted a few whistles because of his charming legs. "Shelley, just follow me normally," Qi reminded Shelley, and then explained to Jennifer the difference in the port area, and finally said, "From a sociological perspective, the environment here is the inevitable product of the elves receiving the radiation of human civilization. It brought advanced things, and inevitably brought bad things. But the elves have always had a clear boundary for the absorption of human civilization. When you really enter the Emerald King's Court, you will see the elf world you want to see." Chapter 520 Small Riot. Although the Emerald Forest is the kingdom of elves, when Qi appeared in Emerald Harbor, he still attracted a lot of attention. Not only because of Qi appearance that would make elves jealous. There are still some differences between grassland elves and forest elves. The easiest way to distinguish the two elves is to look at their ears. The ears of forest elves are more pointed, which can well reflect the elegant temperament of forest elves. The tips of grassland elves' ears have an outward arc, which allows them to better perceive the slightest movement on the grassland. There are many other subtle differences, so Qi was quickly stopped by an elf patrol. "Beautiful grassland elf. First of all, welcome to the Emerald King's Court. I know that the long sea journey has exhausted you and your human companions, but I still hope you can answer a few questions for me. I have no ill intentions. It's just that few grassland elves visit the Emerald Forest. Please show your entry documents." The elf patrol wore a uniform that was in line with the human army, but retained a hooded cloak. He wore an exquisite rapier on his waist. A horn bow embedded in the leather bow grew behind his waist, and more than a dozen feather arrows. A spotted owl flew over and landed on the elf patrol's shoulder, and another hound squatted at his feet. Eagles and dogs are standard equipment for the elite patrolmen of the Emerald Royal Court. Their main job is not only to protect the royal court, but also to search for illegal immigrants in the forest. Qi looked at the rank badge on the left chest of the elf patrolman and said, "Sergeant, my name is Shinko. As you can see, I am a grassland elf. This is my entry document. I can answer your questions, but please don't delay too long. We have spent 2 difficult weeks at sea and need a rest. It won't delay you too long." The elf patrolman took the entry document, checked it carefully, and asked, "Are you and your followers from the western border of the Golden Shield Empire?" "Yes. The Western Border Administrative Office. Harmuda Basin. Fengchao City. I thought you were from the ancestral grassland. There are too many news about the ancestral grassland now. A powerful queen has appeared in your grassland elves, and she is from the ancestral grassland. I heard that she revived the World Tree, defeated the evil demons, the despicable Shadow Clan killers, the powerful Holy Judgment Angels, and the money-only shining gold debt collectors. And she is also an extremely wise scholar, an authority in many academic fields. I often teach my daughter to learn from Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen. But she is not very interested in learning. Elves are like this. They always feel that they have a lot of time. Qi patiently listened to the patrol's chatter. The Emerald Forest is good in every way. Except that the way the forest elves talk is hard to adapt to. Probably because they have so much time. Qi smiled and explained. The grassland elves living in the grasslands of the ancestors are the fierce war song branch. The grassland elves are nomadic groups. Except for a few branches. Most of them are constantly migrating. Oh! I have learned new knowledge. After the patrol, I can go to the tavern and drink while showing off my knowledge of grassland elves to other elves. The lantern flower beer at the Oak Tavern is very good. The hops have the scent of vanilla. I highly recommend you to try it. There is no problem with your ID. Please keep it. May I know the purpose of your visit to the Emerald King's court? Qi took the ID returned by the elf patrolman and replied, Her Majesty the Moonlight Queen became powerful and knowledgeable because of her travels around the world. And finally saved the world tree. Therefore, we grassland elves all want to follow Her Majesty the Queen. Go further. And understand Her Majesty the Queen's spirit in adventure. I chose to come to the Emerald Forest to experience the life of the forest elves. Hearing that the grassland elf in front of him came to the Emerald Forest for adventure, the elf patrolman persuaded, You came at a very bad time. Not long ago, the Emerald King's court issued a ban, strictly prohibiting outsiders from entering the Emerald Forest. What happened? Qi asked knowingly. The elf patrol replied, I'm sorry. I can't know too many things at my level. Fortunately, the Emerald Court did not enforce the ban, and you are still free in the Emerald Court. If you want to experience the forest, you can go to the old town, where the old life of the forest elves is still preserved. You can see the holy and beautiful unicorns, as well as the elegant and graceful high-headed swans. The forest elves are very hospitable, and you will feel as kind as returning to your own home. Qi said, I believe that the Emerald Court will definitely solve the troubles encountered soon, and we can wait here for the Emerald Forest to open. Excuse me, can we go now? Of course. The elf patrolman made way and politely made an invitation gesture. Welcome to the Emerald Court. Beautiful mist-starry sky. Outside the dock, you can see taxis waiting to pick up guests. If your destination is the new city or the old city, I suggest you not take the steam car. The deer car can allow you to move freely in the Emerald Court. For the hotel, I suggest, just as the elf patrolman chattered, a sudden riot nearby distracted his attention. A group of elves in old-fashioned clothes rushed into the port, shouting slogans to defend the Emerald Forest and forming a human wall with their bodies to block the normal work of the port. Give the forest back clean air. Our home is being destroyed by carbon powder. Move the factory out of the Emerald Forest, and keep all ships and cars away. The punishment of the Elf Lord has come. Only by restoring everything can the Lord's anger be appeased. The elf patrolman blew the whistle to summon his companions nearby, and finally saluted the clear sky elegantly. Beautiful mist-starry sky. This is a small matter. We will solve it soon. I hope it has not affected your impression of the Emerald Royal Court. Remember, you must go to the Oak Bar to try the lantern flower beer there. Their grilled vegetable rolls are also very delicious. I wish you a wonderful night, and greet the rising sun tomorrow with the fullest spirit. The elf patrol ran to drive away the elves who were making trouble. Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had seen Shelley want to draw his gun more than once. However, this was just the beginning. The forest elves with special chatting skills would definitely leave people with deep travel memories. Just as she was about to leave, Qi found that the elves who were making trouble were not driven away by the elf patrols, but caused even greater commotion. The Forest Protection Organization is a small group among the forest elves. They are extreme defenders of traditional life, and are extremely opposed to the elves accepting the industrial civilization brought by humans. They believe that elves should live in the forest, live in tree houses, gather and hunt every day, and only obtain the necessities of survival from the forest. The pollution generated by industry is causing unnecessary damage to the forest, which is contrary to the spirit of the forest elves to follow nature and betrays the favor of the elven god to the forest elves. Qi knows that there is such a forest protection organization in the Emerald Forest, and also knows that this organization does not have much power except for occasionally running out to make trouble. After all, the Emerald Royal Court has found a balance between industrialization and elven traditions. The forest is strictly protected by laws and regulations, and the scale of industrial areas has been very well restricted. Of course, there is pollution and damage to the forest, but for the benefits brought by industrialization. Most elves can accept this level of damage. Judging from the performance of the elf patrol just now, it should be common for forest protection organizations to come to the port to make trouble, and they should be able to skillfully expel them. But not only were these elves who came to cause trouble not driven away, but a panic was spreading. A terrible news spread as fast as a virus. When Chi Kong heard the word headhunters vaguely, he said to Jennifer and Shelley, "Let's go. Let's go to the 3-car hotel first. Sheriff, go get the news. Don't get caught." Jennifer opened her pocket, and the black cat jumped out of it. He bent his waist and stretched his back to stretch his muscles. "Your Majesty." Meow. After being kicked in the butt by Jennifer, the sheriff realized that he had said the wrong thing. Fortunately, the people around him looked at the riot and didn't hear what he said. "Miss Starry Sky, anything can be entrusted to your loyal mount. I will soon be able to find out the most authentic news and meet you at the inn. Ah, the night is so beautiful today. I really want to sing a hymn for my daughter, for my lady." After saying that, the sheriff turned into a puff of black smoke and dived into the panicked crowd. Shelley pressed the gun and said fiercely, "If this cat lives in the Emerald Forest, it will definitely be very good." Jennifer saw that the elf patrol soldiers were gradually unable to control the riot, and said, "Let's leave here as soon as possible. It seems that something bad is about to happen. Let's go!" Clear Sky took Jennifer and Shelley away and rented a deer cart outside to go to the new city area of the Emerald King's Court. Before they walked too far, an explosion was heard from the dock, followed by a series of explosions. The elf driving the car was startled and whipped his whip to drive the reindeer to run faster. In the carriage, Chi Kong sorted out the information about the Emerald Royal Court in his mind. The scale of the Emerald Royal Court is similar to that of the former Raging Waves City. The old city area is in the forest on the edge of the city, and the new city area was built by cutting down the forest, accounting for 90% of the entire royal court. About half of the new city area is the port area, and the factories are distributed around the port. The population and industrial scale determine that the industry of the Emerald Royal Court is very specialized. Elves are naturally clever, and their magic talent makes the ratio of elf magicians much higher than that of humans. Therefore, most of the industries in the Emerald Royal Court are related to alchemy, and high-end alchemy finished products and semi-finished products occupy a very large share in the international market. The Golden Shield Empire has close business relations with the Emerald Royal Court. With the rise of magic technology, the trade volume with the Emerald Royal Court will continue to increase in the future. The problems brought about by industrialization are gradually revealed with prosperity and wealth. The urbanization rate of the Emerald Forest population is very fast. The rich food in the forest makes the forest elves have no strong sense of territory. They migrate at will and choose to form a group or live alone at will. In the past, the forest elves were scattered in every place in the forest, and the elves of the Emerald Royal Court accounted for less than 1% of the total population of the forest elves. But when the Emerald King Court chose to accept human civilization as the only city in the Emerald Forest that allowed industrialization, it developed at a very fast speed. Convenient living environment, rich material and spiritual enjoyment make more and more forest elves choose to settle in the Emerald King Court. It is estimated that the forest elves living in the Emerald King Court now may account for 30% or more of the total population, and this proportion is still increasing rapidly. Population increase inevitably causes urban expansion. Although the Emerald King Court has concentrated all industries in the port area, the port area has expanded many times with the expansion of the new urban area. In addition, the concentration of forest elves in the city means that wild elves are scarce. How many territories of the headhunters are there in the vast forest area without elves? How many lone elves have been hunted by the headhunters? Thinking of the chaos happening at the dock, Chi Kong realized that this trip to the Emerald Forest would not be as simple as he imagined. On the road, several groups of elf patrols riding horses or elks can be seen galloping towards the dock, and the cry of griffins can be heard from time to time in the air. The elf residents looked out from the windows, panicking and guessing what happened. Some patrols began to set up checkpoints to block the road. After several inspections, Chi Kong and his party finally arrived at their destination. 3-car Inn. This is an intelligence point opened by the Golden Shield Empire in the Emerald King's Court, affiliated with the Imperial Secret Intelligence Bureau. The main job is to collect some open intelligence, which is highly concealed. So he was given the task of secretly protecting Princess Dale. After checking into the 3-car Inn, Chi Kong immediately summoned the head of the intelligence station. A rapid sound of hooves passed by the window, and Jennifer looked outside and closed the window after confirming that it was safe. Shelley stood at the door with his hands folded on his chest, and his uncovered right eye stared at the man standing under the lamp like a venomous snake. Qigong sat on the chair and asked the man, "Are you Zoran Archer?" Archer was sweating on his head due to the invisible pressure in the room, but the training he received and the character he honed in lurking allowed him to remain calm. "Yes, I am Zoran Archer, the person in charge of the 3-car intelligence station. Sir Starry Sky, you came with the instructions written by the Prime Minister of Meteor. Is there any important task for us to complete?" Clear Sky said, "Don't be nervous. Now answer my question. Is Princess Dale safe? She went deep into the Emerald Forest. Is there anyone to protect her?" Archer looked at Shelley standing at the door. The feeling of being stared at made him feel uncomfortable all over. But facing the question, he quickly answered, "Princess Dale is now in the Emerald Magic Academy. We have spies in the academy. Her Royal Highness is safe now. It's just that Her Royal Highness seems to know that we are protecting her in secret. In the academy, she didn't know who was our man, so we could still fulfill our duty of protection. But after she left the academy, she could quickly find and get rid of the people we arranged. There was no protection after Her Highness entered the forest, which was our dereliction of duty. According to Dale's cleverness, it would be strange if the spy could follow her in the forest." Qigong did not pursue the dereliction of duty of the spy, but said, "I have my mission to come to the Jade King's court this time, and your mission is to prepare a channel to leave here at any time. Go out. Don't disturb me if there is no emergency." "Yes, Lord Shinkong."